In a cultivation place called the Eastern Domain, a pair of black swans were cooing to each other on a lotus pond. Suddenly, a person appeared on the shore, holding a staff, his face bowed to the ground. He uttered, "Enlighten me. I've transmigrated." Looking at his hands, he panicked. What the hell is this? He turned to the lake's surface and saw his reflection, which horrified him even more. His face was wrinkled, his hair was white, and he had fewer than 10 teeth. The old man thought in terror, how did it come to this? I was just dozing off in math class. I'm 1.85 meters tall, a guy who's never been in a relationship, just about to enjoy the beautiful life of a university student. Why did I wake up as an old man? Placing 2 fingers on his forehead, the old man tried to calm down and think. I can't accept this. Since I've transmigrated, this old man must be a hidden master, right? I need to see his memories. Rummaging through the body's memories, the main character, Junlin, got a general picture of this world. This world was called the Kunlun realm, where cultivators were the most respected. Cultivators were divided into the realms of Kai refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, body integration, Mahayana, tribulation, and true immortal. The original owner, Junlin, was exceptionally talented, reaching the golden core stage at a young age. Thanks to his supreme talent, he was elected as the peak lord of Piao Miao Peak of the Xuanqian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the desolate continent of the Eastern Domain. However, during an operation to eliminate evil cultivators, he was ambushed, his dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation was completely lost, turning him into a cripple. For decades afterward, he lived in a daze of negativity, secluded on the mountain, indifferent to the world until. At this point in the memories, Junlin's eyes darkened with disappointment. The main character stood leaning on his staff, lamenting, so, in the end, I'm just an ordinary person. And based on my previous age, couldn't I drop dead at any moment? I just transmigrated. Wait. Based on his years of experience reading web novels, he thought, if you transmigrate, there's definitely a cheat. They still have a chance. With that, the young man forcefully slammed his staff into the ground, pointed to the sky, and cursed with utter resentment. System, you bastard. Get out here and face me now. He yelled and yelled, but nothing happened, only a gentle breeze that felt like a splash of cold water on his face. Not giving up, Junlin cupped his hands to his mouth, clenched his glutes, and shouted, playing hide and seek with me. Come on out, stop joking around. When yelling didn't work, Junlin switched to flattery. System bro, my little brother was wrong. I was just kidding earlier. Big bro, just make a sound, anything will do. Seeing no response, an idea flashed in his mind. He muttered. That's right. Junlin then reached into his robes, fumbling for something while murmuring, maybe this isn't the system type. Maybe it's the hidden master in the ring type. Let me meet the old master just once. Finding nothing, Junlin took off the ring on his finger and muttered, Elder Yao, are you in there? It seemed this young man was also a fan of battle through the heavens. Haha, but life is not like a dream. He stared at the ring, but there was no reaction. It seemed Junlin thought this was his last chance. If nothing happened, it was probably over. He looked at the ring, his face a mixture of anxiety and pleading. Old man, stop pretending. I know you're hiding in there. His hope was lost. A teardrop rolled down, and in his despair, Junlin threw the ring behind him. His sadness turned to anger. He furiously pointed his staff at the sky and roared, damn it, hurry up, or I'll beat the living daylights out of you. Boom. Suddenly, a cloud of green smoke appeared in the sky, and within it was a system interface. On the screen, a line of text appeared, host detected using excessively vulgar language. System passively activated. Please host, stop cursing and be a civilized person. Tears of joy streamed down Junlin's face. His voice choked with emotion as he raised his hand and said, you finally appeared, you're not very kind. I almost thought this was going to be a mortal's tale. The system displayed a reply, I am very sorry, I was in a deep sleep. The system has just woken up. To better compensate the host, the system is offering a novice package. Open. Junlin, as if he had struck gold, quickly replied, open it for me, right now. The system immediately opened the reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special ability. The stronger the opponent, the stronger you become. As long as the host confronts any enemy 1 realm higher than himself, he will instantly and permanently attain a cultivation level 1 stage higher than that enemy, with no side effects. Learning of such an amazing ability, Junlin was stunned. What is this? Is it real? For example, I'm just immortal now. If I confront an immortal, what then? The system replied, ding. This system does not deceive you. Just give it a try, guaranteed no problems. Junlin's face was filled with excitement. He clenched his left fist and said joyfully, but if that's true, won't I be invincible? Every time the Tao is 1 foot high, the devil is 1 foot higher. What's the point of cultivating anymore? The system then issued a reminder, ding. Warm reminder, the host has 1 hour of life remaining. Hearing this, Junlin jumped in shock, muttering, no way, I'm about to die. I have to hurry down the mountain and find someone to clash with to gain cultivation and extend my life. And so, the main character hurriedly hobbled down the mountain with his staff, complaining as he went, this is ridiculous. Why did this old man have to hide away on a mountain? Now I'm implicated in this mess. System reminder, warm reminder, the host has 35 minutes of life remaining. Junlin anxiously shouted back, stop rushing me. Are you trying to rush me to my death? Can this old bag of bones make it in time? While rushing down the mountain, he suddenly saw that the peak of the adjacent mountain was covered in dark clouds with rumbling thunder. Junlin wondered in surprise, what's going on? Is that dark mass a demonic beast? 4 people appeared on that peak. A man in a white robe shouted angrily, such audacity. What demon dares to cause trouble for my Xuantian sect? This was Chu Union, the sect master of the Xuantian sect. A pair of black wings, flickering with flames, appeared. A bird demon emerged, with a horde of underlings behind it. It pointed at Chu Union's group and cursed, you mongrels of the Xuantian sect, didn't expect this king to still be alive, did you? Today, I will slaughter every last one of you. Chu Union pointed 2 fingers at the bird and retorted, so it's you, beast, that year, you massacred the Li kingdom. I personally wounded you severely and pushed you into a 10,000 jung abyss. Now you've luckily survived and dare to return for revenge. With just this bunch of animals. The bird demon raised its hands, its body tensed as red killing intent surged out. Dark clouds swirled and lightning cracked the sky. It gritted its teeth and roared, Humph, is this enough? Seeing this, Chu Union was shocked. What? You've actually broken through to the nascent soul realm. A man in grey robes with a long sword on his back, standing behind Chu Union, asked worriedly, Sect Master, what should we do? We can't fight a nascent soul expert. Hearing this, Chu Union turned and shouted angrily, even so, we can't just surrender. Then, the 4 members of the Xuantian sect, swords in hand, charged forward, led by Chu Union. He declared, it has come to this. We can only fight to the death, swear to protect the Xuantian sect. The lead beast demon commanded, you brats, charge, kill these stinky Taoists for this king. Immediately, the horde of beasts behind it swarmed forward to attack the people of the Xuantian sect. Below, Junlin raised his hand and called out, hey, anyone, hit me. Please, just hit me. System reminder, host has 30 minutes of life remaining. Junlin screamed, you've got to be kidding me. Rushing like you're heading for reincarnation. Can't you hear me at all? And so, the young man, struggling with his staff, turned back and climbed the mountain, muttering, oh, my old back, if I go down now, I won't make it in time. I have to use this method. At the center of the battle, the demon king was engulfed in golden flames. It glared down and roared, too weak. If this is all your strength, then today is your doom. This king will show you the power of the nascent soul realm. With that, it shot a beam of purple energy from its mouth towards the group from the Xuantian sect. Hit by the attack, the people of the Xuantian sect couldn't defend themselves and were knocked to the ground like falling fruit, spitting blood. Staggering to his feet, clutching his chest with his left hand, Chu Union clenched his teeth and looked up at the demon king, muttering, there's no other way. The gap between the golden core and nascent soul realms is too vast. The demon king looked down at the defeated group and laughed maniacally. Aha, anyone else want to resist? Just obediently accept your deaths. At this moment, Junlin had reached the opposite peak. He raised his staff high with his left hand and shouted, hey, you big stupid bird. Look over here. Don't look around, I'm talking to you. The demon king turned, furious, and roared, old man, are you tired of living? How dare you insult me? Not knowing where Junlin got it, he was now holding a megaphone and continued to yell, stupid bird, if you're not convinced, come and fight me. Grandpa is waiting for you right here. If you don't come over, you're my grandson. After shouting, Junlin thought to himself, good thing I made it in time. I remembered from the old geezer's memories that this is a sound amplifying device that can be activated with spirit stones. Otherwise, I would have been toast. The demon king trembled with anger, his fists clenched and his eyes blazing red as he looked at Junlin, growling, this king has lived this long and has never met someone so arrogant. Below, Junlin continued to taunt, well, you've met one today. On the other side, Chu Union clutched his chest and staggered to his feet, looking towards Junlin in surprise. That's brother. The large-chested female disciple behind him also exclaimed in surprise, heavens, isn't that the legend of Piao Miao Pi? The young man in brown robes also stepped forward and said, he hasn't cared about worldly affairs for decades. Why would he suddenly appear here? Chu Union replied, I'm afraid he also wants to contribute. What a pity. He was ambushed back then and lost all his cultivation, becoming a cripple. Another person stepped up beside Chu Union and said in surprise, huh. So Junlin provoking the Azure Rock Demon King now isn't that just seeking death? In the sky, the Azure Rock Demon King, realizing who had just insulted him, burst out laughing. Haha, so it's that old cripple from decades ago, still kicking, I see. Junlin still held the megaphone and provoked, "Grandson, I don't even need to use cultivation to deal with you and turn you into roasted quail. If you have the guts, come over here and die." System reminder, host has 10 seconds before on-the-spot death. Junlin's eyes grew dim. He thought anxiously, this stupid bird, why is it hesitating? What's with all the talk? If you don't attack, I'm going to die. The system began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Junlin, his voice weak, managed to shout, "Help, hurry, hurry." From the sky, the azure rock opened its maw and fired another blast of power straight at the main character's head below, roaring, "If you're so eager to die, this king will turn you to dust." Suddenly, Junlin's eyes flew open. A multi-petaled lotus pattern appeared in his pupils. The system also displayed a notification, host detected being attacked by an early-stage nascent soul enemy. Activating the stronger against the strong ability. Host current cultivation is raised to mid-stage nascent soul. A circle of blazing fire erupted around the main character. His wrinkled, aged face was replaced by a youthful, smooth one. He looked quite handsome. His hands had also become firm and strong. The main character muttered in surprise, "I've reached the nascent soul realm." The system displayed a reply, "Of course, this system is a goddamn professional." And so, from the peak below, the main character unleashed a torrent of power, countering the Azure Rock Demon King's attack. The rock, sweating profusely, exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" The group with Shu Union hurriedly shielded their faces, exclaiming in astonishment, "Such terrifying aura, is it?" The red-robed lady with the ample bosom next to them also asked in surprise, "Is junior brother Ye still alive?" Junlin's appearance at this moment could only be described as incredibly cool. Flames blazed around him, a golden lotus floated above his head, and he had a cold, aloof expression. Any woman who saw him would be smitten. Looking at the fire lotus in his palm, Junlin wondered, so this is the power of the nascent soul realm. Truly worthy of being the pinnacle of combat strength in the mortal realm. How terrifying. In the air, the Azure Rock Demon King's face was filled with alarm. He stammered, You're also in the nascent soul realm. And your cultivation is even more profound than mine." As for Shu Union's group below, their mouths were agate, and their eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? Junior brother Ye is actually a nascent soul expert, so your years of letting yourself go were actually just to deceive the world. On the surface, you acted like an ordinary mortal, but in reality, you secretly broke through to the nascent soul realm long ago. Junior brother Ye, you are truly a master of hiding your strength. The beautiful souled maiden stared up in a daze and said, "Junior brother Ye is actually..." The young man in the gray robes replied, "That's the nascent soul realm. You can count the number of them in the entire desolate continent on one hand, and our Xuanxin sect has produced one." Seeing Junlin's overwhelming power, the Azure Rock's face went pale. He hurriedly clasped his hands and apologized, "Fellow Taoist, everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. This king has decided to resolve all previous animosities with your esteemed sect. When I have time later, I will personally visit your doors." On the peak, the main character, still exuding terrifying power, replied, "You destroyed the foundation of my Xuanxin sect, causing tragic deaths among my fellow disciples, and now you tell me it's just a misunderstanding." The system announced again, "Congratulations to the host for achieving a cultivation level for the first time. The system randomly rewards one divine ability, Great Desolate Imprisoning Celestial Finger." In his mind, Junlin thought with delight, "Oh, isn't this the move of little Lin Zai? As in, Lin Dong from a Wudong Kaiyan Kun." On the tips of the main character's two fingers, a ball of golden energy swirled, surrounded by tiny lightning sparks. The young man smiled faintly at the Azure Rock and continued, "I slaughter your entire clan, massacre your whole family, and then tell you it was all a misunderstanding, an accident. Would you believe me?" The Azure Rock's eyes widened. It panicked, sensing the danger in Junlin's words. Its voice trembled, "Your cultivation is deeper than mine, but the difference isn't that great. Must it be a life and death struggle?" Junlin pointed his two fingers forward, his brows furrowed. "If you do not offend me, I will not offend you. If you offend me, I will surely annihilate you. What's more, for a demon like you to ascend to the nascent soul realm, who knows how many people you have killed? Your death is not regrettable." The Azure Rock, driven mad by fear, tensed its body and roared, "Human, you forced me. Today, even if I have to burn my core, I will kill you." The main character raised his right hand above his head. In his palm, a spherical ball of power hovered in the air. Junlin sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A torrent of power like a waterfall descended from the sky. Junlin shouted, "Great Desolate Imprisoning Celestial Finger." The great rock's face was filled with horror as it looked up at the power descending from above. If it couldn't dodge this, it would truly become roasted quail. The Azure Rock's eyes went white with fear as it screamed, This is..." Wait, Junlin, I'll give you my wife. My entire clan, I don't want them anymore. I beg you on my hands and knees. I just entered the nascent soul realm. I don't want to die yet. The moment he finished speaking, the force of the attack engulfed the azure rock, smashing it into the ground. The earth below shattered, and a large crater appeared. Even so, the power unleashed by Junlin showed no sign of stopping. It continued to pour down relentlessly. Looking closely, there was no sign of the azure rock below. It was likely dead and gone. Seeing their leader in peril, the underlings turned and fled, screaming in terror, "The king is dead. Everyone, run!" The main character raised his right arm forward and shouted, trying to run. Instantly, a giant hand appeared from the sky and flew towards the azure rock's fleeing minions. Then, Junlin flew down to Shu Union and said, "These brainless birds won't dare to disturb the Xuantian sect anymore." Shu Union clasped his hands and replied, "This time, we were truly lucky to have you, junior brother Yai." Then, Shu Union gave an embarrassed laugh and continued, "I apologize. Before, I thought that because your cultivation was crippled, you couldn't recover and had lost all hope. Who would have thought you'd suddenly break through to nascent soul?" The maiden with the beautiful soul, seeing the handsome man, began to pose seductively. "What nonsense are you talking about? Look at junior brother Ye's demeanor. How could you say he couldn't recover?" This maiden was the peak lord of Tangxiang Peak of the Xuantian sect, Su Tangshu. The peak lord of the sword-hiding peak of the Xuantian sect, Zhao Dixu, also spoke up. "Exactly. Junior brother Yai is an introvert and humble, which is why he doesn't like to show off, silently protecting the sect." Hearing these compliments, the main character smiled wryly. In his heart, thinking, "Whoa, a bunch of self-deluded people. But this is good, saves me the trouble of explaining." As they were talking animatedly, a person suddenly ran up, supporting another injured person, and exclaimed in panic, reporting to the sect master, "Bad news, the Fendley sect has suddenly attacked and seized our sect's spirit ore and spirit veins. The disciples in charge of guarding them have been almost completely wiped out." Shu Union's face turned pale with anger. How can this be? Although we don't usually have close dealings with the Fendley sect, how dare they be so bold this time? Without spirit veins, our cultivation is cut off, pushing us to our deaths. Junior brother Ye, I am preparing to lead the disciples to reclaim our resources. What are your thoughts? The main character stood silently in thought. The Fendley sect is one of the 6 great sects in the desolate continent. We had some conflicts in the past, but they were always within a controllable range. To attack at this exact moment, they are clearly taking advantage of the demon clan's power to launch a surprise attack. Their intentions are truly despicable. As he was thinking, the system announced, "Ding. A new mission has been triggered. Check-in or roll call will do, though I don't know if they should translate it so modernly. Please complete the check-in at the Fendley sect. The host will receive a rare and unexpected reward." Junlin thought with excitement, "Oh, another mission. And since I get stronger against the strong, I'll take this opportunity to go to their home base and give those old geezers a piece of my mind." So the young man raised his hand, smiled, and replied to Shu Union, "Everyone, you do your thing. I'll go straight to the Fendley sect and help you pull out the weeds by the roots." Shu Union was thrilled to his core, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Awesome, junior brother Ya. Damn, you've got the spirit of a true leader." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, the main character shot up from the ground into the sky like a rocket, calling out as he left, "Everyone, hang in there, I'm going ahead." The young people on the ground looked up at the sky and boasted among themselves, "It's been so many years since the Xuantian sect has been this powerful. Sect master, when have we ever been this powerful? With Peak Lord Ya here, maybe we'll become the top sect among the 6 great sects of the desolate continent." The scene changed to the Fendley sect. Inside, the disciples were discussing amongst themselves. "I can't believe things went so smoothly. One moment, we lead that demon king to the Xuantian sect, the next, we seize all their spirit veins. At this rate, us becoming the #1 sect in the desolate continent is just a matter of time. But what if that demon king turns around and attacks us? What are you afraid of? Don't you know that today, the Fendley sect is hosting a great figure from the Yuhua sect? With him here, nothing is a problem." The sect master of Fendley sect, Chen Yunhai, turned to his right and smiled. "Elder Mu, I hear my son, Shen Xiao, is performing exceptionally well in the Yuhua sect and has been accepted as a direct disciple by a venerable. Is this true?" The old man in green robes next to him, his eyes slightly closed, replied softly, "I came to the King Province precisely for this matter. Sect Master Chen, your esteemed son has gained the favor of the giant Sun Venerable and is receiving supreme Taoist teachings. His future is surely limitless." Hearing this, Shen Yunhai's face lit up with joy. He and his subordinate laughed heartily. "Excellent, so my son truly has the makings of an immortal. This is cause for celebration. Sect Master, Elder Mu has brought a small black wooden box," his subordinate added. Elder Mu continued, "This is a top-grade soul formation pill that your esteemed son asked me to deliver to you, Sect Master Chen." Chen Yunhai was overjoyed and slowly approached, exclaiming with delight, "A soul formation pill? The people below also rejoiced. Congratulations, sect master. With the help of this pill, you will surely break through and become a nascent soul cultivator. Holding the box with the soul formation pill in his hand, Chen Yunhai laughed loudly. Haha, my son is truly filial. Today is truly a day of double happiness. Putting the wooden box away, Chen Yunhai turned and clasped his hands, asking, "Oh, right, Elder Mo, about that demon king." Elder Mu smiled dismissively. "I'll take care of it for you." Chen Yunhai replied joyfully, "That's wonderful, thank you for your trouble. If it weren't for your guidance on the demon king's realm, our Fendley sect might have missed this golden opportunity to seize the Xuantian sect's resources." He had just finished speaking when the doors of the great hall were suddenly blown open with a loud bang. Dust flew everywhere, as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky. The people of the Fendley sect exclaimed in alarm. "Someone has broken through our layers of formations and charged in." The dust settled, and Junlin appeared, floating in the air with his arms crossed in front of his chest, asking arrogantly, "Is this the Fendley sect?" Chen Yunhai, covered in dust, turned and roared, "Who is it? Are you tired of living? How dare you barge into the great hall of the Fendley sect?" The main character smiled faintly and replied, "I am Junlin, the one who barged into your Fendley sect." The elders of the Fendley sect were shocked when they saw the main character. This aura. It's the nascent soul realm. At this moment, as Junlin arrived, the system's notification rang out, "Successfully checked in at the Fendley sect. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Human King seal, and the Great Void Technique." Junlin thought with delight, "Whoa, another familiar skill. Excellent." Chen Yunhai stepped forward, looked at the main character for a moment, and thought, this person is actually a nascent soul cultivator. The Fendley sect has surely never offended such a person. But why does his name sound so familiar? He then spoke, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask what business brings you to our Fendley sect?" Junlin replied in a cold voice, still playing dumb. "Have you never heard of my title? Peak Lord of Piaomiao Peak, Xuantian sect, Junlin. You colluded with a demon king to invade my Xuantian sect's territory, so you must be severely punished. From this day forward, the Fendley sect will no longer exist in this world." Chen Yunhai's face was one of surprise. He pointed at the main character and shouted, "Junlin, so it's you. Weren't you beaten until your cultivation was completely lost? How did you become a nascent soul cultivator?" In his heart, Chen Yunhai thought, and his appearance here means the Azure Rock Demon King has been eliminated. That damned Xuantian sect, they really know how to hide their strength. Chen Yunhai turned to Elder Mu and said with a forced smile, "Elder Mo, you see the situation here." In his mind, he was smug. Relax, with Elder Mu here, even if he is in the nascent soul realm, he's just a grasshopper trying to stop a chariot. Elder Mo, sitting above, revealed a murderous intent and shouted, "You milk-smelling brat. Kneel and cripple your own arms, and I will spare your dog's life." Before this old man changes his mind, Junlin put a hand to his ear, feigning disinterest. "You foul-smelling old man, what are you posturing about? You want me to give you face?" Hearing the provocation, Elder Mu's eyes bulged. He jumped down, and a powerful blue kai erupted from his body. As the old man roared, the main character stood still, arms crossed, watching to see what the old man would do. The disciples of the Fendley sect exclaimed in shock, "Soul formation realm. What terrifying pressure. With a soul formation expert taking action, Junlin of the Xuantian sect is surely dead." Seeing this, Chen Yunhai laughed with glee. "Ha ha ha." He then pointed at the main character and jeered, "Junlin, oh Junlin, back then my scheme failed to take your life. Today, even if you grow wings, you won't escape. You're dead, and the Xuantian sect will have lost its support. Won't it be completely in my grasp? Hurry up and kneel, beg for mercy. Maybe Elder Mu will be merciful and leave you a complete corpse, ha ha ha." As for the main character, seeing that the old man before him was in the soul formation realm, his eyes lit up like he'd found prey. Soul formation, eh? Good good good. At the same time, at the spirit veins of the Xuantian sect, Xu Yunyan's group had arrived. Seeing the dead bodies everywhere and hearing the captured Fendley sect disciples' confession, Xu Yunyan exclaimed in horror, "What? An elder from the Yuvua sect is at the Fendley sect?" The disciple kneeling on the ground grinned. "Do you think we would have dared to collude with that beast to seize your Xuantian sect without the Yuvua sect's protection? This time, the elder came to our Fendley sect because many years ago, our young master joined the Yuvua sect in the King province. Thanks to his outstanding talent, he has been highly valued by the Yuvua sect. I don't know how you dealt with that beast, but I advise you to back off now and leave yourselves a way out, to serve the Fendley sect as horses and cattle." The moment he finished speaking, Xu Yunyan drew his sword and cut the disciple down. He then said, "There's no time. We must rush to the Fendley sect to save Peak Lord Ya." Su Tangshu quickly asked, "But what if Peak Lord Ya is strong enough to face the Yua sect?" Xiao Deishu, flying alongside Xu Yunyan, replied, "How could he be? An elder from the Yuvua sect is at least a soul formation cultivator. A nascent soul is like an egg hitting a rock in front of him. Flying through the air, Shu Yunian gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I have to trade my life for it, I must beg the Yuhua sect to release Peak Lord Yai. He is the hope of our Xuanqian sect. Junior brother, you absolutely must not do anything foolish." The scene changed back to the Great Hall of the Fendley sect. Chen Yunhei, seeing the main character laughing, pointed and said, "Death is at your doorstep and you're still laughing. This brat must have been scared stupid by Elder Mu's soul formation realm pressure. With his meager strength, he's not even worthy to carry Elder Mu's shoes." Elder Mo, standing above, spoke, "A low-level cultivator from the desolate continent like you dares to act so presumptuously before me. Your Xuanqian sect is nothing but an ant's nest. In the eyes of the Yuhua sect, it's no different from dust, to be swept away whenever we please. And you are like a piece of trash, not even worth mentioning. But you have angered me. Now, even if you kneel and beg to be a lowly dog, I will still slaughter your entire Xuanqian sect." Hearing the old man, Junlin pointed 2 fingers at him and provoked, come on. If you have the guts, hurry up and kill me. Stop spouting nonsense. Soul formation realm, eh? Soul formation what? If you have the balls, come fight me one-on-one. Whoever runs is the grandson." Hearing this, the old man, Elder Mo, flew into a rage and leaped forward. He swung his hand back, and a giant blue hand appeared behind him. He roared, seeking death. Old man Chen Yunhai raised his sleeve to cover his face, thinking smugly, Ye Junlin is dead. The Xuanqian sect will still be in the hands of our Fendley sect. As Elder Mu charged, Ye Junlin's system displayed another notification. Inspection detected that the host has been hit by an attack from an enemy at the late-stage soul formation realm. The passive effect Stronger Against the Strong has been activated. Obtained peak soul formation realm cultivation. As soon as the notification finished, a flash of lightning sparked in the main character's eyes. Then, the true energy around Ye Junlin exploded and surged. With a point of his finger, Ye Junlin's golden power pushed back Elder Mu's attack. The main character spoke, "Oh, the soul formation realm only has this much power." The old man, Elder Mo, was sweating profusely, exclaiming in horror, "What? You're also in the soul formation realm?" Standing behind, Chen Yunhai was shocked. How can this be? A weak Xuanqian sect actually has a great soul formation expert guarding it. That damned Xuanqian sect, they can really hide their trump cards so deep. The old man, Elder Mo, also panicked. How can a barren place like the desolate continent have someone who cultivated to the soul formation realm right here? And a peak soul formation at that? The elders of the Fendley sect, their eyes wide with fear, whispered amongst themselves, in the desolate continent, a nascent soul realm is already considered qualified to be a founding ancestor of a sect, able to keep a sect standing for 1,000 years without falling. But soul formation has never appeared before. And this young man has already reached such a realm at such a young age. How is this possible? The old man Chen Yunhai fearfully approached the old man Elder Mu and asked, "Elder Mo, what should we do now?" "You must save the Fendley sect." Elder Mu raised a hand to stop Chen Yunhai. "What are you panicking about? Don't forget, I come from the Yuhua sect of the King Province. The immortal techniques in my hands are beyond his imagination." On the other side, the main character gave a thumbs up and provoked, "Old geezer, you really think your techniques are better than mine?" Boom boom boom, the true energy flame from Elder Mu's body blazed. He raised 2 fingers before his eyes and roared, "Nonsense, the foundation of your tiny sect's techniques compared to our Yuhua sect is like heaven and earth. Let me open your eyes and see what a peak earth-grade divine ability is." The old man's hands curved, and instantly, countless large blue hands appeared in the air, grabbing towards the main character. Elder Mu roared, "Tei forming wood palm." The elders of the Fendley sect exclaimed in shock as expected of the Yuhua sect. As soon as he acts, it's an earth-grade technique. Mortal grade, spirit grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade. In the desolate continent, any spirit grade technique can become a sect's treasured heirloom. The difference is just too great. As for Elder Mo, he laughed smugly. "Brat, to die at my hands is an honor for a low-class cultivator from a sect like yours." Ye Junlin again raised 2 fingers. A small golden orb appeared on his fingertip. He looked at Elder Mu and smiled contemptuously. "Humph, you dare to show off such a petty trick in front of an expert." Then, Ye Junlin shouted, "Human King Seal." Instantly, a golden hand, twice the size of the hands the old man had summoned, appeared. Then, a projection of the upper half of the main character's body appeared behind him. As large as half a mountain. Chen Yunhai and his underlings' faces were filled with terror. What? What is this? What level of technique is this? Heaven grade? Saint grade? No, it's none of those. Next, the main character pointed his entire hand forward and smiled faintly. "Seal the heavens and the earth." Instantly, a golden hand appeared from the projection of Ye Junlin and slammed down on Elder Mu's head. This was the Human King's supreme technique. The face of Elder Mu was filled with horror, as he looked up at the hand descending from above. He frantically struck at the hand, roaring, "Damn it!" Seeing it had no effect, He panicked and begged, wait, stop, for the sake of the Yuhua sect. Senior, please spare my life. The main character replied with a cold face, Yuhua sect, my ass, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I must annihilate you. You dared to come, so I dare to destroy. The old man threatened, if I die here, a great disaster will befall your sect, and you, as the instigator, will have an even more tragic end. Ye Junlin's face contorted with anger as he struck down hard and roared, Humph, you're about to die and you still dare to threaten me. Turn to dust. And with that, the hand slammed down fiercely on Elder Mu. Chen Yunhai, witnessing the scene, turned pale. He then hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, begging, Ye Junlin, this is all a misunderstanding. Our Fendley sect is willing to submit and serve you as a follower. The people behind Chen Yunhai also knelt and kowtowed. Yes, that's right. We are all willing to follow Divine Lord Lin with one heart and serve you as horses and cattle. The main character sneered, ha, be my dogs. Do you think you're worthy? Chen Yunhai gritted his teeth in anger. Ye Junlin, my son, Chen Xiao, has the potential to become an immortal and has even been accepted as a direct disciple by a venerable in the Yuhua sect. Do you think you can afford to offend him? Don't make a fatal mistake. The main character turned, his face dark. Oh, the potential to become an immortal, you say? That suits me just fine. It's still the same thing I just said. If you offend me, I will have to kill you. This time, it was your Fendley sect that invaded the Zhuantian sect first. I've already said it, from today on, you will no longer exist. I do what I say. With that, the projection behind the main character once again slammed its hand down towards the people of the Fendley sect. Rumble, 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 the entire great hall of the Fendley sect exploded. Chen Yunhai's curse echoed, for today's bloodbath. My son swears he will repay it 100,000 times over. A wooden box containing Chen Yunhai's soul formation pill fell to the ground. Standing with his arms crossed, Ye Junlin sneered faintly and muttered, then I shall earnestly look forward to your son with immortal potential coming to give me experience points. Looking up at the distant sky, he saw several black dots speeding towards him. The main character muttered in surprise, Humph, is that Shu Union? Shu Union's group flew over and, upon seeing Ye Junlin, said joyfully, that's great, junior brother, yeah, you're still here. The main character seemed surprised and confused. Oh, if I'm not here, where else would I be? Didn't they say I was going to destroy the Fendley sect? Suddenly, Shu Union grabbed Ye Junlin's wrist tightly. Ye Junlin, startled, quickly replied, yes, you were lucky. I heard an elder from the Yuhua sect was here. Coincidentally, he wasn't here. You were lucky to escape this calamity. Let's go now while we still can. The main character pulled his hand back, waved it nonchalantly, and smiled. The elder you're talking about has already been killed by me. Shu Union's face was filled with astonishment. What? You killed an elder of the Yuhua sect? That was a soul formation realm cultivator. Su Tangshu smiled admiringly. See, I told you. Peak Lord Ye's power is extraordinary. He can handle it alone. Shu Union was still in shock, stammering but how is that possible? Junior brother Ye really defeated a soul formation expert. Ye Junlin patted Shu Union on the shoulder and smiled. Actually, I'm also in the soul formation realm. Enough talk. You should quickly plunder this Fendley sect and replenish our resources. Shu Union turned to look at Ye Junlin and thought to himself, junior brother Ye is actually in the soul formation realm. It's truly unbelievable. Zhao Diju picked up the box that Chen Yunhai had left behind. Sect Master, Peak Lord Ye, I found a nascent soul pill. It must be a medicinal pill from the Yuhua sect. The main character gestured towards Shu Union and said, give this nascent soul pill to the sect master so he can quickly break through to the nascent soul realm. The Zhuantian sect can also become a bit stronger. Shu Union smiled and replied, thank you for your generosity, junior brother Ye. At this moment, the system announced again, inspection has detected a person within a 100-mile radius who is very suitable to become a disciple. Suspected to be a true immortal level demonic sect master. Does the host wish to take this person as a disciple? If successful, you will receive rewards beyond imagination. Knowing this, Ye Junlin excitedly clenched his fist. Excellent, another mission, and it's to take on a disciple. The opponent is a true immortal level demonic sect master. If I keep ramming into people like this, relying on my golden finger, I'll probably become an immortal myself. At that time, in the desolate continent, or even the entire King province, who would be more invincible than me? Back at the Fendley sect, Shu Union stood behind Ye Junlin, lost in thought. Su Tangshu frowned slightly. Although we relied on Peak Lord Ye to level the Fendley sect, we have also offended the Yuhua sect. Is there still a place for our Zhuantian sect in this entire eastern domain? Union frowned in response. That's right. The Yuhua sect's power is immense and unparalleled. How can our Zhuantian sect possibly resist? Ye Junlin was standing when Shu Union called from behind, junior brother Ye, your talent is unparalleled. Your path to immortality absolutely cannot be buried here. Why don't you leave the Eastern Domain? When the Yuhua sect comes to hold us accountable later, at worst, we will die. But you must live. Only if you live can the Xuantian sect have a chance to continue to exist. Su Taingzhu and Zhao Deishu also smiled and said, the sect master is right. That's right, Peak Lord Ye is a heaven-defying genius. It would be a real pity if he fell here. The disciples also smiled encouragingly. That's right, Peak Lord Ye can definitely carry our hopes and carve out a new world for himself, making the name of the Xuantian sect resonate throughout the four directions once again. We will stay and protect this place. Even if it's until the very last moment, we will absolutely not retreat. Peak Lord Ye, please rest assured and go do great things. Seeing this, Ye Junlin was very surprised. The main character smiled faintly and thought, this sect has a really strong sense of unity. The main character stepped in front of Chu Union and said, thank you all for your consideration. But everyone, please rest assured. Since I dared to act, I have already arranged everything properly. Just leave it to me. I will handle it carefully. The matters here, I'll leave to you, sect master. Take your time plundering. I have some important business to attend to, so I must take my leave first. With that, Ye Junlin flew up into the sky again. Standing below, Xu Yunian thought with admiration, junior brother Ye, every time he finishes a slaughter, he just flicks his sleeves and flies away, not taking a single cloud with him. The scene changed to the purple bamboo forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a red figure flashed through the bamboo forest. Behind him was a perverted old man, his tongue lolling out, drool dripping from his mouth. The old man called out, beauty. A young lady was running in front, looking back with an annoyed expression. The old man behind her continued, Kikik, beauty, don't run. Let this old Taoist love you. The young lady turned back and shouted, get lost. I've told you many times, I'm a man. The old man behind her, still sticking his tongue out, chased after her. A woman as charming as the full moon, how can she be a man? Don't lie to this old man. While running, the red-robed maiden thought resentfully, a tiger in a flat land is bullied by dogs. To think that I, the majestic leader of a demonic sect, who once dominated the central region, founded the fire-worship demonic sect with my true immortal realm Cultivation, possessed immense power, ruled over thousands of nations, and had billions of followers, would end up in this situation. My sworn enemies united with many holy lands to completely wipe out my fire-worship demonic sect. I had to risk my life, exhaust all my cultivation to break through the encirclement, and escape to this remote and desolate continent. And now I've fallen into this humiliating situation. The old man behind threw a hidden weapon and continued, beauty, if you're going to run, run faster. This old Taoist is about to catch you. The maiden, no, the demonic sect master, turned around, swung his hand, and unleashed a palm strike behind him, shouting, crimson flame shield. His body was hit by the old man's hidden weapon and sent flying, breaking several bamboo stalks behind him. Bam, his body hit the ground hard, and dust flew everywhere. He then staggered to his feet, leaning on a nearby bamboo stalk, and coughed, cough, cough. The old man, seeing that the young man in red was unharmed, was surprised and thought, just a lowly foundation establishment cultivator can withstand my late-stage golden core 5 elements Neil. Could he be a prodigy from some major sect? Wandering outside, he continued his attack towards the red-robed youth, thinking, oh well, I'll have my fun first and figure it out later. Swish swish swish, the old man's hidden needles stuck into the ground, 5 of them forming a circle around the red-robed youth. The old man leaped forward, thinking with delight, beauty, oh beauty, this is the end. Just obediently surrender. With his chin grabbed by the old man, the red-robed youth cursed angrily, you damned scoundrel. The old man said with a lecherous tone, beauty, don't resist. This old Taoist's patience is limited. Be good, it'll be over in a moment. The red-robed youth resentfully tore open his chest robes to both sides and shouted, good, my ass, open your damn dog eyes and see. I am a man, a real, genuine man. The old man's eyes went wide with shock. What the hell? It's really a man. Then didn't I chase him for nothing? The red-robed youth slowly pulled his robes together and said angrily, see clearly now. I'm a man, just like you. Stop whining and chasing me relentlessly. The old man raised his hand and said, wait. He then slowly stepped forward and said with a smile, actually, being a man is not impossible. The red-robed youth was furious. He clasped his hands together and roared, get lost, you shameless, vulgar, despicable degenerate who won't even spare a man. Today, even if I have to burn all my inner core, I will not submit. Seeing this, the old man's face changed. He was startled and muttered, what level of technique is this? How can a foundation establishment cultivator unleash such a large formation? The red-robed youth continued to shout, you lecherous pervert, you have successfully provoked me. He then pushed his arms forward, unleashing a torrent of power towards the old man, and roared, day. The old man's face was filled with horror. He quickly exclaimed, wait, let's talk about this calmly. Boom. The old man's body was sent flying by the palm strike. He spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Ah!" The red-robed youth collapsed to the ground. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Humph, you brought this upon yourself. To fall into this situation, it's like a leaky roof in a storm. My inner core is about to shatter completely. I must quickly find a place to rest and recuperate, then figure things out later." Suddenly, a voice from behind made the red-robed youth jump and turn around. That lecherous ghost died a well-deserved death. You little brat, you really do have a great background." The red-robed youth turned around and pointed, shouting, "Who's there?" A foot slowly touched the ground. A bald old man, leaning on a staff with his right hand, smiled faintly. "Little friend, don't overthink it. This old man was just coincidentally passing by and is not an accomplice of that lecherous ghost. Moreover, this old man's sexual orientation is very normal. You can rest assured." The red-robed youth clasped his hands and said, "That's good then. If that's the case, fellow Taoist, we'll meet again if fate allows. I'll take my leave now." Suddenly, the bald old man teleported right in front of the red-robed youth, startling him. The bald old man smiled pervertedly. But compared to the previous one, this old man is even more interested in the secrets you carry. He then leaped up and reached out to grab the red-robed youth, smiling and saying, "Haha, let this old man see what's hidden in your head and why you possess such powerful divine abilities." Seeing this, the red-robed youth cursed inwardly, "Damn this bald monk, taking advantage of someone in a difficult situation. You won't die a good death. Is my path of cultivation going to end at this moment? I am not willing. Suddenly, the entire bamboo forest rustled as a figure exuding a powerful and oppressive aura appeared. The bald old man turned to look and was horrified. Soul formation thither. Some mistake. How can a tiny desolate continent produce a great soul formation expert? The person who had just appeared was none other than Junlin. The bald old man quickly said, "Greetings, senior. Please be lenient. He's yours, I'll leave right away." Junlin pointed 2 fingers and shot a palm strike forward, saying in a cold voice, "A petty person like you doesn't deserve to live." The palm strike pierced through the center of the bald old man's chest. The red-robed youth turned and thought in shock, a golden core just died, and now a soul formation has arrived. Is it my destiny to not escape this calamity today and die? Retracting his hand, Junlin muttered, calling the system, "Hey system, take a look. Is this the true immortal level demonic sect master you told me about? He looks no different from a Foundation establishment weakling. Are you deceiving me?" The system replied, "The system would never deceive you. This person was indeed a true immortal realm demonic sect master, but his cultivation has been destroyed, activating the all-seeing eye of myriad things for the host." Instantly, information about the red-robe youth appeared. Identity, Omchenia gender, male cultivation, early stage Foundation establishment talent, immortal grade fire element spiritual root damaged status, former leader of the fire worship sect, a true immortal who transcended the tribulation. Seeing this, Junlin thought to himself, "Oh damn, it's true, wait, so this guy really is a man." And so, the main character flew over and stood behind Omchenia, observing him for a moment, and thinking, "Look at that snow-white skin, delicate features, and long, flowing black hair. Any girl would feel insecure looking at him. No wonder everyone mistakes his gender." Omchenia was furious but didn't dare to show it, thinking, "This guy keeps looking at me with that kind of gaze. Could it be that he likes men too?" Looking at Omchenia, the main character continued to think, although he's only in the Foundation establishment realm now, with his talent and previous experience, helping him return to his former peak is just a small investment with a huge return. Taking him as a disciple is definitely not a loss. So, the main character extended his hand and smiled. "This venerable one sees that you have an extraordinary constitution, a rare cultivation genius. From now on, I have decided to accept you as my disciple. What do you say?" Omchenia was stunned and asked back, "What? You want to take me as your disciple?" In his mind, Omchenia was cautious. Could it be that he has seen the secrets I carry and wants to investigate further? Indeed, whether it's magic treasures or opportunities, they are not things that a mere soul formation cultivator from this barbaric and backward place can imagine. With your level of cultivation, you wouldn't even have been qualified to apply as an outer disciple of my fire worship sect. Before. A mere soul formation shrimp wants to be my master. Delusional. Seeing that Omchenia didn't say anything, the main character sneered. "What? You don't seem very willing to become my disciple." Omchenia thought anxiously, "It's true that he's not worthy to be my master now, but my current cultivation is not enough to resist. As long as the Green Mountains are there, I don't have to worry about running out of firewood. When I recover my cultivation, I can turn the tables." So, the young man knelt and clasped his hands. Disciple Omchenia pays respects to master. To be accepted as your disciple is the greatest honor of my life. In his mind, Omchenia thought, "Oh well, it's just an act for now. I'll play along. When the time comes, I will definitely repay this humiliation in full. The main character extended his hand and said, "Oh, my good disciple, stand up quickly. From now on, your master will call you Little Hom." In his mind, Hom Chenya was shocked. Little Hom. Having no other choice, the young man trembled with anger but still had to reply, "Yes, master." Looking at Hom Chenya, the main character smiled to himself, thinking, look at that kid's obvious pretense. But it's okay. After all, I get stronger against the strong. I'm not afraid of you betraying me. The system announced again, congratulations to the host for completing the mission of accepting a disciple, rewarding the automatic cultivation mode for techniques and divine abilities. Junlin thought in surprise, automatic cultivation. So it can get stronger just by lying down. The system continued to announce, congratulations to the host for receiving the Burying Heaven coffin. It contains 108 great restrictions that will automatically be unsealed one by one according to the realm the host surpasses. It is currently ranked as a 3rd grade spirit weapon. The main character thought, from what I remember, techniques and divine abilities have cultivation progress, divided into introductory, minor success, major success, perfection, and transformation. The power and effect of each stage can differ by tens or even hundreds of times. System footnote, Burying Heaven coffin, buries the heavens and the earth, enters all things. Can be used to refine any living being. At its ultimate, it can even become a coffin to bury all the heavens and myriad worlds. Dang, the disciple's aptitude has been scanned. The system provides a free disciple repair and upgrade service package. Dang, awarding the fire element technique 3000 flame scripture. Dang, also awarding a fire origin pill, which specializes in treating fire element spiritual roots and forging a supreme foundation. The mission rewards have been distributed. May I ask if the host is satisfied? Junlin rejoiced inwardly, thinking, this magic treasure the system has rewarded me with has the feel of burying the heavenly Tao itself with a single word. I'm starting to look forward to how powerful this Burying Heaven coffin will become as my realm increases. So the young man smiled and replied to the system, a reward like this is how a system should treat a noble transmigrator from Huaxia. Haha. Standing beside him, seeing Junlin laughing to himself, Hom Chenya thought resentfully, look at you, getting a disciple with such extraordinary talent as me has already made you so arrogant. Just you wait for my revenge. Suddenly the main character turned and asked, Little Hom, oh Little Hom, your thoughts are written all over your face. That's not good. Are you thinking that I'm not worthy to be your master, right? Hom Chenya panicked and quickly replied, you misunderstand, master. I would never dare. My face is just naturally like this. Although he replied that way, the young man was still resentful in his heart. The we his soul formation, and you still like to show off. Trying to teach me how to be a person. A fire element technique manual appeared in Junlin's hand. If I don't show you a trick or two, you won't respect this venerable one. Consider this technique manual a master-disciple ceremony gift. Study it diligently. Little Hom quickly clasped his hands and replied, thank you, master. In his heart, Little Hom was still contemptuous. Let me see what kind of garbage technique this is that a poor, tattered soul formation like you dares to take out to deceive me. 3000 flame scripture. What a pretentious name for a lousy technique. Suddenly, Hom Chenya's eyes widened in astonishment. The young man thought to himself, the rebellious wrath flame art that once helped me achieve the true immortal Tao was already the top-tier fire attribute technique in the central region. But compared to this 3000 flame scripture, to be blunt, it's like a toad. This 3000 flame scripture has completely overturned my understanding of fire element techniques. It must absolutely be in the legendary immortal grade or even saint grade. In the cultivation world, all techniques were divided into grades: mortal, spirit, profound, earth, heaven, saint, immortal, and divine. With this technique, my strength will soar to an unimaginable new height. Returning to the true immortal position can no longer satisfy me. Standing behind him, Junlin smiled at Hom Chenya and said, looking at you, you're not so happy that you're crying because of the technique this venerable one gave you, are you? Hom Chenya turned around and chuckled, thank you for the technique, master. Your disciple has benefited greatly. But in his heart, the young man was still cursing. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck this guy has to get such an opportunity in the desolate continent. Continuing, Junlin took out a red medicinal pill and said, since you've comprehended the technique, here's a supplementary pill for you. Seeing the pill, Hom Chenya exclaimed in shock, oh my god, is that a fire origin? Pill. Taking the pill, Hom Chenya asked in disbelief, you're giving this all to me? In his heart, Hom Chenya thought, for a cultivator who primarily cultivates fire attribute techniques, the fire origin pill is a heaven-sent immortal pill. It not only provides an outstanding increase in strength but is also so rare and precious that even immortals would fight over it. Where did a mere soul formation cultivator get two top-tier items like these? Even I, in my golden age, didn't have the ability to obtain these things myself. Ye Junlin, seeing little Hong's suspicious gaze, said, "Do you have any doubts about the gift your master is giving you?" Little Hong quickly clasped his hands and replied, "Absolutely not, master. To be accepted as your disciple is the happiness of 3 lifetimes for this disciple. Looking at this guy, I guess he doesn't know how precious this technique and pill are. He must have found them by chance in some ancient ruins. I must calm down." The main character sighed inwardly. I don't know what this demonic sect master is thinking again. His expression changes so quickly. It's really funny. After a moment, the main character said, then swallow the pill now. Your master will personally protect you." Little Hong clasped his hands and bowed. "Yes, thank you, master." Next, Little Hong put the pill in his mouth, bit down, and then sat down to circulate his energy and absorb the pill. Watching Little Hong cultivate, the main character muttered to himself, early stage foundation establishment, mid stage, late stage, peak, perfection. Golden core. Nascent soul. Early stage. This guy is really a true immortal we're cultivating. In just half an hour, he broke through from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Not bad, a good seedling. Suddenly, Little Hong's eyes flew open. In his mind, he thought, excellent, breaking through so quickly, when I return to the central region, I will definitely wash away my previous humiliation. Not long after, the dust from Little Hong's breakthrough settled. Little Hong lightly covered his mouth and said, "Cough, cough, your disciple was impolite just now," and startled master. Ye Junlin turned and walked away, raising his hand. "It's nothing. Follow your master back to the sect to meet your martial uncles and aunts." Little Hong flew up into the sky after the main character and replied, "Yes." The scene changed to the outside of the Great Hall of the Xuantian sect. The entire sect was now buzzing with talk about Ye Junlin. Peak Lord Ye is so strong, he killed a nascent soul with one finger and saved the Xuantian sect from the disaster of annihilation 3 times. Ah, what a pity. That year, I had eyes but couldn't see and missed the opportunity to join Piamiao Peak. Otherwise, I would be a disciple of Piamiao Peak now. With Peak Lord Ye's strength, the standards for accepting disciples must be very high. I wonder who will be lucky enough to catch his. Everyone, look, Peak Lord Ye has returned. Oh, who is that woman following behind him? She's so beautiful. Damn it, where did this woman come from? Why is she with Peak Lord Ye? Looking around the Xuantian sect, Little Hong lightly stroked his hair and thought, this place is a cultivation sect. It's so shabby and dilapidated. The cultivation levels are so low, they're not even worthy to carry the shoes for my demonic sect. The members are so weak, they wouldn't even be fit to be service disciples in my fire worship demonic sect. Zhu Union, along with Su Tangshu and Zhao Deshu, ran out from inside calling out, "Junior brother, yet you just left." The main character placed a hand on Little Hong's shoulder and then smiled, introducing him. "This is my disciple, I picked him up along the way." Little Hong, quickly pay your respects to the sect master. Zhu Union was startled and exclaimed, "A disciple." Su Tangshu's face also blushed as she exclaimed, "Peak Lord Ye, where did you accept such a beautiful young lady as your disciple?" Hong Chenya exuded an aura as he approached Su Tangshu. Su Tangshu was shocked and quickly retreated, muttering, Nascent soul." Suddenly the main character stepped forward and slapped Little Hong on the head, scolding him, "Little Hong, you stand there so rudely, this is my senior sister, apologize." Little Hong quickly clasped his hands and apologized to Su Tangshu. "I'm sorry, this disciple was rude." In his heart, the young man was still resentful. "Endure it a little longer. When I become a soul formation, that's when I'll repay all this humiliation." Ye Junlin smiled and said, a teachable child. Now that the introductions are done, I'll take Little Hong back to Piamiao Peak to get him settled. Zhu Union also smiled and replied, Junior brother, you two go ahead." Watching the backs of the main character and Little Hong, Zhu Union said, "I don't know where Peak Lord Ye picked up a nascent soul as a disciple. It's truly unbelievable." Su Tangshu, standing beside him, also sighed. "Hi, it's only been a short day, but Junior brother Ye has already led us through so many things we wouldn't dare to dream of." The scene changed to Piamiao Peak of the Xuantian sect. The main character pointed forward and then glanced at Little Hong. "You are the first great disciple under my wing. On this mountain, pick any spot you like. Don't be polite." Little Hong replied with a dull face, "Thank you, master." Looking at the dilapidated scene in front of him, Little Hong lamented to himself, "Damn it, what kind of god-forsaken place is this?" Even the place for miscellaneous disciples at the fire worship demonic sect was a billion times more luxurious than this. Am I supposed to stay in this place from now on? Stepping forward, the main character spoke nonchalantly, "Remember, only the weak complain about their circumstances. The strong must know how to adapt to them. For a cultivator, these things are just external possessions. It's a bit dirty, so you can clean it up yourself." With that, Ye Junlin flew away. Left behind, Hong Chenya clenched his fists in anger and thought to himself, "It's okay, I'll endure it." With my cultivation speed, turning the tables is just a matter of a day or two. You just wait, Junlin. The scene changed to the Yuhua sect in the King province. Elder Mu's life tablet had shattered. This was the Yuhua sect's direct disciple hall. The giant Sun Venerable was holding Elder Mu's shattered life tablet in his hand. The son of the old man Chen Yunhai from the Fendley sect was kneeling on the ground. Master, it's all my fault. I was the one who asked Elder Mu to deliver the pill to my father for me. The death of Elder Mu has made me feel like a fire is burning in my heart. I feel that my father's sect has been implicated, so I hope to personally go to the desolate continent to see. The giant Sun Venerable spoke. Shen Xiao, do you know why this venerable one accepted you as my disciple? The boy, Shen Xiao, replied, it's because your disciple has the Sun Saint body and has the potential to become an immortal. The giant Sun Venerable crushed the life tablet in his hand and said coldly, that's only the first reason. The second reason is that I saw the immense ambition in you. How can someone like you, who craves to become strong, be distracted by a little family affection? The competition between the direct disciples is coming up. You must prepare well. As long as you defeat the other direct disciples and win the top spot, the sect's resources will all be tilted towards you. That is the most practical benefit. The boy Chen Xiao replied, but. The giant Sun Venerable continued, no buts. It's just a mere Fendley sect. I will send someone to the desolate continent to investigate thoroughly. You just focus on winning the top spot for me. The boy, Chen Xiao, clasped his hands and replied, your disciple understands and will not disappoint master's expectations. The scene changed to the next day at Piaomiao Peak of the Xuantian sect. Lying on a swinging chair, the main character said, are you done yet, little Hong? Your master can't wait any longer. Little Hong brought out a few skewers of grilled meat, and replied, it's ready, master. Your disciple is bringing it to you now. As he brought it out, Little Hong cursed inwardly, all he knows is to eat, eat, eat. I can't for the life of me understand how a soul formation cultivator can be so gluttonous. Yesterday, he just gave a speech about not complaining about the circumstances, and today he's lying here sunbathing and enjoying himself. Holding two skewers in his hands, his mouth chewing voraciously, the main character exclaimed, whoa, this meat is so delicious. It's so good, I could swallow my tongue. The secret barbecue seasoning from Little System is truly the best. Little Hong, you have some too, don't be shy. Little Hong turned his face away and refused, master, your disciple has already achieved grain liberation and has no lingering attachments to worldly food. The main character continued, not giving your master face, are you? If you cultivate to this point, what's the fun in it, huh? Little Hong smiled and replied, I'm sorry, master. If master has said so, then your disciple will eat one skewer for show. As he brought the skewer to his mouth, Little Hong thought, this Junlin is truly a weirdo in the cultivation world. What's so good about these skewers? But as soon as he put it in his mouth, Little Hong was stunned. In his mind he exclaimed, this tastes. It's too delicious, this feeling of happiness. I haven't felt it since my childhood. Seeing Little Hong's reaction, the main character asked in surprise, it's not so good that you're crying, is it? Little Hong was still in a daze from the meat, thinking, when I was young, my stomach was always hungry. I only dreamed of eating a piece of meat. That first time I tasted meat, that kind of happiness was truly indescribable. But since I stepped on the path of cultivation, I've only been focused on fighting and killing, fighting for every step on the path to the peak of martial arts. In the end, I no longer had time to pay attention to this feeling of being alive. It's really like he said. If you cultivate to this point, where you have to give up even the simplest desire to eat and drink, then what's the fun in cultivating? Seeing the true energy being generated on Little Hong's body, the main character, sitting behind, was surprised and thought to himself, huh. Another breakthrough. Nascent soul. Barely middle late p. Perfection. One thought to become soul formation. Damn, this guy can even break through by eating dirty skewers. His talent is heaven defying. Little Hong looked down and saw that he had broken through. Junlin laughed heartily and said, congratulations on breaking through to soul formation. Little Hong, your master is really happy for you. If you keep cultivating like this, you'll soon catch up to your master. Hong Chenya narrowed his eyes, and thought, I can't believe I broke through to soul formation so quickly. If that's the case, then this ridiculous master-disciple relationship should also come to an end. Junlin lay back on the chair, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the moment. Little Hong, you've eaten the meat and your level has increased. Come over here and massage my shoulders. Standing behind, an idea flashed in Hong Chenya's mind. That guy surnamed Ye, I'm already a soul formation, and you still dare to order me around. You're just a small soul formation. Die for me. Little Hong was about to make his move when a disciple of the sect flew over and reported with clasped hands, reporting to Peak Lord Ye, the sect master has invited you to the council hall for a meeting. He says there is an important matter to discuss. The main character lifted his head and asked in surprise, I've only rested for one day, and I have to work again. Standing behind, little Hong clenched his fists in anger. Such a God-sent opportunity, and I have to let it go. But this Ye Junlin is always full of openings. There will be many opportunities in the future. And so, Ye Junlin flew away again. As he left, he didn't forget to remind little Hong, I'll go over and see. Your massage technique is quite comfortable. When I get back, you can massage my legs. Little Hong looked up at the sky, furious, and exclaimed, oh, I'm going to die of anger. You bastard, you really treat me like your servant. I should have just crushed that shameless scoundrel just now. The scene changed to the Xuanjian sect's council hall. Everyone was present, their faces filled with worry. What should we do about this? Perhaps the heavens want to destroy the Xuanjian sect. Seeing the main character fly in, Zhao Dehu said, Peak Lord Yai. Zhu Yunian also said, Junior brother Yai, you're here. The main character asked curiously, everyone, has the sect encountered another crisis? Why such a large formation? Zhu Yunian replied with a worried frown, it's like this. A few years ago, the Wei Kingdom, a nation under the protection of our Xuanjian sect, sent a letter of distress to the sect. The letter stated that strange things were happening frequently throughout the country. Many people have died successively in various places. The state of death is extremely bizarre. All the bodies seem to have been drained of their blood. And this situation in the Wei Kingdom is becoming more and more serious. There has even been a horrifying scene where a city with over 1 million people became a dead land overnight. I suspect that a demon is causing trouble, so I sent a group of disciples there to investigate the situation. But they have all gone missing without a trace. To this day, no one has returned. This morning, the Wei Kingdom sent another letter, saying the situation is critical and has spread to the neighboring countries. If we let this continue to spread, I'm afraid the desolate continent will be in chaos. In addition, the number of disciples joining the Xuanjian sect after this will drop precipitously. Ye Junlin asked in surprise, it's suddenly so serious. If it has spread so widely, why hasn't anyone figured out who the culprit is? Su Taingshu replied with a frown, it's more like those who have seen it are all dead. If this situation continues, the Xuanjian sect will inevitably fall into a state of lacking talent and gradually decline, unable to recover. The desolate continent is already a poor land. A nascent soul cultivator is already enough to run rampant. And the Wei Kingdom is located right on the border of the desolate continent. How can there be a problem that the Xuanjian sect can't solve? The main character turned and asked in surprise. Not even a single reply was received. Could it be that there is a major force intervening behind the scenes? At this point, the system displayed another notification. A new mission has been activated. Go to the Wei Kingdom and solve the problem at its root. After completing the mission, you will receive an unexpected reward. He thought for a moment and then said to Shu Yunian, Sect Master, I understand your concerns. According to what you've said, this phenomenon started in the Wei Kingdom a few years ago, and it is currently the most severe place. Then the root of the problem must be here. So, I will personally go there for a trip. Shu Yunian's face lit up with joy. That's great. It's still junior brother Yai who understands the greater good. If you take action, this matter will surely be resolved quickly. The main character flew up into the sky again and replied, then I'll see you later. Just wait for my good news. Shu Yunian called out loudly, I haven't finished speaking yet. Su Taingshu sighed with admiration. Peak Lord Yai is really quick to act. Zhao Dehu stroked his chin and wondered, can Peak Lord Yai solve this strange matter? Su Taingshu turned and scolded, you methed with a great for a brain. In this tiny desolate continent, what can possibly trouble a soul formation expert? Shu Yunian agreed, that's true. If even he can't do it, then this desolate continent is truly beyond saving. Alright, everyone, continue your cultivation. Don't think too much about other things, lest you disappoint junior brother Yai's expectations of us. Outside the Wei Kingdom in the eastern domain's desolate continent, following behind the main character, little Hong flew and thought, one foot just out of the council hall, the other foot is already rushing to this godforsaken Wei Kingdom. Good, on the way. I'll find a chance to beat you to a pulp. The scene changed to the inside of the Wei Kingdom, Peach Blossom Village. Looking down at the people below, Ye Junlin said, it seems like some bandits are robbing the village. Let's go down and see. Little Hong muttered. Even this tiny matter needs to be managed. Below, the head of Peach Blossom Village and the villagers were kneeling on the ground, speaking to a man in a cloak. Sirs, heroes, our village is known for being poor. All we have are a few chickens and goats that we raise. If you want them, please take them all. We only ask that you have mercy and don't harm the innocent people in the village. The man in the cloak grinned contemptuously. He then kicked the village head in the face and roared, who needs the skinny animals you raise? What I want is you. This was the leader of the Black Wind Fortress. The fortress leader's eyes were red. He grinned and said, lay down and die quietly. At least it won't be too painful. Ha ha. His underlings, seeing this, laughed with delight. Everyone, get out of the way. The fortress leader is about to use his divine technique. He was seen tilting his head back and immediately began to absorb the life force of the villagers below. The people screamed in terror, "Help! Please don't kill me. Mommy, I'm scared. It's a monster. It's a monster. Someone come and save us." Hong Chenia's face was one of surprise. This evil technique. In his mind, he thought, this technique is identical to the technique of an old acquaintance in the central region. But he died under the siege of the major holy lands in the central region. The main character turned to look at Little Hong and asked, "Do you know this technique?" Little Hong turned his face away and feigned ignorance. "I don't know. It just has the style of an evil sect." The main character replied, "You little brat, what's with that face?" In his heart, Hong Chenia thought, if it really is that enemy, I'm afraid this matter won't be so simple to resolve. Below, the people were still screaming, I don't want to die." The main character flew down and placed a hand on the shoulder of the Black Wind Fortress leader. "Your method of absorbing nutrients ends here. Stop. Now." The fortress leader turned and swung a fist at the main character, roaring, "Damn it. Which dog dares to interrupt my good business? Are you tired of living?" Junlin flicked his index finger, and instantly, the fortress leader's arm was severed. His pupils shrank, and blood splattered on his face. Junlin said, "Hey, don't be so agitated. Let's sit down and talk calmly. Isn't that better?" The underlings, seeing this, turned pale as a sheet. Fortress leader. The fortress leader's face was filled with horror. "How can there suddenly be a soul formation cultivator here? Please spare my life." Junlin said, "Then tell me, where did you come from?" The fortress leader, kneeling on the ground, stammered, I was originally a guard in the Wei Kingdom's imperial palace. Because I saw something I shouldn't have, the prince ordered my execution. I didn't want to die in vain, so I risked my life to escape the imperial palace." The main character asked with surprise, "What was it that you shouldn't have seen? And where did you learn this evil technique?" The fortress leader replied, "I only caught a glimpse of the prince frequently sneaking in and out of the back mountain, but I didn't dare to investigate further. As for the evil technique, I encountered a mysterious organization while on the run, and they taught it to me. However, I don't know their origins." Junling asked in surprise, "They taught you that evil technique for no reason at all?" The bandit leader glanced at the townspeople behind him and answered, "They only demanded that I continuously use this technique to absorb the blood essence of others to raise my cultivation level. Other than that, they wanted nothing more. They just passed it on to me. I only followed their orders to protect myself, and I've been doing so until now. I don't know anything else." The protagonist, Junling, muttered to himself, "It seems there's a mysterious organization behind this. Their actions might be related to the strange events happening here." Ong Tiny, standing to one side, thought, even the method of transmitting the technique is identical. Could it be that he is truly still alive? But why would he appear in the barren continent? Junling turned to her and asked, "Little Hom, what do you think?" Little Hom," she replied, feigning innocence, "I don't know." However, her mind was racing. If this disaster is truly his doing, then it's not something a spirit transformation realm cultivator like Junling can handle. This Great Wei Kingdom will be Junling's burial ground. Junling placed a hand on the bandit leader's forehead and smiled coldly. "Let me see what you're hiding in your mind." Blood vessels appeared in the bandit leader's eyes. In his memories, only the silhouettes of several mysterious figures appeared, their faces completely obscured. He then rolled his eyes back and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Junling said, "This man wasn't lying. However, thanks to him, I've gained some valuable information. I must get to the imperial palace of Great Wei quickly." Little Hong raised her left hand and snapped her fingers. Instantly, the surrounding forest erupted in flames. The remaining bandits were incinerated, screaming in agony. Seeing this, Junling and the townspeople were stunned. Little Hong turned around coldly and asked, "Did your disciple do something wrong, master? Did these bandits not deserve to die?" The young woman thought to herself, "I've been holding back for so long. I finally got a chance to kill and vent my anger." Junling gave her a thumbs up. Not at all. Very clean and efficient work." The people behind them cheered. "The celestial fairy punishes the wicked for the people, carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. Our Peach Blossom village will remember, and thank you two immortals for generations to come." Scene change, Eastern Region, Barren Continent, Great Wei Imperial Palace. Sitting on the throne, the Emperor of Great Wei sighed, "Allahs, in just a few years, the population of Great Wei has dropped by more than 30%. If this continues, my beautiful country will be destroyed by this calamity. I wonder if the immortal masters from the Mystic Heaven sect can help Great Wei overcome this trial." Suddenly, a little girl's voice was heard running in. Father, I saw two immortals flying down from the sky outside." The Emperor of Great Wei stood up, his face filled with joy. "What? It must be the immortal masters from the Mystic Heaven sect. Ministers, follow me quickly to welcome them." In the sky, Junling and Hong Tiny appeared, looking incredibly cool. The protagonist said, Little Hong, what do you think of this entrance? Pretty awesome, right? Little Hong smiled faintly. Master is wise. Your disciple finds it very awesome too. Outwardly she agreed, but inwardly she was annoyed. This man needs to know his place. Seeing this disaster, I know what his final outcome will be. When the time comes, don't you dare beg me to save you. Below, the Emperor of Great Wei and his officials clasped their hands and shouted, "We welcome the immortal master's arrival." Ye Junlin raised his hand. I am Ye Junlin, the peak lord of the mystic heaven sect's ethereal peak. Today, I have come to help you resolve this crisis. You need not worry any longer. The Emperor of Great Wei was overjoyed. On behalf of all the citizens of the Wei nation, I kowtow and thanks to the High Immortal. Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Ye Junling and Little Hong flew down. Then please arrange a place for my disciple and me to rest. The Emperor stepped aside and gestured. No problem at all. This way, please. I will personally lead you. The master and disciple, with their cold demeanor, walked slowly to their resting place. A mysterious figure watched from a distance, thinking, humph, just a lowly peak lord from the mystic heaven sect, and he dares to act so mighty. I was just worrying about not having a good offering for master to break through to the peak of the spirit transformation realm. You've arrived at the perfect time. Situation summary. The Mystic Heaven sect had previously sent multiple teams to investigate the source of the calamity, but each time, the dispatched cultivators vanished without a trace. With the Wei nation on the brink of annihilation, the situation grew increasingly urgent. Ye Junling was entrusted with this difficult and dangerous mission. Back in their room, seeing Ye Junling sprawled on a chair, Little Hong thought with annoyance, he was putting on such a show earlier, and now he's just lying there like a corpse. How did this guy ever cultivate to the second level of the spirit transformation realm? This is good too. At this rate, my cultivation will soon surpass his. When that time comes, my strike will be even more certain. Lying on the chair, the protagonist thought, oh, Little Hong. Keep making your little calculations. Soon, you'll be shooting yourself in the foot. Your biggest mistake is making me your target. The young man lifted his smelly foot and said with a grin, Hey, Little Hong, are you wondering how I cultivate? Go fetch some water for your master to wash his feet. Once I'm comfortable, I'll teach you how to cultivate. Little Hong's face darkened with anger. What did you say? You're just a ragged spirit transformation cultivator, and you dare to lecture me on cultivation. In my past life, countless immortals bowed to me as their master, receiving my teachings. I'm more than qualified to be your ancestor, Ye Junling urged her. What are you spacing out for? Don't you want to improve? You're still young, don't rely on those crude techniques. As Little Hong walked away, she fumed, I, the dignified matriarch of the fire-worshipping demonic sect, have to fetch water to wash your feet. I might as well just turn on you now. Suddenly a voice came from outside. Your Excellencies, I have an important matter concerning the calamity in the Wei nation to report. Ye Junling sat up and frowned. Who goes there? The person outside replied, I am Zhao Heng, the eldest prince of the Wei nation. This matter concerns the survival of Great Wei. I implore the two high immortals to grant me an audience. Ye Junling waved his hand. Come in. What is so urgent? As the prince entered, Ye Junling thought in surprise, oh, this is the prince who wanted to execute those bandits. He doesn't look like what he described. But is that really the case? Zhao Heng knelt. High immortal, to be honest, I dare not even speak of this secret to my father. I suspect the calamity in Great Wei may originate from the mountain behind the imperial palace. A few nights ago, I saw several demonic bats sneak into a cave in the mountain. Recently, palace maids and eunuchs have been disappearing frequently. I believe these disappearances are closely related to them. I have long heard of the High Immortal's great reputation, knowing you possess heaven-defying abilities. Only you can save the people of the Wei nation. I beseech the High Immortal to eliminate the demonic bats in the back mountain. Ye Junling thought silently, I've already scanned the back mountain with my divine sense and found nothing unusual. Why would this person lie so blatantly? Either he's a fool, or someone powerful enough to counter my methods is backing him. Ye Junling said aloud, very well. Lead me to this cave so I may see for myself. In his mind, he thought, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Zhao Heng stood up, gestured towards the door with a smile, and said, thank you, High Immortal. Please follow me. With your help, the evil in Great Wei will surely be eradicated. As Little Hong followed Ye Junling, she thought, I'll let you off for now. Next time, I'll settle the score. Scene change. Zhao Heng leads the master and disciple through a courtyard. The princess of Wei saw them, and was surprised. That's my elder brother. He's always been wicked and malicious. Father has warned him many times, but he never changes. And now he dares to secretly meet with the two immortals from the Mystic Heaven sect. I must inform father immediately. Scene change, behind the mountain. Ye Junling spoke, eldest prince, this place doesn't look like a den for demonic bats. Zhao Heng said softly, we're here. Ye Junling continued, finally here, are we? Then show me what treacherous scheme you're hiding. Yao Heng turned around, frowning. I never thought I could deceive you from the start. But to think you'd follow me like an obedient dog. You must be very confident in your own strength. Why don't you understand the principle that there's always someone better, and a higher mountain above every mountain? Then, Zhao Heng crushed a jade slip in his hand and said with a sinister laugh, you think you can stop us? Don't think you're a real immortal just because you're a peak lord of the mystic heaven sect. Junlin, today this place will be your grave. Elders, it's your turn. Instantly, several dark figures appeared in the sky. The old men in the air spread their palms, and a stream of purple power descended towards Junlin. The one-eyed elder of the Blood Nether sect, at the late-stage nascent soul realm, spoke. Junlin, peak lord of the mystic heaven sect, your reputation has been resounding lately. To think a mere peak lord could defeat a nascent soul level demon king. Haha, a pity for you. Even if you were at the spirit transformation realm, I fear you wouldn't escape this 5-layer god-binding array alive. Prince Zhao Heng stood to the side, arms crossed. Everyone, make it quick. Remember not to be too heavy-handed. We need to keep him alive as an offering for master. As for the woman in red, please cripple her cultivation for me. This prince must make full use of her. Hearing this, little Hong's eyes turned crimson. She roared, what did you say? She charged forward, shouting, I didn't want to get involved in this. You can only blame yourself for not choosing your words carefully and provoking me. Boom. The array cast by the men was shattered by little Hong's attack. The men from the demonic sect were horrified. This woman. With a single palm, she shattered the entire array. How could this be? The god-binding array was broken so easily. Your Highness, we did not expect this peak lord of the mystic heaven sect to bring a spirit transformation realm disciple with him. Moreover, this woman's techniques are likely even superior to the immortal grade. Otherwise, she couldn't have broken our god-binding array. Zhao Heng glared at them angrily. Useless old fools, I had high hopes you could achieve great things for master. He then smiled at little Hong and said, Fairy, let's talk this over. With your cultivation, if you follow my master, your future will be unimaginable. Little Hong shouted angrily, still trying to patronize me. I'll make you wish you were dead. She then struck with a palm of fire towards Zhao Heng. The flames engulfed him, and he screamed in pain. Junlin thought to himself, ouch, how tragic. He really poked the hornet's nest. He then said, that's enough. Don't play him to death. I have questions for him. At his word, little Hong's hand retracted the flames that were burning Zhao Heng. Junlin asked Zhao Heng, who is your master, that he can make even a spirit transformation realm cultivator submit to him? Zhao Heng replied, my master was once a high immortal in the central continent, not someone a mere spirit transformation cultivator can compare to. You might as well take this chance to submit to him. Otherwise, when my master appears, you won't even be able to die if you want to. Junlin smiled. Appear. Then I'll have to see how long your master intends to hide. Right now, I will kill you all, one by one. He pointed a finger, and one of the men's heads exploded. The one-eyed old man exclaimed in terror, how? He's also at the spirit transformation realm. How can a sect in this barren continent have 2 spirit transformation realm cultivators? Junlin pointed in another direction, firing a palm strike. 2. Next are 3, 4. He then looked at Zhao Heng and said, now, you're the only one left. Zhao Heng stammered in fear, You wait. Suddenly the moon in the sky turned blood red. A pillar of light shot down, shattering an entire mountain. The princess, and the emperor of Wei, who were riding towards the scene, were horrified. The princess pointed and cried, Father, what is that? That bloody light is terrifying. The emperor replied, quick, let's go see. I hope nothing has happened to the high immortal. Feeling the aura from the pillar of light, little Hong thought, this familiar aura. It really is him. Even if he can deal with Junlin, facing this man again. Even I find it difficult. Seeing this, Zhao Heng laughed maniacally. Haha, master has finally arrived, your end is here. A shadowy figure materialized within the pillar of light. The newcomer exhaled a hot breath. He was Shi Tanju, the sect master of the Blood Nether sect from the central continent. Junlin spoke, so you're the mastermind behind this calamity. Was beginning to think you were a turtle, too afraid to stick your head out. Shi Tanju smiled faintly. A cultivator from the barren continent, I admit you have some skills, but you're not yet qualified to fight me. On the other hand, my friend over there has piqued my interest. Little Hong frowned. I didn't expect you to still be alive, blood demon. Junlin was surprised. What's the connection between little Hong and this man? Shi Tanju flew before little Hong. Blood demon. It's been over 200 years since I was last called that, back when the great sacred lands besieged and exterminated me. I haven't heard anyone call me that since. Was surprised you still remember me. Little Hong frowned. Who among those who survived that battle could possibly forget? In her mind, she recalled, This man strengthens himself by absorbing the flesh and blood of the living. He even spread his evil techniques to countless followers, having them do the same, wreaking havoc upon the world. His final step was to absorb his followers, turning their power into his own. Through these despicable methods, his cultivation rose at an astonishing rate, leading the heads of the major powers to join forces to destroy him. Even I, a member of the demonic path, was forced to participate in that war. I never thought the infamous blood demon was not truly dead and would reappear in the remote barren continent of the eastern region. If this news were to reach the central continent, it would surely cause a massive uproar. Gao Heng, kneeling nearby, reached out to Shi Tanju. Master, you've finally come. These damn dogs wanted to kill your disciple. You must avenge me. Shi Tanju's eyes glowed red, and he shot a beam of blood-red light at Zhao Heng's head, sending him to meet his ancestors. Seeing this, Little Hom remarked, truly worthy of the name Blood Demon. So vicious as to kill his own disciple. Shi Tanju said coldly, just a disciple. I can take on a new one whenever I wish. But if you wanted him dead, I would not have let him live. Why do you still not understand my intentions? Standing to the side, Ye Junlin thought, oh, what a scope. A brotherhood built on shaky ground. Ong Tiny frowned. I personally witnessed your immortal body being shattered by the combined force of 4 great divine artifacts. Even your blood was completely vaporized. How did you escape? Shi Tanju laughed. Haha, they were just a bunch of self-righteous fools. I had long taken precautions, separating a drop of my lifeblood and hiding it with a spell. When I fell, that drop of lifeblood revived me. But ironically, it seems you have fallen to a similar fate. I am now in urgent need of restoring my cultivation. It just so happens that you've entered the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Why not surrender obediently? Let your blood merge with my body. That way, we can be together forever, inseparable. Little Hom shouted angrily, you crazy bastard. I rejected you countless times back in the central continent. Now that you're revived, you still haven't learned your lesson. Do you think your peak spirit transformation realm cultivation is enough to capture me? Shi Tanju grinned. Good, the more you struggle, the more excited I get. Others might have a chance in a cross-level challenge, but against me, it's a dream. Little Hom charged, her hand unleashing a palm strike. We won't know until we fight. 5 absolutes divine flame. Shi Tanju was surprised. This it? He then unleashed a red palm strike towards Little Hom, shouting, blood fin palm. The 2 palms clashed, exploding violently in the air. Shi Tanju frowned. How can this be? This flame is more domineering than I thought. At only the early spirit transformation realm, she can break my blood fin palm. Where did she learn this technique? Little Hom charged again, the flames turning azure blue. That was just the beginning. Frost flame. She struck again. The blood kai in Shi Tanju's hand transformed into a large spear. He shouted, just a defeated subordinate. Soul-devouring blood spear. Boom. The spear and flames clashed again. Suddenly, the blood demon's right arm was frozen solid. He asked in shock, what kind of fire technique are you practicing? Why is it so demonic? He then flexed, and the ice on his arm shattered. Break for me. Shi Tanju laughed with delight. Worthy of the one I was so interested in. You truly delight me. Could it be that during your time away from the central continent, you had some fortuitous encounter or were lucky enough to be taken as a disciple by some powerful expert? Little Hom laughed coldly. What's it to you? With this technique, I am confident on my path to once again dominate the central continent. In her mind, she thought, I never expected that with the help of the 3000 flame scripture, even the once mighty blood demon of the central continent is no longer my match. But I absolutely cannot let him know that this technique was taught to me by a spirit transformation cultivator from this barren continent. The blood demon's eyes flashed with blood-red light. If I let you continue to grow, I am sure it will be difficult to subdue you later. What a pity, it has to end here. Now, I will let you witness the power of the immortal blood body. Simultaneously, in the cities of the Wei nation, the citizens' blood essence was being drained. They screamed in fear, help, someone save us, I don't want to die. The cloak on Shi Tanju tore apart as he laughed maniacally. Haha, this feeling is too wonderful, these people have long become my sustenance. With a single thought, they are all refined to enhance my cultivation. Ye Junlin reminded Little Hom. Little Hom, stop being lazy. Finish him off quickly. Little Hom replied, don't just stand there ordering me around. She gritted her teeth, looking at the blood demon. Damn it, how did it come to this? I was originally planning to let Ye Junlin face the blood demon, get beaten, and then have to beg me for help. Then I would mercifully save him. But now, I'm afraid even I won't escape easily. This aura. Has he broken through to the integration realm? The sky turned blood-red over Great Way. Strands of blood-red light shot up from the ground into the sky. Shi Tanju declared, back then, thanks to a treasure, the great war between the righteous and demonic paths ended in a stalemate. Even a few old monsters from the sacred lands, using their immortal artifacts together, couldn't completely destroy my immortal body. Now, my immortal body has recovered 70% of its power. Once I devour all the living beings of this barren continent, I am confident I can fully recover. By then, not even the central continent will have anyone worthy of being my opponent. On Tiny, I gave you a chance. That it has come to this is your own doing. Die, a massive hand from Shai Tanju's phantom projection reached for Hong Tiny. She cursed inwardly, this bastard actually reached the integration realm. It's over. She quickly clasped her hands, and purple flames swirled around her body. Violet flame burns the heavens, she shouted, creating a shield of fire. She sent the shield flying towards the giant hand. Suddenly, Lil Hong coughed up a mouthful of blood. She looked at Shi Tanju in pain and thought, fighting the blood demon at a higher realm is no different from suicide. I have no choice but to burn my dantian and risk it all. She thrust her hands forward, and a fire dragon took shape, roaring as it flew toward Shi Tanju. Golden flame shatters the sky, dragon's furious blaze, she screamed. The blood demon's phantom projection grabbed the fire dragon's head with one hand. Shi Tanju laughed. It's useless, stop your futile resistance. Your attacks are nothing more than an itch to my immortal blood body. The phantom projection pulled back its right hand, preparing to punch down. It's over, he roared. Little Hong brought her hands to her chest, her eyes glaring at Shi Tanju. I've used my strongest move, and it still couldn't even scratch him. What do I do now? She thought. Golden flame sacred shield, she yelled. The phantom's fist smashed down on her shield. Break for me, Shi Tanju roared. Ong Tiny's body was sent flying as the shield shattered, and she fell freely to the ground. The Emperor of Great Wei and his daughter, having just arrived on horseback, cried out in alarm, High Immortal. The princess exclaimed in shock. Father, what is that monster? It looks terrifying. So that's the source of the calamity in Great Wei. Even the High Immortal is no match for it. Is our Great Wei doomed to perish here? From the dust cloud below, Little Hong coughed. She sat up, wiping her mouth with her left hand. Is my second path to immortality going to end here again? I suffered so much to obtain this technique. I can't accept this. Do I have to turn and beg that bastard Ye Junlin for help? That's no different from admitting I'm inferior to him. What a humiliation. Besides, he's only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Against an integration realm expert, it's like an egg hitting a rock. Will begging him for help even work? On the other side, Shi Tanju clenched his right fist, and laughed triumphantly. We cultivators seek immortality. Since you are unwilling to be with me, then after you die, I will let you merge into my body. Let me carry your will with me on the long road ahead. With that, Shi Tanju's giant hand struck down towards Little Hom again. Tiny looked up at the descending palm, her mind screaming, oh, it's over. Her mind went blank. Perhaps out of a survival instinct, or perhaps to grasp at the last straw, Hong Tiny screamed, Master, save me. Shi Tanju's expression changed. Master. So you've actually taken a master. A cold voice rang out as Ye Junlin stepped forward. My good disciple. You finally remembered your master. Ye Junlin's figure appeared gracefully, standing in front of Hong Tiny. He crossed his arms, looked at Shi Tanju, and said with a smirk, her master is me. Shi Tanju's phantom projection burst into laughter, pointing down. Hong Tiny, I never thought you would stoop so low as to take a worthless spirit transformation realm cultivator from the barren continent as your master. What a disgrace to the demonic path. Behind Ye Junlin, Little Hong bit her lip and thought, although this damnable Ye Junlin always bosses me around, he did save my life. Today, he stands against Shi Tanju, and I fear he will meet with disaster. Ye Junlin smiled. I can tell with one glance that you're looking down on me, aren't you? Shi Tanju sneered. How can a tiny ant understand the vastness of the heavens? If this were my peak, I could kill you with a single spit. Hong Tiny crawled behind Ye Junlin. Sorry. I knew you were no match for the blood demon, yet I still begged you. If you still have any strength left, just run. Ye Junlin smiled. Running doesn't exist in my dictionary. Just watch carefully how I kill him for you. Shi Tanju laughed maniacally, pointing at Ye Junlin. Haha, kill me. I don't think you can even withstand one of my attacks. What makes you think you can kill me? His hand swooped down again. Such arrogance and stupidity, Hong Tiny shouted in panic, don't worry about me, just run. It's over, she thought in despair. Suddenly power erupted from around Ye Junlin. He remained standing with his arms crossed, smiling. System notification, detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy at the early stage of the integration realm. Activating passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I am. Gaining cultivation at the mid-stage of the integration realm. Ye Junlin smiled faintly. The power around him shone brightly, then shot straight up, into the sky, shattering the blood demon's descending hand. The hand vanished, and the blood demon exclaimed in shock, what happened? How could this be? A spirit transformation. Wait, you're not spirit transformation. You're also at the integration realm. Ong Tiny was aghast. What? She thought. He hit it so well, he pretended to be a spirit transformation cultivator, but he's actually an integration realm mighty figure. No wonder he kept provoking me before. It turns out he had the backing of an integration realm cultivation. I was so close. Thankfully, I didn't turn against him then. Elsewhere, the Emperor of Great Way and his daughter were both shocked and overjoyed. Whoa, the High Immortal is so powerful, father, I want to be like him. The old Emperor sighed, but the High Immortal's opponent is a colossal evil creature, with an immortal body. I fear this will be difficult. Junlin flew into the air, thinking with excitement, so this is the feeling of breaking through to the integration realm. It's as if I can destroy heavens and earth with a single move. The phantom projection of Shi Tanju reform. Even if we are at the same integration realm, the techniques of a backward cultivator like you are a world apart from mine. Let me, a barbarian like you, see what true power is. With that, Shi Tanju threw a powerful punch towards Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin remained calm and smiled. You're the one who knows nothing about true power. Suddenly, a projection appeared behind Ye Junlin, 10 times larger than the blood demons. It pointed 2 fingers towards the blood demon. Human King's seal, Ye Junlin shouted. The 2 fingers shot forward, causing the air around them to seemingly explode. The blood demon counterattacked with countless fists, but a golden sphere of power still flew towards him, causing him to cry out in alarm. Ye Junlin smiled coldly. Is this the gap in techniques you were talking about? In his mind, he thought, the Human King's seal, after being automatically cultivated by the system, has reached the great accomplishment level. It's much stronger than the first time I used it. The blood demon suddenly lunged. So what? You still can't kill me. The longer we fight, the less you'll be able to defeat me. Ye Junlin stood with his arms crossed, thinking, this immortal blood body is interesting. It's a good time to test out my new move. He extended his palm forward. What about this move? He pointed 2 fingers, and a golden circle of light surrounded his fingertips. The proficiency of this divine ability has reached the perfected level, he thought. Great desolate heaven imprisoning finger, he shouted. A golden vortex appeared in the sky, with lightning crackling. First finger, imprison heaven and earth. Second finger, shatter mountains and rivers. Third finger, extinguish all life. Fourth finger, break the firmament. Seeing the fingers descending from the sky, the blood demons, face filled with horror. Terrifying. What is this monstrous thing? I take back what is said. You are qualified to fight me. Let's stop holding back. One move to decide life and death. He raised his hands to the sky. Blood surges to the yellow springs. However, the fingers summoned by Ye Junlin pierced through the blood demon's river of blood and continued downward, piercing the limbs of the phantom projection. The energy surrounding Shi Tanju vanished. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Ye Junlin. Who are you? Why did I encounter a monster like you in this tiny barren continent? Is it because I haven't been out in so long that I don't know how formidable the geniuses outside have become? Below, Little Hom's face also changed. So powerful, before that technique, the 3000 flame scripture is truly inferior. No wonder he was so arrogant before. It turns out he never even considered me a threat. Ye Junlin bowed his head slightly. I am Ye Junlin, the peak lord of ethereal peak of the mystic heaven sect. Shi Tanju gritted his teeth. How could this be? When I snuck into the barren continent, I investigated the mystic heaven sect. Even their sect master hadn't reached the spirit transformation realm. He then spoke, Ye Junlin. I'll remember you. He struck his own abdomen and shouted, blood evasion grand art. Little Hom cried out in alarm. Damn it, he's trying to escape. If he gets away, the consequences will be unimaginable. As his body began to dissolve, he laughed maniacally. Ye Junlin, next time, I won't be so careless. His body turned into a red mist and flew away, his laughter echoing. Standing below, Ye Junlin watched the direction the blood demon fled. Next time. He then reached out with his right hand. Instantly, he had grasped the blood demon's head in his palm. The blood demon screamed in terror. You. No, I don't want it to end here. Ye Junlin's eyes were sharp as blades. For devouring the flesh and blood of others, neither gods nor Buddhas will forgive you. Disappear from this world for meh. With that, he squeezed his hand, and the blood mist in the air exploded, leaving nothing but smoke. Standing behind him, Little Hom was horrified. The blood demon, who was once famous throughout the central continent, was so easily eliminated by his hand. High above, the Emperor of Great Way and his daughter cheered. Great Way is finally saved. It's all thanks to the High Immortal. That demon has been killed by the High Immortal. Ye Junling's body, and the golden energy descended. He asked the system, where's my reward? Be proactive, system. Don't make me remind you. System notification, ding. Here it is, distributing the reward to the most handsome and dashing host. Ding, congratulations, host. for receiving the supreme bony mysterious bone carved with supreme runes that can grant its owner a transcendent physique and supreme talent. Possessing. It means you are destined to become a peerless supreme being. Do you wish to bind it now? Junlin was thrilled. Whoa, a peerless supreme being. That's awesome. Hurry, I can't wait. Instantly, a vortex appeared in his chest. System notification, beginning bone installation. After the supreme bone is correctly installed, the host's combat power will soar. Bone installation complete. Congratulations, host. Beside him, Hong Tiny was shocked. What is he doing now? The energy waves emanating from him are making my heart pound. I wonder what kind of massive opportunity he's hiding. Otherwise, how could a peerless genius like him emerge from this desolate barren continent? Damn it, I have to reevaluate his true strength. I must cultivate diligently, and quickly break through to the integration realm. Only then will I have a sure chance to teach him a lesson. Junlin flew before the Emperor of Great Wei, and his daughter, who knelt in gratitude. I thank the High Immortal for saving the people of Great Wei. My nation will surely record this in our history books for future generations to remember your grace. Junlin smiled. There's no need for thanks. You are already a very good emperor. Caring for your people is what's most precious. The little princess also clasped her hands. I will remember the High Immortal's teachings. May I ask, High Immortal, can I join the Mystic Heaven sect? I also want to slay demons and monsters like you. Junlin's eyes scanned the princess. Name, Zhaolinger. Gender, female. Cultivation, none. Talent, supreme grade water system spiritual root. Status, princess of Wei Nation. He thought, oh, she's a good seedling. He smiled. Linger, you do have a decent water system spiritual root. You are a good seed. If you have this wish in your heart, I can help you achieve it. The Emperor quickly turned to her. What? Is that true? Linger, what are you waiting for? Thank the High Immortal, Linger said. Joyfully, Linger thanks the High Immortal. The Emperor clasped his hands. The High Immortal not only saved the Wei Nation but also accepted Linger as a disciple. Please allow me to express my sincere gratitude. On behalf of the people of Great Wei, I would like to host a banquet for you both. I hope you will stay in the Imperial Palace for a few more days. Junlin glanced at Little Hom and said, that sounds good. Let's go. Scene change. Back at the Imperial Palace. Little Hom was focused on cultivating and healing her wounds. Finally, my injuries have healed, and my cultivation has risen to the peak of the spirit transformation realm. After cultivating the 3000 flame scripture and using supplementary pills, my cultivation speed has increased rapidly. His methods are truly extraordinary. Even though he saved me this time, all the humiliation I've suffered cannot be so easily erased. Once I break through to the integration realm, I swear I will repay the shame I endured, with interest. Just you wait, Junlin. The thought of you kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, already fills me with glee. Suddenly, Junlin's voice came from outside. Little Hom, get your feet over here for your master. Little Hom walked over, fuming. Here we go again. I'll give you some face for now. In the room, Junlin was holding a book. This martial arts novel is quite interesting. It seems the people here also like they're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger trope. If I transmigrated to this country, maybe I could make a living writing novels. First, I'll write a book called Battle Through the Heavens. It'll surely be a bestseller. I'll just use the pen name Heavenly Silkworm Potato. Entering the room, Little Hom thought, what nonsense is this guy spouting now? She clasped her hands. Master, you called for your disciple. Junlin gestured to a basin of water at his feet. Ah, you're here. Come wash your master's feet. Little Hom was furious but had to remain calm. Even someone as strong as the blood demon was killed by this guy. Now is not the time to fall out. Endure it. Endure it. Seeing her motionless, Junlin asked, what's wrong? He looked down on me. Why are you hesitating? Hurry up and wash my feet. Little Hom clenched her fists. Your disciple would not dare. She knelt down to wash his feet, fuming inwardly. I, who was once a demonic sect matriarch, who even reached the true immortal realm, who has killed tens of thousands of cultivators, am now humbling myself to wash the feet of a cultivator from the barren continent. Junlin smiled and praised her, good disciple. In his heart, he thought, this'll teach you for being an unruly cult. Suddenly, Little Hom's eyes widened as she looked at the water basin. This water is supreme oneness, immeasurable water. If a mortal drinks this, their youth will never fade, and they will live for 200 years. If a cultivator drinks it, it can cleanse impurities from their body, making it perfect and flawless, and their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Even a tiny vial of this would be fought over madly in the central continent. It's something countless cultivators can only dream of, and this guide is using it to soak his feet. What a waste. This only confirms that he must have found some colossal opportunity. Otherwise, how could he live so lavishly? A whole bucket of supreme oneness, immeasurable water. If I drank it all, they would be a huge help to my cultivation. She clamped her mouth shut, stopping herself from doing something reckless. Stop. That's foot washing water. Ye Junlin looked down. What's with that face? You think my feet stink? Little Han quickly replied, No, I was just thinking about something else. Ye Junlin thought, the supreme oneness immeasurable water from the system's check-in rewards is quite plentiful. I never thought soaking my feet in it, combined with my disciples' massage skills, would feel so good. He said, the water's getting cold. Add some heat. As you command, master, Little Han replied. Flames erupted from her hands to heat the water. Ye Junlin leaned back in his chair, a look of pure bliss on his face. At that moment, Zhao Ling'er ran in from outside the hall, calling, Hi immortal. Ye Junlin was still moaning in pleasure. That feels so good. From behind, all Ling'er could see was Little Han hunched over, doing something, while Ye Junlin leaned back, groaning. Ling'er thought, oh my god, what are they doing? I never knew this master and disciple had such an ambiguous relationship behind closed doors. She ran away, muttering, how embarrassing. Ye Junlin turned and asked, why did that Ling'er girl run off? Little Han also asked, Master, is the washing to your satisfaction? Ye Junlin replied, satisfied, of course, I'm satisfied. Little Han, why do you have to be a trap? Sometimes I really feel sorry for you. Little Han gritted her teeth in anger. You son of a bitch, I could scare you to death with what I have. I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. I can bear it. Suddenly, the ring on Ye Junling's finger vibrated. He looked at it. Oh, a message from the sect master. Junior brother Ye, return to the sect immediately for a meeting. A major event has occurred in the barren continent. Rumor has it that an ancient secret realm is about to open. If the Mystic Heaven sect can benefit from this, we will surely be on the path to prosperity. An ancient secret realm. Little Han stood up. Inside an ancient secret realm is a treasure land that can produce countless outstanding cultivation resources, enough for the most ordinary cultivator to change their fate and ascend to immortality. I never thought such a place would exist in this impoverished barren continent. In her mind, she thought, the news of the secret realm's appearance will surely not be contained. A chaotic battle will undoubtedly occur. But this is also my opportunity. If it can obtain an extraordinary opportunity inside and combine it with the power of the 3000 flame scripture, my cultivation will surely soar. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. Mission announcement, check-in requirement, host must successfully check in at the secret realm. Completing this will result in a surprisingly amazing reward. Ye Junling smiled. Surprisingly amazing. Huh. System, why don't you explain to me what surprisingly amazing means? The system replied, if I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore, would it? Ye Junling stood up, clenched his fists, and said to Little Han, go pack your things, disciple. We'll go see the Wei Emperor, and then return to the Mystic Heaven sect. Little Han bowed her head. Understood, master. Scene change, Great Wei Imperial Palace. Zhao Ling'er stood next to the Emperor. Father, I don't want to leave you. Can I stay with you? The Emperor replied with a stern face, no. You have joined the Mystic Heaven sect. This is a golden opportunity that countless people dream of. You must cherish this chance, and not let anything hinder your future. He turned to Ye Junling. I am mortal, I will remember your words, care for my people, and be a good emperor. I only hope you can take good care of my daughter. Ye Junling smiled. Everyone has their own destiny. Now that she has stepped into the Mystic Heaven sect, she will certainly not suffer any grievances. But whether she can make it far depends on herself. He then turned and called out, come on, Ling'er. Let's go. The entire court of Great Wei shouted in unison, we respectfully see off the high immortal. Ling'er turned back and waved. Father, I will definitely come back to visit when I have time. Scene change, Feather Transformation Gate, True Disciple Hall. Great Sage Jiang said, many things have been happening in the barren continent lately. I hear an ancient secret realm is about to open. Also, the Wind Thunder sect, your father's sect, has been wiped out. The culprit is the Peak Lord of Ethereal Peak from the Mystic Heaven sect. Chen Jiao clenched his fists. What is his cultivation realm? Great Sage Jiang replied, according to rumors, he's a cultivator from the barren continent who just reached the nascent soul realm. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Jiao's eyes. Nascent soul. Killing a nascent soul is no different from killing a chicken for me. He then asked, Master, what about Elder Mu? Who killed him? Great Sage Jiang answered, it's still unclear, but all signs point to the Mystic Heaven sect. The problem is, how could a lowly sect have the ability to kill Elder Mu? Just with a nascent soul Peak Lord. Chen Jiao sneered, if that's the case, there must be another culprit. But no matter what, the Mystic Heaven sect must be destroyed. And that Peak Lord who killed my father must also die. Great Sage Jiang continued, it's a good thing that ancient secret realm has appeared in the barren continent this time. The sect will send several elders to accompany you. Remember, you represent the Feather Transformation Gate. You will have to compete with other forces. As for revenge, wait until this is over. I hope you know how to prioritize. Understood. Chen Jiao clasped his hands. Disciple understands. He then turned to leave. As he walked away, Great Sage Jiang grinned sinisterly, holding a green jade slip. My dear disciple, you must continue to perform well. Thanks to the resources you won at the tournament, I'm confident I can break through the Great Ascension bottleneck and reach the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Then, we, Master and Disciple, will share our fortunes together. In the Kunlun realm, a spirit transformation cultivator was called a Divine Lord, an integration realm cultivator was called a Heavenly Monarch, a Great Ascension cultivator was a Great Sage or Supreme Being, and a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator was called a Demi-Immortal. To be associated with the word immortal was enough to dominate a region. The barren continent, a desolate region seemingly forgotten, suddenly became famous throughout the eastern region due to an ancient secret realm promising immortal destiny. A group of cultivators flying in the air were talking amongst themselves. It's just dumb luck. Fortunately, the cultivators in this barren continent are a bunch of weaklings, unworthy of such an immortal destiny. Why would an immortal destiny appear in the most backward place of all backward places? We must hurry. By the time the feather transformation gate arrives, there might not even be any scraps left for us. Scene change, outside the Luotian secret realm. Many cultivators had already gathered. A white-haired old man said, of the 5 great sects, 4 have shown up for this secret realm. Only the Mystic Heaven sect is absent. Are they chickening out? A man in purple behind him replied, I doubt it. After all, they swallowed the Wind Thunder sect whole. I bet they're aiming for the top spot among the 5 great sects now. The ancestor of the Panshan sect, Ouyang Feng, a spirit transformation realm cultivator, stroked his beard and laughed. Haha, I have been in seclusion for so long. The Mystic Heaven sect, once at the bottom, is now eyeing my Panshan sect's top position. The man in purple was shocked. What? Spirit transformation realm. The white-haired old man also exclaimed, I thought the Mystic Heaven sect having 2 nascent soul cultivators was enough for them to dominate. I never expected our barren continent to produce another spirit transformation realm cultivator. The disciples in the distance hurriedly clasped their hands and shouted, We welcome the ancestor's return from seclusion. Ouyang Feng laughed heartily. I never thought my return from seclusion would coincide with the appearance of an ancient secret realm. It seems this is heaven's will. This time, our Panshan sect will enter first. Fellow Daoists, do you have any objections? The rest clasped their hands. Ouyang Feng, at the spirit transformation realm, was now the strongest in the barren continent. They replied in unison, We will obey the Divine Lord's decree. The disciples cheered, with a spirit transformation expert present, who dares to contend. Sect Master is mighty. Ouyang Feng laughed smugly. Good, ha ha ha. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. A shout was heard, the heavenly martial sacred land is here. You lowly peasants of the barren continent, get out of the way. Another voice boomed, the soaring shadow gate is here. The wise will scram. This ancient secret realm belongs to my imperial pole sect. No one is allowed to contend. Sitting on a mount pulled by 4 spirit beasts was a man in purple with a halo behind him. He was the southern suppression king of the Shuntian imperial dynasty, at the late-stage spirit transformation realm. His eyes fell on Ouyang Feng in surprise. The barren continent actually has a spirit transformation cultivator. Looking up at the sky, Ouyang Feng was stunned. Spirit transformation. My ass, there are hundreds of them. It took me so long and so much effort to break through to the spirit transformation realm, becoming the most outstanding figure in the barren continent in 100,000 years. Yet, outside this land, I'm nothing. Ouyang Feng spoke up, Fellow Doists, I am Ouyang Feng, the ancestor of the Panshan sect. You can just call me Little Feng. From above, someone pointed down and shouted, You shameless old trash. You're still here pretending. Get down there. There's no place for you to speak here. Another sneered. Even if a native of the barren continent breaks through to the spirit transformation realm, he's still the lowest of the low. How dare he stand shoulder to shoulder with us? Get down here, old man. Don't be an eyesore. Ouyang Feng quickly explained, Fellow Daoists, the environment in the barren continent is indeed harsh, but the beings born here are not lowly. We are all spirit transformation realm cultivators. On what grounds must I meekly bow down for you to step on? He looked back at his disciples and thought, My disciples are looking up to me. If I act like a coward now, what future is there for the barren continent? He drew his sword and shouted, The barren continent may be barren, but we are not afraid of a fight. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. The people above looked down in anger. Arrogant old fool, you're looking for death. Everyone, kill this wild dog. The southern suppression king pointed down. Everyone, hold on. This old man is just a barren continent cultivator. If we all attack him, people will laugh at us. How about this? I, the king, will deign to use one hand to take down this old dog. Let me show you the difference between you and us. Ouyang Feng charged forward with his sword. Kill. His sword strike shattered the king's attack. The king's face darkened. Old man, it seems I underestimated you. But that's all you've got. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he summoned a spiked mace. You refused the toast only to drink the forfeit. I must kill you, old man. With one strike, he sent Ouyang Feng flying. Ouyang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. You liar, you treacherous villain, you bring shame to the eastern region. To die with dignity is a meaningful death. I just want to tell you one thing, the cultivators of the barren continent are not for you to humiliate. The king raised his mace again. Then I shall grant you your wish. Suddenly, a lotus flower bloomed in the sky nearby. A voice rang out, Amitabha. Why is it so lovely today? The cultivators turned in surprise. That's great Master Jingchan from the Xuancong Temple in the Buddhist continent. And the one behind him, isn't that young Master Shu Tiny of the Shu family known as the number one cultivation family in the spirit continent? Ouyang Feng looked up in horror. Such terrifying pressure, these people must be at the integration realm. How can the barren continent possibly win this? The feather transformation gate from the azure continent is also here. This time, all the strongest sects in the eastern region are gathered. That one. That's the Holy Son, Shen Jiao of the Feather Transformation Gate. You've heard of him. He possesses the solar immortal physique and is said to be invincible among his generation. There's no doubt he will be the brightest star in the eastern region for the next 100,000 years. He will write a new legend. Shen Jiao, isn't he the young master of the Wind Thunder sect? He's one of us from the barren continent. Looking down, Shen Jiao frowned. The barren continent. This place brought me nothing but scorn when I first joined the Feather Transformation Gate. Just hearing its name makes me sick. An old man beside him suddenly waved his hand, striking down below. The holy son of my Feather Transformation Gate is not someone you ants from the barren continent are worthy of discussing. Any more idle chatter, and you die. Instantly, a cultivator below was vaporized. The Southern Suppression King turned and clasped his hands. Holy Sun Chen, why don't you let me handle these lowly barren continent cultivators, to avoid soiling your hands? Shen Jiao replied, as you wish. On a mountain not far away, the people of the Mystic Heaven sect were gathered. Zhu Yunian said, I was right. With the secret realm opening, that son of a bitch Shen will definitely come back. Thank goodness our Mystic Heaven sect didn't rush to appear. Zhao Dishu said, Sect Master, while they're busy fighting over the secret realm, let's quickly leave the barren continent and go into hiding. Su Taingshu interjected, that depends on junior brother Ye's decision. He is the hope of the Mystic Heaven sect. But where is junior brother? Suddenly, Zhu Yunian looked up. Wait. That's junior brother Ye and his disciple flying over there. Shen Jiao is right there. Is he going over to offer his life? Seeing Ye Junlin, Ouyang Feng shouted, Kid from the Mystic Heaven sect, don't be rash. That's enough. Don't go over there. Ye Junlin thought angrily, damn it, to be bullied like this by outsiders. He then announced, this barren continent really can't do without me. Everyone, stop your squabbling and stand firm for me. Shen Jiao glared. Who goes there? Announce yourself, Ye Junlin replied with a cold face. Your father, Ye Junlin. The people below were shocked. Ye Junlin. Isn't that the peak lord of ethereal peak of the Mystic Heaven sect? But isn't he at the nascent soul realm? This is no different from suicide. Shen Jiao's eyes filled with cold killing intent. Is it Heaven sect? Ye Junlin. High above the Ye Junlins it was with all the fuss. You got a problem? Shen Jiao asked, did you kill the sect master of the Wind Thunder sect? Ye Junlin laughed. Oh, you mean that guy who's already 6 feet under? I do have an impression of him. He kept saying his son had the makings of an immortal. Who might you be to him? Shen Jiao gritted his teeth. I am his son. Ye Junlin feigned surprise. Oh damn, so you're the son of that dead guy. Shen Jiao flexed his hands and roared, Ye Junlin, I want your life. The Southern Suppression King rushed forward to block him. Holy Sun Chen, let me go and capture that clueless brat for you. You dare disrespect the Holy Sun. You're dead for sure. As he finished speaking, Hong Tiny flew up and blocked the king's path. Oh, where did this beauty come from? He asked with a smile. Without a word, little Hong struck out at the king. Die, blazing void lotus. The king quickly raised his mace to defend, but the flames from her attack incinerated him. The people below were horrified. A spirit transformation expert. Killed just like that. Since when did our barren continent have such a powerful expert? Ouyang Feng sighed to himself, and I called myself the number one in the barren continent. Truly, there is always a higher mountain, and a more skilled person. After finishing, little Hong flew to Ye Junling's side and bowed. Master. Ouyang Feng was stunned. That senior is actually Peak Lord Ye's disciple. Holy crap, who was it that said Peak Lord Ye was at the nascent soul realm? A nascent soul cultivator taking a spirit transformation expert as a disciple. Come out here, I promise I won't beat you to death. So the Mystic Heaven sect is actually this powerful. Zhu Yunian, Zhao Dishu, and Su Tengxu quickly flew over. Junior brother Ye, Do you know what you're doing? That's the feather transformation gate over there. Run, junior brother, run. We'll buy you some time. Zhao Dishu added, that's right. As long as you're alive, the Mystic Heaven sect has a chance to rise again. You can't have any mishaps. Here, Ye Junling smiled. Sect master, don't worry. I'm fine. Let me introduce my new disciple to you. Zhao Linghe appeared and knelt. Greetings, seniors. Ye Junling continued, I just resolved the trouble in the Wei nation and took in a very good seedling. She has a supreme grade water system spiritual root, and is the daughter of the Wei Emperor. I think she's very suitable for heavenly fragrance peak. Linghe ran to Su Tingshu and clasped her hands. Yao Linghe greets master. Su Tingshu giggled. This child is truly clever and adorable. On the ship above, Shen Zhao said, stop acting so superior. Ye Junling, and all of the Mystic Heaven sect, will pay for my father's lie. Ye Junling, come here and die. Ye Junling smiled. Fight me. You're not qualified. Little Hong, go teach that kid how to be a proper person. Little Hong thought angrily, damn it, this is no different from setting a dog on someone. She then flew off like a torrent of fire. Shen Jiao sneered. Ha, what a coward. You don't even dare to face this holy sun yourself. Little Hong retorted angrily, to deal with someone like you, my master doesn't need to act personally. Shen Jiao smiled at her. Miss, you have both strength and beauty. Why waste yourself in a small sect that's about to be destroyed? If you are willing to submit to me, I guarantee that the feather transformation gate will offer you much better treatment. Not interested, Little Hong replied. Shen Jiao was stunned by her blunt refusal. Miss, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Little Hong charged forward. My master was right. Your father is dead, and soon you will be too. Shen Jiao struck out. Fine, you refuse the toast only to drink the forfeit, then die for me. He unleashed a palm strike, and a ghostly face flew down. Below, Little Hong struck back, and countless small fireballs shot up. Meteor flame, Shen Jiao's ghostly face was easily shattered. He was shocked. How did she break my move so easily? Is that all you've got? Little Hong taunted. Don't get cocky so soon, Shen Jiao laughed. This is just the beginning. He roared, and power erupted from him. Countless fists shot from behind him towards Little Hong. Solar God Fist. The old men behind Shen Jiao stroked their beards and commented, the Holy Sun's talent is truly extraordinary. The Solar God Fist is a peak heaven grade technique. Combined with his solar immortal physique, let alone a spirit transformation expert, even an integration realm expert would likely suffer. Boom! The spot where Little Hong stood exploded in a cloud of smoke. You forced me to do this, Shen Jiao said, smiling down at the destruction. Suddenly, Little Hong's figure reappeared from the smoke. She was standing inside a pink fire lotus that enveloped her body. Shen Jiao's eyes bulged in anger. Impossible. I don't believe it. I have the makings of an immortal. I am invincible in my realm. Seeing Shen Jiao charge, Little Hong said, a frog in a well. In her mind, she thought, I've endured so much humiliation by Ye Junling's side. Today, I can finally vent it all. I will make you understand what true humiliation is. She dodged all of Shen Jiao's attacks. When she didn't dodge, she blocked. And when she got tired of blocking, she simply slapped him. After being slapped, Shen Jiao thought angrily, why are my attacks so easily neutralized by her? It's like punching cotton. Am I really no match for her? He wiped his mouth and looked at her cautiously. I've never met anyone with your combat experience and reaction speed in the feather transformation gate. What right does a small sect like the Mystic Heaven sect have to possess such an outstanding disciple? It's because you're too weak, Little Hong replied coldly. The elders on the feather transformation gate ship said, Holy Son, do not doubt yourself. You are a top genius chosen from tens of thousands by the feather transformation gate. You are the one with the best chance of becoming an immortal. Shen Jiao gritted his teeth. I have the makings of an immortal. He then shouted, I haven't lost yet. Solar Sacred Body. Primary level Saint grade divine ability. Solar Eclipse. Die for me. He fired a huge golden beam at Little Hong. Little Hong's left hand erupted in flames. Childish. Let me open your eyes to what true invincibility in the same realm is. It's time for you to feel the difference between us. 7-colored raging flame. Boom, the two forces collided, creating a massive explosion in the sky. The people below were stunned. Is this really the power of the spirit transformation realm? This terrifying power is probably enough to blow up an integration realm expert. I don't know who won. From the explosion, a figure covered in injuries fell freely. The crowd gasped, that's the Holy Son of the Feather Transformation Gate. I can't believe the loser was from the Feather Transformation Gate. Little Hong flew proudly in the sky. She sneered, a tiny speck of light like a grain of rice dares to compare itself to the bright moon. Over on the other side, Xu Yunian said, Junior brother, yeah, your disciple is really strong. Zhao Dishu added, although she defeated Shen Jiao, the feather transformation gate still has many elders. You should still take this chance to run. Ye Junlin smiled. Don't worry. It's fine. Little Hong, you performed well today. You can cook extra rice for me tonight. Little Hong clasped her hands and bowed. Thank you, Master. An elder quickly flew to catch Shen Jiao. He was muttering in despair, I lost. I lost. The elder tried to console him. Holy son, don't be so dejected. Shen Jiao turned to him. Elder Yan, I lost. I am not invincible in the same realm. I have disgraced the feather transformation gate. To think the Holy Son would be defeated by a disciple from this barbarian land. My Dao heart is damaged. If this continues, the reputation of the feather transformation gate will be severely harmed. Helping Shen Jiao onto the ship, Elder Yan said, Holy Son, don't overthink it. You still have a bright future. You are the one with the makings of an immortal. We must stabilize your Dao heart. Only by wiping out these barbarians from the barren continent can we restore the absolute authority of our feather transformation gate. He then turned to the other two elders. To harm the Holy Son of our feather transformation gate, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Who will go and eliminate these barbarians? One of them stepped forward. Let me. The crowd was stunned. The feather transformation gate's foundation was truly deep. They had brought 9 integration realm experts on this trip. Although the female disciple defeated the Holy Son, he was only at the spirit transformation realm. Now, facing an integration realm expert, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Such a wonderful talent was going to be wasted. What a pity. Seeing the man fly down, Little Hong quickly called out, Master. Ye Junlin slowly flew up and smiled. It's all right, Little Hong. Leave it to me. The people near Oyan Fen were shocked. Peak Lord Yev the Mystic Heaven sect is at the integration realm. Our barren continent has another heavenly monarch. This is an unprecedented glory. Haha, and I thought his disciple was already enough to crush me. I never knew he was a heavenly monarch. And I called myself the #1 in the barren continent. How ridiculous. The elder from the feather transformation gate clasped his hands and fired a palm strike downwards. So what if you're at the integration realm? You think you're worthy of facing me? A red hand appeared and shot down. You dare disrespect the Holy Son. Your time is up, you barbarians. Ye Junlin pointed 2 fingers forward, and flames erupted. Oh, is that all you've got? In an instant, he appeared in front of the elder, who was horrified. Ye Junlin struck him in the chest with a palm, then turned to the other members of the feather transformation gate. Is that all? In his mind, he thought, I never expected my physical strength to become so powerful after fusing with the supreme bone. I can crush people of the same level with just my physique. Elder Yan shouted, everyone, attack him together, kill him. The remaining elders immediately charged down. The projection appeared behind Ye Junlin again. Human King's seal, he shouted. The projection's hand struck out, and the men fell like flies, crying out in pain. Ave, what level of divine ability is this? This man's strength is terrifying. Everyone, use your magical treasures to crush him. Each of them took out a magical treasure and attacked. Countless strange streams of power flew towards Ye Junlin. Great Master Jing Chan clasped his hands. Amitabha. Goodness, goodness. This benefactor, I'm afraid, has more misfortune than luck ahead. Behind him, Shu Tiny cursed inwardly, this hypocritical ball. Donkey is truly deceitful. On the surface, he's compassionate, but his actions behind the scenes are so despicable even I would be ashamed. But then again, it's better for such a monster to die early. Below, the people of the Mystic Heaven sect were horrified. It's over, junior brother Ya is in danger. I told you to run from the beginning. Now we can't even if we want to. Only Su Tangshu was still smiling. What do you all know? Ong Tiny stood to the side, thinking cautiously, in the Wei nation. After witnessing his extraordinary abilities, I was sure he still had many tricks up his sleeve. Let me see what else you're hiding. Back in the battle, Ye Junlin smiled calmly. If that's the case, then have a taste of this. It was a divine ability from the Supreme Bone. Countless sharp bolts of lightning shot out, causing the men from the feather transformation gate to bleed. Aoyan Feng's group was stunned. What just happened? What kind of energy is that? The power from Ye Junlin was like a waterfall, washing away the men from the feather transformation gate. Their magical treasures shattered, and they fell, screaming, we're done for. Elder Yan, save us. Elder Yan clasped his hands, his eyes flashing. He gritted his teeth. I didn't expect this man to be so difficult to deal with. The Holy Son is seriously injured. If even the fellow elders fall here, how will I explain myself back at the sect? He shot up from the ship like a rocket. The injured elders were overjoyed. Great, it's Elder Yan's 3rd grade spiritual artifact, the overturning heaven pagoda. This is the most important weapon that helped him become an elder. We're saved. Elder Yan appeared behind Ye Junlin, holding the pagoda in his left hand. This ends now. Perish. Ye Junlin turned and smiled. You finally came. I was waiting just for you. System notification. Detected an attack from an enemy at the peak of the integration realm. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, stronger I am. Gaining cultivation at the perfected integration realm. As Elder Yan lunged to attack, Junlin unexpectedly turned and blocked with his left hand. Elder Yan was horrified. You. Why were you hiding your cultivation? As he finished speaking, another blast of energy shot towards him. Elder Yan was severely injured, his clothes tattered and bloody. He looked up. Senior, let's consider today our loss. The feather transformation gate will voluntarily withdraw from the competition for this secret realm. Junlin reached down with his hand and laughed. Haha, you come and go as you please. Die, all of you. Elder Yan's face filled with horror. If you push us to this point, aren't you afraid of the feather transformation gate's wrath? Wait. Understand now. Elder Mu from the outer sect. He died at your hands. Junling's hand continued to descend. That's right. Since I've already offended you all, why not just kill you all to my heart's content? Boom. With a single palm strike, Elder Yan spat out blood and screamed. The people who had initially mocked the barren continent were now terrified. How did it come to this? A cultivator from the barren continent. He killed an elder from the feather transformation gate with just one hand. Shu Tiny frowned. With the elders dead and Chen Jiao's Dao heart damaged, the prestige and strength of the feather transformation gate will suffer a severe blow. However, with this development, the situation in the eastern region is about to get very interesting. On the ship, Chen Jiao gripped the railing tightly, his mind in turmoil. Even Elder Yan was no match for him. To think that the murder of my father is so terrifyingly strong. Can I still get my revenge? The remaining cultivators on the ship were terrified. It's over, all the elders are gone. We must get the holy sun out of here. Activate the golden arc, quickly. High above, a flame ignited in Hong Tiny's palm. She gritted her teeth. You had your fun showing off your power. Now you want to run. With that, she hurled a fireball down towards the ship, shouting, all of you can die for meh. The other cultivators watched in horror, murmuring, she's already wiped out the elders of the feather transformation gate, and now she wants to kill the holy sun too. She's really going for the kill. This master and disciple pair is insane. As Hong Tiny's flame descended, great. Master Jing Chan suddenly appeared. He formed a palm seal, creating a giant Buddha's hand of energy that blocked the attack. He murmured, Amitabha. Benefactor, when will this cycle of vengeance end? Why must you pursue them to the bitter end? Hong Tiny shouted angrily, you bald donkey. Don't think I can't see through the tricks of you Buddhist sect hypocrites. You want the feather transformation gate to be indebted to you, don't you? Your kind of extreme hypocrisy makes me sick to my stomach. Jing Chan smiled, his eyes narrowed. Benefactor, please do not speak such nonsense. Your prejudice against the Buddhist sect is too deep. You are on the verge of falling into the demonic path. This old monk advises you to restrain yourself. Hong Tiny retracted her hand, the flame still hovering in her palm. She said with disgust, back in the central continent, I hated self-righteous cultivators like you the most. You clearly act for personal gain but always hide behind the guise of righteousness. So what if I join the demonic path? I don't need a lecture from you. Jing Chan's eyes narrowed further. He thought, a foolish and unenlightened soul. In that case, let this old monk convert you. As Jing Chan rushed forward, Hong Tani was stunned. This bald donkey is emanating a terrifying sense of pressure. He's at the peak of the integration realm. Suddenly, Junlin appeared in front of her, facing Jing Chan. Oh, is someone trying to bully my disciple while I'm not looking? Jing Chan's expression did not change. He stood with his hands clasped. Peak Lord Ye misunderstands. This old monk merely wishes to offer some guidance to this junior. Junlin retorted, guidance. Are you worthy? A true immoral reincarnated doesn't need guidance from a moldy old integration realm monk like you. Hearing this, Hong Tiny quickly clasped her hands and smiled. Many thanks to Master for supporting this untalented disciple. She had intended to stop the ark from escaping. But this old donkey had intervened, allowing it to flee. Jing Chan turned and smiled. Amitabha. Goodness. This old monk simply felt that things were going too far and stepped into mediate. If you insist on finding fault, then I have nothing more to say. Seeing Jing Chan about to leave, Junlin stood with his arms crossed and called out, hey, you show up, act all high and mighty, and then just disappear. Not on my watch. Jing Chan turned back, his face calm. Peak Lord Ye, what is the meaning of this? In his mind, he thought cautiously, the Xuancom Temple is the leading power of the Buddhist sect in the eastern region. You just offended the feather transformation gate. I'm sure you wouldn't dare to offend the Xuancom Temple as well. Junlin laughed heartily. A moldy old monk like you is truly something else. You do nothing and yet gain a huge favor, while all the blame falls on me. If you're so good at calculating, why don't you calculate when you're going to die? Jing Chan's brows furrowed, and he gritted his teeth. Peak Lord Ye, you've gone too far. Junlin threw a punch downwards, shouting, I like going too far, so what are you going to do about it? Ging Chun summoned a golden bell to surround himself. You. He thought his golden bell shield was as tough as a turtle's shell, but it couldn't withstand a single blow. The shield shattered, and Jing Chan's body was sent flying backward. He staggered back towards his disciples, clutching his staff. How dare you? Do you think my Chuan Kong temple is a soft persimmon you can just squeeze? Since you started this, benefactor, don't blame this old monk for being merciless. Mani Padme Hum. Instantly, a phantom of a meditating Buddha appeared behind him. At that moment, his power reached the perfected integration realm. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Is that the Dharma body divine ability of the Xuan Kong temple? And the third-grade spiritual artifact, the Nine-Ring staff. Although this Ye Junlin is also at the perfected integration realm, he's nothing in the face of this. Is this Ye fellow a reincarnated pig? Why would he suddenly provoke the Xuan Kong temple? Does he think his life is too long? Jing Chan's eyes flashed as he shouted, Benefactor Ye, this old monk gave you a chance, but you were too foolish to take it. Let me send you on your way. Perish. A golden stream of power shot from the Buddha's Dharma body towards Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin smiled. Not bad. He raised his left hand. Coffin, come. Instantly, a coffin appeared, the heaven-bearing coffin. It materialized and blocked the incoming attack. Jing Chan's face filled with horror as the heaven-bearing coffin slowly began to open, and a stream of green energy shot out. Ye Junlin himself was surprised. I didn't expect the heaven-bearing coffin to also level up with my realm, upgrading from a 3rd grade to a 6th grade spiritual artifact. He then said, is that all your divine ability can do? In that case, all of you can come in. With that, Jing Chan's disciples were all sucked towards the heaven-bearing coffin. They screamed in terror, what is this thing? Great Master, save me. Jing Chan was stunned. An evil artifact? How can your mystic heaven sect possess such an evil artifact? Fellow Taoists, this man is an evil cultivator. Slay him quickly. The other cultivators' faces went pale. None of them dared to even breathe, let alone help. Tiny looked at Ye Junlin and thought, this guy really was still hiding his trump cards. As the pull of the heaven-bearing coffin grew stronger, Jing Chan hurriedly used his staff to brace himself. He said in alarm, Benefactor Ye, Amitabha, you've already made an enemy of the feather transformation gate. Are you determined to oppose the entire Buddhist sect of the eastern region as well? Ye Junlin acted decisively, shouting, I hate hypocrites like you the most. Stop your nonsense and get in here. Ah! Finally, Jing Chan was also sucked into the heaven-bearing coffin. The lid slammed shut with a deafening boom. Balancing the coffin on his left hand, Ye Junlin asked coldly, anyone else? In the square below, everyone was terrified. Good heavens, who would dare to step up now? My hair is standing on end. Zhu Yunian clenched his fists in excitement. Amazing. Junior brother Ye is absolutely amazing. Zhao Dishu's jaw dropped. Gods above, am I dreaming? Just as he said that, Su Tingshu slapped him. He held his face. Junior sister, why did you hit me? Su Tingshu smiled. Did it hurt? Nonsense, of course it hurt, Zhao Dishu replied. Then you're not dreaming, she said. Below, Aoyun Fen was emotional. The barren continent won again. Unbelievable. He overwhelmed them all by himself. Instantly, the cultivators of the barren continent erupted in cheers. Long live Heavenly Monarchia. Heavenly Monarchia is mighty. Heavenly Monarchia is divine. As for Shu Tiny, he gritted his teeth in frustration. How did it come to this? Is this still the barren continent, or did we come to the wrong place? At first, I thought that Ye fellow was just courting death. Who knew he would not only decimate the Feather Transformation Gate, the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region, but also bury the entire contingent from the Xuan Kong Temple, a Buddhist holy land. However, now that he's offended both the Feather Transformation Gate and the Xuan Kong Temple, I fear he'll face their endless retaliation. If he's capable enough to turn the entire eastern region upside down, that's even better. The Shu family can just sit back and reap the benefits. Haha. At that moment, a vortex appeared in the sky, and a beam of light shot down. The cultivators below cheered. Great, the secret realm is finally opening. This is the first time in my life I've seen a secret realm with such a vast and majestic aura. See, can we still participate? Ye Junlin was the first to fly up. He stopped at the entrance and thought with excitement, it's finally open. Now I just need to go inside and check in to complete the mission. Ah, that's right. I need to deal with these people outside first. He looked down and announced, all unrelated personnel, as long as you are a cultivator of my barren continent, you are qualified to enter the secret realm to explore. As for everyone else, scram. Hearing this, Shu Tiny gritted his teeth in frustration. The Shu family never antagonized the Mystic Heaven sect from the start. Why are you revoking our right to enter the secret realm? If only our ancestor were here. The man next to him quickly stopped him. Young master, the more arrogant he is now, the more miserable he will be later. There's no need for us to clash with a man who is about to die. You're right, Shu Tiny replied. For one to be destroyed, they must first be made arrogant. A person as domineering as him will not live long. Let's go. Seeing the Shu family leave, the other cultivators from outside the region also gritted their teeth and discussed among themselves. Even the powerful Chu family had to leave voluntarily. It seems no one here dares to oppose this Junlin. Sigh, we crossed mountains and seas to get here, all for nothing. Let them have their moment of glory. We'll just wait for the good show to begin. Junlin led Hong Tiny and looked at the people below. Let's go, everyone. Scene change, inside the Luotian secret realm. Looking around, Junlin exclaimed, Whoa, I didn't expect the scenery in the secret realm to be like this. It's beautiful. At that moment, the system notified him. Check-in detected at the Luotian secret realm. Do you wish to receive the check-in reward? Receive, Junlin replied. System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. You have received the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body. The user can directly summon the Dharma body, greatly increasing their own strength, and can also use certain accompanying divine abilities. Remembering Jing Chan's Dharma body, Junlin thought, a Dharma body, huh. This is a pretty good reward. To be honest, that great Master Jing Chan's Buddha phantom was difficult to deal with. If they hadn't used the heaven-burying coffin, it probably would have been a fierce battle. Elsewhere, the members of the Mystic Heaven sect were excitedly gathering spiritual herbs. Heavenly spirit grass, purple crystal vine, golden ginseng, and even 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng. These are all treasures. Everyone, split up and search for precious herbs, but don't go too deep. Watch out for each other, understood? Seeing everyone so happy, Junlin thought, I originally came here for a mission, but seeing my brothers so excited, I feel like exploring a bit too. Let's go this way to search. I'll go with you. Suddenly, something burst out from the ground. It was a giant centipede. It opened its mouth and lunged at the people in front of it. Someone shouted, the creatures in the secret realm are extremely ferocious. Everyone, be careful, there's another one over here. We're surrounded. Shu Union shouted in alarm. Everyone, fall back. There are golden core realm demon beasts in this secret realm. Do not underestimate them. Hong Tiny stood behind them with her arms crossed, saying coldly, if you want to get resources, you need the strength to back it up. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Flying demon beast apes and white gibbons appeared in the sky in countless numbers. Everyone, prepare for battle, Shu Union shouted. Instantly Hong Tiny, Zhao Dishu, and everyone else engaged the beasts. Elsewhere, an ape with a slobbering mouth looked down, holding a female cultivator in its hand and pinning her down. The female cultivator screamed in fear, help! A group of other cultivators fired palm strikes at it, shouting, let her go, you beast, but it was completely unfazed. The white ape licked its lips. The female cultivator closed her eyes tightly. No, I don't want this, save me. Suddenly a flame erupted around the white ape. Its body was lifted into the air, burned fiercely by the fire, and then fell to the ground as a roasted ape. Seeing Hong Tani appear, the young woman came to her senses. It's okay now. Thank you, Senior Sister Hong. Shu Union, who was fighting another ape, exclaimed, Senior niece Hong, with you here, I can rest assured. Please look after the other disciples. Hong Tiny grunted in annoyance. Behind her, another group of white apes was leaping down. She turned, pointed an arm at them, and a fiery explosion erupted. Are you looking for death? She shouted. Sizzle, the apes in the air were burned to a crisp. The disciples were overjoyed. Senior Sister Hong is so mighty. It's all thanks to Senior Sister Hong. She's the best. Truly the successor of Peak Lord Ye's legacy. Hong. Tiny turned around, her face annoyed. All of you, shut up for me. In her mind, she wondered where did that damn Ye fellow go. At that moment, Ye Junlin was wandering in another area. System, according to you, there's a special energy wave here. Are you sure it's in this direction? The system replied, that's right, host. It's in this direction. A new mission is over there, with even richer rewards than the check-in. Scene change, deep within the Luotian secret realm. A colossal tree grew here, named the Great Luo Immortal Tree. On its branches, several figures were gathered around something. In the center, a vortex of red energy surrounded a small mouse lying still within it. The Great Luo Immortal Fruit has finally ripened, one of them exclaimed. It was the beast clans, waiting to harvest the Great Luo Immortal Fruit. But because of this, the Great Luo secret realm opened, allowing some humans to sneak into our territory. We must make an appearance, said another. The stone-like man was the patriarch of the Stone clan, at the perfected integration realm. The one with two fangs was the patriarch of the Beast clan, also at the perfected integration realm. The Beast clan patriarch pointed at the glowing orb. I think dividing the Great Luo Immortal Fruit is what's most important. As long as we eat the immortal fruit, we will obtain the Great Luo Immortal Physique. By then, those intruders will be nothing but ants for us to crush. A voluptuous woman with many feathers, the matriarch of the winged clan, also at the perfected integration realm, spoke up. But the great Luo immortal fruit has already been swallowed by this white mouse. We can't eat it yet. A goat-like creature, the patriarch of the horned clan, at the perfected integration realm, frowned. We can only blame the fact that the fruit ripened so unexpectedly. Even we couldn't react in time. The patriarch of the scale clan added, what can we do? It has now swallowed the fruit, and the great Luo immortal tree acknowledges it. For now, we are not allowed to attack it, or the immortal tree will retaliate. The patriarch of the wood clan said, it seems we can only wait for it to finish digesting the fruit. Then we can capture it, use a secret technique to refine it, and then divide the meat. That would be fair. The beast clan patriarch replied, I swear I will make this despicable white mouse pay a heavy price for its gluttony. Seeing the light around the mouse begin to fade, the beast clan said, the hallow is dimming. The creature is about to finish digesting. Inside the hallow, the mouse clenched its fist and raised its arm. As the hallow completely faded, it laughed with satisfaction. Yawn. Squeak squeak, that was a good sleep. Looking up, the little mouse saw several figures, all patriarchs of the beast clan, staring at it with murderous intent. The mouse broke out in a cold sweat. Hello, big brothers. Are you looking for Squeaky for something? If not, then Squeaky will be on his way, okay? The beast clan patriarch roared in anger. This damn mouse is so fast, the great Luo immortal fruit is truly extraordinary. Seeing the little mouse flee, the wood clan patriarch quickly extended his two long arms in pursuit. Stop standing there marveling. After it. Stop, you vermin. The little mouse, while running, glanced back and saw the wood clan patriarch's hands about to grab its tail. The mouse pleaded in panic, Squeak, big brothers, let's talk this over. Squeaky is a reasonable mouse. Oh, save me, Squeak. Suddenly a purplish-pink spatial barrier appeared in front of the mouse. The mouse was surprised. That's a space rift. It dove right into the rift. The wood clan patriarch's hands barely missed its tail. A second later, the rift reappeared about 100 feet away, and the mouse jumped out. It was dizzy. Squeak squeak, so dizzy. Where did I just go? Who is Squeaky? Where is Squeaky? The winged clan matriarch suddenly appeared in front of it. She flapped her wings, and her feathers shot out like blades towards the mouse. I didn't expect you to have the power of spatial displacement just after digesting the fruit. If we let you escape and fully master it, who knows how powerful you'll become. So, die obediently right here. Myriad heavenly flying feathers. The feathers shot towards the little mouse. It flew backward, exclaiming, ouch, Squeak, that hurts so much. Squeaky doesn't want to be eaten. Squeaky must live on bravely. Suddenly a shadow flew towards it. The little mouse turned its face, horrified and desperate. Squeak, this is the end. The Stone Clan patriarch charged, opening his huge mouth and roaring, his eyes filled with killing intent. His attack was reminiscent of the lion's roar technique. The little mouse was hit by the invisible force wave, its body shot backward, and it fell from the treetop. The place where the mouse landed created a small crater. The winged clan matriarch flew down. A dead mouse dared to covet the great Luo immortal fruit. Do you know how precious that thing is? With your status, how are you qualified to enjoy it? The beast clan patriarch also jumped down, holding a mace, and roared fiercely, run. Why don't you run anymore? Ha ha ha, you thought you could escape from us just because you ate the immortal fruit. The injured mouse turned and squeaked in pain, squeak squeak. It then spoke, your names weren't written on it. Why can't Squeaky eat it? And now you're blaming Squeaky. Squeaky's heart hurts too. The Stone Clan patriarch said, you should know that the great Luo immortal tree supports this entire immortal realm. It takes countless years to produce a single great Luo immortal fruit. Whoever eats it will gain the great Luo immortal physique, the #1 ranked immortal physique in the Kunlin realm. Our clans have waited for hundreds of generations, and we were finally about to achieve our wish. And then you snatched it away. Tell me, shouldn't you pay with your life to return the immortal fruit to where it belongs? The little mouse's face filled with horror. What? So Squeaky's snack was that serious? What do I do now? Squeaky is really going to die. Please, some great hero, come and save Squeaky. The Stone Clan patriarch's massive stone hand reached down. Die. Suddenly, a stream of azure energy shot out from behind the Stone Clan patriarch. He turned, his face shocked. This aura. Who is it? Finally, the protagonist appeared. He smiled faintly, a smile that sent a chill down the Stone Clan patriarch's spine. Junlin's foot landed on the ground. He asked the system, is the energy wave you mentioned inside that white-furred mouse? The system replied, that's right. This mouse has just swallowed the great Luo immortal fruit, and the great Luo immortal physique has already formed in its body. It has extremely high potential for nurturing. Ding. Triggering disciple recruitment. Mission, successfully recruit the white-furred mouse as a disciple to receive an amazing reward. Looking at the mouse, Ye Junling thought, oh, the great Lu immortal physique. Sounds interesting. Seeing Ye Junling, the little mouse rushed over, its eyes welling up with tears. Great hero, please save Squeaky, these bad guys want to eat Squeaky. Hearing this, Ye Junling smirked. Damn it, why is this scene so familiar? Why is it that every time I take a disciple, I'm saving someone? Have I become Tripitake? Well, it's fine. Little Hong is a backstabbing disciple. This fat, round, white-furred mouse looks quite obedient. Accepting it as a disciple is definitely not a mistake. Suddenly, the Beast Clan Patriarch charged, swinging his mace at Ye Junling's head. Intruder, how dare you ignore us? I'll make you pay dearly. Clang. To everyone's surprise, Ye Junling caught the spiked mace with his bare hand. His eyes were cold as he looked through the gaps in the mace. This mouse belongs to me. I'll spare your lives. Scram. The Stone Clan Patriarch also rushed forward from behind. We are both at the perfected integration realm. What gives you the right to say such things? The Beast Clan Patriarch agreed, roaring, that's right, everyone, let's kill this mother. Ye Junling's face was cold. I don't have a mother. As the Beast Clan Patriarch charged, Ye Junling struck him with a powerful palm to the stomach. The mace slipped from his hand, and his body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. This man. Just a casual punch has such incredible power. The Winged Clan Matriarch also attacked from the air, shooting countless feathers down at Ye Junling. Are you looking for death, human? The Wood Clan Patriarch also extended his long arms to attack. Ye Junling spread his arms, looked down at the vines at his feet, and said, since you insist on resisting, then I won't be polite. He flew into the air, raised his left arm to the sky, and shouted, great desolate heaven imprisoning finger, first finger, you're dead. Boom. A column of power descended from the sky. The ground shattered, fires raged, and dust flew everywhere. The Stone Clan Patriarch rushed forward, raised his hands, and created a stone barrier in front of the Beast and Wood Clan Patriarchs. Don't underestimate me, he shouted. The Wood Clan Patriarch retreated, channeling his power into the Stone Clan Patriarch. Ye Junling smiled in surprise. Oh, you even have support. Interesting. Well, this is a good chance to test out my check and reward. A massive projection appeared behind Ye Junling. This one was different from before. It was the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body. The Phantom wore an ancient crown and had a pure white halo behind it, seeming to illuminate the world and dispel all darkness. The 6 patriarchs' faces changed drastically. A chill ran down their spines as if they had fallen into an abyss. They felt small and insignificant before. This colossal phantom, even feeling the urge to kneel and worship. When the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body appeared, a terrifying pressure spread throughout the land like a tidal wave. It seemed as if even space and time had frozen. Countless creatures in the primeval forest knelt in terror. This change also attracted the attention of countless barren continent cultivators who were exploring. Heavens, what is that? They all swallowed hard, their bodies trembling in fear. Someone recognized it. This is a Dharma body divine ability, a peerless great divine ability. Aoyang Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. My God. Who on earth is casting this? Could it be Heavenly Monarch Xie? Not far away, Hong Tiny was also stunned. Her beautiful phoenix eyes showed a mix of doubt and astonishment. Is this his trump card? Even though I've witnessed many heaven-shaking scenes, I've never seen a Dharma body like this. The Buddhist sect's Dharma body from before was like a pile of trash compared to this. Even in the central continent, I've seen countless experts cast their Dharma bodies. Oh my God, I don't know how many more secrets this guy's hiding. At this rate, how the hell am I supposed to catch up? Before the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body, everything else seemed insignificant, unworthy of comparison, fit only to kneel at its feet. The entire world dimmed in its presence. At this moment, Ye Junling, standing beneath the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body, felt the immense change in his own body and couldn't help but feel a sense of supreme satisfaction. He glanced at the 6 terrified patriarchs and sneered. The Heavenly Emperor has arrived. Do you still dare to resist? Ye Junling flicked his sleeve, and a fierce gale rose. The Stone Clan Patriarch, thinking he was indestructible, was the first to charge up from the ground, shouting to the others behind him. Everyone, charge with me. Let's beat this brat to death, the beast. And Scale Clan Patriarchs were still in a daze, trembling in fear at the sight of the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body, ignoring the Stone Clan's suicidal charge. The Winged Clan Matriarch was no better. A moment ago, she was fiercely cursing Ye Junling, but now, seeing her comrades frozen in place, the Stone Clan Patriarch's eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and anger. Damn you all, he cursed. Ye Junling smiled coldly, raised a finger, and said lightly, Pebble. You're the most stubborn of the lot. A brilliant golden light exploded, and space trembled violently. It was a divine ability belonging to the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body. Heaven's sundering finger, Ye Junling shouted. The Stone Clan patriarch let out a tragic scream as his body was crushed by the domineering finger beam. Even the remaining fragments turned to dust, with no possibility of regeneration. No, spare me, senior, spare me. In the end, nothing was left. So much for being as hard as a rock. The Scale, Horned, Wood, Beast, and Winge clan patriarchs were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to resist and knelt down in unison, begging for mercy. Your Excellency, we admit we have eyes but fail to see Mount Tay. Let's end this meaningless battle. We don't need to fight to the death. In the sky, the power of the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body still rage. Any creature that passed through the energy fluctuations would be vaporized in an instant. Boom. The power continued to descend towards the remaining patriarchs. Junlin didn't even bother. With a wave of his hand, each of them was slapped to death on the spot, leaving a deep pit where their bodies should have been. Then, the atmosphere returned to silence. Junlin recalled the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body. Feeling that 80% of his magical power had been consumed, he couldn't help but sigh. Using this thing feels great, but the power consumption is immense. Alright, it's time to accept my new disciple. Junlin turned around and frowned when he didn't see the little mouse. Where did that mouse go? That damn mouse. A moment ago it said it would be very obedient, but when I was fighting to protect it, it disappeared. The fluffy white mouse that had been lying half dead on the ground was gone without a trace. At the same time, a white shadow was darting through the forest like a gust of wind. Remembering the terrifying scene just now, the white-furred mouse couldn't help but tremble, a deep fear rising from its soul. So scary. That two-legged creature scared Squeaky to death. In its eyes, the 6 patriarchs at the top of the secret realm's food chain had been so easily wiped out. If it didn't run away quickly, it feared its fate would be even more tragic. But strangely, although it still had wounds, they healed completely in a short time. The white-furred mouse, while fleeing and hiding, its black eyes darting around, sniffed the air to find a way out. It muttered, "What's going on? Is it because I ate that fruit? Oh, who cares? The most important thing now is to get away from that two-legged creature." Suddenly, it sensed something wrong. A familiar aura was rapidly approaching. It panicked. Oh no, the two-legged creature is chasing me. The fur on the white mouse stood on end. It frantically moved its 4 limbs, darting like a storm through the forest. Whoosh, the void rippled as if it were being torn apart. Junlin, using the Great Void technique, traversed space, quickly shortening the distance to his target. System, is that mouse up ahead? The system's reminder sounded. Ding. That's right, Post. Keep it up. You're about to catch it. Junlin found the white mouse's escape attempt quite amusing. So this mouse can run like this thanks to the Great Luo immortal physique. It's pretty good at running. If it weren't for the system's help, I probably would have lost its trail. An evil thought suddenly popped into his head. He wanted to catch it and tease it a little. The white mouse's heart was about to explode with despair. It's over. How did he catch up to me? How does the two-legged thing know where Squeaky is hiding? It felt that its luck was the worst. It had just been passing by and casually ate a fruit, and now it was caught in a heaven-shaking chase. The white mouse felt the world was so unfair. Squeaky just wants to live in peace. Why does everyone want to harm Squeaky? Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy came from the sky. An immense pressure enveloped its entire body. The white mouse immediately felt as if a mountain was crushing it, making it difficult to even breathe. Whoosh. Junlin landed lightly in front of it, observing the small white mouse with interest. Stared at by the silver-haired young man, the white mouse felt a chill run down its spine, certain that he was going to eat it. A hand of fiery magical power flew out and grabbed its tail, lifting it into the air. It struggled frantically, begging, "Please don't eat Squeaky." Junlin frowned, a slight smirk on his lips. "Didn't you say you would become my slave?" The little mouse, sweating profusely, looked up at Junlin and quickly replied, The Aura Master just released scared Squeaky so much. Squeaky was worried Master would eat Squeaky too." Junlin rubbed his chin and gave a devilish grin. I've eaten beef and horse meat before. Hearing you say that makes me want to try it even more." The little mouse's eyes filled with tears. "Squeaky's meat is sour. It's very, very hard to eat. Please spare Squeaky." He took a step closer, his face showing a wicked expression as if he were about to pounce and eat it. The little mouse was terrified beyond measure. Seeing the man in front of it intending to eat it, the white mouse's eyes widened like 2 beans. Finally, its pupils dilated, its head lolled to the side, and it fainted, foaming at the mouth. It let out one last squeak. Junlin was stunned. He poked its face with his finger. Seeing no reaction, his expression became peculiar. It fainted. According to the system, this white mouse has the Great Luo immortal physique, one of the strongest physiques. I never thought someone with such a powerful physique would be so timid that they couldn't even handle a little scare. Junlin pinched its cheeks and smiled. Alright, raising you as a pet doesn't sound too bad. Half an hour later, Junlin was sitting by a fire, grilling meat. Next to him, a large pot of water was boiling. The little mouse was still snoring at his feet. Its nose twitched. It shook its head and woke up. Smells so good. The fragrant aroma in the air completely woke it up. Mouse. Mouse is still alive. It looked around, its round eyes filled with curiosity. Suddenly, it froze. Next to him was a large pot, with something cooking inside. The fragrant smell filled the air. Could it be? At that moment, seeing Junlin still focused on grilling the meat, the white-furred mouse had the thought of escaping. It tiptoed, about to sneak away. Just as it was about to flee, a calm voice sounded, gentle as a breeze, but in the mouse's ears, it was like a clap of thunder, making its whole body tremble. Come here. Be good. Don't make me chase you again. Senior. The white-furred mouse swallowed, its heart pounding. It slowly approached Junlin. Its eyes inadvertently glanced at the golden brown meat on the grill, and it couldn't help but drool, its stomach growling. Junlin glanced at it, and offered a skewer of meat, his voice a little helpless. Look at your useless appearance. Here, have a piece. He casually threw a piece of crispy grilled meat towards it. The white mouse was overjoyed, catching it with both paws and immediately digging in without hesitation. The meat was tender, crispy, fragrant, and juicy, the sweet flavor melting in its mouth. The white mouse's eyes immediately sparkled like stars, and it felt boundless happiness. Its small tail behind it wagged as if it were about to fly. While eating, it exclaimed, "What kind of meat is this? Squeaky has never eaten anything so delicious." Seeing its dazed expression, Junlin burst out laughing and gently flicked its forehead. Silly, it's rabbit meat. Rabbit meat. The white mouse breathed a sigh of relief, licking the grease from its lips and muttering, Poor rabbit. But it's really delicious. Junlin smiled with amusement and threatened, if you don't want to eat rabbit meat, we can eat mouse meat. Seeing that, the white mouse swallowed hard and finally let down its guard. Senior. Squeaky believes you now. It cautiously looked up at him, its sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Senior. Can Squeaky have another piece of meat? Hearing this, Junlin's lips curled into a smile. You can, but on one condition, you have to become my disciple. Do you agree? Become your disciple. The white-furred mouse was stunned, so surprised it forgot to blink. He wanted to take it as a disciple. Compared to being eaten, this was even more surprising. The white mouse hesitated. Master, how can I be worthy of being your disciple, Senior? Is being your disciple dangerous? It just wants to live peacefully in the forest, carefree and without worries. Junlin coughed lightly a few times and said seriously, as my disciple, you can eat delicious food and drink well. If you encounter danger, your master will protect you. Don't you want such a good deal? Hearing this, the white mouse's eyes lit up, a fire blazing in its heart. It jumped up and down with joy, its small tail wagging, looking extremely funny. Yes, mouse. Mouse wants to be Senior's disciple. Junlin stood up, smiled, and extended his hand. Then what are you waiting for? Greet your master. The white mouse solemnly prostrated itself on the ground, its small paws clasped in front of its chest, looking extremely devout and excited. Disciple by Shoxy greets master. Junlin nodded with satisfaction, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Get up. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system rang in his head. Dang, congratulations, host, for completing the disciple recruitment mission. The reward is on its way. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the disciple recruitment mission. The reward is the supreme divine ability, 5 extremes Samsara a great annihilation technique. The system continued. Ding. Detecting the disciple's special aptitude, the system is gifting a set of the great Luo Dao scripture. Ding. The reward has been distributed. Wishing the host and disciple a harmonious and happy relationship. Remember not to abuse small animals. Junlin chuckled and nodded with satisfaction. Another ultimate move. Very good, very good. He then grumbled slightly. System, you really like to meddle. With my noble character, how could I do such a thing? Seeing Junlin muttering something, Bai Shoxi looked up in confusion. Master, are you talking to Squeaky? Junlin cleared his throat. I will now pass on a cultivation technique to you. Remember to cherish it and cultivate diligently. Be a good disciple for me in the future. With that, he gently waved his hand, and a ball of light flew into Bai Shoxi's sea of consciousness. Boom! Bai Shoxi's eyes widened, its small body trembling as if struck by lightning. The profound and endless great Luo Dao scripture instantly made it feel as if its third eye had been opened. All the mysteries of cultivation became clear before its eyes. Only then did Bai Shoxi realize what a heavenly opportunity it had received. It trembled with excitement, and finally prostrated itself on the ground in reverence. Amazing, disciple thanks master for bestowing this technique. Junlin smiled faintly, and casually ladled a bowl of hot rabbit meat soup for it. Alright, eat up to warm your belly. The Shox happily took the bowl, sniffed it, and immediately began slurping it down. Thank you, master. It's so delicious. After drinking it, it felt warm and comfortable all over, its small tail wagging happily. It secretly vowed in its heart, Master is so good to Squeaky. Being Master's disciple is the happiest thing in the world. In the future, Squeaky must repay him. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the sky like shattering glass. The entire Luotayan secret realm trembled violently. The originally illusory blue sky began to shatter into large, visible pieces. Junlin immediately jumped up, his expression serious. Oh damn it. What the hell is going on? The system announced, ding, detected that the great Luo immortal tree's life force has been depleted. It can no longer sustain the secret realm. The secret realm is now collapsing. Host, please leave quickly. The quick will live. The slow will meet their ancestors. You're on your own. Junlin turned to the little mouse. The Luotayan secret realm is about to collapse. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Bai Shaxi also sensed something was wrong. Strangely, it didn't feel scared. Instead, a sense of inexplicable sorrow welled up in its heart. Tears welled up in its red eyes. It said frightened and sad, Master. Mouse feels so sad. Junlin frowned, feeling something was off. He immediately used the Great Void technique, taking Bai Shaxi with him, tore through space, and rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. Let's go. The most urgent thing now was to get out quickly. On the way, the scenery changed constantly. Mountains crumbled, ancient forests collapsed, the ground cracked open, and the sky shattered like a broken mirror. The ancient secret realm that had existed for countless years had come to its end. Tragic roars of countless ferocious beasts echoed from all directions as they too panicked, trying to find a way out. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Everywhere, groups of terrified cultivators flood, using all their skills to find an exit. The Peak Lord of the Hidden Sword Peak, Shu, his face as pale as a ghost, said, Sect Master, I never expected this to happen. Junlin said in a deep voice, our job is to protect the disciples of the Mystic Heavens sect and get them out safely, minimizing casualties. The Peak Lord of Heavenly Fragrance Peak, Su Tangshu, asked worriedly, where is junior brother Yai? Should we wait for him and retreat together? As soon as she finished speaking, Junlin appeared in the void, his expression serious. Everyone, the situation is critical. Leave immediately. Junior brother Yai. Everyone was overjoyed. The Peak Lord of the Hidden Sword Peak looked in surprise at the palm-sized white-furred mouse being carried by Junlin. Its red eyes were glazed over, and it looked utterly pitiful. Whoa, that's a big mouse. Junlin smiled casually. This is my new disciple. The whole group stared, dumbfounded. Disciple. Zhao Deishu thought curiously, the disciple Junlin took in before, although her spirit wasn't great, she was devastatingly beautiful with supreme talent. But now, this small, ordinary white mouse, both foolish and pitiful, how did it gain his favor? Junlin suppressed his doubts and urged sternly, all right, everyone, let's go quickly. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook violently, a scene like the apocalypse. Fortunately, the cultivators and creatures in the secret realm also rushed towards the exit. A golden circle of light appeared in the sky, with rays of light shooting out from within. Junlin and his group flew out. Inside the secret realm, everyone looked panicked, but as they flew out, they struck cool poses with their hands behind their backs. Finally escaping, the cultivators were still shaken. Damn, what bad luck. In the crowd, Feng was beaming, full of confidence. He had found a great opportunity in the secret realm and reaped many treasures. He felt he had become an extraordinary figure. Heaven really has eyes. I will surely soar like a kite for 90,000 miles, and it's all thanks to heavenly monarchia that I was able to gain so much today. Cheers erupted from all directions. Everyone looked at Junlin with reverence. Heavenly monarchia is out. Hom Tani immediately moved in front of Junlin and respectfully clasped her hands. Master. Junlin nodded slightly, tossing Bai Shaxi towards her like a toy. This is my new disciple. From now on, you two must love and care for each other, understand? Hom Tani looked at the white mouse in front of her, a flash of surprise in her eyes. What? An indescribable feeling of annoyance rose in her heart, but in this situation, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Understood, Master. Bai Shaxi looked around with wide, curious, and slightly fearful eyes, muttering, squeak squeak, where am I? Seeing the new scenery outside, it felt both strange and anxious. Suddenly, it turned its head to look at the collapsing Luotayan secret realm and said softly with a pang of sadness, Squeaky's home is gone. Boom. At that moment, heaven-shaking explosions came from within the secret realm. Strange and powerful figures appeared one after another, bringing with them a storm-like momentum that swept through the entire space. Hordes of beast clans oxen, snakes, toads, all kinds of creatures were rushing out. They looked around at their new surroundings with shock. Is this the outside world from the legends? A creature with horns said in a deep voice, why is the spiritual energy here so scarce? A creature from the snake clan exclaimed in surprise, oh, are those two-legged things the ones from the records? They look so weak. A two-horned rhinoceros frowned in disgust. Well, since we've come to a new world, we must adapt. Another powerful creature replied in a deep voice, I propose we occupy this land and redivide the territory. So those two-legged things are the legendary humans. They're so weak. Of them. Then first, let's capture them all and make them our slaves. The creatures that escaped from the Luotian secret realm, under the pressure of the new environment, had their wild instincts erupt. Their eyes, filled with greed and killing intent, turned towards the human cultivators. Junlin's face went pale. Oh no, they're going to attack us. In the Kunlun realm, countless races coexisted. The creatures from the Luotian secret realm mostly carried ancient bloodlines and had undergone harsh cultivation environments. Their strength was terrifyingly powerful. In particular, among the creatures present, there were countless at the spirit transformation realm, and over 60 at the integration realm. The number of nascent soul and golden core experts was also immense. If these different beast clans united, their strength would be enough to rival the 10 great cultivation powers of the eastern region. Zhao Deishu turned in panic. What do we do now? Can we negotiate with them? How can we possibly fight them? I'm afraid not, Junlin replied. They are barbarians, and we just destroyed their homeworld. They will definitely invade the barren continent. I fear a great disaster is about to befall the barren continent. The crowd behind them panicked. Then what should we do? Aoyunfen raised a hand and shouted, his voice full of excitement and determination. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have Heavenly Monarchia here. With Heavenly Monarchia, we can definitely fight them. Countless eyes filled with hope and fervor immediately turned to the silver-haired young man standing in the center of the crowd. Because among all the cultivators present, only Junlin was an integration realm expert, and he had just demonstrated his invincible power in the secret realm. They had all witnessed it. Tiny glanced at Junlin. Can this guy handle this? She saw that her master was still standing there, hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as the West Lake in Hanoi, as if everything was under his control. So she thought, it seems there's no problem. However, while Junlin appeared as calm as a peerless master on the outside, inside, it was as if 10,000 horses were stampeding. He never expected that just after escaping the secret realm, such a cataclysmic crisis would strike. He cursed inwardly, what the hell is this? Damn it, are you guys planning a rebellion? My magical power is less than 10% right now. You bulls couldn't have picked a better time to cause trouble, could you? The system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding. Activating new mission. Convince the 100,000 creatures of the Luotian secret realm to join the Mystic Heaven sect. The host will receive an extremely attractive reward. Junlin was stunned and almost spat out his drink. He yelled back at the system, are you kidding me? You want me to persuade these 100,000 creatures to join the Mystic Heaven sect? Is your head full of water? So, I can't kill them, I have to persuade them to be considered to have completed the mission, right? The system replied, that's right, the host has to do this on your own. Bye-bye. At that moment, a giant with silver wings behind its back roared aggressively, its aura soaring. Heavenly Monarchia. Heavenly Monarchia. Which son of a bitch are you? Are you the Heavenly Monarchia they were talking about? The strongest one here. The young man turned, looking wary. That's me. In his mind, he thought, there are so many of these bastards. Can the Mystic Heaven sect even hold them all? Or should I just eat them gradually? Junlin said nothing, took a step forward, and directly released his perfected integration realm Cultivation. There was no doubt this realm truly intimidated the beast clans. After all, the perfected integration realm was the highest limit in the Luotian secret realm. An integration realm creature shouted, what are you afraid of? It's just one of him. More than 60 integration realm creatures stepped forward, simultaneously releasing their pressure, covering the entire sky. They responded in unison, that's right, let's all charge together and sing the Song of Brotherhood. Interestingly, seeing a perfected integration realm expert appear, the beast clans were still somewhat wary. The hordes of beast clans charged towards Junlin. He raised one hand, and a shield appeared around him. Standing behind, the little mouse saw Junlin facing the beast hordes alone and muttered, Master is in a dilemma. Master fed Squeaky meat, and taught Squeaky martial arts. Squeaky can't just abandon Master. With that, the little mouse immediately ran towards Junlin. Tiny called out in alarm, Little mouse, what are you doing? The little mouse ran, exclaiming, Master, Squeaky is here to save you. Just as Junlin was racking his brain, a light flashed in front of him. He exclaimed in alarm, Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Boom! An ancient and majestic divine aura erupted from its body. Its originally ruby-red eyes turned to brilliant gold. An ancient sigil appeared on its forehead, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Its entire body radiated an incredible power. In that moment, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the white-furred mouse's body floated in the air, enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Ji Union's group exclaimed, Junior Brother's new disciple is truly not simple. Tiny's face changed, and she muttered in surprise, this little mouse. How? One after another, the Beast Clan creatures recognized it. Their eyes showed clear reverence. They were stunned. This is the aura of the Great Luo Immortal Tree. They needed to know that the inviolable existence in the Luo Tian secret realm was the Great Luo Immortal Tree, the very thing that maintained the existence of the entire realm. In the minds of the Beast Clans, it was equivalent to the will of heaven, the supreme existence. Originally, they thought the collapse of the secret realm meant the Great Luo Immortal Tree had also perished. But now, they unexpectedly felt that familiar and intimate aura from a white-furred mouse. It was like a child returning to its mother's embrace. A cry echoed through the crowd. Oh, the Great Luo Immortal Tree has not abandoned us. Please, Immortal Tree, guide your children's future path. We beg the Immortal Tree for its protection. The 10,000 Beast Clan creatures knelt down in unison, including the Integration Realm experts. All of them knelt at Bai Shax's feet, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces like rain. Even Hong Tiny, who was well versed in many things, was stunned by the scene. As expected, everything that happens is within his plans. Looking at the little mouse in front of him, Junlin thought the Great Luo Immortal Fruit was created by the Great Luo Immortal Tree. It's basically another way for the Great Tree to be reborn. After Bai Shax ate it, an immortal body was born within it, and it also possesses a remnant of its will. Now, the will of the Great Luo Immortal Tree is reawakening, and is about to take over Bai Shax's body. Thinking of this, Junlin asked the little mouse in alarm, Bai Shaxi, are you alright right now? Junlin urgently called out, his heart anxious. Shaxi, are you okay? Answer me. Bai Shaxi was floating in mid-air, its eyes cold and indifferent. But when the sound entered its mind, it stimulated its original spirit, causing its consciousness to fluctuate violently. It frowned and thought, Master is calling Squeaky. Squeaky can't sleep. Bai Shax's eyes gradually became lively, its body trembling as if having a seizure. It let out a cry and slapped its own cheeks hard. Finally, it regained its original consciousness. Bai Shaxi obediently landed next to Junlin, clasped its hands in a bow, and said, Master, thank you for waking Squeaky up. Junlin's eyes showed satisfaction. He gently stroked its head. It's good that you're okay. The 10,000 creatures of the secret realm were dumbfounded. Their pride had been severely hit. They were stunned. What's going on? The Great Luo Immortal Tree is bowing to a human as its master. How can this be? How can a lowly human be the master of the Immortal Tree? Noticing the change, Junlin quickly stepped on the gas and sent a message to Bai Shaxi. Shaxi, now listen to Master and do as I say. Bai Shaxi obediently, if a little dazed, nodded. A moment later, Bai Shaxi cleared its throat and spoke in a deep, calm voice to the Beast Clans. The collapse of the secret realm this time was the will of heaven. But you need not worry. You are all my children, and I will absolutely not abandon you. Hearing this, the Beast Clans were as excited as if they had found their spiritual support. At that moment, Junlin spoke indifferently, the heavens have a virtuous heart. If that is the case, then let your children join my mystic heaven sect, and be protected under my name. Bai Shaxi immediately turned, clasped its hands, and bowed. Thank you, Master. The Beast Clans were stunned, completely unprepared for this turn of events. They asked in shock, Immortal Tree, you mean? We are to stay in human territory. Bai Shaxi clasped its hands behind its back, its red eyes flashing. It turned to look straight at the two-horned beast and asked, Are you questioning me? The two-horned beast, who had been so arrogant before, immediately felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over it. It replied in fear, this lowly one would not dare. The other Beast Clans also fell silent. No one dared to show any dissent. In their hearts, their submission to the Great Luo Immortal Tree was deeply ingrained in their bones. If even the Great Luo Immortal Tree submitted to Junlin, what reason did they have to resist? Soon after, the system notified Junlin, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, Sun Orbit. The system's voice rang in his head. His eyes lit up. Success, I really have to thank my newly accepted disciple this time. He never expected it to be so useful at such a critical moment. As for the reward from the system, Junlin did not show much surprise or joy. Based on the description of the Sun Orbit's function, it's just a training space with a time difference. It sounds like a heaven-defying treasure secluded cultivation for 100 years while only one day passes in the outside world. But for someone like me who possesses the stronger the foe, the stronger I am cheat, the Sun Orbit is quite useless. I came to this world to enjoy life. With the system's help, I can get stronger just by lying down. I rely on provoking dogs or clashing with experts to raise my realm. Why would I need to cultivate arduously in the Sun Orbit? Junlin glanced at Little Hong below, and thought, but just because I don't need it doesn't mean others don't. Little Hong seems quite suitable for cultivating in the Sun Orbit. He has the talent, an ability to break through realms quickly. I'll let him train in there later. But for now, he's still an unruly disciple. I need to observe him more. Below, Little Hong also looked up. Seeing Ye Junlin looking at her, she thought, why is he looking at me like that? Is he blaming me for not helping him just now? Sect Master Shu Yunyan was almost stunned by the unexpected happiness. His hands and feet trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes. Am I dreaming? These powerful creatures really want to join the Mystic Heaven sect. Just the spirit transformation cultivators alone number over 1,000, and there are more than 60 at the integration realm, not to mention the countless nascent soul and golden core experts. With this massive scale, today they will all join the Mystic Heaven sect. A peak lord said excitedly, Sect Master, from now on, our Mystic Heaven sect will surely become one of the 10 great immortal sects of the eastern region. The disciples of the Mystic Heaven sect were overjoyed. This meant the sect would reach the pinnacle of prosperity. Su Tainshu also said with admiration, it's all thanks to Peak Lord Yai. Aoyang Feng's jaw dropped, utterly amazed at the increase in the Mystic Heaven sect's strength. He muttered, this is even possible. The cultivators of the barren continent were completely subdued. They said joyfully, so powerful, I knew Heavenly Monarchia would be able to resolve this crisis. Even the expert that these beast clans obey without question is just this Heavenly Monarch's disciple. I'm completely convinced. Bai Xiaox smiled and transmitted a message excitedly, Master, Squeaky did it. They really listened to Squeaky. Ye Junling smiled, his eyes crinkling with pleasure. Well done. Master is very satisfied. He then asked, tell me, does the will of the great Lu immortal tree still affect you now? No, Bai Xiaox replied. After Squeaky woke up, it hasn't made a sound. Ye Junling nodded. That's good. It seems that inheriting a part of the great Lu immortal tree's will is not a bad thing for you. At least it has given you a strong influence over the beast clans. Yes, Master, Bai Xiaox replied. After that, everyone returned, remembering what had happened that day. The Mystic Heaven sect quickly arranged for the accommodation of the newly joined beast clan creatures. Scene change, Azure Continent. A magnificent golden ark flew straight into the feather transformation gate. A person with trembling legs stepped off the ark. On the ark, Chen Jiao, looking haggard and dispirited, was being helped down. This scene stunned the disciples of the sect. In their impression, this new holy son was a figure whose spirit and style were like the rising sun. How could he become so soulless and dispirited after just one trip to the barren continent? The law enforcement elder hurried over. Holy son, what happened to you? He noticed that several important faces were missing from the returning group, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Chen Jiao, with pale lips, said weakly, I want to see Master. The law enforcement elder said, reporting to the Holy Son, Great Sage Jiyang is in seclusion. He then asked carefully, may I ask the Holy Son, what exactly happened? Where are Elder Yan and the other fellow sect members? Chen Jiao gave a miserable smile, and didn't answer. The person next to him, who was injured, shouted, they're dead, they're all dead. Not only was the law enforcement elder horrified, but the surrounding cultivators also turned pale in unison. They were stunned. What? That's 9 intersect elders, all integration realm experts. Such a powerful force. All perished in the small barren continent. The law enforcement elder asked anxiously, Holy Son, who did this? Tell me quickly so I can report it to the sect. Chen Jiao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face ferocious. He gritted his teeth. Mystic Heaven sect. Ye Junling, after the news was reported, the feather transformation gate immediately exploded. Roars of fury echoed, and a monstrous killing intent surged, stirring the endless clouds. How can this be? Even Elder Yan and the others were killed. Bastards, to dare to kill the elders of the feather transformation gate and almost cause the death of our holy son. This is a complete disregard for us. Declare war. We must publicly declare war, wipe out that barbarian land, and uproot all related sects. The feather transformation gate, an immortal sect that had stood for ages, a place where countless cultivators of the eastern region paid homage, now erupted with a heaven-shaking aura. The creatures of the Azure continent felt as if they were covered in ice, their eyes filled with fear. At the same time, the news spread like a storm, shaking all the continents of the eastern region. After all, the cultivators who had witnessed the events at the scene were as numerous as stars in the sky. When they returned, they naturally recounted what they had seen. On the streets, everyone was talking. A child selling newspapers shouted, Extra, extra, hot news from the eastern region cultivation world. Only 2 low-grade spirit stones for a copy. Give me one. I want one too. In the tea houses and restaurants, the crowd read the news with wide eyes and stammering mouths. This. The headlines were extremely eye-catching, shocking. Feather Transformation Gate's Holy Son defeated by a mysterious woman in red. Feather Transformation Gate loses 9 integration realm experts. Culprit revealed to be Ethereal Peak's Peak Lord of the Mystic Heaven sect. Mystic Heaven sect is a hidden ancient immortal sect in the barren continent. Breaking news. Fifth, Transformation Gate officially declares war on the Mystic Heaven sect. They discuss the event, which became a hot topic in the eastern region's cultivation world. The barren continent, once considered the poorest and most backward place, now became famous thanks to the Mystic Heaven sect. Heavens, the times are changing. From now on, I won't dare to call people from the barren continent barbarians anymore. They even dared to kill experts from the Feather Transformation Gate. The Mystic Heaven sect is truly formidable, but facing the Feather Transformation Gate, I fear there's no hope of victory. That's right. It's a top-tier cultivation power, a place that once produced a true immortal. It's an immortal holy land with a terrifying foundation. Scene change, Buddhist continent, Junlin temple. The core monks were sitting in meditation, exuding an ethereal aura of Zen mastery. The abbot and his junior brother were talking with frowning brows. Amitabha. The Feather Transformation Gate has launched a war. Our Junlin temple should also punish evil and uphold good, and make the Mystic Heaven sect pay its blood debt. May Buddha is merciful. Not long after, the Junlin temple issued a statement, directly calling the Mystic Heaven sect an evil demonic sect, and giving Junlin the title of white-haired demon lord, calling on all righteous people to rise up and eliminate the demonic path. With the reputation of a top-tier Zen cultivation power in the Buddhist continent, this call spread quickly. Many Zen cultivators were enraged, preparing to slay the demon and prove their Tao. The entire eastern region was filled with the intent of war. Countless cultivators were terrified. They were about to witness a large-scale war, the likes of which had not been seen in 10,000 years. Scene change, barren continent. After the collapse of the Luotian secret realm, dense spiritual energy spread out. Just as the saying goes, when a whale falls, 10,000 things flourish. This barren and impoverished land began to be filled with vitality. Countless creatures benefited, and their cultivation progressed rapidly. Dogs turned into cats, cats into chickens, chickens into toads, and so on. Before, due to the lack of spiritual energy, the cultivators here had low realms. Golden core was rare, and nascent soul was like a piglet sold in the market. But from now on, this would completely change. After the Mystic Heaven sect accepted the 10,000 beast clan creatures, the sect's strength on the surface soared, like a malnourished person suddenly becoming obese. When they heard the news that the Feather Transformation Gate and the Junlin temple had declared war, the elders and disciples were all worried. They discussed, in just a few days, the Feather Transformation Gate will attack. And those old baldies from the Junlin temple dared to call us a demonic sect. Damn it, strange, it's been a few days, but I haven't seen the sect master or the peak lords. Where did they go? I'd heard they're in secluded cultivation. Many sight. Even peak lord who is already so strong, is still cultivating hard. It's all for the Mystic Heaven sect. Having peak lord is the Mystic Heaven sect's greatest fortune. Scene change, ethereal P. Junlin, wearing glasses like an intellectual hooligan, lay lazily on a recliner. His long silver hair hung loose, creating a strange mix of modern and ancient aesthetics. He closed his eyes, peacefully enjoying the sunlight. Bai Shaoxi came running with a cup of boba tea. Master, Squeaky made it. This is the supreme invincible boba tea you wanted. Junlin's eyes immediately widened with excitement. Quick, put the straw in. Bai Shaoxi put the straw in the cup and happily handed it over. Here you go. Junlin took a sip and immediately let out a satisfied sigh. Perfect. This is the taste. Previously, after completing the system's daily sign-in mission, Junlin had received the complete encyclopedia of boba tea crafting. This book contained 9,999,999 boba tea recipes of all kinds. If this were his previous life, this would definitely be a top trade secret. Just releasing it could establish a world-class boba tea brand, making even the big brands bow down. This made Junlin overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately gave it to his second disciple, Bai Shaoxi, to practice. Slurp. Junlin took another sip of boba tea, and nodded. Shaoxi, you did a great job. I'll allow you to make 50 more new types of boba tea. This time, you can choose one to reward yourself with. Bai Shaoxi ran off excitedly to make new boba tea. Really? Squeaky thanks master. Seeing the scene, Hong Tiny, who was grilling squid nearby, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This mouse is truly nay. One day, it'll be sold and still happily count the money for the seller. Junlin glanced at Hong Tiny and teased, Little Hong, look how enthusiastic Shaox is. You're not even as good as a mouse. Where's my spicy grilled squid? Why haven't you brought it over yet? A flash of dissatisfaction appeared in Hong Tiny's eyes. She was furious inside, but she quickly replied, Master, this disciple will bring it immediately. She brought a plate of spicy grilled squid to Junlin, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, Please enjoy, Master. Junlin replied. He then leisurely took a skewer and slowly bit into it, making chewing sounds. Seeing this, Tiny gritted her teeth inwardly but maintained a smile on her face. Master, is the heat right? Do you need me to adjust the spiciness? Junlin replied nonchalantly, keep it as it is. Hong Tiny thought for a moment and then cautiously proposed, Master, could you grant your disciple the opportunity to enter the sun orbit for cultivation? This disciple really wants to break through. This was the 5th time she had asked. Ever since she learned about the powerful capabilities of the sun orbit, and that the sect master and other peak lords had all entered it for secluded cultivation, Hong Tiny had been sitting on pins and needles, desperate to join. However, every time she suggested it, she was rejected. Hong Tiny screamed inwardly, damn it, if it weren't for the fact that my strength is inferior to his, I would have flipped the table and snatched it long ago, but for now, I can only continue to endure and wait for an opportunity. Faced with his first disciple's humble plea, Junlin took a sip of boba tea and said lazily, look at you, so impatient again. Just be calm. Hanoi wasn't built in a day. Hong Tiny quickly replied, Master, this disciple wants to become stronger, so I can protect the sect. No need, Junlin said. The sect has me. Little Hong continued to argue, but your disciple also wants to become stronger to share the burden with Master. Junlin turned and asked mockingly, can you? Little Hong finally realized that her master was deliberately provoking her. Even those with no talent were allowed to enter the sun orbit, while she was being blocked. Hong Tiny cursed silently in her head, damn it. I think you're just afraid I'll surpass you. Suddenly Bai Shox's childish voice was heard as it walked by, carrying a mortar and pestle. Master, if senior brother Hom wants to go, then let him go. Squeaky will do his share of the work. Junlin sighed. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it all. It's okay. Just leave it to Squeaky, the little mouse replied. After thinking for a moment, Junlin finally cleared his throat. Alright, I'll allow you to enter the sun orbit for cultivation. You should thank your junior brother. Hong Tiny quickly clasped her hands. Many thanks to junior brother for pleading on my behalf. Junlin walked away, saying, you all can eat as you please. I'm going inside to rest. Little Hong looked up, a triumphant look in her eyes. Just you wait. The day I emerge from seclusion will be the day you, Junlin, kneel at my feet. She raised a hand, and a flame erupted, flying towards the sun orbit in the sky. She wanted to directly snatch Junlin's sun orbit. However, she didn't know that the sun orbit was a gift from the system, and only Junlin had the right to use it. Seeing this, Shu Yunion's group was stunned. They reached out and shouted, Hong Tiny, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid junior brother Ye will punish you? Hong Tiny turned and waved her hand. Instantly, Shu Yunion, Zhao Deshu, and Su Tainju were sent flying. Shu Yunion's face was grave. I'm currently at the early stage of the integration realm, but when facing Hong Tiny, I feel like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In addition, her unusual behavior and words give me a bad feeling. Hong Tiny turned to look at the people of the Mystic Heaven sect, her eyebrows slightly raised, a contemptuous smile on her lips. A bunch of trash. Suddenly, Hong Tiny turned back towards the sun orbit in the sky, her face shocked. Why is this happening? The sun orbit isn't reacting at all. Shu Yunion, his body emitting a terrifying lightning aura, struggled to stand up against the pressure, his eyes full of indignation. Hong Tiny, you are junior brother Ye's disciple, and the most outstanding genius in the sect. The sect would surely have devoted all its resources to nurturing you. Why would you do something so despicable? Hong Tiny couldn't help but wave her sleeve and shout, insolent, who do you think you are to lecture me? Boom, she turned, her body emitting a black aura, and struck Shu Yunion. He was sent flying more than 100 feet, clutching his chest and kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes were filled with horror. A single casual blow, and he was completely unable to resist. At this moment, Shu Yunion looked at the figure in front of him, his heart trembling. What realm is this? It's terrifying. Compared to before entering the sun orbit, she is now unfathomably deep. The crowd of Mystic Heaven sect members behind them shouted worriedly, Sect Master. They never expected junior brother Ye's disciple to betray them at such a critical moment. Hong Tiny's voice was as cold as ice, her eyes filled with contempt, her posture arrogant and proud, as if all living beings before her were nothing but dust. She said, Humph, a bunch of ants daring to give me pointers. Not killing you just now was my greatest mercy. But at that moment, a shout full of killing intent came from outside the sect. The army of the Feather Transformation Gate has arrived. The troublemaker Junlin, get your ass out here and die. Hong Tiny smiled coldly. It's time to settle the score with him. Whoosh, she disappeared on the spot. The Peak Lord of the Hidden Sword Peak stammered, Sect Master, what should we? Shu Yunion said worriedly, quick, follow her and see what's happening. Scene change, Ethereal Peak. A silver-haired young man, resting his right hand on his head, lay lazily on his side on a recliner. A long straw was in his mouth, and with each sip he took, the boba tea in his hand disappeared. His half-closed eyes exuded an air of leisure. Junlin yawned and sighed, drinking boba tea freely is truly blissful. Whoosh, A moment later, a figure with a powerful aura flashed and appeared. Seeing Ye Junling's lazy posture, Hong Tiny couldn't hide her contempt. This man is a disgrace to cultivators. With such a lazy attitude, what's the point of cultivating immortality, let alone competing for the great Tao? Hong Tiny thought, as expected, he's just a lucky guy who stumbled upon some great opportunity from some ruins, which is how he obtained those coveted techniques and treasures. But now, all of those things will belong to me, Hong Tiny. At this moment, sensing Hong Tiny's appearance, Ye Junling didn't even bother to move. Maintaining his reclining posture, still sipping his boba tea, he said vaguely, "Good disciple, your master missed you." Hong Tiny suppressed her urge to explode and said coldly, Miss my ass, they're about to break in and take your life. I can't believe you can still be so calm. Aren't you afraid of death? Ye Junling sat up, a dazed look on his face. What? They're attacking. Why didn't I know anything about it? Hong Tiny frowned as if thinking of something. His face darkened, and he waved his hand to remove the soundproof barrier in the air. In an instant, the sound of war drums outside thundered as if to attack. Ye Junlin was stunned and immediately released his spiritual sense. When he saw the mighty fleet of warships, his expression became strange. Oh, so it's about to be a fight. Seeing this man's utter lack of panic, Hong Tiny felt stifled and said coldly, "You see the current situation, but as long as you hand over everything you have to me, I can consider sparing your life." Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow and replied, "Humph, don't play dumb with me. We are both intelligent people, let's speak plainly." Before he could finish, Hong Tiny suddenly caught sight of a strange creature running towards them. Little Hom's phoenix fire eyes widened, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "What the devil is that?" In front of them was a small creature in a white dress, revealing skin as smooth as snow, with arms as white as lotus roots and slender, well-proportioned legs. But the strange thing was that on its delicate neck grew a mouse's head. The creature trotted over, holding a tray of food, and said excitedly, "Master, this is the spicy grilled chicken wings squeak squeak made for you. Please try it." Then, seeing Hong Tiny, it exclaimed with joy at "Senior brother Hong, you came out of seclusion so quickly." Lil Hong felt his scalp tingle and took 2 steps back, blurting out, You stay right there." He thought in shock, "Isn't this that white-furred mouse? How did it become like this? What the hell could it be?" An idea flashed through Little Hong's mind, and he suddenly turned to look at Ye Junlin, a sense of disgust rising in his heart. "Damn it, I can't believe you have such a heavy taste." Ye Junlin was bewildered. "What's with that look? I am a righteous person, don't get the wrong idea. Such malice, truly full of malice." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures descended on Pao Miao Peak. Ji Union and several other peak masters spoke anxiously, "Traitor, what do you intend to do to your master?" "Junior brother Ye, be careful." But as their eyes fell on the bizarre figure, everyone stared in stunned amazement, asking, What is this?" Bajuxi quickly explained, "Everyone, don't be afraid, it's me." Squeak squeak. Ji Union's mouth twitched strangely. "So it's junior brother Ye's second disciple. Her appearance is truly staggering." The other peak masters exclaimed, "Junior brother Ye not only has peerless talent, but even his aesthetic taste is beyond our reach. He really knows how to live, truly knows how to live." The more Ye Junlin heard, the more wrong it sounded. He asked, "Are you all mocking me?" Ye Junlin quickly changed the subject, fearing that if this continued, his reputation would be ruined, and asked, "Right, what did you all mean?" Everyone was worried. Ji Union pointed at Little Hom and quickly said, "Junior brother Ye, your eldest disciple has rebellious intentions. He just tried to seize the Sun-Moon dial, and even attacked us." Ye Junlin looked at Hong Tiny with a meaningful gaze and asked, "My dear disciple, is what they said true?" Under the silver-haired man's focused gaze, Hong Tiny couldn't help but tremble, but he quickly regained his composure. "I'm different now, why should I be afraid of this man? It's time to turn the tables." Hong Tiny slightly raised his head, his tone almost like a command. "So what if it's true? What can you do to me? Now that the Grand Army is here, you're about to die. Do you still not understand the situation?" Ji Union and the others were so angry their bodies trembled, shouting, "Despicable, wolf-hearted wretch. Junior brother Ye has not treated you poorly. For sects, the greatest taboo is a disciple betraying their master, as this can cause great instability within the sect." Hong Tany's face was icy as he shouted back, "What do you all know?" In his heart, Little Hong was still resentful. "What a noble status I have, yet I was ordered around by a junior, from massaging his shoulders and back to even washing his feet." Just thinking about it made Little Hong feel deeply humiliated. Faced with this situation, Ye Junlin felt a deep blow, murmuring in a daze, "Retribution. This is truly retribution." Suddenly, Ye Junlin feigned a look of anguish covering his face and saying, "Don't blame him. It's my fault. It's because I didn't care about my disciples' feelings. It's all my fault. I truly regret it so much." Ye Junlin's eyes turned red, his face filled with pain as he beat his chest and stumped his feet, looking extremely self-reproachful and regretful. Bai Xiaox sniffled, took Ye Junlin's hand, her nose tingling as she choked out, "Master." Shi Yunian and the others looked on in utter astonishment, having never seen their junior brother like this. "Junior brother yet you." Hong Tani showed a look of contempt and shouted, "Keep acting. If I hadn't lived with you for a while and seen through your true face, I would have almost been deceived." Ye Junlin, with a hopeful expression and a cautious, pleading tone, said, "Little Hong, my dear disciple Hong, I truly know my mistake. Can you forgive me? After all, we have a master-disciple bond. Give me a chance to start over, please." Hong Tiny took a cold breath, goosebumps rising all over his body. How can someone be so shameless? It's truly an eye-opener. Hong Tiny said with disgust, "In your dreams. You make me sick." Ye Junlin, as if a great burden had been lifted, his face instantly became serene, a complete contrast to his previous expression. He then spoke, unexpectedly. No one knew that the system's voice had just sounded in Ye Junlin's mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Reward, Indestructible Tyrant Body Art." The Indestructible Tyrant Body Art, a supreme technique, combining strength and physique. When cultivated to its peak, one could form an indestructible body, shaking the ages. Ye Junlin thought to himself, the reward isn't bad. It wasn't a waste of my acting skills. I just triggered a temporary mission from the system. Now that the mission is complete, let's have some fun together, Ye Junlin lay on his chair and turned to ask little Hom, "Do you know the saying, a teacher for a day is a father for life? No matter what, I'm still your father, I know your measure." The protagonist thought to himself, "Haha, I'll tease you for a bit. If you dare to resist, I'll just have to teach you a lesson." He took a sip of his milk tea, and turned to call Bai Xiaoxi. "Tut." Bai Xiaoxi replied, "Master, Squeak Squeak is here." Ye Junlin continued, "Come here and massage my shoulders." Bai Xiaoxi ran over and obediently massaged Ye Junlin's shoulders, replying, "Yes, master." Seeing the protagonist's carefree attitude, Zhao Dishu worriedly exclaimed, "Everyone, do you think junior brother Ye is under too much pressure and now facing such a blow, he can't take it anymore?" Su Tianshu turned and scolded, "Pressure your ass, what nonsense are you spouting?" Little Hom, on the other hand, was confused. What is he doing? Ye Junlin squinted his eyes in comfort, then sat up and looked at Little Hom, saying leisurely, "Little Hom, you've been in seclusion in the sun-moon dial for 200 years. Now that you're out, you think you're all that, ho." Hearing this, Hong Tiny's voice turned grave as he snapped, "Cut the crap. Hand over everything you've obtained, and I will help you this once. Otherwise, you can just sit here and wait for death. You must know that the cultivation world is inherently cruel. Killing for treasures is a common occurrence. I, Hong Tiny, consider myself a demonic cultivator, and in this matter, I have already been as merciful as possible. As long as he got what he wanted, he would attack, drive back the enemy forces, and then torture Ye Junlin to pay back all the humiliation he had suffered, and from then on, sever their relationship." Zhao Dishu turned to whisper to Shi Yunian, "Sect Master, from his words, it seems he has some conscience. After all, with the battle imminent, everyone knows Hong Tiny's strength. If we can get his help, perhaps the Xuantian sect can really overcome this crisis." Shi Yunian coughed a few times, his heart wavering. This matter still depends on junior brother Ye's decision. From the techniques, pills, and even the sun-moon dial that could alter the flow of time that Ye Junlin possessed, everyone had long determined that he carried a great destiny. However, out of fellowship, they had never asked in detail. Now Hong Tiny directly demanded it in front of everyone, even setting conditions, which made everyone curious as to how Ye Junlin would choose. Ye Junlin smiled, secretly understanding Hong Tiny's intentions. But this was fundamentally impossible because he was bound to the system. More importantly, Ye Junlin didn't see the immediate danger as a threat at all. Ye Junlin gave a meaningful smile and asked, "Are you sure you're stronger than me now?" Hong Tiny replied with self-satisfaction, "Certainly. Although you have always oppressed me, wasting my precious cultivation time, I have been in seclusion in the sun-moon dial for 200 years. Whether it's my realm or my actual strength, I have far surpassed you." He then spoke in a lecturing, critical tone, "Ye Junlin, you've fallen into this situation due to your own indulgence. We cultivators must constantly strive and compete for the great Tao. How can you be like this, lazy and idle all day? Therefore, hand over all your opportunities to me, so that I may let them shine brightly. I am the one who deserves to inherit all these things." At this moment, Ye Junlin looked at the former demon sect leader before him as if looking at an idiot, thinking, "I have a system, why do I need to cultivate so hard? Isn't it more comfortable to just lie around and play?" Bai Xiaoxi trembled with fear, feeling that the man before her had become a stranger. "Senior brother Hong, Ezoskari." Shi Yunian and the others were worried, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, exclaiming, "Indeed, Hong Tiny wants to seize junior brother's destiny. Junior brother Ye, don't try to resist. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion outside. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying energy cannonball pierced through the sky, carrying a destructive aura, and shot straight towards Piao Miao Pi. Ong Tiny shouted loudly, striking out with his palm and yelling, "Scram!" Swoosh! The terrifying energy cannonball was immediately deflected by a powerful force, changing direction, and heading straight for the approaching enemy crowd. It shot directly into a warship in the sky. A brilliant light erupted, and painful screams echoed. "Who is it? Get out here! And die!" Angry shouts followed one after another. At least a dozen spiritual senses swept over Hong Tiny. He ascended into the air like a star, his hands clasped behind his back, his aura deep and immeasurable. He thought to himself, coming to bother me at this time. Well, Ye Junlin is no match for me now. I'll just go and deal with these flies first, then come back and take all of Ye Junlin's resources. His arrogant gaze looked down as little Hong said coldly, "I am here. What can you do to me?" An old, resonant voice like a great bell rang out. "A mere woman dares to be so arrogant. Let this old man come and teach you a lesson." An old man in the attire of an intersect elder, a cruel smile on his face, rushed forward with ghostly speed, his sharp hand grabbing towards Hong Tiny. Hearing himself being called a mere woman, veins popped on Hong Tiny's forehead. He laughed coldly, truly an ignorant, and a tragic scream echoed. The old man's face withered, revealing a look of horror as his body was quickly engulfed by terrifying black flames, burning to ashes in mid-air. A late-stage integration realm expert was thus annihilated, unable to resist. The cultivators of the Yuhua Gate's faces changed as they looked at the proud, fiery red figure, their eyes filled with utter terror. Damn it, what the hell is this? Ong Tiny's hair fluttered, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd of cultivators. His voice, allowing no refusal, rang out, "I'll give you half an incense stick of time. All of you, get out of the barren continent. Otherwise, die." The voice, as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, echoed in everyone's minds. Some elders showed apprehension, but soon their eyes filled with killing intent. Two other elders from the Yuhua Gate furiously shouted, "You dare to strike alone." Another one behind them pointed and yelled, "Even if that elder was unfortunately hit by your killing move, do you think you alone can stand against hundreds and thousands of us integration realm elders?" Swoosh, 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 more than 60 integration realm elders attacked simultaneously. Some used spiritual energy, others used talismans, and still others unleashed their specialized divine abilities. Ong Tiny's eyes were as cold as ice. He formed a hand seal, and countless eerie blue flames erupted from all around him. He said coldly, "In that case, I shall commence a great slaughter." In a flash, sounds like wailing ghosts echoed, making one's hair stand on end. Then, a series of gigantic skulls appeared, each the size of a millstone, letting out sharp screams as they rushed towards the integration realm elders. The grand scene was like an army of the underworld invading. My arm. Get away, quick, absolutely don't let them bite. They're poisonous. Stop them now. The integration realm elders were soundly defeated. In just one exchange, more than a third of them had perished. But Hong Tiny was not satisfied. He continued to control the blue flame skulls like a swarm of mad locusts, sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever they went, flames filled the sky. Many large warships caught fire, and a multitude of disciples were burned alive. Screams and cries for help mixed together, filling the space with horror. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, the soft sound of chanting was heard. Dazzling Buddhist light shone down, making one feel an urge to believe in Buddhism. On ancient flying ships, countless monks clasped their hands and chanted, Amitabha. A powerful monk in a kisaya said solemnly, "Benefactors, the Xuankong temple has come to reinforce." Ong Tiny said with contempt, another group coming to offer their lives." The monks immediately flew up, forming hand seals and unleashing Buddhist divine abilities, shouting, "Demonic woman, don't be too arrogant." Hong Tiny's face turned grim. He formed a hand seal and cast a spell, shouting, "Damned bald donkeys." Whoosh, the remaining skulls immediately gathered like rivers flowing into the sea, quickly condensing into a colossal skull. Boom, the skull was so enormous it blotted out the sky, letting out a chilling laugh that made those facing it feel incredibly small. A terrifying pressure spread out. Ong Tiny laughed coldly and waved his hand, "Go, play with them." Boom, the giant skull rushed forward like a moving fortress, its entire body engulfed in blue flames, the temperature frighteningly high. Incessant, shrill screams rang out. "Amitabha, your ancestor, it's coming for us." How ironic. The Xuankong Temple's army had just appeared and already suffered heavy losses. Tens of thousands of monks were swallowed by the skull, a visually shocking scene. The head of the discipline hall, Master Hushi, was so angry his eyes turned red. He roared, "Demonic woman, the Buddha will not forgive you." His full integration realm peak cultivation erupted as he struck out with a brilliant Arhat palm seal, aiming to kill this lawless flame demon. Ong Tiny contemptuously waved his hand, creating a giant hand of fire. Even if the Buddha himself came, I would kill him for you to see. Boom, the powerful hand blocked the Arhat palm seal, then transformed into numerous ferocious fire dragons that crazily lunged at Master Huishi. Master Huishi roared, using all his strength to resist, shouting, "Wretched creature, you dare." Little Hum waved his hand, and a wave of fire rolled up in front of him, blocking Master Huishi's attack. Horror filled the monk's eyes as he watched the hand of fire grab towards him. In less than 2 breaths, his body was burned to ash, completely vanishing. The monks of the Xuancom temple screamed in agony. "Head monk," Little Hum laughed coldly, "did you not know your own limits when standing before me?" Zhu Yunian wiped away cold sweat and said, "Junior brother Yai, your disciple's talent is truly terrifying. I fear the small Chuan Tian sect cannot contain this great Buddha." The peak master of the hidden sword peak recalled having once unintentionally offended Hong Tiny, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. That's right. If it's not possible, just give him whatever he wants. By all means, do not confront him. Saving our lives is paramount. Bai Shaoxu waved her small fist, her mouse face filled with excitement as she cheered. Senior brother Hom is so powerful, go, senior brother Hom. Ye Junlin rubbed his chin and smirked, thinking, no wonder he's so arrogant, killing integration realm experts like killing dogs. He could feel the aura erupting from Hong Tani, which was neither like the integration realm nor the Mahayana realm, but somewhere in between. Ye Junlin's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the powerful figure in the distance. A virtual information panel appeared before his eyes. Activating the Eye of Insight, under the Cultivation section, the words half-step Mahayana appeared. Ye Junlin suddenly understood, thinking with a wry smile, half-step Mahayana. No wonder. With his already powerful combat foundation, plus the advantage of his realm, Hong Tiny can indeed easily sweep through the army of cultivators. Ye Junlin thought to himself, that's good too. If he turns to deal with me, won't I have the opportunity to break through? The grass has grown well, it would be a waste not to cut it once. Rumble. At this moment, from deep within the sky, waves of formidable and terrifying auras erupted, descending upon the battlefield. A large spatial rift seemed to appear in the sky, with thunder and lightning rumbling inside. Boom, 18 powerful figures appeared, standing majestically in the air, their bodies glowing brilliantly. Their breathing drew in the spiritual energy from tens of thousands of miles around, creating an extremely shocking scene. From a distance, the 18 figures looked like 18 golden suns hanging in the sky, their dazzling light illuminating the mortal world. The cultivators of the Yua Gate looked up at the sky, their eyes as if they had found their saviors. One person shouted excitedly, "Look, it's the core elders coming to help us." The core elders were the pillars of the Yua Gate, their status as unshakable as mountains, worshipped by countless disciples. This time, to suppress the Xuantian sect and display the might of the #1 immortal sect of the Eastern Domain, 18 core elders had personally descended. The integration realm elders of the Yua Gate, who were usually authoritative, now bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence. "We respectfully welcome the venerables." On Paomiao Peak, Xu Yunian and the others turned pale, exclaiming in disbelief, "Then venerables." It must be known that Mahayana cultivators were called venerables, implying they were supreme. A Mahayana expert could live for 50,000 years. In other sects, they were true old monsters. An integration realm expert, compared to a Mahayana, was like a firefly to the moon. Who would have thought the Yua Gate would send 18 Mahayana experts? What a terrifying foundation. Truly worthy of being the strongest immortal sect in the Eastern Domain. While everyone else was frightened pale, Ye Junlin's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, as expected, the real deal. Compared to a half-step Mahayana, a true Mahayana is much more tempting. But suddenly, the venerables with their Mahayana realm cultivation from the Yua Gate tore through space to reinforce the useless bunch there. A short, brown-haired old man from the Yua Gate, Venerable Feng, closed his eyes slightly and angrily shouted, "Useless trash. You've disgraced the Yua Gate." His shout stunned the cultivators below, their minds reeling. An old woman with white hair, wearing a golden robe and holding a snake-headed staff, Venerable Golden Snake, looked at Hong Tiny with cold, sharp eyes and said, "The grand army of the #1 immortal sect in the Eastern Domain, beaten to a pulp by a mere woman. If we hadn't personally come to supervise, wouldn't we be a laughingstock to the world?" But when she saw little Hum's flawless, perfect face, jealousy surged in her heart, and she cursed inwardly, "Damn it, she's even more beautiful than I was when I was young." Tiny returned the sharp gaze and retorted coldly, "Where did these plastic pigs come from, daring to be disrespectful to me?" Little Hom's words were like a slap to their faces. The silver-haired old woman's eyes widened in fury. "What did you say?" A tall, middle-aged man, Venerable Han Wu, exuding a powerful pressure, said indifferently, "Venerable Golden Snake, there's no need to argue with someone who is about to die." These three were the core elders with the highest prestige, and the strongest cultivation among the 18. One core elder said coldly, Ye Junlin is truly arrogant, sending out a mere disciple to deal with us. Isn't he looking? Down on the Yuhua gate. Another sneered. Alright, let's kill his disciple first and see if he writhes in pain and crawls out of his hole. Little Hong's voice was cold, his eyes like 10,000-year-old ice, as he shouted, Get lost, I have nothing to do with him. Venerable Golden Snake laughed sinisterly, Haha, such deep master-disciple affection. Once we capture her, I'll ruin her face and cut out her tongue. Another elder, eager to show off, stepped forward. He channeled his profound magic power, formed a seal, and shouted, Let me. Another, holding a sword, swooped down, shouting, Haha, today I'll use your life to consecrate this sword of mine. This was the power of an early-stage Mahayana expert, intending to crush Hong Tiny instantly. Little Hong just bared his teeth in a cold smile, a blood sacrifice to consecrate a sword. I'll let you taste a real inferno. With that, Little Hong raised his arm forward and gently formed a golden hand seal. As he formed the seal, he thought, Junlin, let me deal with these plastic pigs, and then we'll see what else you can hide from me. Haha. Boom. Hong Tiny laughed coldly and gently flicked his sleeve. A series of purple-black flames flew down with terrifying power, shattering the giant hand in midair. Whoosh! The blue light was scattered. The three elders were knocked back. One of them exclaimed in shock, No, he's only a half-step Mahayana. My azure roar palm was fused with an ancient demon soul, how could he break it so easily? The elder who had attacked was stunned, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at Hong Tiny. What? How could you break my move so easily? Could it be that you're not an integration realm cultivator? The other elders were sent flying back, the sword in one's hand shattering. Cries of alarm rang out everywhere. What? That demonic woman actually blocked an attack from a venerable, the tall man, Venerable Han Wu, said gravely, to fight a Mahayana with a half-step Mahayana. I never thought such a rare genius would exist in a remote place like the barren continent. The short old man, Venerable Feng, narrowed his eyes. Can you feel it? This person is a half-step Mahayana. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let her live. Everyone, attack and kill her. Hong Tiny stood proudly between heaven and earth, his crimson robe fluttering. He waved his hands, and dozens of roaring fire dragons shot out, carrying destructive power as he shouted, Let's see what you can do to me. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two sides dimmed the sun and moon and shook the mountains. The core elders of the Yuhua Gate unleashed a series of top-tier, super VIP divine abilities, their faces filled with killing intent, determined to eliminate the opponent before them. Great Compassion Palm, one finger plucking star hand, dragon subduing killing art, soul extinguishing seal. Among those who attacked, there were 9 early-stage Mahayana and 6 mid-stage Mahayana cultivators. Boom boom boom. Dozens of fire dragons, summoned by Little Hong, soared through the sky, their roars echoing with immense power. Little Hong's cold eyes swept over the approaching crowd as he frantically mobilized the magic power in his body. Suddenly, the red flames around him transformed into an ink-black fire. Little Hong shouted, Annihilation Demon Flame. The black flame rose, emitting wisps of eerie black smoke. Its strange and dangerous aura made anyone who looked at it feel uneasy. The Annihilation Demon Flame can devour everything. Although they felt a chill from the wicked flame, the elders suppressed their discomfort and simultaneously launched their killing moves. Hong Tiny spread his arms wide, his long black hair flying chaotically. The Annihilation Demon Flame around him suddenly boiled like a black hole, swallowing all the incoming spells. The extremely chaotic energy wave shook the entire space, terrifying people. The 15 elders' faces all changed in disbelief. A tall elder said gravely, What? To resist 15 venerables with the strength of one person. Is this the level of power a half-step Mahayana can achieve? The short old man, Venerable Feng, frowned. I have never witnessed such talent in my entire life. Venerable Golden Snake shouted angrily, her snake-headed staff drawing a complex formation in the air. Are you all blind? This is clearly a demonic art. The tall, stern-looking elder also spoke up. We must eliminate this demonic woman immediately, or the consequences will be endless. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot through the air, heading straight for the black flame. The 2 remaining venerables could no longer hold back and instantly attacked, shouting, Attack! 3 great Mahayana experts attacked simultaneously, and the pressure on Hong Tiny multiplied. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Damn it. Although the Annihilation Demon Flame can devour everything, the magic power consumption is too great, and my body is quickly depleting. If my magic power runs out, I won't be able to continue using spells, and my combat power will plummet. At that point, I will surely be defeated. Hong Tiny cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's all Junlin's fault. If he had given me the secret treasure earlier, how could it have come to this? Who knew the Yuhua Gate would play so big, sending 18 Mahayana experts just to deal with a small sect in this remote barren continent? It's truly like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. A roar like thunder echoed in the sky. Break from it. The tall man's body emitted a brilliant light that converged into his fist. He then threw a world-shaking punch, shouting, Tyrant Heaven Fist. Boom. The force of the punch tore through the air, exploding into a giant ball of light. A red figure was blasted down from the sky, falling straight towards Piao Miao Pi. Rumble. A mushroom cloud of dust rose, and the entire mountain shook violently. Tiny struggled to his feet, covered in dust, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale with exhaustion. He coughed a few times. Cough cough cough. Bai Shuxi shouted in worry. Senior brother Hong, Junlin, taking a bite of a grilled chicken wing, sighed. My dear disciple, didn't you say you could drive them all away? Why are you beaten so miserably now? Then, he shrugged with a look of disappointment. As your master, I am truly disappointed in you. Hearing the mocking words, Hong Tiny was about to explode with anger. His face flushed as if he had been slapped, and he gritted his teeth. You still dare to mock me? At least I can retreat with my body intact. You just sit there and wait for death. With that, little Hong resolved to use a secret technique to escape. He thought, anyway, the Yuhua Gate's main target is Ye Junlin. Those ends have nothing to do with him. Let them stay here, and die with this shameless man. Suddenly, a shining, ancient bronze compass flew straight up into the sky, instantly releasing an unimaginable, mysterious energy. A voice rang out, with this old man here, don't even dream of leaving this place. In an instant, the entire area of heaven and earth seemed to be sealed, with a faint, thin barrier of light shimmering into view. The short old man, Venerable Feng, laughed coldly. Obediently accept your death. Don't waste your effort. Looking up at the sky where the 18 Mahana experts stood majestically, despair filled the hearts of the Xuan Tian sect cultivators. Zhu Yunian looked up to the sky and sighed, his voice filled with sorrow. How can we fight this? It was all a pipe dream. I once thought the Xuan Tian sect would rise from here and walk a path of glory, but I never expected that in the end, we still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Some people's eyes turned red as they roared in anger. Sect master, let's fight them to the death. Hong. Tiny's face was extremely ugly. Damn it, do I have to be buried here with these ants? I am not reconciled. His eyes swept over the crowd and stopped on Ye Junlin, who was leisurely eating grilled chicken wings. His dragon eyes were filled with resentment. Eat, 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 you're still eating at a time like this. You clearly possess immense cultivation resources, yet you spend all day indulging in trivial pleasures. If it were me, I would have long been invincible in the world. To die with someone like this is a true humiliation to me. Ye Junlin wasn't worried at all and even turned to call Bai Shaoxi. Bai Shaoxi quickly ran over and replied, Master, Squeak Squeak is here. Ye Junlin continued, next time, I want to try the honey flavor. Bai Shaoxi looked up blankly at the 18 figures in the sky with a look of fear. Bastard, will we even have an time? Swoosh, before countless astonished eyes, the silver-haired man took a step and appeared in the sky, facing the 18 Mahana experts. The tall, middle-aged man's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He said gravely, Ye Junlin, you finally decided to show yourself. Ye Junlin puffed out his chest, his words righteous, but his tone carried an indescribable hint of mockery. You beat my worthless disciple to a pulp. As his master, I naturally have to step up and demand justice. The short old man, Venerable Feng, gave a cruel, cold smile. Your end is set. I will skin you, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to dust to serve as a warning to others. Venerable Golden Snake spoke up, her voice sinister. Ye Junlin has appeared. What are you waiting for? Capture him. This old fox was very cautious. Although she recognized Ye Junlin was only at the peak of the integration realm, his disciple had reached half-step Mahana. She didn't know if he was deliberately hiding his cultivation. The other core elders, being urged, were filled with annoyance. They knew she wanted to test the waters and have them be the vanguards, but Venerable Golden Snake had a higher cultivation level and greater authority in the sect. Unhappy as they were, they had to obey. Angry roars echoed. Kill. More than 10 core elders attacked simultaneously, erupting with sharp killing intent. Swoosh, a streak of azure sword light tore through the sky, slashing down towards the top of Ye Junlin's head. Suddenly, a strange 8-trigram circle flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. It was time again. The system's notification rang out. Ding, detected that the host is being attacked by an early-stage Mahana realm enemy. Activating the passive skill The Stronger the Foe, the stronger I become. Gaining mid-stage Mahana realm cultivation. In a flash, Ye Junlin's cultivation broke through from the peak of the integration realm directly to the mid-stage Mahana realm. Boom, a powerful aura surged up into the sky, shattering the clouds. The azure sword light was easily dispersed by the transformed man. With a wave of his hand. At this moment, with his long silver hair flying and his eyes flashing, the transformed man thought, so refreshing, so exhilarating. This is the feeling of instantly receiving great power. With this golden finger, why would anyone bother with arduous cultivation? In an instant, the sudden change left everyone stunned. Zhu Yunian and the other peak masters were dumbfounded, then shouted, Junior brother Yai is a Mahana realm expert. What a joke. It turns out the Xuan Tian sect has long had a venerable presiding over it. Ong Tiny felt his head was about to explode. His figure staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This feeling was like studying hard, full of confidence, only to find out when the report card came out that the top student was someone who slept in every day, never did homework, and played all the time. Ong Tiny's eyes turned red, his fists clenched so tight they cracked. His whole body trembled with anger, feeling like his mind had been trampled. He cursed inwardly, damn it, how much more are you hiding? Who plays like you? When we first met, you were at the nascent soul stage, and now you're at the Mahana stage. Every time you hide your strength, it's a whole world of difference. The core elders roared in anger. Damn it, Mahana, so you were already a Mahana. Ye Junlin smiled faintly. Sorry to disappoint you, I'm not in the integration realm. An elder from the Yuhua gate shouted. Even if the information was wrong, his cultivation is only at the mid-stage Mahana. How can one stand against a forest? 7 elders of the Yuhua gate lined up in the air and summoned a formation with 15 swords surrounding it. One shouted, Today, I will let you taste the sword techniques of our Yuhua gate. Ye Junlin bared his teeth in a cold smile. Good, very good. Ha. 16 flying swords, controlled by several Yuhua gate elders, flew towards Ye Junlin's position in a concentrated attack. He controlled 16 swords of purple gold, trailing brilliant light as they shot straight at Ye Junlin. Clang clang clang. Sparks flew from Ye Junlin's body. Though it was flesh and blood, it produced the sound of metal clashing. The old man exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? These 16 purple gold swords are all 6th grade spiritual weapons. If they attack together, the power they unleash is extremely terrifying, yet they are completely unable to break through the opponent's body. Shi Yunian was horrified. Why is junior brother Ye just standing there and taking it? With 16 flying swords attacking at once, even a peak Mahana cultivator would find it hard to withstand. Little Hong stood with his arms crossed, frowning and thinking, what the hell is he doing now? Ye Junlin said casually, his tone as if he were evaluating a dish. Not bad, it hurts a little. He thought to himself, since cultivating the indestructible tyrant body. My body has been tempered thousands upon thousands of times. I was just testing the strength of my body. One elder pointed and shouted, impossible. Even a great cultivator at the peak of the Mahana stage would find it difficult to withstand 16 flying swords like that at once. How can a mid-stage Mahana like you withstand it so easily with just your physical body? Little Hong gritted his teeth and thought, as expected, this guy is still hiding too many secrets. I must be cautious. Swoosh, suddenly, Ye Junlin appeared unexpectedly in front of the white-haired elder. The old man was terrified and stammered, You are definitely not a mid-stage Mahana. What realm is your cultivation really at? Boom. A golden fist light, as bright as the sun, flashed. The white-browed elder's hair stood on end as he felt a terrifying force, enough to tear his body to shreds. Ye Junlin shouted, Can a dead man speak? Ye Junlin then rushed towards another elder, his right hand blazing with crimson flames, his eyes shining brightly as he attacked the man in front of him. Bang! Ye Junlin struck, pulverizing the man. The other was hit by Ye Junlin's palm, causing him to spurt out basins of something from his mouth. Ye Junlin, like a fierce beast, bared his teeth in a crazed smile and attacked relentlessly. Seeing the transformed man's demeanor at this moment made everyone's hair stand on end. A scene of heavenly slaughter unfolded in the sky. Ye Junlin moved like a demon king, teleporting continuously, knocking down the elders like ripe fruit. The remaining elders were terrified and screamed, This man's realm is very strange. Great elder, please save us. Ye Junlin showed no sign of stopping, flames still erupting around him. He balled his fists and flew forward again. Boom. A sky-shattering explosion, but the expected scene of flesh and blood splattering did not appear. Ah. Ye Junlin frowned. In front of the white-browed elder stood a tall figure. The old man heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands, many thanks to Venerable Hongwu for intervening. It was the tall man. At this moment, Venerable Hongwu had his arms crossed in front of his chest, an ancient beast-shaped seal on his hands emitting a wild, primitive aura. It was this seal that had blocked Ye Junlin's punch. Ye Junlin smiled with interest. Interesting. You actually managed to block one of my serious punches. Outwardly, Venerable Hongwu appeared calm, but inside, his heart was in turmoil. He could clearly feel a mouthful of blood rising in his throat, but he could only swallow it down silently. Venerable Hongwu questioned his own existence, thinking, how can a body be cultivated to this level? Body cultivation is my path of Tao, and with the addition of the beast soul seal, my defense was almost shattered by that punch just now. Let this old woman join the fun too. Venerable Golden Snake held her snake-headed staff, her golden robe fluttering though there was no wind. A terrifying energy gathered on the head of the staff, emitting a chilling aura. Suddenly, a giant snake shadow appeared, with 6 pairs of black eyes and a forked tongue that hissed continuously. Large wings grew from its back, covering the sky. Swoosh, the giant snake shadow twisted, surrounded by a black mist filled with deadly poison, and lunged forward. The old woman, venerable golden snake, shouted, "I don't believe you can withstand the attacks of all three of us at once." Junlin frowned slightly, looking at the old woman. He thought, damn, this old woman is crazy but still so battle-hungry. In that case. The short elder also waved his hand, striking with his palm and shouting, "Attack, the three of us have nothing to fear from him alone." Seeing his companions attack, Venerable Hongwu raised his hand and formed a seal. His body erupted with circles of dazzling light. Then, he swung his fist, the condensed power erupting like a volcano, carrying a destructive force. Tyrant Heaven Fist. In that moment, three late-stage Mahayana experts attacked simultaneously, wanting to crush their target to dust. Facing the surging killing intent, Junlin not only did not retreat but smiled happily. The system activated, displaying a notification. Ding, detected that the host is being attacked by a late-stage Mahayana expert. Activating the passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Achieving peak Mahayana cultivation. Boom. Junlin's aura erupted even more powerfully than before. The three venerables' faces changed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Not good, his cultivation. Venerable Golden Snake's face was ugly as she gritted her teeth. Venerable Hongwu said angrily, "The sect's information was wrong. Junlin is a peak Mahayana expert, damn it, we've all been deceived. Haha." Junlin laughed coldly and struck out with his palm. A brilliant blue palm print shot out. Boom boom boom. A giant halo of light exploded. Before the horrified eyes of countless people, three figures were sent flying backward. They struggled to stand firm but still spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood, their auras weakening. The three venerables wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and gritted their teeth. It has come to this. We have no choice but to use the sect's secret technique. At all costs, we must eliminate him. Agreed. This battle must be won. This was the honor of the Yuhua Gate. Hearing this, the core elders behind them immediately showed fear. At this time, Junlin felt the power in his body suddenly increase by another level. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic, thinking, it seems they're about to use that move. So that's it. Just now, when Venerable Hongwu blocked Junlin's attack, the stronger the foe effect didn't trigger because the conditions weren't met. To activate it, the enemy had to initiate the attack. Now, the auras of Venerable Feng, Venerable Hongwu, and Venerable Golden Snake became strange. The energy they emanated was much stronger than before. Silver runes appeared on the skin of all three, spreading from their necks to their faces, finally converging into an inverted triangular vertical eye on their foreheads. A dazzling silver light filled their entire bodies, and their auras became sacred and inviolable. The army of cultivators was in an uproar. My heavens, how did the three venerables transform like this? Could they be using the legendary secret technique of the Yuhua Gate? The Yuhua Ascension are. I know, it's said that only core elders with potential are allowed to cultivate this secret technique. This technique was created by the founding ancestor and is the foundation of the Yuhua Gate. The user's combat power will rise to a new level. This is the foundation that has allowed the Yuhua Gate to endure for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Junlin felt something was different. He frowned and looked at his opponents. Tani's expression was grave. How profound. This secret technique is no less than those of the top sects in the central continent. The one who created it was truly a prodigy. Junian exclaimed, "What's happening? Can junior brother Ye withstand it?" "Junior brother Ye, protect yourself." Rumble. In the sky, three powerful figures straddled the heavens. The sacred silver light shone down as if they were about to ascend to immortality. Venerable Hongwu's eyes were filled with excitement. So this is the state after using the secret technique. I feel my body is full of endless power. Venerable Feng said in a low voice, "Let's act quickly. You all know that the longer we maintain this, the greater the price we'll have to pay. We have no way out." Venerable Golden Snake shrieked madly, "As long as we can blood wash this sect, what does it matter if this old woman loses her foundation and her cultivation regresses?" A roar pierced the sky. Kill. They attacked with all their might. Their divine abilities and spells were 100 times more powerful than before. With the support of the other core elders, they formed a tight, seamless encirclement. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions was incessant. Junlin fought with fists and palms, single-handedly battling 9 Mahayana experts, most of whom were the 3 strongest venerables. He felt the pressure had increased significantly. Venerable Feng, his body covered in interlocking silver runes, raised his hand and unleashed his most powerful killing move. Junlin narrowed his eyes. Finally, something interesting. Now, the transformed man was finally starting to get serious. Boom. At this moment, a colossal pressure, like a vast ocean wave, surged out from behind Junlin. A majestic, sky-covering figure appeared, its overwhelming aura making people tremble in fear. The figure wore an emperor's crown, its eyes cold and emotionless, hands clasped behind its back, standing silently as if reigning over the river of time. The Dharma idol gently extended its hand, and a surging power poured out, shattering all the killing moves and sending the core elders flying back in disarray. Everyone turned pale, a desire to kneel and submit rising in their hearts. This is... Ong Tiny gasped, his phoenix eyes wide, exclaiming in his heart, "It's the Dharma idol that appeared in the secret realm that time." The heavenly emperor Dharma idol stood behind Ye Junlin, instantly changing his aura, as if he had become a different person. Venerable Feng was stunned. This is a divine ability, a Dharma idol. Venerable Hong Wu, still in shock, trembled and said, "But I've never seen this type of Dharma idol before." Before this colossal Dharma idol, the people of the Yuhua Gate were like ants, only wanting to prostrate themselves. Ye Junlin said faintly, his tone light but carrying an indescribable majesty, "Look closely. The main event is next." Venerable Golden Snake gritted her teeth, suppressing the trembling in her heart, and shouted, "Who are you trying to scare? This old woman has seen all sorts of earth-shattering scenes." Ye Junlin smiled faintly and slowly raised his hand, pointing his index finger straight at his own glabella. Ha. Boom, the entire world suddenly darkened, leaving only the brilliant light from Ye Junlin's finger. The light contained the power of the great Tao. Venerable Golden Snake felt an indescribable fear. Before her eyes, the finger seemed to be magnifying, carrying a deathly aura that pressed down on her. The most terrifying thing was that her body suddenly became immobile, the space around her seemed to be frozen, and the spiritual energy stopped flowing. Countless rays of golden light separated from his fingertip, like a divine sword tearing through the sky, creating warped spatial ripples. Ye Junlin shouted, "Heaven's sundering finger, ah!" Venerable Golden Snake screamed tragically, desperately using defensive spells, but she could not escape the fate of destruction. The others who witnessed the scene felt their hair stand on end, so scared they couldn't speak. Immediately after, Ye Junlin raised his fist again and threw a powerful punch. The force of the punch was majestic and unparalleled. Boom, the fist print carried a vortex like a black hole, its relentless offensive crushing the core elders who wanted to scatter and flee, but were horrified to find they couldn't control their bodies and were instead drawn into the vortex like moths to a flame. Tragic screams echoed throughout the sky, but soon they were ground to dust, their souls and spirits permanently erased, vanishing from the world forever. Save me. Save me. No, Venerable Feng and Venerable Hongwu were terrified. They glanced at each other, then turned and fled in separate directions. The terrifying power Ye Junlin displayed had completely shattered their will to fight. Ye Junlin's mocking voice echoed, trying to escape. Venerable Feng and Venerable Hongwu were horrified to find a brilliant, glowing hand reaching for them from behind. The hand seemed to cross a distance of 10,000 miles in an instant, immediately grasping them. Venerable Feng seven orifices blood as he struggled madly, but to no avail. He screamed, "You are a demon. The Yuhua Gate will not let you go." Venerable Hongwu roared in despair. A great demon has appeared in the barren continent." Ye Junlin shook his head, his hands clenching. "Why must you two be like this?" Splat, splat, the two were instantly crushed, their bodies turning to bloody pulp in the air. Two loud explosions boomed, and Ye Junlin lightly wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the consumption of this move and clicking his tongue, as expected of a supreme divine art. Next, Ye Junlin glanced at little Hong below and murmured, "It's time to deal with this rebellious disciple." After a moment of silence, the entire sect erupted in thunderous cheers. We won. We won. The entire barren continent shook. The native cultivators prostrated themselves before Ye Junlin, exclaiming, "Venerable Ye single-handedly wiped out the army of cultivators. Who, since ancient times, has ever achieved this? Venerable Ye's divine might is immeasurable. We are in awe. Invincible. Venerable Ye is invincible." The cheers echoed everywhere. Amidst the enthusiastic shouts, Ye Junlin returned to Piaomiao Peak. The peak master of the hidden sword peak immediately ran over, his eyes full of admiration. "Great elder, does your leg need a pendant?" The peak master of the heavenly fragrance peak pushed him aside, then looked shyly at Ye Junlin and said gently, "Humph, junior brother Ye doesn't need a crude man like you." Her eyes were filled with affection, as if she wanted to melt into Ye Junlin's form. "Junior brother Ye, you've worked hard this time. Let senior sister massage your shoulders." Ji Union smiled wryly. "This battle has shown as your true cultivation. Otherwise how long were you planning to hide it from us, junior brother Ye, venerable Ye?" The other peak masters excitedly chimed in. That's right. Seeing this, Ye Junlin coughed a few times and said, "Be humble. You must be humble." Little Hong, noticing Ye Junlin's attention on him, broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and thinking, "It's over. I am done for." Amidst the resounding cheers, Ye Junlin returned to Piaomiao Peak. The peak master of the hidden sword peak immediately ran over, his eyes full of admiration. "Great elder, does your leg need a pendant?" Junior brother Ye doesn't need a crude man like you." The peak master of the heavenly fragrance peak pushed him aside and then looked shyly at Ye Junlin, saying gently, "Junior brother Ye, you've worked hard this time. Let senior sister massage your shoulders. Her eyes were filled with an affection that seemed to want to take on Ye Junlin's form. Junlin smiled wryly. This battle has shown as your true cultivation. Otherwise, how long were you planning to hide it from us, junior brother? Venerable Ye. The other peak masters excitedly chimed in. That's right, that's right. Seeing this, Ye Junlin coughed a few times and said, be humble, you must be humble. After speaking, the protagonist sat down on a chair, picked up a roasted chicken wing, and savored it with satisfaction. At this moment, Hong Tiny stood motionless, so ashamed he didn't know where to hide his face. He had thought of escaping, but in the current situation, could he? After witnessing Ye Junlin's strength, Hong Tiny felt the gap between them had widened again. Even if he fought back desperately, he would never win. Moreover, his current state was terrible, not even a match for the opponent's little finger. His thoughts were chaotic, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. What should I do now? What should I do? Damn it, this bastard is too cunning. He clearly has a peak Mahayana cultivation but pretends to be an integration realm cultivator. In my entire life, I have never seen anyone so shameless. When he thought about the consequences he was about to face, his whole body turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hated himself for being so impulsive. Now that his ambition was exposed, their relationship was torn apart, and he had seriously injured his fellow sect members. Let alone salvaging the master-disciple relationship, he didn't even know if he could keep his life. After eating 6 roasted chicken wings, Ye Junlin picked up a glass of milk tea and took a sip. The young man looked satisfied, but his eyes suddenly fell on Hong Tiny, who was standing still as a log. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, you're still here." The group, including Shu Union, were all stunned. It was clear that from the beginning, Ye Junlin had paid no mind to Hong Tiny's existence. Hong Tiny was taken aback. Could it be that this matter is being dropped? But, in the next second, his face turned pale, and his whole body went cold. Ye Junlin said seriously, "Senior brother Zhao, please chop him into mincemeat and use it to fertilize the sycamore tree in my courtyard. Thank you very much." The peak master of the hidden sword peak was a bit surprised but quickly nodded, "Oh, all right." Just as the sword was about to strike, a thud was heard. Hong Tiny, without hesitation, dropped to his knees and cried out urgently, "Master, please spare this disciple's life. Disciple is willing to atone for his crimes. I beg for master's mercy." The peak master of the hidden sword peak stopped and looked at Ye Junlin awkwardly. Ye Junlin smiled, his mockery unconcealed. "Weren't you very arrogant? Why are you cowering like this now?" Hong Tiny felt his face burn, his dragon eyes filled with shame. He just wanted to find a hole to hide in. He lowered his head and pleaded, "Master, this time it was this disciple's arrogance. I hope Master will give this disciple a chance to correct my mistakes." Ye Junlin said coldly, "Slap yourself in the face. Stop when I tell you to stop." Little Hong's eyes widened as he looked up at Ye Junlin, partly out of relief for escaping death, and partly out of surprise as to why he was being spared. However, there was still something in little Hong's heart that he couldn't accept. He was extremely resentful, his face sweating and his teeth clenched. "As ye command." Hong Tiny tremblingly raised his hand, gritted his teeth, and slap, 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 began to hit himself. Fresh blood spurted from the corner of his lips, but he didn't care. To be able to survive, this was nothing. Slap, 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 slap. The sound of slapping echoed across the mountain top, making those who heard it shudder. Senior brother Hong. Bai Shuxi couldn't bear to watch and was about to step forward to help him, but was stopped by Ye Junlin's gaze. As the sect master, Shu Union highly valued Hong Tiny's potential. Although he knew his personality was stubborn, as long as Ye Junlin was there to control him, he could still be guided onto the right path and coexist peacefully with the sect. Shu Union looked at the scene, his expression changing constantly. Finally he sighed and spoke up, "Betraying one's master deserves punishment, but Hong Tiny did step up to protect the Xuan Tian sect at the final moment. That can be considered a merit. In my opinion, we should punish him by having him face the wall in repentance on the back mountain." Seeing the time was ripe, Ye Junlin said, "In that case, the death penalty can be waived, but punishment is unavoidable. From now on, you will go to the back mountain to face the wall and reflect on your actions." Hong Tiny stopped, his face swollen like a pig's head, looking extremely ridiculous. It has to be said, he looked hilarious, folks. He forced himself to look up, clasped his hands, and hurriedly thanked him. "Disciple Hong Tiny thanks Master for his mercy." After speaking, he staggered away from Piamiao Peak. Shu Union shook his head and said, "Your disciple is truly a handful. Only junior brother Ye can handle him. Without you, the rest of us are nothing but dust in his eyes." The peak master of the hidden sword peak snorted coldly. After all, his talent is very high. The peak master of the heavenly fragrance peak covered her mouth and laughed charmingly. "Aren't we able to keep someone like him thanks to junior brother Ye?" Ye Junlin sighed. "It's also my fault for not disciplining him enough, causing him to become like this." Rest assured, everyone, I will continue to teach him. The transformed man loved to see Hong Tiny's aggrieved look, clearly extremely annoyed but still having to suppress his anger and force a smile. After a while the transformed man lay on his chair again and turned to call the little mouse. Xiaoxi, holding 2 large spoons, ran over and replied, "Yes, master." Junlin continued, "I want to eat hot pot." The little mouse hurriedly ran off and replied, "Okay, disciple will prepare it right away." Dao Deshu asked curiously, "Junior brother, yet hot pot? Is that the pot you cook with fire? You can eat that." The protagonist replied, "Since you are all curious, why don't you stay and have a taste?" Scene changed to the back mountain of the Xuantian sect. A red figure stood silently. Hong Tiny looked at his swollen, pig-like face reflected in the water, his eyes wet with tears, his body trembling slightly. His heart was filled with a bitter feeling. He had never thought that the path to turning the tables would be so difficult. In his heart, little Hong cursed, "I don't believe you can be triumphant forever. As long as I cultivate diligently, sooner or later I will reach the Mahayana stage, and even surpass it. Junlin, you just wait." Before long, news of the battle in the barren continent spread like a storm across the other 13 continents. My heavens, Junlin of the Xuantian sect really has Mahayana cultivation. Even the 18 venerables sent by the Yuvua gate were all killed by him. What? The army of tens of thousands of cultivators was annihilated. What a pity, my brother was among them. I guess from now on I'll have to take care of my sister-in-law in his place. That white-haired old demon, killing like that, he will definitely be punished by the heavens. Truly the #1 butcher of the eastern domain. Throughout the Buddhist continent, monks with sorrowful faces could be seen everywhere, chanting sutras to guide the souls of the deceased. In the distance, the Xuankong temple, which had initially been extremely ostentatious, fell silent after receiving the news. In a pavilion in Ling province, a surprised cry rang out. Impossible. A barbarian from the barren continent is that powerful. Could he be a reincarnated great power from the immortal realm, recultivating? Tutanipu had been enjoying himself, stopped short upon hearing his subordinate's report, his wicked eyes showing a look of terror. The guard replied miserably, "Young master, it's the truth." Ju Tiny was truly frightened, cold sweat running down his back, his body stiff. He thought back, how lucky I didn't make a move that day. Otherwise, even my father would have had a hard time saving me. Go find a few more female cultivators. This young master needs to relieve some stress. Hey, are you still standing there like an idiot? Don't you understand human language? Go now, or I'll drag your mother here instead. Hearing this, the guard retreated in a panic, praying that his mother wouldn't be targeted by this demon. Meanwhile, after receiving the news of their defeat, the entire Yuvua gate was shaken. From disciples to elders, they all found it hard to believe. How long had it been since the Yuvua gate had suffered a defeat in an external war? This was the first time. Especially the loss of 18 core elders, which had shaken the foundation of the sect. It must be known that each elder had the power of life and death over those below them, their status high above, regarded as gods within the sect. Yet this time, none of them returned. Dang. Dang. The funeral bells tolled throughout the sky and the atmosphere in the sect became oppressive. Here and there, sobs could be heard. In the true disciple hall, the holy son, Chen Jiao, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body swayed as he stood up, his eyes full of horror. "You. Are you telling the truth?" Elder Mo from the punishment hall said with red eyes and a choked voice, "Holy son, this old man dares not lie." The news has now spread throughout the eastern domain. This time, we have suffered a disastrous defeat. Chen Jiao staggered and fell back into his chair, a tragic smile on his face. Junlin, you really know how to him. You clearly reached the Mahayana stage, yet you deliberately hid it. Were you trying to toy with this holy son? He had once thought that as long as he cultivated diligently to the integration realm, he would be strong enough to face Junlin. But reality quickly slapped him in the face. That fellow was not in the integration realm, but the Mahayana realm. Seeing Chen Jiao's dispirited state, Elder Mo quickly encouraged him, "Holy son, you must not lose heart. That white-haired old demon has lived for tens of thousands of years, otherwise how could his cultivation be so profound? But you are young, with a bright future ahead. The Mahayana stage is his end point, but for you, it is just a stage to be surpassed. After all, you possess the aptitude to become an immortal." The gloom in Chen Jiao's eyes gradually brightened. That's right. In the future, this holy son will transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. How can I give up? The Mahayana stage is just that. Sooner or later, I will reach it. Elder Mo nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, Chen Jiao gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Mo, please report to the higher-ups that I have decided to refine that object of supreme yang to quickly improve my cultivation and strength." Elder Mo was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. "What? Holy son, you intend to That object of supreme yum was called the true sun fire. It was said to have fallen from the sky 1,000,000 years ago, causing the entire King province to become barren, and its people to suffer. At that time, countless great powers wanted to subdue it, but all were burned to ashes, body and soul, by the true sun fire. In the end, it was the founding ancestor of the Yuhua Gate who used a divine ability to seal it in the deepest forbidden area of the sect. It wasn't until Chen Jiao, who possessed the sun immortal physique, appeared that the high-level elders remembered the true sun fire, thinking that this object would be suitable for him. However, due to its immense power, even with a suitable physique, the elders only allowed him to refine it when he reached the Mahana realm. Refining the true sun fire would be incredibly painful and difficult, but if successful, one's power would increase explosively. With a higher cultivation level, refining it would be easier, and the chance of success would also increase. However, if one failed, the backlash would surely lead to death. At this time, Shen Jiao had not yet reached the integration realm, yet he proactively proposed to refine the true sun fire, which put Elder Mo in an extremely difficult position. After all, Shen Jiao was the one with the most supreme talent and physique in the Yuhua Gate in the last 100,000 years, the most promising candidate to attain the Tao, ascend, and become an immortal. If any mishap occurred, the loss would be irreparable. Elder Mo quickly advised, Holy Son, I understand your feelings, but please, calm down. Elder Mo, please believe me. Shen Jiao's eyes were firm, and he spoke word by word, I just want to become stronger. The true sun fire is prepared for me. This is destiny. This holy son wants to undergo nirvana and be reborn. Infected by his strong determination, Elder Mo was somewhat shaken, a look of respect appearing in his eyes. He sighed and said, All right, this old man will report truthfully. Please prepare yourself mentally, holy son. Watching Elder Mo's departing back, Chen Jiao sat cross-legged on the prayer mat again, his mind suddenly becoming clear, a feeling of no destruction, no construction, putting himself in a life or death situation to find a way out. In his mind, the fiery red figure of his enemy flashed, making Chen Jiao feel humiliated. A look of resentment appeared on his face as he said coldly, Next time, this holy son will definitely take your life. To deal with the enemy who killed my father, I must first kill his disciple. Scene changed to a few months later on Piaomiao Peak, Zhuantan Sect. The sun shone brightly, and birds chirped merrily. Junlin, wearing sunglasses, lay comfortably on a lounge chair, holding a tall glass made of 1,000-year-old lucite, and said pretentiously, Mr. Hong, please give me a glass of 82 late wine. Hong Tiny seemed to have grown accustomed to this scene. His face was emotionless, his hand placed on his chest as he bowed respectfully. He then took out a bottle made of black jade and gently poured the radiant red liquid into the glass. Yes, Mr. Yai. The fragrant aroma of the red liquid wafted out, intoxicating the heart. This was grape wine fermented from 10,000-year-old blood grapes, extremely beneficial for a cultivator's body. Junlin took a sip, a look of satisfaction on his face as he praised, Very good. Hong Tiny maintained a calm expression, but inwardly he was constantly grumbling, Again, he's going crazy again. This guy is really sick. When will this miserable day of mine end? He was truly speechless at Junlin's bizarre actions, but out of fear of his strength, he had to obediently cooperate. Junlin paid no attention to Hong Tiny's I'm looking at an idiot gaze. He just gently swirled the wine glass, closed his eyes, and hummed a tune, lost in his own world. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Ding, the number of sign-ins has been refreshed. Does the host wish to sign in? Junlin thought to himself, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for a great burst of luck, you have received a supreme grade mount. Crash. Junlin dropped the glass in his hand. It fell to the ground, and red wine spilled everywhere. Hong Tiny was startled and reflexively bowed to apologize, thinking he had just done something to anger the silver-haired young man. Disciple knows his mistake. But at this moment, Junlin's mind was completely focused on the reward he had just received. He breathed heavily and hurriedly asked, System. Tell me more. What kind of mount is it? Ding. It is a Kunpang. It is currently only in its juvenile stage but has already reached the Mahayana realm. Host, please treat it well. The Kunpang, an ancient divine beast with limitless potential, is considered one of the strongest beings in all the heavens and myriad worlds. It can fly freely in the sky or swim leisurely in the vast ocean. Hearing this, Junlin was thrilled. How could a handsome cultivator like him go out without a magnificent mount? Relying only on himself to fly and teleport through the earth was just too shabby. Fortunately, the system was still useful, rewarding him with an ancient divine beast, a Kunpang, as a mount. It was truly a treasure, both for battle and for showing off. Hong Tiny looked up, his face full of doubt, realizing that the other party seemed extremely happy and not angry at all. His heart was filled with annoyance. Damn it, what are you smiling about for no reason? Sometimes crazy. Sometimes frenzied. Suddenly, a creature with a mouse head and a human body ran over joyfully, holding a blue envelope in her hand, calling out, "Master." She was wearing a yellow rukun, her skin as white as snow and smooth as jade. Her small figure exuded a lively and vibrant aura. Only the white furred mouse head on her neck was a bit out of place. A human-like smile appeared on the mouse's face. Junlin asked curiously, "Shoxi, what's that in your hand?" Bai Shoxi waved the envelope in her hand and said excitedly, "This is an invitation that the sect master gave to Shoxi for me to deliver to master." Junlin took the invitation, opened it, and read it with a strange expression. It turned out that the old ancestor of the Shu family in Ling province, after a long period of seclusion, had successfully emerged, breaking through from the Mahayana to the tribulation transcendent stage, shaking the entire eastern domain. The Shu family was overjoyed, and had sent out invitations everywhere, inviting renowned cultivators to a banquet. The intention was clear without needing to be said. They wanted to use this opportunity to expand the Shu family's prestige. Everyone knew that a Mahayana expert could be called a venerable, but once they broke through to the tribulation transcendence stage, they would be called a virtual immortal. Just hearing the word immortal was enough to understand how powerful this realm was, because just one more step forward was the legendary true immortal. These were the truly transcendent beings who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the realm that countless cultivators dreamed of achieving. Little Hong spoke with concern. The ancestor of the Shu family has reached the tribulation transcendence stage and can be called a virtual immortal. He's inviting the Xuantian sect to show us his power. At our current realm, we are no match for him. At this time, Junlin stroked his chin with interest and said, "Inviting the Xuantian sect to a banquet at this time. It seems he wants to drive the tiger out of the mountain to intimidate the monkeys, using this opportunity to enhance the reputation of the Shu family's old ancestor. A virtual immortal. So what if he's powerful? Does he think I won't come and make a scene?" The system's voice rang out. Ding. A random mission has been triggered. The host is to bring the new mount to the Shu family's banquet and stun the entire audience. A special reward will be given. Junlin smirked. System, this mission came at just the right time. My heart of showing off has already started to itch. It would be a great disservice to my new mount if I didn't go out and show off a bit. Bai Shox asked, "Master, are we going?" Junlin said secretly, "We're leaving right now." System, summon the supreme grade Kunpang mount for me immediately. Ding, summoning for the host. Rumble. From the depths of the endless sky, a terrifying, vast and majestic pressure roll in. A brilliant light, like the Milky Way, descended. A colossal figure gradually broke through the clouds, revealing a body tens of thousands of feet long. It was a giant creature that resembled both a deep-sea whale, and had enormous wings that flapped powerfully. The spiritual energy within 100 miles immediately became chaotic, and powerful gales filled the space. Rumble, the Xuantian sect shook violently. All the spiritual beasts raised in the sect prostrated themselves on the ground, feeling an unprecedented pressure from their bloodline, so scared they trembled and even wet themselves. Countless disciples and elders looked up at the sky in horror, their bodies turning cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What's happening? Is a demonic beast attacking the sect? Cries of alarm echoed everywhere, and an atmosphere of panic spread. Swoosh, 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 Shu Union and the other elders rushed out from the major peaks, looking at the giant creature before them. Their eyes were filled with shock. Sect Master, is this a supreme grade Mahayana demonic beast? Why did it appear here? Could it be from the Yua Gate? The situation is critical. I think we should immediately activate the sect protecting Grand Array. Quick, activate the Grand Array. Boom. The sect protecting Grand Array hidden within the Xuantian sect was activated. Countless dazzling rings of light rose up like thousands of stars hanging in the sky. The rings of light intertwined, forming a star chart, preparing to resist the giant creature that was getting closer and closer. After being improved by Junlin, the Xuantian sect protecting Grand Array had made a major breakthrough, enough to block attacks from ordinary Mahayana cultivators. But at this moment, before this terrifying creature, the Grand Array trembled, seemingly unable to withstand its pressure. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoxi was so scared she hugged her head and squatted on the ground, her mouse face full of terror. "Ah, the monster is here," Hong Tani gasped, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Isn't this? Based on his knowledge, he naturally recognized what this giant creature was. This was one of the strongest legendary ancient divine beasts, the Kunpang. Junlin's eyes flashed, and he nodded in satisfaction, thinking, this Kunpang, even in its juvenile stage, has such a terrifying presence. A fear that even the 18 core elders from before would be easily torn to shreds by it. If it continues to grow, how terrifying will its power be? At this moment, Hong Tani took 2 steps back, seeming to prepare to flee if the situation turned sour. He exclaimed in his mind, "Are you kidding me? A supreme-grade divine beast like this suddenly descends from the sky to attack the sect. If I get caught up in this, I'll definitely die." Ong Tiny glanced at the silver-haired young man and thought to himself, look, this is your retribution. He absolutely did not believe Ye Junlin could deal with the Kunpang. Although they were both in the Mahayana realm, as the strongest ancient divine beast, its combat power was undoubtedly beyond question. Just as everyone was panicking, Ye Junlin suddenly shot up into the air, transforming into a streak of light that flew towards the sky. A disciple cried out in surprise, look, Peak Master Ye is about to make a move. Zhu Union and the others shouted anxiously, Junior brother Ye, be careful. At this moment, the only person capable of fighting that beast was the Peak Master of Piamiao Peak, who was considered the trump card of the Xuantian sect. But no one expected that as soon as Ye Junlin flew up, he immediately waved his hand, directly retracting the Grand Protection Array, and then stood still, waiting for the Kunpang to arrive. The Kunpang glided across the sky, the pressure emanating from its body like the aura of a monarch reigning over all living beings. Upon seeing Ye Junlin appear, its speed suddenly skyrocketed, and it charged forward with a turbulent wave of air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing the distance between the Kunpang and Ye Junlin closing rapidly, many couldn't help but feel terrified. Ong Tani murmured, does he want to die? But in the next moment, a scene that made his eyes pop out appeared. He exclaimed, what? Impossible. Little Hong's mouth mumbled, Is he planning to drag everyone down with him to die here? In the astonished eyes of everyone, the Kunpang, which had looked fierce and majestic upon its arrival, now resembled a docile kitten. It gently nuzzled its head against Ye Junlin, an incredibly intimate gesture that completely contradicted its colossal size. Ye Junlin smiled and raised his hand to gently pat its head. Good boy, very good. From now on, you will follow me. The Kunpang excitedly swayed its body, opened its mouth, and let out a resounding cry, looking extremely joyful. Witnessing this scene, the entire Xuantian sect fell silent. Some were dazed, others gaped. May heavens, what is happening? A disciple exclaimed in shock, his voice full of awe. I'm not seeing things. Peak Master Ye subdued it with just a raise of his hand. The Peak Master of the Hidden Sword Peak looked bewildered. Sect Master, it seems that beast is acquainted with junior brother Ye. Ah, senior sister Tai, what's wrong? A shout drew everyone's attention. The Peak Master of the Heavenly Fragrance Peak clutched her ample chest, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at the giant creature in the sky, her own eyes shining brightly. Everyone, this beast looks very similar to the ancient divine beast Kunpang, recorded in an ancient book I once read. Hearing these two words, everyone's heart felt like it was being squeezed. The ancient divine beast Kunpang. Now that senior sister Tai mentions it, I remember too. According to the descriptions in the book, a mature Kunpang has a boundless, colossal body and can swallow entire planets, roaming freely across the myriad heavens and realms. But this Kunpang clearly doesn't look like the one in the legends. Zhu Union swallowed hard and said tremblingly, I think it's because this Kunpang is still in its juvenile stage. Gasp. A wave of sharp inhalations echoed everywhere. Such a rare ancient divine beast had unexpectedly appeared at the Xuantian sect, and moreover, it was obediently submitting to junior brother Ye. What was going on? Ye Junlin turned back and smiled, introducing, don't panic. This is my mount. The moment these words were spoken, they caused a sensation everywhere. The Peak Master of the Hidden Sword Peak, and the others gaped, their hearts filled with envy. My heavens, an ancient divine beast is willing to be junior brother Ye's mount. Zhu Union lamented, junior brother Ye is truly favored by the heavens. Perhaps this is fate. Meanwhile Hong Tiny, whose knowledge was deeper than the others, suffered a heavy mental blow. He had once been an immortal being in the center of the Kunlun lands, and had come into contact with many secrets far beyond ordinary people. As far as he knew, divine beasts in this world had long gone extinct, let alone a descendant of the ancient divine beast Kunpang. But now, not only had a Kunpang descendant appeared, but it had also willingly become Ye Junlin's mount. It was truly absurd. Thinking about everything that had happened, Hong Tiny nearly held his breath, his mind in turmoil. His gaze towards Ye Junlin completely changed. He thought, according to rumors, those who carry great fortune will encounter unimaginable opportunities. Even divine beasts will seek them out to acknowledge them as master. Could it be that this man is really such a person? Vaguely possessing the treasure vault of an ancient ruin, reaching the Mahayana realm at a young age, and being proficient in various profound divine arts. Now, even a descendant of the ancient divine beast Kunpang has appeared on its own to acknowledge him as master. Isn't this the legendary bearer of great fortune? Thinking of the humiliation he had endured, Hong Tiny felt an endless bitterness, almost shedding tears of sorrow. A river of grief flowed in his heart as he lamented, on what basis? A lazy and indulgent fellow who does nothing but eat and sleep is favored by the heavens, while I, a demonic cultivator who has struggled and toiled everywhere, have to suffer his arbitrary trampling of my dignity. In the air, Ye Junlin patted the Kunpang's head and said with a laugh, from now on, I'll call you a Kun. Hearing the intimate name, the Kunpang excitedly swung its giant body. creating fierce winds that made the cultivators below stagger. Junlin thought for a moment, feeling something was still missing. He raised his hand, formed a seal, and pointed in a direction. Rumble, under the control of his magic power, a magnificent palace lifted off from the mountainside and then slowly descended onto the Kunpang's back before the astonished eyes of countless people. Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now I have a place to lie down and rest. The peak master of the hidden sword peak was stunned, looking at his now barren mountain. He clutched his head and screamed like a mole, "Ah, that's my house." Teft. Seeing this, the other peak masters couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sect Master Shu Union coughed a few times and said sternly, "Junior brother Zhao, I understand your feelings. Although junior brother Ye took your house, the sect will compensate you with a larger one." The peak master of the hidden sword peak immediately cheered up, scratching his head and saying with a laugh, "Well then, that's fine." Junlin called out loudly, "Disciples, come up quickly. Master is preparing to depart." Bai Xiaox replied, "Okay, Squeak Squeak is coming right away." Then, Bai Xiaoxi looked at Hong Tiny, who was bowing his head in silence, and gently poked him with her small finger, saying cautiously, "Senior brother Hong, Master is calling us to go." Hong Tiny slowly raised his head, his expression indifferent. "All right." He looked at Ye Junlin's figure, a sharp light flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself, I admit that carrying great fortune is indeed powerful. But I don't believe I will live under someone else's shadow forever. As long as I endure long enough, sooner or later I will seize your fortune and make it my own." This thought was not without basis, because Hong Tiny had once been a miserable beggar who, through sheer willpower, climbed to the position of a demonic sect leader, striking fear into the hearts of the entire world. In his eyes, as long as one did not give up, nothing was impossible. Whoosh, the Kunpang flapped its giant wings, creating powerful air currents as it soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. The peak master of the heavenly fragrance peak asked worriedly, "Will junior brother Ye's trip to the Shu family's banquet be dangerous? After all, the Shu family's ancestor is a virtual immortal." Shu Union clasped his hands behind his back and gave a meaningful smile. "Rest assured. With an ancient divine beast by his side, so what if he's a virtual immortal? As long as junior brother Ye doesn't cause trouble, I'll be thanking the heavens." The Shu family wanted to intimidate the tiger, but this tiger has come to their door personally. I think the Shu family will come to regret it. Scene changed to Ling province. High in the sky, amidst the rolling clouds, floating islands suddenly appear of various sizes. On the islands were rows of houses. The islands were connected by cold, profound iron chains. In the center was a giant island, vast in area, surrounded by smaller islands like stars orbiting the moon. This central island had the densest spiritual energy, and all the buildings on it were magnificent and grand, exuding a majestic aura. A closer look revealed that the place was brightly decorated, filled with a joyful and lively atmosphere. That's right, this was the territory of the Shu family. All the floating islands belonged to the Shu family, the home of generations of their descendants. And the largest, most majestic island was obviously the Shu family's main residence, the home of the noble main lineage. But today was different. Because the Shu family's ancestor had just come out of seclusion, the Shu family specially organized a banquet to celebrate. Even the branch lineages of the family were eligible to come to the main island to bask in some of the good fortune. In the sky, countless streams of multicolored light streaked across the space, heading towards the magnificent giant island. Male and female cultivators in different attire, some sitting on flying boats, others standing on flying swords or riding flying beasts, are all guests from the major continents of the eastern domain. It must be known that the Shu family ancestors' breakthrough to the virtual immortal stage meant that the Shu family's status would rise rapidly. The entire Shu clan, from the main lineage to the branch lineages, would benefit, as if when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The Shu family was already known as the #1 cultivation family in Ling province, and now with this event, that position was further consolidated. For various reasons, all forces, big and small, dared not offend the Shu family. Everyone had to give them some face and attend. At the Shu family's main residence, the crowd of guests was dense, a bustling scene of people coming and going. The great elder of a sect cupped his hands in congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations to the Shu family for producing a virtual immortal. To be protected by a virtual immortal in the future truly makes us envious. A crown prince from an imperial dynasty said flatteringly, "Haha, that's not enough. Don't forget, he's a virtual immortal now, but in the future, who knows, he might break through to become a true immortal. Then, wouldn't he be able to exist for hundreds of thousands of years? Young Master Shu, am I right?" A famous sword cultivator raised his cup and said with a smile, "Young Master Shu is the eldest grandson of the Shu family. His current status is not to be underestimated. Not to mention in Ling province, I fear you can roam freely throughout the entire eastern domain." The surrounding guests also chattered excitedly. Right. We hope young master will take care of us more in the future." The young man in brocade robes, with a wicked charm on his face, had a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. He fanned himself with a folding fan, looking incredibly satisfied. Easy to say, easy to say. We are all one family. Those who could come here were all famous figures from the major continents of the Eastern Domain. Now, all of them were flattering him, which greatly satisfied Shu Tiny's vanity. Suddenly the guest mentioned, by the way, I wonder if the Shu family sent an invitation to the Xuantian sect. The lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Curious gazes from all directions turned towards Shu Tiny. Since the battle in the Barren Continent, the Xuantian sect's reputation had become the most resounding in the Eastern Domain. Even the Yue Gate suffered heavy losses due to faulty intelligence, their army of cultivators was annihilated, and many elders perished. The devil knows that Ye Junlin of the Xuantian sect was actually a venerable. If the Xuantian sect attended this banquet, it would have an extraordinary meaning. Shu Tiny's eyes flickered, and he said with a cold smile, of course we did. But I don't know if the Xuantian sect dares to send someone. Don't just find some nameless nobody to fool our Shu family, or they won't even get through the door. A guest asked loudly, what if Ye Junlin comes in person? Hearing this name, Shu Tiny remembered that black-robed figure, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead, but his expression remained arrogant. He fanned himself and said with a laugh, then let that barbarian broaden his horizons and see what kind of foundation our Shu family of Ling province has. A guest said flatteringly, young Master Shu is truly domineering. Hearing this, the crowd excitedly gave him a thumbs up in praise. That Ye Junlin, although he's a venerable, in front of young Master Shu, he'll have to obediently come and offer a toast. After all, young Master Shu's ancestor is a virtual immortal. No matter how strong a venerable is, he can't compare to a virtual immortal. Laughter erupted everywhere. Ha ha ha, that's right, being constantly flattered by everyone, Shu Tiny felt as if he were floating on clouds, thinking smugly to himself, so what if you have a great reputation, Ye Junlin? In front of this young master, even if you're a dragon, you have to coil up obediently. I am the #1 young master of Ling province. While others might rely on their fathers to show off, Shu Tiny was different. He directly relied on his family's ancestor. Just then, horrified screams came from outside the residence. My heavens! What is that? Rumble! From the sky, a kingly pressure rolled out, covering all the floating islands of the Shu family. The smaller islands began to shake so violently it was visible to the naked eye. Countless people were terrified, their faces showing extreme horror. They opened their eyes wide to see a giant creature, tens of thousands of feet long, emerging from the sea of clouds. Its shape was like a giant whale, its huge wings flapping, obscuring the entire sky. The flying boats and treasure ships nearby immediately dodged. The cultivators on them gaped, staring blankly at the giant creature. One person said in fear, what kind of beast is this? I can feel the pressure of a venerable. In the crowd, an old man in green robes sitting on the back of a great rock, upon seeing this creature, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He exclaimed in shock, This is a Kunpang. Many cultivators knowledgeable about divine beasts showed looks of shock. A Kunpang. You've heard of it. It's an ancient divine beast that has long gone extinct. For a Kunpang to appear at a grand event like the Shu family's banquet, could this be an auspicious sign? Someone shouted, wait, look closely, there's a palace on the Kunpang's back. This divine beast has already acknowledged a master. Immediately, gasps were heard from all directions. Using a Kunpang as a mount. Who is this person? Is there an expert in the Eastern Domain who can do this? While everyone was discussing, the Kunpang, with its overwhelming presence, charged straight towards the Shu family's main residence on the giant island. On the island, from the elderly to the children, all the members of the Shu clan were trembling in fear of this powerful divine beast. Young Master Shu, look, the guests were in an uproar, speculating that a great power riding a Kunpang had come to the banquet. My heavens, to use a supreme grade divine beast as a mount, his presence is truly unmatched. Who on earth is he? Could he be related to the Shu family's ancestor? Shu Tiny was stunned, then called a few times, pretending to be deep in thought. That's right. This guest once had a relationship with our family's ancestor. I remember my parents telling me that when I was just born, he appeared and wanted to adopt me as his godson. But my parents were worried the karmic connection was too great, so they tactfully declined. Thinking back, it's truly. Hearing these words, everyone's expressions changed, and their reverence for the Shu family increased by another level. Is that so? Even a great power who uses a Kunpang as a mount has a relationship with the Shu family, and even wanted to adopt Shu Tiny as his godson. The Shu family's strength is truly terrifying. A majestic voice, like a great bell, echoed from within the residence, its words clearly reaching everyone's ears. I wonder which fellow Taoist has come from afar to attend the banquet. I, Jiu, accept this kind intention. A clear voice rang out, coming from a handsome young man with long silver hair, dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold. Xuantian sect, Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely stepped down, his expression calm. Boom, the atmosphere of the banquet immediately exploded. A name has a shadow. The battle of the barren continent that shook the eastern domain was led by this person. Now he had come in person, and moreover, riding on a supreme-grade divine beast, the Kunpang, completely overshadowing the Shu family. Someone couldn't help but sigh. I heard that the Xuantian sect is an ancient sect. I was skeptical before, but now I have no doubts. To even use a Kunpang as a mount, one can see how terrifying the sect's foundation is. The most shocked person was Shu Tiny. When he saw Ye Junlin step out from the Kunpang's back, his mind felt like it was about to explode. Well, what is this? An unprecedented feeling of shame and anger erupted in his heart. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting about the close relationship between himself and this great power, but who would have thought that great power was actually Ye Junlin? Many guests looked at him with strange expressions. Some even tried to cover their mouths to keep from laughing, but still let out some hissing sounds, showing how hard they were trying to hold it in. His face turned as red as blood. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Did this young master say anything? I advise you all to think carefully." The crowd was startled and quickly shook their heads, denying it. No, young Master Shu didn't say anything. We didn't hear anything either. Although they complied on the surface, inwardly they were all cursing, "Shameless dog, with thick skin." Shu Tiny sneered, his eyes full of venom as he looked at Ye Junlin. At this time, when the Shu family ancestor heard the name Ye Junlin, he was stunned for a moment, his eyes turning grim. Combined with the recent rumors, he really hadn't expected the person who could ride a Kunpang to be a junior cultivator. If not for his apprehension of the Xuantian sect and the Kunpang's mysterious origin, he would have long since tried to seize it. After all, this was a descendant of an ancient divine beast with pure bloodline and immense potential. But now that the other party had come to his door, he had to give him enough face and also take the opportunity to learn more about this person. The Shu family ancestor forced a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. So it is Venerable Ye who has graced us with his presence. It truly brings honor to our Shu family. Normally, a virtual immortal like him wouldn't need to lower himself before a venerable, but Ye Junlin was an exception. This person was enough for him to lower his stance. The system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The automatic cultivation speed of all divine arts and techniques has been increased by 50 times. Ye Junlin sighed inwardly. Not bad, not a bad mount. He turned to the Shu ancestor and cupped his hands politely. Yet on behalf of the Xuantian sect, congratulate you on your successful breakthrough. The Shu family ancestor nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. Please. Immediately after, Ye Junlin and his disciples leisurely walked into the Shu family's residence. The other guests followed them with respectful gazes, whispering among themselves. The Buddhist monks of the Buddhist continent call him the white-haired old demon, but seeing him in person today, I find him quite handsome. He's not as scary as the rumors say. Haha, compared to the name old demon, I think white-haired killing god is more fitting. Too many people have died at his hands. Look at the woman in red beside him. That's his eldest disciple, Hong Tiny. Outsiders call her Hong Fairy. Ah, so beautiful. This is truly a peerless beauty of the mortal world. Initially, everyone's attention was focused on Ye Junlin, but soon it shifted to Hong Tiny. His striking red attire, cool temperament, and exquisitely perfect face made it difficult for people to look away. As for Bai Xiaoxi, worried about being pointed at, she had specially worn a hat with a veil this time, completely hiding her mouse head, only revealing her small and lovely figure. Because she always followed behind Ye Junlin, she was mistaken for a young attendant. Behind the veil, Bai Xiaoxi's dark eyes darted around. When she discovered the banquet table laden with precious fruits and desserts, she was delighted, waving her small hands and exclaiming, "Whoa, so many delicious things. Senior brother Hong, look quickly." Hong Tiny's face contorted, feeling helpless with this carefree mouse. Ye Junlin said with a smile, "Xiaoxi, if you want to eat, just help yourself." Bai Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed to the banquet table, exclaiming happily, "Really? Then Squeak won't be polite anymore." At this moment, Shu Tiny narrowed his eyes, deciding to make a move to regain his face. He fanned himself, walking with a graceful demeanor and a refined smile. "Brother Ye, we meet again." Ye Junlin turned his head and looked at him with a strange expression, sizing him up from head to toe. He thought to himself, who is this idiot? He looks so familiar. Seeing Ye Junlin's lack of reaction, Shu Tiny's smile stiffened. He coughed a few times, and added, "I am the young master of the Shu family's main lineage, the grandson of the Shu family's ancestor." The meaning was very clear. "My status is so noble, why aren't you flattering me yet?" Ye Junlin raised his hand, picked his nose, and nodded. "Oh, so that's it." Shu Tiny smiled, preparing to receive the next wave of flattery. "It's fine, it's not too late to know now." Ye Junlin uttered a single sentence, turned his head, and walked away without a second glance. "As fuck all to do with me. The smile on Shu Tiny's face froze, his teeth clenched tightly. He stared at Ye Junlin's back, his eyes bloodshot, silently roaring in his heart. I am the young master of the Shu family, the future heir to the position of family head. My ancestor is a virtual immortal. Who the hell do you think you are to treat me with such disrespect? Unable to hold back, Shu Tiny shouted, how dare you? The guests who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded. It was truly a loss of face. To maintain his dignity at the banquet, Shu Tiny suppressed his anger, and tried to regain his composure. His gaze shifted to Hom Tiny, and he thought, it's her. You defeated the holy son of the Yuhua Gate. You are Ye Junlin's eldest disciple, a peerless prodigy. This time, being at a banquet, he had time to slowly admire her. The more he looked, the faster his heart beat, like a fawn leaping wildly. So beautiful. This face, this temperament, is so different from the common women he had been with. He thought to himself, this young master is suave and romantic, and has made countless female cultivators unable to escape his grasp. As long as I make a move, relying on my charm, I can definitely conquer her. He had played with countless women before, including arrogant female cultivators. Now, carrying the halo of a virtual immortal's grandson, Shu Tiny didn't believe Hom Tiny could maintain her composure. Moreover, he had a wicked thought, if I can get my hands on Ye Junlin's female disciple, isn't that like the pleasure of revenge? Thinking of pressing her beneath him, he became even more excited. At this moment, Hom Tiny stood before an exquisite vase, frowning as he picked up a flower. The petals sparkled as if inlaid with stars, and the light it emitted made one feel relaxed and at ease. A gentle voice came from behind. On Fairy, appreciating flowers. Shu Tiny approached, looking dashing, fanning himself gracefully. This is the Yuta flower, a very rare species, suitable for admiration. My Chu family has only managed to collect 6 of them. Just as the saying goes, a fine sword for a hero, a beautiful flower for a beauty. If the fairy likes it, feel free to take it. Consider it a small token of my sincerity. He was extremely confident because he had successfully used this flower to conquer women before. This flower was not only rare but could also stay fresh for thousands of years, especially at night when its light was even more brilliant. What woman could bear to refuse? After hearing this, Hom Tiny showed a look of contempt. He placed the flower back in the vase, and thought to himself, you pig. In little Hom's mind, he thought, in the central continent, this flower is called the star spirit flower and is a top-grade ingredient for refining pills that enhance spiritual sense. Yet here, it's just stuck in a vase. Truly a bunch of country bumpkins. Seeing that Hom Tiny didn't accept the flower, Shu Tiny probed Hom Fairy. Hom Tiny couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly, don't call me a fairy. I am a man. Shu Tiny was stunned, then laughed again. Hom Fairy is truly humorous. So beautiful and funny. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you to the guest room to discuss the Tao. Hearing this, Hom Tiny's face turned icy, his eyes bloodshot, and a cold killing intent was released as he shouted, get lost. Even so, Shu Tiny did not give up, forcing a smile. Hom Fairy, I just want to. Hom Tiny's eyes were cold, and at the same time a terrifying pressure emanated from him. If you dare to bother me again, you die. Thump, Shu Tiny felt as if his mind was about to explode. His eyes bulged and cold sweat soaked his forehead and back, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He seemed to see a hazy red figure standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, its entire body covered in destructive demonic flames, bringing in terrifying pressure. Shu Tiny's face was pale with sweat as he thought in horror, damn it, why does looking at her make me feel like I'm seeing my ancestors from 18 generations ago coming to claim my life? Oh crap, the young man pissed his pants. Ha 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 ha, thud. Shu Tiny collapsed, his legs giving out as he knelt on the spot. The surrounding guests all cried out, my heavens, young Master Shu is truly crazy, kneeling before Hom Fairy. A female cultivator covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, is this a new way of pursuing someone? An angry voice rang out, accompanied by the majestic figure of the Shu family head striding forward. Worthless son, you have lost all face for the Shu family. His face was as cold as ice, his eyes full of reproach. The stern voice, like a clap of thunder, rang in Shu Tiny's ears, startling him back to his senses. He staggered to his feet and said tremblingly, father. Slap, a loud slap landed squarely on his face. Shu Tiny's left cheek immediately swelled up, burning like fire. The Shu family head scolded angrily, his eyes full of disappointment. Useless trash, you only know how to bring shame to the family. He was a Mahayana expert. If he had really used his full strength just now, Shu Tiny would probably have been beaten to death on the spot. On the other side, Hom Tiny stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. The Shu family head turned to look at Hom Tiny and cupped his hands, saying in a serious tone, Hom Fairy, it is all my fault for not disciplining him properly. Hom Tiny's smile vanished, his cold eyes looking at the other party as he emphasized each word, I am. Man. The Shu family head looked at Hom Tiny's departing back and frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing more. He thought to himself, oh, that flat chest. That waist looks somewhat like a woman's. That face looks so beautiful. Overall he looks damn fine. The Shu family head was stunned, then forced a laugh. Fairy, you really know how to joke. Tiny tried to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and decisively turned to leave. In his heart, he desperately wanted to increase his strength so that one day he could return to how he was in the central continent, living freely without having to care about any rules or constraints, unlike now, where his hands and feet were tied. He angrily turned around, his whole body emanating killing intent as he shouted, "Do I look like I'm joking with you? You are seeking death." A moment later, the sound of Shox's running footsteps was heard as she hurriedly ran over and called out, "Senior Brother Han." Shoxi, holding a gourd of wine on her head with both hands, ran over and continued, "Senior Brother Han, Master told Squeak Squeak to bring this wine for you. You should try it, it's delicious." Tiny tried to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and then sighed. He thought, I desperately want to increase my strength so that one day I can return to how I was in the central continent, living freely without having to care about any rules or constraints, unlike now, where my hands and feet are tied. Besides, the realm of that Shu family ancestor is not something I can handle, so forget it. I'll just endure it for now. Next, Little Hong snatched the wine gourd from Shux's hands and frowned with extreme annoyance. A hiss, Little Hong angrily walked away, while Bai Shoxi turned to the next table, picked up a wine gourd with both hands, and drooling, mumbled, "Hee, Shoxi wants to try this wine too." Without hesitation, Shoxi lifted the wine gourd and drank greedily, so much so that her veiled hat fell off. The surrounding crowd stared in astonishment. They were stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my god, what the hell is this? I never thought this was the white-haired demon's hobby of collecting disciples. It looks so unique and freaking weird." Junlin walked over, picked up the hat for Shoxi, then stroked her head and said with a smile, "Shoxi, be careful not to let your hat fall off. It could easily make people hear of bad thoughts about your master." Bai Shox's face flushed, she was already tipsy, and she laughed in reply, "Yes, master." Junlin put the hat on for Bai Shoxi, then led her away and said with a smile, "Come on, Shoxi, let's go over there, there's a lot of delicious food." Shox obediently followed and replied, "Yes, master." The two of them walked through the crowd, but there was a noteworthy figure, the man in the conical hat they had just passed. He looked cold, his left hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Tiny's face was contorted with shame and anger as he heard the mocking whispers around him. The fire of anger in his heart blazed, and his whole body trembled with rage. "Damn it, my ancestor is a virtual immortal, and I am of the main bloodline. On what basis do you, master and disciple, dare to treat me like this?" He roared in his heart, hating both Junlin and Hong Tiny. Unable to suppress his anger, fueled by alcohol, he roared at his subordinates, "Get me some women, right now." Sensing the anger in his voice, his subordinates knew that someone was about to be tortured to death again. They bowed obsequiously and replied, "As you command." As he walked, Shu Tiny thought resentfully, Junlin, you rode a Kunpang here to crush my Shu family's reputation, and humiliate me like an ant in front of everyone. And your disciple, too. I won't let any of you go. I want you to witness your disciple being chopped into 1,000 pieces and your Xuan Tian sect burned to a sea of fire. Shu Tiny, drunk, staggered as he walked. Suddenly, a foot appeared and stood right behind him. The figure stood and watched Shu Tiny and his subordinates walk into the distance. Little Hong stood silently to one side, observing and discovering the mysterious movements of this assassin. But Little Hong said nothing, and his realm was higher than the assassin's, so the assassin was completely unaware that Little Hong was standing right behind him. Standing behind him, looking at the assassin, Little Hong thought in surprise, the killing intent emanating from this person is so strong. It seems there's a good show to watch now. He. Returning to the residence to rest, Shu Tiny was sitting at a table in the middle of the courtyard. He angrily and impatiently shouted, "Why aren't my women here yet?" The two maids standing in the courtyard were terrified and hurriedly replied, "We're sorry." Shu Tiny continued to yell, "You bunch of trash. You dare to make me wait this long." Suddenly, the assassin in the conical had appeared, his right hand holding a saber as he jumped forward, slashing with all his might from behind Shu Tiny. Shu Tiny didn't have time to react, the wine cup in his hand almost flying out. His face was filled with panic. He hurriedly raised his hands to cover his face. At this moment, a blue barrier suddenly appeared on his body. The assassin's blade slashed down but was blocked by the barrier, causing the blade to bounce back. The assassin hadn't expected Shu Tiny to have a life-saving secret treasure that could activate at a critical moment. It must be known that he was an early-stage integration realm cultivator. Logically, killing a soul formation cultivator was as easy as crushing an ant, yet not only did he fail to kill him, he was instead seriously injured. Shu Tiny, both terrified and angry, shouted, "You audacious fool! You dare to assassinate this young master on Shu family territory." This was the Shu family's territory, where a virtual immortal ancestor resided. He never thought some madman would dare to attack him. Did he not want to live? At the same time, the commotion here had attracted the attention of the Shu family guards. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From all directions, countless spiritual senses gathered, and powerful auras quickly approached. Angry shouts followed one after another. Who dares to cause trouble here? The assassin gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. I can't believe I missed such a golden opportunity. I need to finish this quickly before more of the Shu family's guards arrive. Seeing the guards approaching, Shu Tiny sneered and was about to say something, but suddenly felt goosebumps and a chill run down his spine. The man in the conical hat before him suddenly radiated a more terrifying killing intent than ever before. A deep voice, as if from hell, rang out, revealing a will that disregarded life and death. As long as I can kill you, you beast, what does it matter if it can never be reincarnated? Boom. As if he had cast some kind of secret technique, his entire body was filled with bloodlust. He held a long saber and charged straight at Shu Tiny. Shu Tiny was startled and hurriedly raised the folding fan in his hand to defend himself, thinking inwardly, not good. This fan is a rare spiritual weapon. In the hands of a soul formation cultivator, it's already a magic treasure far exceeding the standard for others of the same realm. Most others' magic treasures only reach the level of a treasured weapon. Swoosh, a green light flashed to meet the attack, but was shattered in an instant by the ink-black saber light. The few guards standing in front were also cut in half by the assassin's slash. Splat, a bloody arm flew into the air, its contents spraying out like rain. Shu Tiny clutched his severed arm and screamed tragically. Shu Tiny was so terrified his soul almost left his body. He cried out, someone, save me. The guard thought angrily, damn it, most of the attacks are being blocked by that barrier. Just one more hit, and this damn dog Shu Tiny is done for. A large group of furious guards rushed forward. Don't harm the young master. Among them, a few leaders who had reached the integration realm used their full strength to stop the assassin. The man in the conical hat erupted with a violent aura, disregarding his own injuries as he madly hacked and slashed, carving a bloody path, shouting, block me and die. Although he had been hit by the backlash and seriously injured at first, after activating the secret technique, his strength had somewhat recovered. Despite the excruciating, flesh-tearing pain, he was determined to behead Shu Tiny, even if it cost him his life. Shouts echoed as the scene descended into chaos. Shu Tiny looked at the man in the wide-brimmed hat, who was severely injured and covered in blood, with white bone showing in some places, looking extremely terrifying. But his eyes were fierce and cruel, staring at Shu Tiny as he held his saber and charged forward, roaring madly, you dog, you dare run. I will definitely kill you today. A chilling killing intent enveloped Shu Tiny. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled as he said, hero, who on earth are you? This young master has not offended you. Why are you chasing me? The man in the wide-brimmed hat said coldly, haha, your karma. You will never understand it in this lifetime. I swear I must kill you. Fortunately, heaven has given me this chance. Die, you damn dog. The commotion was so loud it shook the entire Shu residence. The shocked crowd discussed, what's going on out there? Is someone fighting? On such an important occasion, who could be so thoughtless? Did you hear? An assassin just attacked the young master. The Shu family guards are stopping him. Heavens, is it true? Hearing this news, the banquet erupted into chaos. The guests rushed out, exclaiming, so something like this is happening. Junlin stroked his chin, suddenly noticing Hong Tiny's pensive expression. He said with a profound smile, little Hong, did you notice something early on? Hearing this, Hong Tiny also touched his chin and frowned. Master, disciple was just guessing. Ha ha. Junlin laughed and didn't elaborate. After all, this was someone else's banquet. He was just here for fun and entertainment, but now that there was a good show to watch, he naturally wanted to go see the excitement. Junlin said casually, go with senior sister Bai, and take a look. Little Hong replied, as you command. Then Hong Tiny raised his hand and led Bai Shoxi, who followed behind, drunk and muttering, want more. Want more to drink. Back. At the slaughter of the dog Shu Tiny. Boom, a powerful and terrifying presence shot up into the sky. The entire sky suddenly darkened. The Shu family ancestor had appeared. He stretched out his hand and blocked the assassin's blade. His eyes bulged, shining brightly, his voice full of killing intent as he said, who dares to cause trouble at the Shu family? Next, the Shu family ancestor grabbed the assassin by the neck and slammed his body to the ground, asking, who sent you? The assassin showed no fear and still bared his teeth in a smile, looking at the Shu family ancestor and saying, that damn dog Shu Tiny has done many evil things. It's a pity you stopped me. Otherwise, I would have chopped him to death, damn it. The Shu family ancestor glanced at Shu Tiny behind him and asked, Tiny, do you know him? Shu Tiny, clutching his wound with his right hand, exclaimed, Ancestor, he's a madman. I don't even know him. His mind is messed up. He probably won't stop until he's chopped me to death. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and saliva and roared, listen carefully. My surname is Li, and my name is Wuji. What? You are Li Wuji. The crowd was immediately astonished. What? His name is Li Wuji. The famous blade Fend, Li Wuji. The people around exclaimed in shock. A guest whispered, it's him, he's the blade Fend, Li Wuji. The blade Fend Li Wuji was very famous in the Eastern Domain because his blade techniques were fast and precise, and he worked without following any rules. If he felt annoyed, he would draw his blade and kill, regardless of background or status. He even once went on a rampage in Yun Province, looking for experts to spar with. Those he sought out were extremely unlucky, often ending up defeated and disgraced. For a long time, he terrified many cultivators in Yun Province, who were afraid of being targeted by Li Wuji. Therefore, he was called the Blade Fend. The Shu family head's face was ugly as he shouted. Damn it, how did the Shu family's invitation fall into the hands of this demonic cultivator? Li Wuji sneered, don't say I stole it from your subordinates. Shu Tiny said angrily, I've heard of you, but I've never met you. There is no enmity between us. Why did you try to assassinate me? Li Wuji, as if mad, replied, no enmity. No grudge. Then he roared, my sister died at your hands. Shu Tiny was stunned and asked, your sister? Li Wuji recounted, my sister's name is Li Xiaofei. We roamed the Eastern Domain together. After she broke through to the Golden Core stage, she planned to travel to Ling Province. I was busy cultivating, so I didn't go with her. A few months later, the jade slip she left behind shattered, and I knew something had happened to her in Ling Province. Li Wuji's eyes were bloodshot, his voice full of regret. I rushed to Ling Province to search and finally found out that my sister had argued with you at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Enium City and was then taken away by the Shu family guards and disappeared. In Enium City, everyone knows you, Shu Tiny, are a lecher. It said you practice a wicked art, and many innocent female cultivators have been tortured to death by you. My sister was a golden core cultivator, so she must have been captured by you. I can't imagine how tragically my sister died. It's all because of you, Shu Tiny. From then on, I swore to take revenge at all costs. I cultivated even more arduously, seeking people to spar with, and finally broke through to the integration realm. More than 100 years ago, I started looking for a chance to take revenge, but you always had strong guards protecting you. I could only hide and wait for an opportunity. This time, the Shu family's banquet was the best chance. Because the most dangerous place is the safest place. I wanted to make my move on Shu territory when you were most off your guard, but I didn't expect. At this point, Li Wuji roared in unwillingness, your life is too tough, you're too hard to kill. I was so close, so close. Shu Tiny regained his composure, frowned, and recalled the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and Li Xiaofei. Then he looked at the heavily injured Li Wuji and smirked, so that's it. This young master remembers now. That little firecracker was your sister. I remember her body was very perfect, but unfortunately, her personality was like a firework that could explode at any moment. Hearing this, Li Wuji's eyes turned red with anger, but he could do nothing. Li Wuji remembered his sister once saying, brother, stop practicing the sword. Come and keep me company. Shu Tiny, with a perverted lick of his lips, continued, but this kind of woman, the more you tame her, the more stubborn she becomes. Shu Tiny recounted, this young master still remembers her figure was so hot, but her temper was like a firework, igniting with just a touch. It's precisely this kind of woman that gives me the most satisfaction when I subdue her. When I met her at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I intended to get to know her, but she was uncooperative. So I ordered my subordinates to capture her and tie her to my bed. I still remember she was very angry at that time, cursing me incessantly, but in the end, what I did made her unable to bear it, and she cried and begged me to spare her. Ayo, her voice at that time was so pleasant to hear. Shu Tiny seemed to be reminiscing, clicking his tongue in appreciation. That wild horse was really stubborn, but in this young master's hands, she eventually had to obediently let me ride her freely. Li Wuji was in so much pain that tears rolled down his face. Stop talking. Stop talking. Seeing the opponent's despairing expression, Shu Tiny became even more interested, his voice full of malice. I tortured her for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, when she was exhausted and her mind was hazy, I got bored and reached out and broke her neck. I gave her a very merciful death. Li Wuji, I treated your sister so well, yet you still want to kill me. Shouldn't you be thanking this young master? Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Li Wuji completely broke down. He roared in madness, tears streaming down his face. You are a beast. A cursed beast 1,000 times over. Why is someone like you still alive? Why haven't you died? I will kill you. I must kill you. Ah! The ancestor's eyes blazed as he shouted, silence. You dare to cause trouble here. Then, he pointed a finger, and Li Wuji was immediately sent flying backward, his contents spraying everywhere. Li Wuji's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth wide open as he spat out blood. The Shu family had stepped forward and loudly defended his son. Li Wuji, a demonic cultivator like you dares to be so insolent in my Shu family. Let me tell you, you are just a demonic cultivator. For your sister to become my tiny's cultivation cauldron is considered atonement for her sins. Besides, your sister's life is worthless. You dare to plot to kill the Kailan son of my Chu family for her. You deserve to die. Li Wuji roared in fury. Get lost. Comparing my sister to this beast. You are not worthy. You are just an old beast, a dog. Shu Tiny angrily shouted. Shut up. You dare to curse my father. Your sister dying at my hands was her fortune. And you, a demonic cultivator pursued by the world, dare to speak so loudly here. After speaking, he winked at his subordinates, who understood the signal. The subordinates immediately started shouting, Li Wuji, your sister being favored by the young master was a worthy death. Don't be ungrateful when you've gotten a good deal. The young master is such a noble figure. How dare a filthy demonic cultivator like you slander him? You only lost a sister, while our young master lost an entire arm. The shouts echoed everywhere. Even some guests who wanted to curry favor with the Shu family spoke up to criticize Li Wuji. See, who is right and who is wrong is clear. The Shu father and son sneered. The Shu family ancestor's face was emotionless, as if this matter wasn't worth his attention. Li Wuji's eyes were bloodshot as he tried to stand up, shouting, you, all of you. But his body collapsed again, blood and internal organs spilling onto the ground. He hated himself for being too weak. In the air, Junlin stood with his arms crossed, a cold smile on his face. One wants to avenge his sister and is labeled a demonic cultivator. A young master with a prominent family background who secretly does all sorts of dirty things is cloaked in the name of righteousness. How ridiculous. Suddenly the system activated, announcing, ding, congratulations, a choice mission has been triggered. Option 1, intervene, protect Li Wuji, accept him as a disciple, and make the Shu family ancestor kill Chu Tiny with his own hands and still be grateful to you. Reward, Supreme Fist Art, Battle Saint Fist. Option 2. Remain silent in the face of injustice. Reward, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing the system's voice, Junlin froze, thinking, what? He was not only surprised by the sudden appearance of a choice mission but also by the content. Remaining silent is also rewarded. 10 low-grade spirit stones. What a huge amount. I'll never be able to spend it all. System, are you my mother? Are you shooing away a beggar? Of course, Junlin completely disdained the second option. Only the first option was worth considering. Stepping up to protect Li Wuji and accepting him as a disciple seemed normal, but forcing the Shu ancestor to kill his own grandson and still be grateful. What kind of crazy game was this? At this moment, Shu Tiny, seeing the time was ripe, gave a vicious smile. Li Wuji, it's all over. In your next life, you should be more mindful. He snatched a long sword from a guard's hand, and walked step by step towards Li Wuji, his eyes cold and full of killing intent. Many guests shook their heads in sight. Without strength, it's ultimately like an egg hitting a rock. A tragic smile appeared on Li Wuji's face as he sighed to himself, Sister, I am useless. I will come down to keep you company. Just as Shu Tiny swung his sword down, a black shadow flashed by like lightning. A flick of a finger, clang, and the sword immediately broke in two. Shu Tiny staggered back a few steps, exclaiming in panic, You. What are you doing? Everyone was shocked, and stared blankly at the person who had intervened. It was Junlin. The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar, with discussions ringing out endlessly. What's going on? Someone from the Xuantian sect wants to interfere. To protect the blade finned, Li Wuji. But he's a demonic cultivator. That's not the point. The point is, this is the Shu family's territory. Doing this is like slapping the Shu family right in the face. The Shu family head's face turned livid as he shouted, Venerable what is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping my tiny from executing this demonic cultivator? Junlin flicked his finger lightly and said nonchalantly, I find him interesting, and have decided to take him as my disciple. Anyone who dares to touch him is touching me. The moment these words were spoken, the entire Shu residence seemed to explode. The crowd couldn't believe their ears, thinking they had misheard, and started discussing among themselves. Is he crazy? How dare he say such things? Li Wuji looked at the back of the person shielding him, his face filled with astonishment. Senior, you are. As a cultivator from the eastern domain, of course Shu Tiny knew of Junlin's reputation, a rising star, but he never expected this person would disregard everything to take him as a disciple. The Shu family ancestor's face grew darker and darker. His voice was filled with threat, and a terrifying aura erupted, making the entire sky seem to tremble. A junior dares to be so openly provocative in front of a virtual immortal expert. Junlin, you should think carefully about the consequences. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. The surrounding cultivators trembled, their faces pale as they murmured, the wrath of a virtual immortal is not something anyone can bear. Li Wuji panicked and pleaded, Senior, please leave. I will remember your kindness in my heart. If there is a next life, I will definitely serve you as a horse and ox to repay you. Tiny, standing next to Junlin, was also stunned by this unexpected scene. A look of incredulous suspicion appeared on his perfect face. In Hong Tiny's eyes, to risk one's life for a stranger out of compassion was an extremely foolish act. This guy has gone mad. He thinks he's invincible, daring to challenge a virtual immortal in broad daylight. Is he really not afraid of death? Junlin suddenly turned his head and gave Hong Tiny a meaningful smile. Little Hong, what are you still standing there for? Come over here and protect your junior brother. Hong Tiny screamed in his heart, damn it, if you're crazy, that's your business. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. But under Junlin's authority, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly step forward to stand next to him. Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Good. A child who is easy to teach. Hong Tiny's mouth twitched, feeling like he was about to explode. The Shu ancestor's eyes were as cold as ice. A roar like thunder echoed, spreading throughout the space. Do you really think my Shu family is easy to bully? The mighty pressure, like a mountain, made the living beings on the floating islands tremble. The wrath of a virtual immortal was no different from the might of heaven. Hong Tiny felt the heavy pressure on him, and the magic power in his body seemed to stop flowing. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, damn it, this is the difference in strength. Bai Shoxi, who had been in a drunken state, was scared sober. She raised her small, trembling hands and screamed in a cute mouse voice, squeak squeak won't drink anymore, squeak squeak won't drink anymore. Facing the pressure from the Shu ancestor, Junlin was not only not afraid but felt excited, cheering in his heart, that's right, just like this, attack me quickly. As long as the Shu ancestor attacks, not to mention completing the mission, but leveling up is a sure thing. Suddenly the sky darkened, and another terrifying aura filled the space. This new pressure was so strong it crushed the Shu ancestor's presence, forcing him back. The Shu ancestor exclaimed in shock, who is it? In his heart, he thought, the person who just arrived is clearly also a virtual immortal, but his aura is even stronger than mine. A majestic, cold voice came from the sky, carrying a thick killing intent. Where is Junlin? Junlin raised an eyebrow, feeling the intense hostility. Which dog is barking now? Swoosh, majestic figure appeared in the sky, radiating a dazzling light like a brilliant sun. His entire body glowed with a sacred, inviolable aura. In that moment, countless cultivators from all over the eastern domain felt an overwhelming power, and a desire to submit rose involuntarily in their hearts. This pressure far surpassed that of the Shu ancestor. The Shu ancestor tried to remain calm, but his eyes showed clear apprehension. He asked, his heart extremely displeased, may I ask which fellow Doist has come? Then, he resentfully thought, I just broke through to the virtual immoral stage, and was about to enjoy the admiring gazes of the masses from on high, yet another stronger expert has appeared. What pains him the most is that although they both just entered the virtual immortal stage, the opponent's aura is much stronger, making him look like a fate. Junlin mumbled, took out a pair of specially made sunglasses, and put them on to block the dazzling light. Damn it, which damn dog is showing off now? Through the glasses, he could clearly see the figure of the person standing in the light. It was a middle-aged man in a brilliant golden robe, his golden hair braided into small plaits that hung in front of his chest and down his back. His entire body radiated a destructive killing intent. His majestic voice echoed as if from the 9 heavens, carrying an authority that was hard to resist. I am from the Yuhua Gate. My Doist title is Great Sun. The moment the words were spoken, the entire crowd's expression changed, and they started discussing. I know him, he's Venerable Great Sun, considered the strongest expert in the Yuhua Gate, and also the master of the Yuhua Gate's holy sun. Now he should be called Great Sun Virtual Immortal. He just broke through, and he's already this strong. He came here personally, he must be targeting Junlin. I'm afraid it will be hard to escape this time. Finally, the Shu ancestor understood and sneered inwardly. Junlin. You brought this upon yourself. You don't need me to do it. You will surely die today. That's good too. If Junlin dies at the hands of the Yuhua Gate, the Shu family has nothing to do with it. Thinking this, the Shu ancestor immediately put on a smile and cupped his hands to curry favor with Great Sun. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on just entering the Tribulation Transcendent stage. We are all fellow Taoist virtual immortals. Great Sun Virtual Immortal didn't even bother to look at him and said indifferently, I came here only to find Junlin. I heard he is also attending this banquet. In his eyes, among virtual immortals of the same rank, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The Shu ancestor was just a third-rate product. The Shu ancestor suppressed his annoyance and forced a smile. Yes, he is here. Fellow Taoist, feel free to take care of your business. The guests whispered and looked at Junlin. Junlin acted as if nothing was wrong, still wearing his sunglasses. He raised his middle finger and said arrogantly, your little granddaddy is right here. What do you want? The atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. The crowd was shocked, looking at him as if he were a madman. This guy wants to die right now. The crowd, like startled birds, quickly moved away from Junlin. Even Li Wuji, who was crawling on the ground, shivered and considered whether he should crawl a little further away. He used to think he was a madman, but compared to this one, he was just a small fry meeting a big boss. Ong Tiny stood frozen like a statue. It's over. A destructive pillar of light tore through the sky, a heavy pressure descending. Great Sun Virtual Immortal's golden hair was disheveled like a burning fire, his eyes shining like two small suns, filled with anger as he roared, "Ya Junlin!" The roar echoed in all directions, causing the entire archipelago to shake violently. Many old people and children clutched their heads in pain, blood streaming from their ears as they rolled on the ground. Faced with this wrath, Ya Junlin just casually picked his ear, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "What are you barking about? I'm asking you, what are you barking about?" Great Sun Virtual Immortal completely lost control, immediately raising his hand and condensing a radiant ball of light, roaring, "Bastard! Die for me!" The ball glowed dazzlingly like a miniature sun, carrying countless interwoven runes as it shot straight towards Ya Junlin. Boom! The ball of light grew larger and larger, the blinding light and terrifying pressure spreading for 100 miles, making the entire area seem like it was submerged in a furnace. Standing before the brilliant light, Ong Tiny only felt a chill run through his body. He wanted to retreat but realized the space had been sealed, and there was no way to escape. He thought to himself, "It's over. This is the power of a virtual immortal." The Shu ancestor, who was watching, had his mouth twitch as he said, "Fellow novice, if that ball falls, will the Shu family residence still exist?" But for now, he could only let the other party kill people to vent his anger. Rumble, the giant, brilliant ball of light, like a sun, was falling, illuminating the entire sky. Ya Junlin felt the blood in his body boiling. Just then, the system announced, "Ding, detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Activating the passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Achieving mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation." The moment the system's voice sounded, a violent energy erupted from within Ya Junlin's body, and his aura immediately changed. Ya Junlin's entire body glowed, his skin as white as jade, every feature exuding a noble aura. His eyes were as brilliant as if they contained the entire galaxy, his long silver hair shimmering like the Milky Way, his aura as ethereal as an immortal. Ong Tiny, feeling the terrifying aura from Ya Junlin, felt his mind had been struck by lightning. He stammered, You are also a virtual immortal." Ya Junlin smirked coldly, and gently raised his hand, flicking a single finger towards the ball of light. He said coldly, "A trivial trick." Boom! An invisible force sent the giant ball of light flying back. Great Sun Virtual Immortal's eyes widened in amazement as he mumbled, "What?" Boom! The ball of light exploded in the air, the dazzling light seeming to want to burn the entire sky. The violent energy wave spread out in all directions, tearing apart everything within its range. The scene left everyone speechless, as if they had been turned to stone, standing there with their mouths agape in astonishment. The Shu ancestor was horrified, his heart shaking violently. "What? Mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation. This guy cultivated silently, and his cultivation is already higher than mine." Great Sun Virtual Immortal, with his brilliant golden hair flying, stared fixedly at Ya Junlin, his facial muscles twitching. "Isn't this treating me like a joke?" He clearly reached mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence but pretended to be a Mahayana cultivator, fooling the entire Yua Gate before. Not long after breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage, Great Sun Virtual Immortal heard that the sect had suffered a great loss, so he wanted to use the Shu family's banquet this time to use thunderous means to eliminate this threat in his heart. After all, for a virtual immortal to eliminate a venerable, wasn't it as easy as turning over one's hand? But who would have thought things would go beyond his expectations? The opponent's actual cultivation was even higher than his. How rash. The more Great Sun Virtual Immortal thought about it, the angrier he became, roaring in fury, "Shameless. You are a virtual immortal, yet you still pretend and feign, shaming as cultivators." The fireball thrown by Great Sun had already reached right in front of Ya Junlin. The young man didn't flinch but stood calmly, watching the fireball fly towards him. Ya Junlin felt the blood in his body boiling. Just then, the system announced, "Ding, detected that the host is being attacked by an enemy of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Activating the passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Achieving mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation." His aura immediately changed. Ya Junlin's entire body glowed, his skin as white as jade, every feature exuding a noble aura. Little Hom, seeing this, his eyes went wide, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "What? He's also at the Tribulation Transcendence stage. This pressure. It looks even more terrifying than the ancient god that barks in the deepest part of the demon realm. Damn it. This guy's cultivation is freaking perverted." Ya Junlin smirked coldly and gently raised his hand, flicking a single finger towards the ball of light. He said, coldly, "A trivial trick." Boom. An invisible force sent the giant ball of light flying back. Great Sun Virtual Immortal's eyes widened in amazement as he watched the ball being shot back and mumbled, "What?" Boom, the ball of light exploded in the air, the dazzling light seeming to want to burn the entire sky. The violent energy wave spread out in all directions, tearing apart everything within its range. The scene left everyone speechless, as if they had been turned to stone, standing there with their mouths agape in astonishment. Zhu Tiny was horrified, his heart shaking violently. What? Mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation. His mood at this moment was like it had collapsed. He had thought his status was nobler than Ye Junlin's, entirely relying on his ancestor, a virtual immortal expert. But he never expected Ye Junlin to be a freaking virtual immortal himself. The cultivators from the four corners of the eastern domain were all shocked by Ye Junlin's true cultivation, and at the same time, felt pity for great Sun virtual immortal as they discussed. No wonder he was so arrogant just now. It turns out he was confident in his own strength. We were deceived. If not for this banquet, how long would he have hidden it? In my opinion, the Yuhua Gate is definitely the most miserable party. Swoosh, the brilliant light flared and then dissipated. A golden figure floated in mid-air. It was Great Sun virtual immortal, with his brilliant golden hair flying, staring fixedly at Ye Junlin, his facial muscles twitching as he thought, isn't this treating me like a joke? He clearly reached mid-stage tribulation transcendence but pretended to be a Mahayana cultivator, fooling the entire Yuhua Gate before. Not long after breaking through to the tribulation transcendence stage, Great Sun virtual immortal heard that the sect had suffered a great loss, so he wanted to use the Shu family's banquet this time to use thunderous means to eliminate this threat in his heart. After all, for a virtual immortal to eliminate a venerable, wasn't it as easy as turning over one's hand? But who would have thought things would go beyond his expectations? The opponent's actual cultivation was even higher than his. How rash. The more Great Sun virtual immortal thought about it, the angrier he became, roaring in fury, shameless, you mangy dog, you're a virtual immortal, yet you still pretend and feign shaming us cultivators. Ye Junlin put on an honest face and said resolutely, hey, buddy, you're wronging me. I just broke through. I was indeed at the Mahayana stage before. I can swear to the heavens. Great Sun virtual immortal was so angry he almost vomited blood. He had never heard such a clumsy lie before and roared, You motherfucking liar, do you take me for a child? Roar. At this moment, Great Sun virtual immortal let out a long howl like a mad dog, and countless brilliant rays of light erupted from his body. He gathered his power, and struck out with a powerful golden palm print, carrying a terrifying wave of energy. Swoosh, a palm print 1,000 feet wide appeared in the sky, interwoven with countless dazzling golden runes. In the palm of the print floated a giant ball of light, its scorching heat filling the air, making people feel their throats were dry and burning. But Ye Junlin just stood there with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his lips. Well then, let me prove it to you. He. Rumble, a brilliant light exploded, and the flow of energy overturned the entire sky. The Shu ancestor sneered and chuckled to himself, die then. Who told you to be so arrogant? This time, you'll surely die at the hands of Great Sun. Ha ha. A moment later, when the dust settled, Great Sun's face changed. He looked at Ye Junlin, and exclaimed in his mind, how is that possible? His body can actually withstand my attack. The Shu ancestor broke out in a cold sweat and thought, oh my god, we're both early stage tribulation transcendence cultivators. Why is the difference between people so great? If it were me taking that blow, I would definitely be seriously injured. And to stand still and take it, I would surely be vaporized on the spot. He thought that just because his cultivation was high, he could be arrogant. He deserved to suffer at the hands of fellow Taoist Great Sun. Ye Junlin tensed his arms, the power around his body radiating out. The young man smiled and looked at Great Sun. Dude, haven't you had breakfast? Hit a little harder. My pecs are even harder than the protective formation of your Yuhua Gate. Great Sun virtual immortal was both shocked and angry. He had not held back at all in that last move, yet the opponent had met it with his physical body. He exclaimed, how could you withstand that palm of mine? Immediately, Great Sun's assessment of Ye Junlin's strength rose by another level. Next, he shouted, sun-searing wheel. Great Sun virtual immortal raised his hand, and a metal ring, red and gold all over, appeared. When a surging magic power was poured into it, it emitted a brilliant light like a sun. A little note for you guys. This is a rare profound weapon. Although it's only a first-grade profound weapon, its value surpasses even 10,000 ninth-grade spiritual weapons combined. You have to know that the evolution from a spiritual weapon to a profound weapon is the difference between a loach and a flood dragon. They are not on the same level at all. Great Sun virtual immortal sneered, fully activating the sun-searing wheel and said, this profound weapon, which the sect spared no effort to create, even a late-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator would have to treat it with care. Let's see if you're tougher, or my profound weapon is. Boom! The sun-searing wheel instantly emitted an endless divine light, tearing through space as it slashed straight towards Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin sneered, ha, and then secretly activated the indestructible tyrant body art. Boom, the aura around his body suddenly soared like a mountain, and layers of white astral energy surged like waves, rushing straight into the sky. Clang clang clang, a harsh clashing sound rang out. The sun-searing wheel spun at a dizzying speed, but Junlin blocked it with his bare hands. Large chunks of fire fell, burning the ground, which blazed for 3 days and 3 nights. The magnificent scene was dazzling to the eye. Great Sun Virtual Immortal roared, "Damn it, I don't believe you can be this tough." Boom, the sun-searing wheel burst with dazzling light, its power increasing dramatically, carrying an unstoppable force as it chopped at Junlin's head. The scorching wind howled, the sharp blade seeming to want to tear space itself apart. Sensing the danger, Junlin's eyes flickered, and he became more serious. He raised his hands like a pair of steel pincers, and firmly grasped the rapidly spinning sun-searing wheel. Sparks flew, and this scene left all the cultivators present stunned, murmuring, Is this a person? To catch a profound weapon with his bare hands, the Shu ancestor broke out in a cold sweat and mumbled, "Could this guy be a transformed ancient fierce beast? With such terrifying defensive power, if it were me, I fear I would have been ground into meat passed by the sun-searing wheel long ago." Great Sun Virtual Immortal's face was ashen as he exclaimed, "Impossible." Junlin smugly thought, having already made a clear assessment of his own body's strength, "My toughness is something you could never hope to achieve." Boom, the protagonist gathered his strength and threw a powerful punch, knocking the sun-searing wheel back into Great Sun Virtual Immortal's hands. Seeing his profound weapon so easily knocked back, Great Sun Virtual Immortal was terrified, thinking, the powerful sun-searing wheel is second only to an immortal weapon, specially crafted to deal with Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Yet it was blocked by the opponent's body. This has never happened before. Junlin shook his head and sighed. "Out of respect for you helping me break through, I'll give you one more chance to go all out." Hearing this, Great Sun Virtual Immortal felt humiliated, his self-esteem trampled. The killing intent on his body erupted fiercely, his eyes bloodshot with frantic rage as he roared, "Junlin, between you and me, one of us must die." Voom voom voom. Silver patterns began to appear on his skin, a silver light sparkling, and the aura around him became sacred, as if he were about to ascend on the spot. Junlin laughed mockingly again, "Oh, I know this move. I think it's called the Rooster Ascension R, right? Damn, the young man is strong and also has a sharp tongue. But hey, I like it, brothers." "Ah," Great Sun Virtual Immortal roared, his eyes looking like they were about to spit fire as he shouted, "Shut your mouth. Do not insult the secret art of the Yue Gate." At this moment, a triangular pattern appeared on his forehead, and his pupils shot out a dazzling silver light. The aura around him was several times stronger than before. A sky-shattering shout, "Kill!" The sun-searing wheel radiated 10,000 rays of light, spinning extremely fast as it split into thousands of illusory images that enveloped Junlin. In this moment, Junlin truly felt the pressure. The young man circulated the profound magic power in his body, raised his hand to form the human king's seal, and shattered the series of illusory images of the sun-searing wheel. Then, without hesitation, the protagonist aimed straight at Great Sun Virtual Immortal and pressed his hand down. Great Sun Virtual Immortal roared madly, using all his strength to resist this seal. His entire body shone brilliantly, and every pore spurted out dazzling golden light as he shouted, "Don't even think about it." Boom boom boom. In the end, the human king's seal was also dispelled. Great Sun Virtual Immortal was covered in blood, his expression distorted with madness as he continued to shout, 9 suns burning the heavens." He desperately activated the Yue Ascension art, his skin covered in patterns starting to crack, but the power that erupted was even more terrifying. Boom. One by one, golden suns hung in the sky. In a flash, 9 great suns appeared, filling the sky. A terrifying heat poured down, and a golden light covered the earth. The scene was indescribably horrifying. On the island, countless people had smoke rising from their bodies as they screamed in agony. Many guests at the banquet were terrified and hurriedly took out their magic treasures to resist the intense heat, exclaiming in horror, "Great Sun Virtual Immortal is really going all out." Junlin smiled faintly and slowly raised his hand high above his head. "Open your dog eyes wide and look clearly." A ball of dazzling 5-colored light condensed and then expanded at an unimaginable speed. Boom. A vast and boundless 5-colored divine sun appeared, its 5-colored light illuminating heaven and earth as if eternal and indestructible. Junlin shouted, 5 extreme Samsara Great Annihilation Art. Great Sun Virtual Immortal was horrified, but was immediately overcome by a frenzied killing intent. Green veins popped out all over his face as he burned the blood in his entire body and roared, "Today, either you die, or I perish." The moment the words were spoken, the 9 balls of brilliant golden light that covered the entire sky simultaneously pressed down. Junlin sneered and threw the 5-colored ball in his hand. "Just you alone are worthy." The 5-colored ball of light, carrying an overwhelming power, its 10,000 rays of divine light dazzling, violently collided with the 9 golden great suns. Boom 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 boom. The 5-colored divine light, like a vast ocean, swallowed the golden great suns one by one. The boundless, surging energy spread towards Great Sun virtual immortal. Great Sun's eyes watched as his own power was swallowed by Ye Junlin's power. But Ye Junlin calmly watched without any expression, looking as if it were nothing. Seeing this scene, Great Sun virtual immortal was stunned, then madly pulled his hair and laughed loudly like a lunatic. It's fake, it's all fake. Little Han, seeing this, frowned and thought, who would have thought that a new virtual immortal would be so shocked that his mind became unstable. Very quickly, before the horrified eyes of countless people, Great Sun virtual immortal's figure was enveloped by the five-colored divine light. Ye Junlin lifted his sunglasses, his eyes full of meaning as he looked at the middle-aged man. Finally it's less dazzling. Looking at this shadow, Ye Junlin looks quite handsome, doesn't he? Aha. The Shu family ancestor was still immersed in shock. He suddenly noticed Ye Junlin's gaze, and was so scared his face turned as white as paper. He hurriedly shouted, Virtual immortal Ye's divine abilities are vast. I am deeply impressed. Boom. Ye Junlin floated over to the Shu ancestor's side, patted his shoulder, and said, Little Shu, you have no objection to me taking a disciple, right? The Shu family ancestor, hearing this, didn't even dare to resist. Sweat poured down like rain as he said with a wry smile, Virtual immortal Ye, how could this lowly one dare? Please take him. Ye Junlin's hand tightened slightly, and the sound of bones cracking on the Shu ancestor's shoulder was heard. Intense pain shot through him, and the Shu ancestor was in so much pain he bared his teeth and widened his eyes, his heart filled with terror as he exclaimed, Virtual immortal Ye, please spare my life. Virtual immortal Ye. Ye Junlin said indifferently, my disciple, Li Wuji, was so miserably bullied by your Shu family. As his master, I naturally have to demand justice. Do you think that's reasonable? The Shu family ancestor immediately knelt down and trembled as he asked, Reasonable, extremely reasonable, I just don't know how virtual immortal Ye intends to proceed. There was no other way. Now, the Shu ancestor was like a lump of clay, to be kneaded at will. Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as ice, and the killing intent he radiated caused the temperature to drop suddenly. I want you to kill everyone in the Shu family here with your own hands. The Shu family ancestor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Ye Junlin asked indifferently, is this request too much? The Shu family ancestor's face was extremely ugly. He looked up at Ye Junlin and thought to himself, this request is not just too much, it's simply unimaginably cruel. The Shu family on this archipelago has at least several 100,000 people. To ask me to kill them all with my own hands, how can I accept? The Shu family ancestor bowed his head and pleaded, Virtual immortal Ye, can you lower your request? Many people in the Shu family are innocent. Ye Junlin, feigning indignation, raised his left hand and clenched his fist. You only lose your clansmen, but my disciple lost his sister. Old man, don't you have any sympathy? The Shu ancestor trembled but felt something was strange. He replied, You are right. Ye Junlin continued to threaten, a thought flashing through his mind. Now that you have broken through to the virtual immortal stage, your lifespan has been extended by 10,000 years. Isn't that enough for you to remarry, have more grandchildren, and rebuild the family? The Shu ancestor pleaded in agony, if I do that, I will surely be plagued by inner demons. What kind of cultivation can I do from now on? Please, virtual immortal Ye, have mercy. Little Chu truly cannot do it. Ye Junlin looked at him for a long time, and finally sighed, as if he had made a decision. He looked up to the sky and lamented, all right. Who says I'm a reasonable person? In that case, you only need to deal with the ringleader. The Shu family head and his son, the young man, Shu Tiny, were stunned to hear this. The Shu family head exclaimed, What? Ancestor, at most, we can only fight him to the death together, but life is not a dream. Hearing this, the Shu ancestor was stunned, then overjoyed. He hurriedly clasped his hands in thanks, many thanks, virtual immortal Ye. In his heart, he thought, from having to annihilate the entire Shu clan to only having to kill one person to atone for their sins, this is truly the best result. Immediately after, the Shu ancestor's cold gaze shifted to his insolent descendant, the Shu family head, behind him. The Shu family head's face turned pale, and a sense of unease rose within him. Ancestor, you. The Shu family ancestor, without hesitation, waved his hand and struck out with his palm towards the Shu family head. This palm pierced through his body. The Shu family ancestor said coldly, Die. The Shu family members exclaimed in shock, Family head. Shu Tiny was stunned for a few seconds, then wailed. Father, he never expected that the ancestor would suddenly attack and kill his father on the spot. Shu Tiny questioned in anger, Why, ancestor? Why did you do that? The Shu family ancestor didn't even bother to look at him, only turning cautiously to Ye Junlin and asking carefully, Virtual immortal Ye, are you satisfied now? Ye Junlin glared, Satisfied my ass. Are you a pig? I told you to kill that idiot. Why did you kill his father? The Shu family ancestor looked bewildered, feigning innocence. He said the ringleader. I thought since the son is bad, the father is to blame. Isn't the responsibility on his father? Junlin waved his hand in annoyance. Alright, while you're at it, get rid of that brat Shu Tiny too. Clean it up for me. The Shu family ancestor hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, I'll do it right away. I guarantee you will be satisfied. With that, the Shu family ancestor glared angrily and turned to face Shu Tiny. He gritted his teeth and shouted, useless trash. You almost dragged the entire family into destruction. Die for me. Boom. Aha. An invisible hand grabbed Shu Tiny by the neck and lifted him into the air. At this moment, Shu Tiny was like a dog being choked, struggling in pain. His body made a cracking sound, and his internal organs felt like they were being burned. His face turned as red as a pig's liver, his eyes bulged in horror as he looked at the ancestor and asked, Why, ancestor? Why you? The Shu ancestor's face was grim, his eyes full of killing intent as he shouted, You must die for what you have done. The invisible hand tightened more and more. Shu Tiny's cheeks puffed out as if about to explode, his eyes rolled back, and his contents sprayed out like rain. And then, his body was crushed in mid-air by the Shu ancestor, turning into a bloody pulp. Looking around, not a single part of him could be found. The scene before them left everyone around stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Junlin nodded. Alright, let's consider the old matter settled. The Shu family ancestor heaved a sigh of relief, clasped his hands, bowed, and said loudly, Many thanks, virtual immortal Ye. On behalf of the entire Shu family, thank you for your great kindness and virtue. At this moment, Li Wuji, covered in blood, finally resolved the knot in his heart after many years. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, tears streaming down like rain. Haha, sister, did you see? That beast finally got his retribution. Boom. Junlin appeared in front of Li Wuji, his expression serious. Li Wuji, now that your great enmity has been avenged, are you willing to take me as your master? Li Wuji looked blankly at the silver-haired young man before him, tears rolling down his face incessantly. Then, he knelt down on both knees with a thud. Perhaps because he was too emotional, his voice trembled as he shouted, I, Li Wuji, am willing to enter your sect. From today on, this small life is yours. Whatever you want me to do, just command me. Even if I have to die, I will not refuse. If I betray the sect, may I, Li Wuji, die without a burial place. The firm oath echoed, his tone full of determination. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Wuji struggled to kneel, kowtowing his head hard on the ground, using all his strength to shout, Disciple Li Wuji pays his respects to master. Junlin smiled and hummed in agreement. Just then, the system appeared again. Ding, system notification, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Peerless Fist Art, Battle Saint Fist. Ding, detected the aptitude of the host's disciple. The system will provide a free upgrade service package. Ding, reward, 1 set of Supreme Saber Art, Chaotic Heavenly Saber Art. Ding, reward, 1 Kain Yuan Burning Blood Pill, activating the latent Mad Demon bloodline in the host's disciple's body. The Mad Demon bloodline, an extremely rare physique in the myriad heavens and realms. The possessor can greatly increase their combat power in a short period of time, but their mind will fall into chaos, like a madman. If the situation is serious, they may lose their own mind and continuously generate killing intent until their life force is exhausted. Junlin exclaimed in surprise, Oh, I never thought I'd actually pick up a treasure. It seems Li Wuji's arrogant and reckless behavior was because he already possessed the latent Mad Demon bloodline. If this bloodline was activated, his strength could soar in a short period of time, but the consequence was that it couldn't be maintained for long, otherwise his mind would be severely affected, turning him into a killing machine that only knew how to slaughter. After a moment of thought, Junlin reached out his hand and said gently, Li Wuji, as your master, I will now pass on to you a new saber art. Hearing this, Li Wuji held his breath for a moment, then his face was full of faith as he thought. Currently, I am cultivating a low-grade venerable level saber art, a legacy left behind by a senior Mahayana expert. My newly acknowledged master is at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. I wonder what level of saber art he will teach me. Actually, Li Wuji was a little worried. In his eyes, Junlin was not a Dao cultivator, so he feared his understanding of the Dao of the saber was limited, which would lead to a lack of mutual understanding. But in the next second, Li Wuji found that he was wrong. In his sea of consciousness, a scroll sparkling with golden light appeared. The sabers of the surrounding cultivators suddenly trembled violently, shocking their owners. Without prior agreement, cries of alarm rang out in unison. My saber, my sword. The sabers of the cultivators flew out of their scabbards one by one and soared into the air. Around Li Wuji's body was a ring of light, and above the ring of light were layers upon layers of swords floating in the air. Li Wuji's whole body shook as he silently read the chaotic heavenly saber art in his heart. He was so excited his face flushed red as if it were about to bleed, his breathing ragged. This. What level of saber art is this? It's too powerful. Having devoted his life to the Tao of the saber, after witnessing the chaotic heavenly saber art, Li Wuji immediately became immersed in it, wholeheartedly devoted. Before, he had considered himself accomplished in the Tao of the saber, but now he only felt he was crude and unbearable, so naive it was ridiculous. Li Wuji shed tears of emotion and kowtowed again. Disciple Li Wuji thanks Master for bestowing this art. To a saber fanatic like Li Wuji, a good saber art was more important than life itself. The Shu ancestor was astonished and thought, this kid was like a lost dog just now, but now he makes me feel worried and oppressed. What wicked secret technique did Ye Junlin pass on to him? Little Hom, standing there, also frowned and thought, damn, how can he be so strong? In the future, if I'm not careful, his strength will be even greater than mine. Damn it, how can I lose to him? Cough. Suddenly, Li Wuji coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, his aura weakening to the extreme. But thinking of something, a bitter look appeared on his face. Before, in his desperation, he had used a secret technique without regard for the consequences, causing his body to nearly disintegrate, and his foundation to be severely damaged. Even if he were lucky enough to survive, his path of cultivation would surely be hindered. Li Wuji sighed sadly, Master, I'm afraid this disciple will disappoint your expectations. Ye Junlin laughed. What foolish words are you saying? First, swallow this pill. There will be a change you never expected. With that, he took out a box containing a pill and handed it over. Li Wuji carefully accepted it and opened it with anticipation. His eyes immediately showed a look of surprise. The pill looked ugly, pitch black, and emitted a strong stench, looking no different from a piece of dog poop. If it were taken to any auction house, it would surely be considered a joke and thrown out immediately. The corner of Li Wuji's mouth twitched as he asked, Is this for me to eat? Ye Junlin was also stunned. He hadn't expected the pill given by the system to look so shabby, and it was mixed with an unpleasant smell. Ye Junlin secretly asked, System, you're not tricking me, are you? Can this thing really help my disciple activate the mad demon bloodline? A coquettish voice like a little girl being bullied sobbed in his head. Humph, the host doubts the system's level again. The system is really hurt. Sob. It seems that after installing the little girl's voice pack, even her speaking style had changed. Ye Junlin said helplessly, All right, I believe you. Then he looked at the embarrassed Li Wuji and said sternly, What's this? You don't believe your master. Where's the oath you just made? Hearing this, Li Wuji felt extremely ashamed. How could he doubt his master? As long as it was his master's order, even if it were really dog poop, what was there to be afraid of? He exclaimed, Master, it was disciple's mistake. Disciple will immediately eat this dog poo. No, this pill. Li Wuji suppressed his discomfort, stuffed the pill into his mouth, and swallowed. In a flash, the medicinal power erupted in his body, turning into a surging heat that flowed through his limbs and meridians. Suddenly Li Wuji exclaimed, Master, it hurts so much. Li Wuji felt his whole body was on fire, his skin as red as hot iron. The wounds all over his body quickly healed, and his eyes gradually turned a brilliant red. His face twisted ferociously, his white teeth bared, and saliva dripped from his mouth, looking no different from a beast that had lost its reason. Gao, a roar that shook the heavens echoed, making countless people cover their ears, their faces showing pain. Everyone was terrified, their hair standing on end as they exclaimed, Heavens, what happened to the blade fiend, Li Wuji? I can feel a strange aura from him. I feel terrified for no reason. Everyone, be careful, his condition is very abnormal. Li Wuji's entire body radiated an extremely terrifying aura. He tore at his hair with both hands, roaring madly, his eyes as red as blood, as if he had completely lost his reason. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow and thought, so this is the activated mad demon bloodline. The system explained, Ding, that's right. But the activator will fall into a state of rage for a short period of time, unless a great force suppresses him. Die, all of you must die. Li Wuji's cultivation continuously soared, from the early stage of the integration realm directly breaking through to the peak, only a short step away from the Mahana realm. At this moment, his eyes shot out a terrifying blood-red light as he roared ferociously. Boom! His entire body erupted with a terrifying, heaven-shaking momentum, and waves of violent air currents swirled in all directions. Many cultivators were forced to retreat continuously, their faces showing looks of horror. The Shu ancestor's face changed as he turned to ask, Virtual immortal, yeah, this is. He thought to himself, it must be known that the other party is only an early-stage integration realm cultivator, yet he makes me feel afraid, as if in front of me is not a human, but a being that exists only to kill. Standing right behind the protagonist, Hong Tiny felt it was unbelievable. He had never seen such a strange state of enhancement before. He thought to himself, what did that shameless fellow feed him? Why did he suddenly become like this? Li Wuji's furious shout echoed, Kill. Li Wuji's face was crazed. He instinctively picked up his long saber, and directly executed the basic technique of the chaotic heavenly saber art. Immediately, a vast saber aura shot straight up into the sky, its tyrannical momentum unstoppable, carrying a presence that seemed to want to slash through the heavens. The cultivators exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, how can someone with integration realm cultivation unleash such power? Even if I, with a higher cultivation level, used all my strength, I wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand." Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. After activating the bloodline, he's truly like a tiger with wings. Suddenly, a strong wind rushed towards him. Li Wuji, his eyes blood red, gripped his long saber and aimed straight at the top of Junlin's head, slashing down with a fatal blow. Clang! A metallic sound echoed throughout the sky, and transparent ripples spread out endlessly, causing the surrounding buildings to crack. Junlin smiled faintly and said coldly, "All right, let me test the strength of my new disciple." The long saber, swung with all of Li Wuji's strength, was deflected with just a light flick of Junlin's finger. Roar! Li Wuji retreated several jime, roaring in anger. He immediately gathered his saber's momentum, preparing to attack again. Boom! From the void, a giant, shining hand appeared, its form still clear but covered in divine light, like the five-finger mountain pressing down on Sun Wukong, directly suppressing the crazed Li Wuji to the ground. The ground shook, and dust billowed. Li Wuji roared madly, struggling to escape the giant hand, but his strength was insignificant in front of Junlin. The protagonist's cold eyes looked at Li Wuji, and he lamented, thinking, "Not bad, not bad. You've only just reached the integration realm, but you can actually block my five-finger attack. I really can't underestimate the strength of this new disciple." Next, Junlin smiled faintly, and said, "But it's time to end this. I'm afraid my disciple's small body won't be able to take it." Junlin's expression was serious, his voice containing great magic power that transmitted directly into the opponent's ears. "Li Wuji, as your master, I order you to calm down immediately." Li Wuji froze, the expression on his face starting to change. The thick, crazy killing intent around him gradually dissipated, and the red in his eyes slowly receded, revealing a look of bewilderment. Li Wuji panted, his face pale with sweat, his heart bewildered. Li Wuji vaguely remembered that he had gone mad and swung his saber at the silver-haired young man in front of him. He asked, "Master, what did I just do?" At that moment, he seemed to have lost himself, his mind filled only with the thought of killing, even to the point of not caring about confronting the entire world. Junlin patted Li Wuji's shoulder reassuringly, and said calmly, "It's fine. I don't blame you. Carefully check your body and see if there's any difference from before." Hearing this, Li Wuji hurriedly checked his body and replied, "Yes, master." A moment later, Li Wuji looked at his left palm and showed a look of joy, exclaiming, "My realm has broken through to the peak of the integration realm. But that's not all. The hidden dangers in my body before, including the damaged foundation, have all been resolved. It's even become much more solid, as if I've been reborn." Li Wuji was extremely excited, understanding that this was all thanks to his master. He immediately knelt down and cupped his hands in thanks. "Disciple thanks master." Junlin nodded slightly and secretly transmitted his voice, "Li Wuji, you possess the mad demon bloodline. Once this bloodline is activated, it will bring unimaginable power, but it cannot be maintained for long. You must know how to control it, and use it in moderation." Li Wuji trembled, remembering his crazed state just now. A look of understanding appeared on his face as he immediately replied, "Disciple remembers master's teachings." Witnessing this scene, the cultivators present showed looks of admiration. They all knew that the blade Fend, Li Wuji had just received a great opportunity bestowed by Junlin. The Shu ancestor smiled warmly and enthusiastically walked over to curry favor. "Haha, congratulations to virtual immortal Ye for accepting a good disciple. Today is a day of great joy. Why not come inside for a few drinks?" Junlin glanced at him indifferently and said, "Wouldn't that be turning the guest into the host? After all, this banquet was organized by the Shu family mainly to congratulate you on breaking through to the tribulation transcendence stage." The Shu ancestor, with a thick skin, smiled brightly, his eyes full of goodwill as he looked at Li Wuji and said kindly, "It's fine. The more happy occasions, the better. Little friend Li, what do you think?" Seeing the Shu ancestor's attitude, everyone couldn't help but show a strange look. Who would have thought that this person had just killed two of his own descendants with his own hands? It seems this white-haired demon will cause more trouble in the eastern domain. Little Han, with his arms crossed, looked at Junlin and thought, indeed, the strong are always respected in this world. He can make the Shu ancestor kill his own relatives with his own hands and still be grateful. I must become stronger, or I will always be under his thumb. Junlin turned to leave, saying, "All right, since everything has been dealt with, there's no point in staying any longer. The Shu family can continue their celebration. Remember to prepare for the funeral. Let's go." Li Wuji sneered a few times, too lazy to pay attention to this old fox. From the bottom of his heart, he hated the Shu family. After all, it was them who had stopped him from killing Shu Tiny. Junlin spoke up. Little Han, bring your junior sister with you. We are preparing to leave. Little Han immediately pulled the drunk and staggering Shoxi along and replied, yes, master. The surrounding guests immediately cupped their hands respectfully, and bowed in farewell. Respectfully send off virtual immortal Ya. Boom. Receiving the summons, the Kunpang flew out from a distant mountain range, waiting for Ye Junlin and the others to fly straight up into the sky and roam the universe. The Shu family ancestor beamed with a radiant smile. Virtual immortal Ya, when you have time, please visit again. The great gates of our Shu family are always open to welcome you. Watching the group leave, the smile on the Shu ancestor's face gradually faded. Thinking about the events that had happened today, his face turned pale, and his originally joyful mood was completely ruined. Suddenly an excited shout came from the distance. Family head. Family head. We finally found the young master's arm. A guard, holding the severed arm with both hands, ran over with an excited expression, holding it high. The others tried to stifle their laughter, their faces turning red. The guard was stunned, feeling the atmosphere was a bit strange. Where is the family head? The Shu ancestor's face was purple with rage as he shouted, throw that bastard's arm into the backyard for the dogs to eat. The guard trembled, not understanding why the ancestor was so angry. He replied, as you command. The guests, seeing this, chuckled, but none dared to laugh out loud. An elder from the Shu family cautiously probed, ancestor, what about the banquet? The Shu ancestor, almost losing control, roared in fury. Dismiss it immediately. Get out, all of you. The guests there, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, hurriedly left the Shu family as if fleeing. This extravagant and grand banquet ended up concluding in a perfunctory and difficult manner. The events that happened today would quickly spread through the mouths of the cultivators, causing a great shock in many continents of the eastern domain. In the vast blue sky, with drifting clouds, the giant beast Kunpang was crossing the void, carrying Ye Junlin and his group. Li Wuji stood on the Kunpang's back, feeling that everything that had happened today was like a dream. He thought to himself, so this is what it feels like to ride on an ancient giant beast. I feel like I'm dreaming. Behind him, Ye Junlin was sprawled out on a chair, sunbathing. On the ground, Bai Xiaoxi was lying down and playing. Li Wuji's gaze suddenly stopped on a fiery red figure. It was Hong Tiny. Li Wuji sighed to himself, such delicate features, arched eyebrows, and phoenix eyes, so beautiful it's almost otherworldly. Skin as white as snow, pure and smooth. Just by standing there, he exudes an aura that can captivate all living beings. Li Wuji sighed silently in his heart. Hong Fairy is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say, enchanting the hearts of people. Currently outside the Xuantian sect, the most talked about person besides Ye Junlin was his disciple, Hong Tiny. There were rumors that she had a loathing for men, and any strange man who tried to talk to her would be ignored. Others said she was too picky, and only a peerless, unique man was worthy of her. After hesitating for a while, Li Wuji made up his mind and decided to go and say hello. After all, they were fellow disciples and would see each other often in the future. They couldn't be cold to each other. Cough, cough. Li Wuji faked a light cough, put on a smile, stepped forward, and said, Senior Sister Hong, not only is your talent outstanding, but your beauty is also unparalleled. In the future on the path of cultivation, I ask for Senior Sister's guidance. Hong Tiny glanced at him indifferently. Since witnessing Ye Junlin kill Great Sun Virtual Immortal, little Hong's mood had not been good. The gap between him and his master had widened again. Now, Ye Junlin had even accepted another disciple with a special physique, which made little Hong feel a vague sense of crisis. Hong Tiny snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, turned his head, and left, leaving Li Wuji standing there with a twitching mouth. Although he had been mentally prepared, he didn't expect the other person to be so arrogant. He thought to himself, did I say something wrong? I praised your beauty, and you don't like to hear it. A woman's heart is as hard to guess as finding a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a soft, lovely voice rang out, hello, new junior brother. Li Wuji turned his head and saw a small creature with a mouse head and a lowly body, smiling and greeting him. Li Wuji knew the identity of this creature and immediately clasped his hands respectfully and bowed. Greetings, Senior Sister Bei. Being called Senior Sister made Bai Xiaoxi very happy. A shy look appeared on her smooth, furry mouse face, and she twisted her small hands together, saying shyly, oh, you don't have to be so polite with me. Li Wuji said in a deep voice, Senior Sister Bai, etiquette is still necessary. Bai Xiaoxi nodded seriously, then continued, all right. Actually, Squeak came to remind you that Master's eldest disciple is actually a man. You have to call him Senior Brother Hong, or he'll get angry. Hearing this, Li Wuji felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A numbing sensation spread both inside and out. His expression was full of shock, his mouth agape, unable to close as he exclaimed, what? If it hadn't been Bai Xiaoxi who said it, if it had been someone else, he would have drawn his saber and slashed, thinking he had been seriously insulted. On Fairy, whose fame had been so widespread for so long, turned out to be a man. Was this news reliable? Li Wuji turned back, and clasped his hands with a wry smile. So that's it. No wonder he was so cold to the men who tried to get to know him. It turns out he's really a man. Then what I just said wasn't stroking the horse's tail, but kicking the horse's leg. After clarifying the truth, Li Wuji had to accept one thing: Hong Tiny was actually a man. Bai Xiaoxi raised a finger and said with a smile, knowing this will be better later. This is a big taboo, don't provoke senior brother Hong. Li Wuji laughed and continued, as expected of master, surrounded by such extraordinary people. A handsome man and a cute squeak senior sister. Bai Xiaoxi sighed and replied, no way. Actually squeak wants to be like the other disciples, but I don't know why I'm stuck in this half-human, half-mouse state, and because of that, I sometimes cause trouble for master. Li Wuji scratched his head and continued with a laugh, so senior sister didn't intentionally maintain this appearance. I think you look quite cute and adorable. Then, the young man took out a book and said with a smile, oh, right. Speaking of transformation methods, I once received a secret art about camouflage techniques when I was traveling in the Eastern Domain. Maybe it can help you fully restore your human form. If you don't mind, please accept it. Bai Xiaox happily accepted it and replied, really? That's great, if it succeeds, squeak will never cause trouble for master again. Bai Xiaox took the secret art and ran to Ye Junlin, saying joyfully, master, squeak can completely transform back into human form and won't cause trouble for master anymore. Ye Junlin, while picking his nose, looked over and replied, oh. Is there such a good thing? But master will also miss your furry and cute mouse head. Bai Xiaoxi laughed and said, don't worry, master, from now on I can freely change my mouse head. Xiaoxi will become whatever master wants. Oh, master, are we going back to the sect now? Ye Junlin raised a hand excitedly and replied, go back to the family. Of course not, my mount is too beautiful, I have to show it off everywhere. Kun, let's go. As the Kunpang flew for several months, news of the events at the Shu family's banquet had spread throughout the Eastern Domain, shocking many cultivators who heard it. Not only that, but when venerable great son of the Yuhua Gate, after transcending his tribulation, intentionally sought out Ye Junlin, he was turned to gold by him on the spot. As for the tribulation transcendence cultivation that the protagonist revealed, many people had begun to boldly speculate that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Scene changed to King Province. This place was rich in spiritual energy and resources. In the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, King Banshe was facing an unprecedented crisis. The sound of war drums thundered like rumbling thunder, and the shouts of killing shook the heavens and the earth. 100,000 soldiers, clad in golden armor and riding on beasts that looked like tiger leopards, raised their great sabers high in their hands and charged like a meteor shower. In an instant, a killing intent enveloped the area. This was not an ordinary army of mortals, but the renowned tiger leopard cavalry of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Every soldier in it had a golden core stage cultivation, belonging to the elite of the elite. Voom, the tiger leopards they rode charged like lightning. When arranged in formation, they could connect their magic power, creating terrifying saber lights with a resonating, enhancing effect. The tiger leopard cavalry was so rigorously trained that even nascent soul cultivators had to stay away, fearing that once they entered the battle, they wouldn't be able to escape with their lives. Currently, their opponent was not the army of other imperial dynasties, but a group of bizarrely shaped creatures with a heavy yin aura. Someone exclaimed, it's the Ghost Clan. A group of ugly Ghost Clan creatures with skins of various colors roared and charged straight into the tiger leopard cavalry, yelling, kill all these humans. The fierce battle began. In just a short time, the 100,000 tiger leopard cavalry had suffered more than half their casualties. Meanwhile, the Ghost Clan, though severely injured, could rely on the spreading black mist behind them to gradually recover. This battle caused blood to flow like rivers and bodies to pile up on the ground. A soldier, covered in injuries, raised his long saber and slashed at a Ghost Clan creature, roaring, hold the stone tablet city, kill. His comrades, with red eyes, charged forward without fear of death, their minds filled with only one thought, to protect the city behind them. King Banshe was submerged in fear. Women held their children tightly, sobbing. Young men's faces were filled with indignation. High above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Kunpang happened to be flying over this land. Li Wuji flew over and respectfully reported, Master, below, the Ghost Clan is attacking a city. A loud, clear shout, check. Ye Junlin raised his hand, picked up the cannon piece on the chessboard, and placed it directly on the opponent's general. Hong Tiny, sitting opposite, had the corners of his mouth twitching continuously. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone so shameless. Who ever heard of a cannon crossing the river, ignoring all the pieces blocking its path, and taking the general in one step? For the past period of time, besides cultivating, Hong Tiny also had to serve Ye Junlin, playing all sorts of strange games with him. For example, this time, playing chess. He had originally thought that with his superb skills, he could easily crush the opponent, but he never expected this fellow to repeatedly break the rules, brazenly capturing his general. Tiny cursed inwardly, so shameless, what's the point of playing anymore? Junlin put down the chess piece and crossed his arms, sighing, little Hom, you are really too weak. As your master, I only used less than 1/10 of my power, and your entire army was wiped out. Tiny suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Master, a cannon must have a platform to move, and its range is limited. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. Junlin glared and said sternly, mine is a mortar. Can't it be? Little. Resentfully thought, mortar your mother. Wait, what is a mortar? Junlin raised an eyebrow, his voice full of warning. Looking at your expression, you are clearly not convinced. Are you doubting my chess skills? Tiny was so scared he hurriedly bowed his head. Disciple wouldn't dare. Although he had broken through to the Mahana stage during this time and considered himself unrivaled in this realm, he knew he was still too weak in front of this person. Shuxi, who had now transformed into a rather pretty and cute little girl, folks. Junlin turned to ask Shuxi with an innocent expression, who was standing behind. Shuxi, what do you think of my chess skills? Shuxi, who was seriously massaging Junlin's shoulders, upon seeing this scene, didn't need to think much and nodded immediately. Squeak Squeak thinks master is the most amazing. Tiny, seeing this, cursed inwardly, this damned mouse is really good at flattering. Junlin showed a satisfied look. Still, it's Shuxi who understands my level. Then his gaze turned to the middle-aged man with a messy beard, and asked, Little Li, what did you just say? Li Wuji replied, Disciple just said that not far ahead, a group of ghost clan is attacking a human city. The situation is very critical. Junlin searched his memory, and immediately remembered related information. He asked curiously, the ghost clan. The ghost clan is one of the major clans of the dark races, originating from an ancient forbidden land in the eastern domain called the Nether Abyss, where the ancestors of countless dark races gather. It is said that in ancient times, the beings of the Nether Abyss once tried to invade the outside world, causing the human cultivators to join forces to deal with them, erupting in a large-scale war. Later, the Nether Abyss was defeated and forced to retreat, and since then, they have maintained a state of well water does not interfere with river water. I never thought that this time, a ghost clan army would appear and attack a human city. Could it be that the balance maintained for 10,000 years has been broken? Junlin ordered, in that case, let's go take a look. Akun, go over there and help. The ghost on the man covered in blue flames lightly killed a general of the Great Jew with a single move. The soldiers in the city gate, seeing this from a distance, were extremely terrified. They all trembled in fear and mumbled, he killed our general with just one blow, we really can't win. On the ground, dust and smoke filled the air, and the shouts of killing echoed. The battlefield was in ruins everywhere. The ghost clan leader, riding a white bone horse that burned with blue flames, held an ancient long spear covered in runes, his presence powerful and oppressive. He sneered, ha ha ha, don't put up a useless struggle, capturing this city is just the beginning. Your other fortresses will also be attacked by my ghost clan, the entire imperial dynasty will soon collapse. Below, a spear light suddenly slashed out, cutting off the heads of several ghost clan members and sending them flying into the air. The general, riding a golden tiger, roared, riding his beast and brandishing his golden spear as he charged forward. Shut up, you will never achieve your goal. With his nascent soul cultivation, plus the strength amplification effect from the battle formation, his strength was no less than that of the prodigies of the sects. And so, the old man charged directly towards the ghost clan leader. As he charged up the mountain, the general shouted, kill. The ghost clan leader pointed his long spear straight down, and a beam of green light shot out. The leader shouted, die, 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 clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and a fierce air wave spread everywhere. Swoosh, the ghost clan leader poured his strength into his long spear, which, trailing a wicked black aura, pierced through the void and stabbed straight into the middle-aged general's chest. Not good, he hurriedly swung his saber to block, but the impact was too strong, knocking him off his mount, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The remaining soldiers, with red eyes, charged forward to protect Wang Defa, but were all blocked by the ghost clan creatures with sinister smiles as they exclaimed, General Wang. Wang Defa, holding his black long saber, struggled to stand up. He looked at the terrifying figure riding the white bone horse getting closer and closer. In his ears, he heard the angry roars of his comrades, but he only felt helpless. If this continued, not only would all his brothers die, but the entire stone tablet city would fall. Moreover, if what the ghost clan leader said was true, and this was just the beginning, the Greyjoe imperial dynasty was surely in for a bad time this time. The ghost clan leader arrogantly shouted, humble human, kneel before this general. Wang Defa's eyes were as firm as iron as he shouted angrily, I am the commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, personally appointed by the Son of Heaven of Great Zhao, representing the dignity of Great Zhou. How can I kneel before a beast like you? If you want to kill me, just do it. The ghost clan leader was so angry he laughed. He poured his strength into his long spear, and a powerful aura broke through the sky, aiming straight at Wang Difa, wanting to pin him to the city wall. Very good. This general will grant your wish. Suddenly, a deafening boom came from above. A terrifying, kingly pressure shook the entire battlefield, causing all the soldiers and ghost clan creatures to freeze as if turned to stone, not daring to move. All frightened eyes looked up at the sky, where a giant figure pierced through the clouds, appearing and terrifying everyone to the core. The ghost clan leader stammered, "Well, what is that?" At this moment, an incredible suction force erupted from the Kunpang's mouth. Ow! The ghost clan creatures on the battlefield were terrified to find they couldn't resist, and were being sucked towards the Kunpang's giant, abyss-like mouth. The ghost clan leader tried to escape but also couldn't, screaming, "No!" Horrified screams rang out one after another. In just a moment, all the ghost clan creatures were swallowed by the Kunpang. It wiped its body smugly, then casually let out a sky-shaking burp. The soldiers of Stone Tablet City were so shocked their jaws dropped, almost unable to believe their eyes. Wang Difa forgot the pain in his body and mumbled, Is this a divine beast descended from the heavens to protect our great Zhao?" Rumble, the Kunpang, riding on a mighty air current, flew over. The guards immediately dropped their weapons, and knelt down in unison, their shouts echoing like a landslide and a tsunami. "We thank the divine beast for protecting the people of Great Zhou." Wang Difa thought, the ghost clan is invading now, and it appears at just the right time. Could this be the auspicious divine beast of our great Zhou? While Wang Difa was still speculating about the Kunpang's origin, a clear voice came from its body. "Someone, come up here, and explain the situation." Instantly, the boiling cheers fell silent. The guards looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. Wang Difa was startled but immediately reacted, realizing that this was a great human expert who happened to be passing by, and had lent a hand. He mumbled, "So this divine beast has a master." Junlin, holding a cup of water, spoke up, "Zhuantan sect, Junlin. Who among you is the commander here?" Wang Difa and his soldiers immediately knelt down and replied, "I am Wang Difa, the commander of the cavalry. It is a pleasure to meet you, immortals." In his mind, Wang Difa thought, Junlin. So it's the one who has recently become famous. I heard he just crushed the faces of the top sects in the eastern domain. I never thought he would step up to protect Great Zhou like this. Junlin, Li Wuji, and Hong Tiny flew down. Junlin asked, "Answer me, which imperial dynasty does this place belong to? And why did the ghost clan army attack you?" Wang Difa's gaze immediately became solemn. He knew that the person sitting there was definitely the one with the highest status among the four. This aura, this demeanor, was definitely that of a great figure. Wang Difa hurriedly replied, reporting to the senior, "This place is the territory of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty." This lowly one also does not know why the ghost clan attacked Great Zhou, but according to the news from a dead ghost clan general, Great Zhou will soon be attacked by the ghost clan in full force. Hearing this, Junlin frowned and said, "If that's the case, it will surely be a great war. The beings from the nether abyss are brazenly attacking a human nation like this. Aren't they afraid of being counter-attacked by the full force of the human cultivators?" Again. After all, the ghost clan is also a major clan in the nether abyss. For them to do something so blatant, perhaps the other dark races are also nursing similar intentions. Li Wuji pondered, the ghost clan likes dark, damp environments. What benefit is there for them to occupy Great Zhou? Hong Tiny said indifferently, "What's the point of thinking so much? Just wipe them out when they come." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope involuntarily rose in Wang Difa's heart. He looked at the fairy-like figure in red and tentatively asked, "Fairy, are you planning to help Great Zhou overcome this calamity?" This lowly one, on behalf of the people of Great Zhou, thanks you for your kindness. Hong Tiny sneered coldly, his eyes glancing elsewhere, his expression completely angry. Standing next to him, Li Wuji, seeing this, broke out in a sweat and thought, "Oh crap, senior brother Hong is being mistaken for a woman again. Good thing master is here, or it would have been a disaster." Junlin stroked his chin, vaguely feeling that there was something hidden behind this. Just then, the familiar sound of the system rang in his head. "Dame, congratulations to the host for activating a mission. Defeat the invading ghost clan army in the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Completion will be rewarded with a high-value prize." The decision was made in his heart. "All right, I'll use this place as a temporary stop and see if it can find any clues from the ghost clan." Junlin coughed lightly, straightened his back, and said in a deep voice, "The foreign races are causing chaos, slaughtering the innocent. As a great power of the human race, how can I stand by and watch? Send word down that I will take action." Wang Difa had initially felt hopeless, but these words made his eyes light up. He excitedly knelt on one knee and cupped his fist. "Senior, Great Zhou will forever remember your great kindness." He felt the situation had turned around dramatically. Even a supreme grade Divine beast was his mount. How strong was its master? With this person taking action, the world will surely be at peace. Li Wuji praised, master is heroic. In fact, he really wanted to stay and help Great Ju because he was a cultivator born in the Eastern Domain, and had long hated the invasion of the Nether Abyss beings. Tiny pouted and thought to himself, what a middler. Then, the protagonist spoke up, let's go. Take me to see your holy emperor. Wang Defa hurriedly replied, yes. Rumble, the Kunpang passed over Stone Tablet City. Below, the people all knelt down, chanting words of thanks for the divine beast's protection. About 1,000 miles from the imperial capital of Great Zhao, 600,000 of Great Ju's most elite soldiers were stationed. On the ground, rows upon rows of bronze war elephants stood side by side. On the back of each was an armored soldier radiating a silver light, his hand tightly gripping a sharp long spear. Currently, the Great Zhou army had already set up its formation, ready to welcome the approaching Ghost Clan army. Inside the military tent, before a map densely marked with red dots, several of Great Ju's great generals, clad in heavy armor, were discussing their strategy. Just now, many Ghost Clan armies broke through our defensive lines. They are following the nearest roads, intending to march straight to the imperial capital of Great Zhao. It's clear they want a quick battle. According to the war reports from all over, many Ghost generals suspected to have reached the integration realm have already appeared. It's even possible that there's a Mahayana-level Ghost Marshal presiding over them. Hearing this, the expressions of all the generals became grave. After a moment, a general hesitantly spoke up. This time, the Ghost Clan has suddenly made a big move, determined to seize the imperial palace of Great Zhao. Could it be that there is some treasure in the imperial palace that they covet? The moment these words were spoken, the faces of the other generals immediately changed, their eyes furtively glancing at a majestic man in golden battle armor and a red cloak. That was the Crown Prince, the heir to the throne of the Great Zhou Emperor. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment, and then said, this prince understands your meaning, but unfortunately, even I do not know what treasure in the palace is worth them making such a move. The general who had just spoken hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized. Your Highness, this humble general spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. The Crown Prince waved his hand and replied sternly, it's fine. This time, the Ghost Clan is invading on a large scale. What we need to do is to resist with all our might. If we cannot stop them, we must protect as many people as possible and lead them away from the territory. As long as the people are alive, there is still hope. The generals lamented, the Crown Prince's heart is with the people. It is truly the fortune of Great Zhao. The Crown Prince sighed. This is just the worst case scenario. I hope that at that time, the other forces in King Province can, out of consideration for being of the same human race, lend a hand and help Great Zhou resist the Ghost Clan. Just then, a commotion was heard outside the military tent. A general's face suddenly changed in horror and he said, how strange. Could it be a Ghost Clan attack? The moment the words were spoken, a deputy general hurriedly ran into the main tent, his voice urgent as he reported, Your Highness, there is a new situation outside. Please come and see. Could it be that the Ghost Clan is up to some trick again? The Crown Prince pondered for a moment and immediately led the generals out of the main tent. When they saw a giant, bizarre creature appearing on the horizon, controlling a majestic air current as it descended, their faces changed dramatically, their eyes filled with disbelief. A general trembled, his scalp tingling, as he hurriedly cried out, What? What kind of beast is this? Why has such a monster appeared in our Great Zhao? Quickly, order the entire army to prepare for battle and block it, the Crown Prince shouted sternly, his eyes full of reverence as he looked at the giant creature. Do not act rashly. This is the divine beast, the Kunpang. When the Kunpang landed above the main tent, Wang Defa immediately jumped to the ground, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry pays his respects to your Highness. The Crown Prince hurriedly asked, Commander Wang, what is this about? Could this divine beast be related to our Great Zhao? Wang Defa replied in a deep voice, reporting to your Highness, this divine beast has a master. He has agreed to help our Great Zhao. Gas. Everyone took a sharp breath in unison. To ride a Kunpang is a mount. In this entire eastern domain, who has such an ability? The Crown Prince was also extremely shocked, but what moved him the most was the news Wang Defa had just revealed. He hurriedly asked, Commander Wang, is this true? That senior is really willing to help our Great Zhou overcome this crisis. Wang Defa replied, this matter is absolutely true. The Crown Prince was overjoyed. With such powerful assistance, he suddenly felt that Great Zhou had hope. He asked, what is that senior's title? After everything is successful, our Great Zhou will definitely repay him. Wang Defa hurriedly replied, reporting to your Highness, that senior's name is Ye Junlin. Hearing this, the Crown Prince was momentarily stunned, his heart skipping a beat as he probed, Ye Junlin, the white-haired killing god of the Xuantian sect. Wang Defa was startled and hurriedly lowered his voice to remind him, Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Venerable Ye is actually very amiable. not at all as cruel as everyone says. Swallowing hard, feeling a lump in his throat, this word amiable doesn't seem to fit with Venerable Yai. The Yuhua Gate lost an army of tens of thousands of cultivators, including 18 Mahana core elders, because of him. This matter is 100 true. The Crown Prince took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and cupped his hands respectfully. The Crown Prince of Great Ju pays his respects to Venerable Yai. How could he dare to be the slightest bit careless? If this person was unhappy, he feared that in a flash, the capital city could be flattened. The 600,000 strong army in his hands, he feared, wouldn't even have the qualification to be a warm-up. Suddenly from the distant horizon, a dense black mist, like a great wave, rolled in. Sinister laughter echoed in the sky. You humans, if you know what's good for you, surrender quickly and become the sacrifices of my ghost clan. The Crown Prince was furious and was about to speak when Ye Junlin ordered Little Hong and Li Wuji, annoying. E2, go and deal with all of them. Li Wuji. And Hong Tiny replied, as you command, master. Boom. Immediately after, Hong Tiny and Li Wuji shot off one after another, transforming into two streaks of light that flew straight towards the surging Ghost Clan army. Behind the Ghost Clan, 10 ghost marshals, radiating a terrifying aura, hid in the black mist, silently observing and communicating through voice transmission. How ridiculous. To capture a small human nation, we still need to mobilize such a large force. Everyone, do not be careless. I heard that this kind of imperial dynasty is different from a sect and is usually protected by the nation's fortune. The Ghost King is also being cautious, and wants to test the strength of the Zhou Emperor first. In any case, with 800,000 against 600,000, the advantage is still with us. The most important thing is that this time, the 100 clans of the Nether Abyss have all come out at once. My Ghost Clan must seize the first opportunity. This is a matter concerning the rise and fall of the entire clan. That's right. After all, the collapse of this world is only a matter of time. When the ruler of the Eastern Domain changes, we will also rely on our contributions to gain a certain say. At this time, Hong Tiny and Li Wuji landed not far from the Ghost Clan army. Seeing waves of Ghost Clan creatures swarming over, the ghosts below exclaimed, "Look, it's two humans. Shh, lower your voice, don't scare the prey. Let's wait for them to get closer." Li Wuji looked ahead, a crazed killing intent that could no longer be suppressed curling the corners of his mouth. "Senior brother Hong, my saber skills are clumsy. Please allow me to show off my meager skills." His right hand tightly gripped the hilt of his saber, and suddenly drew out a pitch-black long saber. Boom! In that moment, the aura on Li Wuji's body immediately changed. From a carefree, wandering swordsman, he transformed into a demon that seemed to want to slaughter the entire world. His cold voice echoed in all directions, boom! The ink-black saber light swept across, transforming into a giant abyss that swallowed and beheaded a large number of Ghost Clan creatures. Tragic screams echoed to the heavens. Many Ghost Clan creatures were so scared their souls almost scattered. They exclaimed in panic, "Which human expert is this?" Li Wuji heavily exhaled, replaying the move he had just used in his mind, feeling it was still lacking a bit of perfection. At this moment, a terrifying aura like an erupting volcano suddenly burst out from his side. The surrounding temperature soared, so hot it made one's mouth dry. Hong Tiny circulated the surging magic power in his body, his long black hair flying chaotically, his powerful aura overwhelming. He raised one hand, formed a seal, and pointed his two fingers towards the distance. Boom boom boom. A blazing red flame spread out, causing the void to ripple. Any Ghost Clan creature within the range of the flame let out tragic screams as they were burned to ashes. Dozens of Integration Realm Ghost generals screamed in horror, their bodies radiating a surging demonic aura as they joined forces to deploy their power to block, hoping to salvage the situation. Not good, quick, block it. But their struggle was completely futile. In just a moment, one by one, they were swallowed by the flames. The vast Ghost Clan army, in just a flash, had lost half its numbers. This scene was truly terrifying to the extreme. Li Wuji lamented, "Senior brother Hong is truly powerful. This junior is impressed." The corner of Hong Tiny's mouth slightly lifted, a hint of self-satisfaction in his heart. Even if that shameless master takes in a prodigy as a disciple, Hong Tiny is still the strongest senior brother. Hong Tiny said indifferently, "We must resolve this quickly to avoid being ridiculed." Boom! Immediately after, his entire body was enveloped in a sky-high flame, carrying a terrifying presence as he charged straight forward. Along the way, everything turned to ashes, a magnificent and horrifying scene. He held his long saber tightly and flew straight into the middle of the Ghost Clan army, deploying his saber techniques and beginning a massive slaughter. Under the attack of the Ghost Clan army died tragically, their numbers decreasing at a terrifying speed. If this continued, the entire Ghost Clan army would soon be wiped out. Seeing this brutal scene, the entire Great Zhou army's faces turned pale, their hands and feet trembling. completely devoid of strength. A few generals swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. So strong. So strong, the crown prince felt his scalp tingle even more, his facial muscles twitching as he thought to himself, as expected of the white-haired killing god's disciple. His style is indeed no different. I originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but I never expected it to be resolved so cleanly. In the black mist in the rear, the 10 ghost marshals were both shocked and angry, mumbling, "Damn it. Who are those 2 humans?" What had just happened before their eyes made them unable to sit still. One of them spoke up, to suddenly appear at this time. They must be experts invited by the great Zhou imperial dynasty. We must take action, and eliminate them, no matter who they are. They are not allowed to obstruct my ghost clan's plan. Let's go. At the same time, Hong Tiny was floating in midair, lightly annihilating tens of thousands of ghost clan creatures with one hand. Accompanied by a sky-shaking explosion, a majestic figure radiating a surging demonic aura appeared in the air. He suddenly sensed something and looked towards the source, a cold smile on his mouth. A good show. They were all clad in ancient battle armor engraved with runes, holding various weapons such as sabers, swords, clubs, and halberds. The crown prince and the generals were terrified and exclaimed, "What? A strong aura. These are Mahana-level ghost marshals. The weakest among them is at the mid-stage Mahana, and the strongest is at the peak of the Mahana." A purple-colored ghost marshal, at the mid-stage Mahana, rushed forward first, his hand holding a large, pitch-black halberd as he thrust it forward, shouting, "You 2 humans, da." Li Wuji was excited, wanting to test his limits. He immediately brandished his saber and slashed out, laughing coldly, "Ha ha, just in time for me to practice." Boom, the saber light tore through the void, carrying a momentum that could sever the heavens. Thwack, the green-haired ghost marshal was terrified, watching helplessly as the halberd in his hand broke and a large wound was cut on his chest, green blood spraying out. He thought in horror, since when did human integration realm cultivators have such terrifying strength? A combat power that surpasses a great realm. Even in the nether abyss there haven't been many in 10,000 years. Li Wuji felt he had lost face, so he poured all his strength into swinging his long saber a second time and said, "Oh, you didn't die from one slash. Then have another." Boom, the destructive saber light flashed by. Boom, the purple-haired ghost marshal, before he could even scream, was completely destroyed by the terrifying saber light. The remaining 9 ghost marshals were as if struck by lightning, stunned as they exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The crown prince and the generals gaped and whispered, "Are all of Venerable Ye's disciples this terrifying?" Li Wuji laughed loudly, holding his long saber and continuing to charge towards the other ghost marshals. "Haha, this is truly exhilarating," the purple-haired ghost marshal in the lead shouted, his hand holding a trident that carried a gloomy wind as he thrust it forward. "Kill this man for me." At the same time, the other ghost marshals simultaneously unleashed their killing moves. A terrifying killing intent spread out as if to obscure the entire sky, its horrifying presence sending a chill down one's spine. Faced with 9 wicked attacks, Li Wuji's expression changed, realizing he had been too reckless. He thought to himself, gritting his teeth, his eyes beginning to show a tendency to turn blood red. Or should I try activating the mad demon bloodline? Boom, just then, a sky-high heat filled all directions. Countless jade-green flames, carrying a sacred aura, appeared, illuminating the entire battlefield. Hong Tiny flicked his sleeve forcefully, and the surging green flames spread out, powerfully cutting off the ghost marshal's attacks as he exclaimed, "Azure jade glazed fire. Ah, ah, ah." The 6 mid-stage Mahana ghost marshals screamed tragically, their entire bodies burned by the green flames, turning to ash in just a moment. The purple-haired ghost marshal roared in anger, raising his trident high and releasing a huge amount of energy. "Vile human, I want you to pay with your life." From the trident, a brutal killing intent shot straight up into the sky, causing the sky to darken as if a terrifying natural disaster was about to descend. As a peak Mahana ghost marshal, if he unleashed his full power, almost no one in Great Zhou could face him. Li Wuji broke out in a sweat and hurriedly retreated, looking at the purple-haired ghost marshal with pity. The 2 late-stage Mahana ghost marshals standing next to the purple-haired ghost marshal sneered, thinking the situation was about to turn around. "Haha, it's too late to be scared now. You and this bitch will both die. Hee hee." Hearing this, Li Wuji took another cold breath and retreated a few hundred more meters. As expected, an even more terrifying aura erupted, and the entire space seemed to tremble. Hong Tiny's long hair flew, his face as cold as frost, his eyes exuding a fierce killing intent as his icy voice echoed, "All of you, die for me." With a wave of his hand, a sea of endless black fire suddenly appeared in the void, carrying a power that swallowed everything as it rushed towards the ghost marshals. No, the 2 late-stage Mahana ghost marshals were horrified and were immediately enveloped by the black fire, burned to nothing. The purple-haired ghost marshal was terrified and poured all his strength into controlling the trident, thrusting it forward. What is this? Swoosh, The trident shot out countless purple-black lightning bolts, each containing a terrifying destructive power. But the terrifying thing was that when the black lightning bolts touched the black fire, not only did they not cause any damage, but they were completely swallowed. The green-haired ghost marshal was horrified, his will to fight diminishing as he turned to flee, exclaiming, "Impossible," but it was too late. The black fire wrapped around his body, and his flesh, blood, and soul were all burned and absorbed. Tragic screams echoed everywhere. In just a few seconds, the purple-haired ghost marshal had completely disappeared. The remaining ghost clan creatures also couldn't escape and were swallowed by the black fire one by one. The battlefield became desolate, a cold wind whistling through the deathly space. The soldiers of Great Jew stared blankly, their eyes fixed on the figure in black and red, burning with a sky-high flame, a deep reverence rising in their hearts. The crown prince trembled, his lips barely managing to utter a sentence. Hong Fairy truly has the demeanor of a celestial being. A general whispered, "I think she's more like a demonic woman." He was immediately elbowed by a comrade next to him, signaling him to shut up. At this time, Hong Tiny gradually regained his composure, and sneered coldly, "A bunch of ants who don't know their own strength." He turned his head and glanced at Li Wuji, who was hiding far away, and without saying anything, turned to go back and report the mission. Li Wuji sighed in admiration after his anger subsided. Senior brother Hong is truly invincible in the same realm. As expected of Master's eldest disciple. Immediately after, as if thinking of something, his right hand tightly gripped the hilt of his saber, and the corners of his mouth lifted in excitement, his eyes sparkling with agitation. "Haha, that's good too. If I have a chance to spar, I will go crazy 100 times over." Hong Tiny felt something was wrong, a chill running down his spine. He turned his head and saw Li Wuji had quietly followed him. He frowned in confusion. Did I just imagine that? The two landed on the Kunpang's back and bowed in unison. "Master, the 800,000 ghost clan have all been dealt with." But there is no response from the front. Li Wuji was panicked. "I'm dead. Is Master not satisfied?" Hong Tiny looked up to take a look and almost got so angry his nose went crooked. Before them was a handsome young man lying on his back on a reclining chair, his eyes covered with a blue patch, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth as he slept soundly, as if nothing else in the world mattered. A completely serene demeanor, as if even the sky falling couldn't move him, completely detached from the chaos outside. By shocks he whispered in his ear, "Master, wake up." Junlin slowly woke up, took off the light blue eye mask, and asked lazily, "Is it done?" Hong Tiny suppressed the urge to rush up and beat him, and gritted his teeth in reply, "Yes. The enemy has been eliminated by us." Junlin smiled comfortably, and walked between the two, his tone like a leader praising his subordinates. "Well done. Keep up the good work." Then he stood up straight, and walked away gracefully, his demeanor like the wind. Li Wuji was so excited his eyes shone. "Many thanks for Master's praise." Hong Tiny pouted and complained inwardly, "He says it's his doing, but he sent us to do the work." Below, on the battlefield, the crown prince and the generals were all tense, their hearts filled with anxiety. Just then, they saw a young man in a black robe walking over. His long, silver-white hair was shiny and cascaded over his shoulders, each strand sparkling like crystal. His handsome face and transcendent aura were like an immortal descended to the mortal world. The crown prince was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, "Greetings, Venerable Ye." Everyone also bowed in unison, shouting, "Greetings, Venerable Ye." Ye Junlin smiled faintly. "Now that the crisis is over, aren't you going to treat me well, Great Zhao?" The crown prince replied respectfully, "Venerable Ye, you are our most honored guest. Great Zhou will definitely treat you well." Junlin nodded slightly. He had intentionally come down to experience the life of the common people in the mortal world. Scene changed to the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. When they saw a silver-haired young man walking with the crown prince, everyone immediately understood his identity and bowed their heads in greeting. "We welcome Venerable Ye." This was the person who had once annihilated the Yuhua Gate's army of cultivators. Besides the Zhou emperor, there was no one in this imperial dynasty who dared to confront him. The crown prince said in a deep voice, "Venerable Ye, my father is waiting for you inside." Junlin raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on his lips. "This old fellow is quite something, sitting there waiting for me to come." Just then, a deep but apologetic voice rang out, "Venerable Ye, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you from afar. My body is truly inconvenient." Junlin stepped into the main hall, his eyes momentarily stunned. Before him was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, and a flat-topped crown, his face majestic, sitting upright on the throne. His entire body was radiating a brilliant white light, and an invisible energy was enveloping his body, seemingly to heal or adjust his state. This was the current Zhou Emperor of Great Zhou. Junlin's eyes darkened slightly, and he thought, "Zhou Emperor, you." According to his memory, imperial dynasties were different from sects and families in that they possessed a mysterious power called national fortune, which served as a trump card. The effects of national fortune were incredibly wondrous. It could assist in cultivation, heal the body, and even enhance strength. The people of the world were the foundation for the formation of national fortune. The ruler, in order to receive the blessing of the national fortune, needed to be recognized by the common people of the world. Thus, a mutually beneficial relationship was formed between them and the common people. That's why there's the saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. But now, the Zhou Emperor's condition seemed not quite right. He was borrowing the great Zhu's national fortune to heal, as if he were a startled bird, always on guard. The Zhou Emperor smiled wryly. I've made a fool of myself in front of Venerable Yi. This was the first time he had met Ye Junlin, and he was somewhat surprised by the other's youthful appearance. According to rumors, the Zhou Emperor had originally thought this would be an old man with white hair and a conservative, rigid demeanor. More importantly, the Zhou Emperor discovered that with his peak Mahana cultivation, he couldn't see through Ye Junlin's true realm. The Zhou Emperor couldn't help but wonder, could this person have used some kind of technique to hide his cultivation? Even so, after the battle in the Barren Continent, the Zhou Emperor still greatly respected Ye Junlin, because besides the Zhou Emperor who carried the national fortune, there was no one else in the entire Great Zhou who could threaten Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin asked, Zhou Emperor, can you explain what happened? The Zhou Emperor hurriedly replied, the ghost clan from the Nether Abyss suddenly launched an attack on my Great Zhou. This matter was beyond the court's expectations. All the great ministers speculate that there is a treasure in the imperial palace that the ghost clan covets, which led to this great disturbance. The Zhou Emperor sighed helplessly. But the problem is, even I, the head of Great Zhou, don't know what that treasure is. Ye Junlin felt speechless. So you're also in the dark, not knowing anything. Then where did your injuries come from? In Great Zhou, who has the ability to injure a peak Mahana cultivator, let alone one who carries the national fortune like the Zhou Emperor? The Zhou Emperor replied, Venerable Ye asks a very good question. Before the Ghost Clan army officially attacked Great Zhou, my ancestral tomb was once invaded by a mysterious person. I immediately went to the scene and borrowed the national fortune to repel him. When he mentioned this, the Zhou Emperor's face was full of apprehension. The strange thing is, I could clearly feel that the mysterious person's strength was very strong. I was no match for him, but he seemed to have some scruples and retreated. Not long after, the Ghost Clan began to attack my Great Zhou. Ye Junlin's eyes flashed. It seems the problem lies in the ancestral tomb. According to the Zhou Emperor, the Ghost Clan seemed to be acting on the instructions of that mysterious person, launching an attack to seize the ancestral tomb. There must be a great benefit involved, otherwise they would never do something so troublesome for nothing. But what was hard to understand was, if that mysterious person was strong enough to overwhelm the Zhou Emperor, why did he suddenly retreat? What was hidden in the ancestral tomb? It was worth investigating. It was truly a pile of mysteries. The more Ye Junlin thought about it, the more interested he became. He was originally a transmigrator to this cultivation world, and had a golden finger for cheating, so he didn't need to cultivate to become strong. So he had just adopted a mindset of traveling the mortal world for fun and enjoyment. He thought life would just pass by like that, but he never expected to discover this mystery, which made him even more interested. Li Wuji frowned, there's such a strange thing. Beside him, Hong Tiny narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp light flashing in his gaze as he recalled a rumor in the central continent from long ago. Ye Junlin said directly, Zhou Emperor, if you don't find it offensive, can you take me to the ancestral tomb to have a look? The Zhou Emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, fell into deep thought. This request was indeed too presumptuous. After all, to a monarch, the ancestral tomb was a sacred place, the final resting place of their ancestors. How could an outsider be allowed to enter at will? The crown prince, realizing his father's predicament, said politely, Venerable Ye, the ancestral tomb is a sacred place where the ancestors rest. If you enter, I fear you will be tainted by some unpleasant things. Then he changed his tone and said respectfully, Venerable Yi, this time you have graced Great Zhou with your presence and helped us repel the Ghost Clan army. You should have received the warm hospitality of Great Zhou. The imperial kitchen has prepared a state banquet. Why don't we move to the Tanhe Hall for a meal first? The Zhou Emperor also spoke up at this time, Venerable Yi, please forgive me, I cannot grant this request. The ancestral tomb of the Great Zhou imperial family is not a place that can be opened at will. But you are the most honored guest of Great Zhou. I will present you with the most precious treasures in the national treasury, for you to choose at will. It could be seen that the Zhou Emperor was still very sincere. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow, and thought to himself, I have a system to support me. I can get rich just by signing in every day. How could I be lacking a few things from your national treasury? Although Great Zhou was one of the immortal imperial dynasties in the eastern domain, and its national treasury, accumulated over the years, must be full of treasures that would make outside cultivators go crazy. In Ye Junlin's eyes, there was nothing attractive. He was simply curious about the mysterious person's purpose in invading the ancestral tomb. If the other party didn't want to open the ancestral tomb, he wouldn't force it. After all, Ye Junlin was a whimsical person. He waved his hand and dismissed it. Fine. The crown prince secretly heaved a sigh of relief, his face beaming as he said, I know Venerable Ye is a reasonable person. Everyone, please. Immediately after, everyone proceeded to the state banquet. At this time on a gloomy mountain outside the territory of Great Zhao, it was clearly a bright, sunny day, but the sunlight did not shine here. Deep in the mountain was a palace built from white bones. On the table were various large and small plates, inside which were processed flesh and blood, human internal organs, and eyeballs with clear black and white, the strong smell of blood filling the space. A ghost clan creature, its skin gray-white and a horn growing on its forehead, was sitting on the throne. The one-horned ghost king took a cup and drank it in one go, then threw the cup away. So satisfying, the blood of a child under 1 year old is truly refreshing to drink. He was very excited to be able to lead his clansmen out of the nether abyss to fight in the outside world, escaping the dark and boring life before. The one-horned ghost king rubbed his chin and sneered coldly, so many years. Finally, I have waited for this opportunity. This king must seize this opportunity to perform well. If it can successfully capture the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, my prestige in the ghost clan will increase greatly. Most importantly, as long as I get the recognition of those few in the future. Just then, a cloud of eerie black bones floated into the main hall. A figure in a black robe with a hood completely covering his face stepped out from under the hood, a hoarse, deep voice filled with irrepressible anger coming out. Useless trash. What are you still doing here? Hearing this, the one-horned ghost king was not only not angry but showed a look of terror. He immediately crawled down from the throne and prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he said, This lowly one pays his respects to the Lord Emissary. Faced with the mysterious person scolding, the one-horned ghost king's heart was filled with fear, not daring to have any resentment. Because the person before him was one of the figures pulling the strings from behind, an existence that all the beings of the nether abyss had to rely on. The future of all the clans was in the hands of these figures. The mysterious figure in the black robe spoke coldly, The 100 clans of the nether abyss are all mobilizing for the holy war, yet you, a mighty demon king, are hiding in the rear, indulging in pleasure. Should I understand this to mean that your demon clan has given up? The single-horned demon king, terrified, hastily explained, This is a great injustice. This humble one has already dispatched an army to attack the Great Shu imperial dynasty. I believe the Shu emperor will soon be forced to act, and then all his secrets will be exposed. At that time, I will have a much better grasp on how to deal with him. If a misunderstanding were to cause a delay in the demon clan's great cause, the other demon kings would surely unite to tear me to shreds to vent their anger. The black-robed emissary laughed in cold fury. Fool, the army you sent was just completely annihilated outside the capital city. Forget influencing the Shu emperor, they couldn't even step past the city gates. The single-horned demon king's head buzzed, his face filled with shock. How is that possible? The army not only had dozens of integration stage demon generals but also 10 Mahana stage demon marshals leading them. If the Shu emperor didn't intervene, they could have turned the Great Shu upside down. Yet they were wiped out before even reaching the capital. The single-horned demon king's expression was incredibly grim. Is the Great Shu imperial dynasty that formidable? The black-robed emissary said coldly, The one who destroyed your army of tens of thousands was not the Great Shu, but a cultivator who happened to be passing by. The people in the city all call him Venerable Yai. The single-horned demon king was stunned, the name echoing in his mind. Venerable. A mere Mahana cultivator from another place dares to disrupt my plans. He must have a death wish. Although he was surprised by the opponent's strength, with his tribulation stage cultivation, he looked down on a mere Mahana cultivator. The black-robed emissary's voice was like ice. To prevent any further mishaps, this is another origin pill. You must destroy the Great Shu for me. I will not permit you to fail again. A purple pill, covered in mystical patterns, floated before the single-horned demon king. He understood this was his last chance. He immediately made up his mind and said in a low voice, This humble one will definitely complete the mission as the Great One desires. The black-robed emissary gave a cold laugh, his entire body transforming into a strange black mist, and vanishing as if he had never been there. The single-horned demon king let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The thought that his plan had been nearly ruined ignited a raging fire in his heart. A terrifying killing intent erupted, shaking the entire mountain. He then shot into the sky, his roar like thunder echoing in all directions. All soldiers, follow this king to war. Yes, my lord. The soldiers replied. Immediately after, countless demonic figures hidden in the black mist followed the single-horned demon king, marching menacingly towards the Great Shu. In the tiny hall, several graceful palace maids with their faces veiled by thin silk danced elegantly to the melodious music played by artisans. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. At this moment, Ye Junlin and his companions were enjoying the Great Shu's most exquisite banquet. The ingredients used were rare spirit beasts or heavenly treasures, each dish worth a fortune. For an ordinary cultivator, A single bite could trigger an immediate breakthrough. Li Wuji held a jar of wine and drank deeply, his face flushing as he praised, "What fine wine." Bai Xiaoxi was gnawing on a large piece of meat, her hamster-like face showing pure satisfaction. "So delicious." Li Wuji continued to chug wine, while Hong Tiny only took a few bites before putting down his chopsticks. Seeing this, the crown prince felt uneasy and cautiously asked, "Fairy Hong, is there something about this dish that is not to your liking?" Hong Tiny crossed his arms and closed his eyes to meditate. "I simply have no interest in these delicacies." The crown prince was at a loss. Junlin chuckled and said, "Don't mind him, he's on a diet." The crown prince sighed in relief. "So that's how it is. Fairy Hong is truly self-disciplined." Hong Tiny's eye twitched. He tried to suppress his anger and pretended not to hear. "On a diet, my foot." The crown prince raised his cup and stood up to toast Junlin, saying generously, "Venerable Ya, it is my honor to host you on behalf of the great Shu. I toast to you." With that, he drained his cup. Junlin nodded. "It's nothing." Suddenly the crown prince clapped his hands. All the palace maids withdrew, and an old man in a grey robe with a calm expression, and an ancient zither on his back slowly walked into the hall. The crown prince introduced him. "This is Grandmaster Angham, the #1 musician in the Great Shu, renowned throughout the Chang province. His music is not only beautiful but also contains profound Taoist intent, a precious experience for cultivators. It is said that a nascent soul cultivator nearing the end of his life traveled 1,000 miles to listen to his music and broke through to the soul formation stage on the spot." Angham Changfeng sat cross-legged on the floor, placed the ancient zither on his knees, and gently plucked the strings. The music filled the space, seeming to cleanse the listeners' souls. The melody flowed seamlessly, guiding their minds to another world. Li Wuji listened intently, visibly moved. Bai Xiaoxi was lost in the music, her body swaying gently. Hong Tiny remained expressionless, not even bothering to open his eyes. As for Ye Junlin, halfway through the piece, he yawned, propped his head on his hand, and looked about to fall asleep. Angham Changfeng saw all of this, and his face grew increasingly dark. "What is the meaning of this? You dare to scorn my music? Countless cultivators have been moved by my music, treasuring it like a priceless gem, but to you, it's a lullaby." Angham Changfeng felt his pride had been severely wounded. He finished the piece resentfully, stood up, and said coldly, "Your Highness, if this is the situation in the future, you need not invite me. I cannot bear such humiliation." The crown prince coughed a few times and quickly asked, "Grandmaster Nangam, why do you say such things?" Nangam Changfeng angrily pointed at Ye Junlin in the seat of honor. "Ask him." A cold killing intent radiated from him. Li Wuji's eyes flashed with a cold light. His hand tightened on the hilt of his saber, ready to draw it and cut down Nangam Changfeng at any moment. "Old man, are you looking to die?" he snarled. "With a single command from Master, I will kill you." The crown prince wiped the cold sweat from his brow, filled with regret. How did things turn out like this? If he had known, he wouldn't have invited Nangam Changfeng to perform. He had truly brought this trouble upon himself. Nangam Changfeng retorted angrily, "He is just a brute who only knows how to fight and kill. How could he possibly appreciate the sentiment in my music?" The crown prince's sweat poured. "It's over. This has gone too far." Li Wuji looked angrily towards Ye Junlin and asked, "Master?" Ye Junlin, sitting in the main seat, was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice rang in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating a selection mission. Choice 1, fly into a rage and order the execution of Nangam Changfeng. Reward, 10 high-grade spirit stones. Choice 2, personally perform a piece of music that makes Nangam Changfeng feel utterly ashamed. Reward, 10 bags of premium pet food milk flavored. The more the pet eats, the faster its growth rate. An optional mission." Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. The first choice was simple, but the reward was too small. His meals alone cost tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, let alone just 10. Moreover, ordering Nangam Changfeng's death would make him seem petty and uncontrolled, tarnishing his perfect image. The second choice, to play a piece and shame Nangam Changfeng, offered a reward of 10 bags of premium pet food that could accelerate his spirit beast's growth. Thinking of this, Ye Junlin looked at the furiously glaring Nangam Changfeng, slowly rolled up his sleeves, and said with a smile, playing the zither, "As long as you have hands, you can do it." His light words echoed through the hall, stunning everyone. Nangam Changfeng's face turned beet red. "As long as you have hands, you can do it," he repeated. What an arrogant statement. "I began my training as a child and have practiced for thousands of years. While I cannot claim to be the absolute master of the zither, I am still a rarity in the eastern region." The crown prince felt that Junlin had gone too far this time. To say that as long as you have hands, you can do it. Such arrogance. Punishing Nangam Changfeng was one thing, as his status and strength were superior, but such words only lowered his own standing. Li Wuji puffed out his chest proudly. "Master is right. As long as you have hands, you can do it. Though he didn't understand why he should be proud, his master had spoken, and as a disciple, he only needed to cheer. Ngam Changfen was so angry he laughed. Fine, you try it. I will lend you my Fujiao zither. Let's see what kind of earth-shattering music you can play, he sneered. What, you don't dare. Haha, I knew you were all talk. If you can play anything worthwhile, then pigs can fly. A brute like you who only knows killing, what do you know of music? The crown prince lowered his head, cold sweat dripping. He thought this banquet would be a simple, pleasant meal, but it had turned into this. He glanced nervously at Ye Junlin, afraid his anger would erupt into a murderous rampage, killing everyone in the hall. But to his surprise, Ye Junlin wasn't angry at all. He just smiled. All right, I'll give it a try. Ngam Changfeng tossed the zither to Ye Junlin. Here, take it. Ye Junlin remembered that he had once received a musical instrument experience pack from the system. No practice needed, just a single button pressed to level up. He reached out and gently placed the zither on the table, his fingers lightly touching the strings. A notification appeared on the system interface. Friendly reminder, host zither Dao skill is currently at the apex of perfection level. Skills were divided into levels: preliminary, entry, ascended hall, inner chamber, outstanding, divine, transcendent, and the highest, apex of perfection. Ngam Changfen, despite a lifetime of practice, had only barely reached the ascended hall or chamber level, yet this was enough to make him famous in the Chang province and revered by countless cultivators. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin had silently reached the apex of perfection, a truly terrifying feat. Ngam Changfeng stood before him, gesturing condescendingly. Well, go on, show us your talent. The crown prince, seeing this, muttered to himself, oh, it seems Venerable Ye is in trouble. Should I help him this time? Perhaps I can save Ngam Changfeng's life. Then, Ye Junlin's fingers moved with fluid grace across the strings. The music that rang out was unexpectedly powerful and decisive, carrying a surging killing intent, yet within it was a heroic pride, the aura of I alone rule the heavens. His entire body glowed like translucent jade. Everyone suddenly had an illusion of an ancient divine king playing a peerless melody. Tani was shocked. He perceived the Taoist intent hidden in the music, and combining it with his years of experience in the Central Plains, he gained new insights. Such divine music. How can he play it? This level of skill would be considered top tier even in the Central Plains, with no one daring to challenge him. Ngam Changfeng's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with terror. How is this possible? This melody. Li Wuji stood frozen like a clay statue, also entering a state of enlightenment. He looked at Ye Junlin, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. The meaning of the zither's sound. I can actually feel the unparalleled, mysterious meaning of the heavenly zither. My God, this is amazing. I feel like my heart is about to leap out of my chest. Ye Junlin's finger movements became a blur, the music growing more intense, as if he were in a trance. Tani's aura surged continuously, from early Mahayana, to mid, late, peak, and finally to Mahayana perfection, just a step away from the tribulation stage. Meanwhile, Li Wuji's bottleneck shattered, and his cultivation broke through from the integration stage to the Mahayana stage. An aura 100 times stronger than before erupted from his body, his black hair flying wildly, his eyes flashing with a cold red light. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Ye Junlin himself. The crown prince cried out in shock, mid-tribulation stage, Your Excellency. You are a void immortal. With the boost from his cultivation base added to his peak zither skills, Ye Junlin played as if aided by the gods. The peace, sovereign's reign over the heavens, resounded. Strange ripples spread out, resonating with the great Tao. The sound echoed for 90,000 miles. All the people living in this land were bathed in the music's cleansing power. Those who were gravely ill and bedridden for years felt their spirits fully recover, the sickness in their bodies vanishing. They ran outside, healthy as ever, jumping for joy. The soldiers and cultivators of the Great Shu all gained enlightenment, their cultivation levels breaking through successively. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they cried out in unison, This is a divine miracle. A miracle, the heavens are protecting our Great Shu. Invisibly, the national fortune of the Great Shu skyrocketed. In the Xuanzhen Hall, the Chu Emperor, enveloped in white light, suddenly sensed something. Aided by the national fortune and his years of accumulation, he directly broke the shackles that had bound him for so long. From this day on, the Chu Emperor officially stepped into the tribulation stage, becoming the only void immortal sovereign among the immortal dynasties of the Chang province. At the same time, the demon clan's army, led by the single-horned demon king, invaded the territory of the Great Shu. They were arrogant and confident, with some inexperienced youths boasting, Today, our demon clan will slaughter the humans of Great Shu. The single-horned demon king raised his arm and commanded, Kill, but unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed. The heroic music echoed everywhere, containing an incredibly profound power. For the human race, the music Ye Junlin played brought countless benefits. but for the creatures of the nether abyss, it was a fatal attack. From within the sky blotting black mist came waves of tragic screams. Many demon creatures began to emit white smoke as their flesh and blood rapidly dissolved. Even channeling their magical power to resist was futile. This damage was like a curse. His subordinates wailed in agony, "Great King, save us, save us." The single-horned demon king was both shocked and furious. A storm of killing intent erupted from him as he roared at the sky. "Who is it? Who dares to act? Come out and face this king. What kind of skill is it to hide and sneak around?" His roar caused mountains to collapse and the sky to nearly shatter. But the music continued, uninterrupted. In just a few breaths, the massive demon army was reduced to dust. From 200,000, fewer than 1,000 creatures survived. A few demon marshals struggled to resist, their bodies nearly melted, using their last ounce of consciousness to send a final message. "King, retreat, the human race has a great power watching over them." Then, one by one, they vanished into nothingness. The single-horned demon king's eyes were blood-red as he let out a grief-stricken roar. His body was covered in grievous wounds, a horrifying sight. Only because of his early tribulation stage cultivation could he barely hold on. But for him, this entire process was excruciating torment. He roared but did not choose to retreat. "Who is it? Who is it?" Instead, a brutal rage surged within him, compelling him to press forward regardless of the consequences. He knew he had no way back, leading an army of millions to attack the Great Shu only to have them all wiped out. If he returned without accomplishing anything, he would only face harsh punishment. Soon, white smoke began to rise from his body with a horrifying sizzling sound. The pain was gut-wrenching, bone-deep, and even his soul trembled. The single-horned demon king gritted his teeth, and the purple, evil-looking nether origin pill appeared in his hand. "I can't go on like this." Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He threw his head back and screamed, his eyes shooting out two beams of dark purple light that pierced through space. "It has come to this. I will swallow it, no matter the price. This king must find the one behind this." He felt a ferocious power burning inside him. His cultivation leaped from the early tribulation stage to the late tribulation stage. The single-horned demon king's aura became incredibly terrifying. His entire body was covered in a blackish-purple light, like a demonic meteor, as he charged forward. The people below were terrified, none daring to look at him directly. He could feel that with his increased cultivation, the music's effect on him had lessened, all thanks to the nether origin pill. But he knew this was temporary, and that he would likely suffer dire consequences later. But there was no turning back now. The mission given by the emissary had to be completed. His eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with killing intent. He roared, "Kill, kill, kill." As long as he had a breath left, he would storm the capital and slaughter everyone. This had become an unshakable obsession in his heart. At that moment, the zither music suddenly entered its climax. The mystical power grew even more intense. Across the Great Shu, strange phenomena appeared one after another, astonishing the world. A bright moon rising over the sea, a beautiful tapestry of mountains and rivers, stars shining brightly in the blue sky, the sun and moon shining together, and dragons and phoenixes soaring in harmony. The entire Great Shu erupted in cheers that shook the heavens and the earth. "I've never seen such a sight in my life. Could this be the legendary scene of the sun and moon shining together, dragons and phoenixes soaring, and stars brightening the sky? The great gods are protecting our Great Shu." A ray of golden light shot out from the Great Shu's main hall, piercing straight through the single-horned demon king. Before he could even get close, he was struck down. He was horrified, as if hit by a heavy blow, his body plummeting to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "What? Ah!" he screamed in pain, writhing like a wild boar trapped in mud. The blood and chi in his body dissipated rapidly, revealing his white skeleton, which was also covered in spider-web-like cracks, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. In despair, the single-horned demon king screamed, wishing only to see the face of the one playing the zither. He didn't want to die so cluelessly. "Who is it? Who dares to do this? Show yourself to this king." But even this wish was an extravagant hope. The single-horned demon king whispered, his face filled with terror. "The human race has a great terror." He was unwilling, so utterly unwilling. A majestic tribulation stage king of the demon clan, yet he didn't even know who killed him. It was a truly humiliating death. Finally, in his ultimate despair, the single-horned demon king's entire body turned to dust, his consciousness sinking into eternal darkness. Goodbye. In the tiny hall, Junlin's fingers gently brushed the strings. The technique was no longer as intense, and the aura around him gradually subsided. A moment later, the sovereign's reign over the heavens officially ended. The surroundings fell silent. Junlin let out a long breath, raised his hand, and smiled faintly. "So, what did everyone think of my sovereign's reign over the heavens?" The experience had been so stimulating that he had reached a state of self-forgetfulness. The piece was truly powerful. The system's playful voice sounded in his head. "Ding, Congratulations to the host for defeating the demon army. Reward, Immortal Grade 5 Elements Spirit Root Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth. Junlin was surprised. What's going on? What did I do? Besides playing music, I didn't see a single demon creature. How did I defeat a demon army? Junlin laughed wryly. System, are you broken? The system replied seriously, ding. The demon army that invaded the Great Shu was just annihilated by the sound of the host's zither. This system is very professional. Please do not doubt it. Otherwise, the system will cry. Woo. Junlin's eyes widened in realization. So that's what happened. He immediately felt a change in his body. It was a rare, immortal grade 5 element spirit root. With this spirit root, all Taoist techniques related to the 5 elements would be easier to grasp, and their power would be even more terrifying. Take the 5 extreme Samsara Great Annihilation technique for example. If he used it again, its total damage would increase significantly. Unleashing it would be like a natural disaster descending. Bai Shoxi was the first to snap out of her daze, cheering excitedly. That was amazing. Master, you saw. Incredible. Junlin deliberately coughed a few times and replied casually, I told you, as long as you have hands, you can do it. Hung Changfen was kneeling on the ground, weeping. His whole body trembled, his eyes red with tears of regret. He whispered, this is a peerless divine melody. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. He felt as though his entire being, inside and out, had been cleansed, his soul elevated and refined. Compared to this divine zither art, his own skill was not even worth mentioning. Overwhelmed with shame, Nanghum Changfen fell to his knees, clutching his zither and sobbing. How pitiful I am. So conceited, calling myself a zither grandmaster, praised by thousands, but it turns out I was just a frog in a well. The crown prince was stunned. Grandmaster Nanghum. Nanghum Changfen cried out in anguish. No, I am not worthy of being called a grandmaster. The senior is the true grandmaster. I am just a performer, a joke. The system's notification sounded, and Junlin knew his goal had been achieved. Dang. Congratulations to the host for completing this election mission. Reward, 10 bags of premium pet food. The crown prince became even more respectful after learning Junlin was a tribulation stage expert. He cautiously asked, Void Immortal, how do you intend to deal with him? Junlin waved his hand. Let him go. I've already taught him a lesson, and I don't want to bother with him anymore. Hearing this, the crown prince was even more impressed. He bowed and said, Void Immortal is truly magnanimous. This humble one is full of admiration. He then looked at the heartbroken old man and sighed, then, escort Nanghum Changfen out. Li Wuji snorted coldly. That old man got lucky. Otherwise, I would have definitely cut him down. He then looked at Junlin with admiration. Master, thanks to your music, this disciple has broken through to the Mahayana stage. Junlin nodded. His gaze swept over to Ong Tiny, noticing he had reached Mahayana perfection. Junlin couldn't help but marvel internally. As expected of someone who was once an immortal. His breakthrough speed is on another level. He's already about to enter the tribulation stage. Ong Tiny tried to maintain a calm expression, but his heart was in turmoil. I never thought Junlin had such an ability. A single piece of music saved me 1,000 years of hard cultivation. Wait, isn't this a great opportunity? I can use him to quickly restore my cultivation. Thinking this, Ong Tiny regained his confidence and silently vowed, Junlin, just you wait. I will surpass you soon. A lazy and indulgent person like you is not worthy of such great fortune. The humiliation you have brought upon me, I will repay tenfold. At that moment, Ong Tiny had already thought of countless ways to torture Junlin, such as making him wash his feet and then drink the water, after which he would have to say thank you. Just then, a figure in a dragon robe appeared in the hall, emitting the terrifying aura of the tribulation stage. The crown prince exclaimed joyfully, Imperial Father, you've broken through. He thought to himself, with a true void immortal expert protecting us, the Great Shu's position in the Chang province will be even more secure. Coupled with the soaring national fortune, how many in the tribulation stage can be the emperor's opponent? The Chu emperor stood silently, his face contemplative, looking in one direction. To everyone's surprise, he looked towards the silver-haired young man sitting solemnly and, without hesitation, knelt and kowtowed, announcing loudly, on behalf of the people of the Great Shu, I thank Void Immortal for playing the divine melody that has blessed all our citizens. The crown prince was stunned, looking back and forth between his father and Junlin. A dignified monarch, a tribulation stage expert, humbling himself to this extent. Just how powerful is this man? From the profound sky sect. Junlin waved his hand. Stand up. Your breakthrough to the tribulation stage is your own ability. The Chu emperor stood, his tone full of respect. Void Immortal is too kind. It was because of your divine music that the Great Shu's national fortune reached an unprecedented peak, and I was fortunate enough to seize the opportunity to break through. Before, his cultivation was at Mahayana perfection, and while he was wary of Junlin, that was all. He felt that no matter how strong the opponent was, with the support of his national fortune, he could still suppress him. After all, this was the Great Shu, his territory. But now, after hearing the melody filled with the Great Tao's rhythm, and after his own breakthrough, his perspective had broadened. He finally saw the terror of Misty Peak's master from the profound sky sect. The gap in strength between them was absolutely not something that could be bridged by national fortune alone. Realizing this, the Chu emperor immediately came forward, casting aside all the face of a monarch and lowering his posture to the absolute minimum. First, one must hug the thigh. Junlin seemed to read his thoughts. It seems you are truly grateful. Indeed, the Chu emperor replied. As long as Void Immortal Ye gives the word, the Great Shu will cooperate to the best of its ability. Good, Junlin said. Then take me to see the ancestral ultim. Of course, the Chu emperor replied. Please, I will lead the way. The crown prince explained. The ancestral ultim is the most heavily guarded place in the entire imperial palace, and it is where the past monarchs of the Great Shu are buried. The Chu emperor waved his hand, removing the restrictions, and then led Junlin into the ancestral ultim. Inside, the space was vast, filled with an ancient aura. The Chu emperor said helplessly, to be honest, besides the burial items that might interest grave robbers, there's nothing special about the rest of the Tim. Even I don't understand why it's being targeted by such beings, to the point of inciting the demon clan to attack the Great Shu just to occupy this place. Li Wuji shook his head. This era is full of strange things. When they reached the end of the corridor, Junlin raised an eyebrow. I really don't detect anything unusual. Let's go back. Just as he was about to leave the dreary place, Hong Tiny, standing behind him, narrowed his eyes and channeled his power, sending a Taoist technique forward. An earth-shattering sound came from the void, and gradually, a vast and ancient door named the Star Gate appeared, radiating a mysterious and unpredictable aura. The Chu emperor's eyes widened, completely unprepared for this. The ancestral ultim of the Chu family has something like this. And I, as the Chu emperor, knew nothing about it. Junlin turned to look at Hong Tiny. He activated this scene. He noticed Hong Tiny's expression was also one of surprise. Bai Shux's eyes lit up. Whoa, this door is so beautiful. She then curiously circled the Star Gate. When she reached out her small hand to touch it, she found her hand passed right through, as if it were just an illusion. This Star Gate didn't seem to exist physically. But Junlin knew it absolutely existed, it just hadn't fully manifested in the real world yet. To completely activate it would likely require paying some price. How long has the Great Chu dynasty existed? Junlin asked. The Chu emperor, with a hint of pride, replied, Void Immortal Ye, the Great Shu has existed for over 100 million years. Any cultivation force, regardless of its form, that can be maintained for over 100 million years is qualified to be called an immortal lineage. This means that every generation has had a Mahayana cultivator, and it must be an unbroken line. If a generation loses its Mahayana cultivator, it may be stripped of its immortal lineage status. And the Chu emperor, as a tribulation stage expert, was one of the powerhouses of the immortal forces in the Chang province, the only one with void immortal level strength in the Great Shu. Are there other such nations? Junlin continued. The Chu emperor was taken aback, then answered honestly, according to existing records, there are at least several dozen, and some are so ancient they can no longer be researched. Over billions of endless years, an immortal dynasty like the Great Shu, existing for millions of years, is really just a drop in the ocean. Junlin frowned. So this Star Gate must trace back to a much more ancient era. There might have been records related to it before, but they were long buried in the dust of history through various upheavals. The ancestral ultim was coincidentally built at this location, and even the rulers of the Great Shu throughout the ages were unaware, simply feeling that the Feng Shui here was better. Looking at his eldest disciple whose expression had changed, Junlin said in a meaningful tone, Little Hong, tell your master, do you know something? All eyes immediately focused on Hong Tani. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Disciple has only heard rumors about the origin of this Star Gate, with no concrete evidence. It's fine, just tell us what you've heard, Junlin encouraged. Hong Tiny nodded and slowly began his tale. Legend has it that in the ancient past, there were many teleportation gates in the Kunlun realm that could lead directly to the Great Thousand Worlds. Countless cultivators from the Kunlun realm at that time could freely travel through the universe. However, for some unknown reason, these teleportation gates were later sealed by the ancestors and never opened again. Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on the floating Star Gate. Can this thing really do that? It was said that the Kunlun realm was a giant cultivation planet, and beyond it were many similar planets scattered throughout the universe. In the past, cultivators from the soul formation stage and above could fly out of the Kunlun realm and travel the endless cosmos. But it's unknown when an invisible force restricted the cultivators of the Kunlun realm, preventing them from leaving this world, forcing them to live and die here. The only way to break this limit was to undergo tribulation, become a true immortal, and ascend to the immortal realm according to the rules. Only through the immortal realm could one travel to other planets. But becoming an immortal was no easy feat, so for most cultivators, they could only spend their entire lives in the Kunlun realm. And now, this stargate could seemingly bypass that restriction, easily connecting to other planets in the universe. If this news got out, it would certainly cause a massive shock. The Crown Prince exclaimed excitedly, "Imperial Father, does this mean our great Shu can expand its territory outwards? This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." In his mind, the universe surely held countless precious resources. If the great Shu could take the lead in expanding into the outer world, its national power would surely soar, nurturing countless experts. Indeed, the Chu Emperor replied, his heart also stirred. This was a colossal temptation that any ruler would find hard to resist. Junlin sneered, "You two are truly daydreaming." Hearing this, the faces of the Chu Emperor and the Crown Prince turned pale with embarrassment. "Void immortal, yeah, what do you mean by that?" Junlin's continuous scolding was like cold water dousing the flames of their ambitious ideas. "Are you certain the Great Shu has the capability to expand outwards, or will it be the other way around, invaded by other races from out there? If it were truly beneficial to the Kunlun realm, why would the ancestors seal gates like this in ancient times? Furthermore, why did that mysterious figure go to such lengths to send the demon clan to occupy this place? Ease your brains a little." Recalling the recent turmoil, the father and son couldn't help but shudder at the deeper implications. Many cultivators in the Kunlun realm had always thought this world was a cage, a place they could never leave. But looking at it now, perhaps it was a form of protection in disguise. Junlin snorted, his eyes full of disdain. "And another thing, do you even know how to open this stargate?" The father and son shook their heads in embarrassment, their faces burning with shame. "He's right. We don't even know how to open the stargate, yet we're dreaming of expanding our territory. How ridiculous." "All right, you two can keep trying," Junlin said. "I'm afraid that as long as this stargate exists, your great Shu will face many difficult days ahead." He then flicked his sleeve and turned to leave the ancestral tomb. He had initially just wanted to satisfy his curiosity, but now that he understood a part of it, he had no interest in staying. The Chu Emperor forced a smile. "We will have to be more careful." He realized the future of the great Shu would be fraught with peril. Fortunately, he had now reached the tribulation stage. Relying on the power of his immense national fortune, even if the demon clan returned to invade, he was confident he could repel them. After all, the great Shu was currently at the peak of its national strength. On this point, the Chu Emperor was still very confident. Li Wuji gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. "Master, if what you say is true, then those creatures of the nether abyss truly deserve to die. They dare to betray the Kunlun realm and willingly become lackeys for the alien races outside." Junlin pondered. "What interests me most right now is what exactly happened in the Kunlun realm's past. Perhaps the answer can only be found in the immortal realm. After all, only by ascending to the immortal realm does one have the qualification to traverse the universe. From this, it's clear this is related to the great figures in the immortal realm." The immortal realm. Li Wuji was full of reverence. It was a place countless cultivators longed for day and night. It was rumored that the spiritual energy in the immortal realm was so abundant that if you threw a dirty stone from a latrine into it, over time, it could gain sentience and embark on the path of cultivation. Ong Tiny's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he sneered inwardly. The immortal realm is just a place where the strong prey on the weak, even more brutal than the lower realm by 100-fold. Back then, when he underwent tribulation and became an immortal, he didn't choose to ascend immediately but continued to temper himself in the central planes precisely because he had heard that the hierarchy in the immortal realm was extremely strict and one could even lose their freedom. Anyone who could become an immortal in this era was a peerless genius, able to command the winds and rain in the Kunlun realm, revered by countless cultivators. To finally ascend to the immortal realm after so much hardship, only to start from the lowest rung. How many could endure that feeling of disparity? As the saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If one had a background in the immortal realm, it would be better, as there would be seniors to guide them. But without one, the situation would be even more difficult. And Hong Tiny had started from scratch, completely relying on himself to crawl his way up to become a high-level true immortal. Because he had made too many enemies in the central plains, if he ascended, he would likely be hunted down and killed by people from above. Staying in the central plains, he could at least preserve his lie. After all, immortals from the immortal realm couldn't descend casually, and a true immortal descending to the lower realm could only be considered at their peak strength. Unfortunately, the cultivation environment in the lower realm was too poor, making it very difficult to support a true immortal's breakthrough. It could be said to be more harmful than beneficial. For this reason, some cultivators who successfully became immortals would choose to stay in the lower realm, unless their lifespan was running out, and they were forced to ascend. Next, everyone rode the Kunpang and left the Great Shu, flying into the brilliant sunlight. Junlin held a cup of milk tea, his body relaxed as he leaned back in his chair, thinking about the events in the Great Shu. The nether abyss suddenly launched a war. There must be a secret force pushing them. The main purpose is to seize the Star Gate, to coordinate with outside forces, and let alien races invade the eastern region. The other 4 regions will sooner or later face the same situation. A crisis targeting the Kunlun realm is quietly approaching. Junlin felt nothing about this. He was a transmigrator with a powerful system. If anything threatened him or his friends, he could just lift a finger and eliminate it. The principle Junlin followed was to lie low when necessary, and show off when necessary. There was no need for an excessive sense of urgency or to pressure himself. A person should live as they please. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Junlin took out a bag of pet food from the system. When he opened it, a fragrant milky scent wafted out. This was the premium pet food. Bai Shox's nose twitched. Ooh, smells delicious. When she saw the bag in Junlin's hand, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Master, chitter, can I have a taste? Seeing Bai Shox's drooling face, Junlin couldn't help but laugh. This is for pets. Bai Shox tilted her head. But, chitter is a pet. Looking at the fluffy hamster head in front of him, Junlin couldn't help but laugh. He had almost forgotten that this disciple of his was originally a small white mouse. He had taken her in as a pet, which perfectly fit the concept. Alright, this bag is for you as a snack, Junlin said. Bai Shox took the food with both hands like a happy child and cheered, Yay, thank you, master. From a distance, Hong Tiny, sitting cross-legged, sneered in his heart. This stupid mouse, all she does is eat, just like that fellow. She's not cultivating at all. Hong Tiny could see that Bai Shox's physique was very powerful, but since becoming a disciple, she did nothing but act as Junlin's #1 lackey, and she was still only at the early spirit transformation stage. In his eyes, this was a complete waste of talent and life. Bai Shox took a large handful of the food. Each pellet was like a milky pearl, glowing with a white light. She began to chew, her eyes squinting in enjoyment. So yummy. Bai Shox ate with gusto, becoming more and more addicted, unable to stop. Very quickly, her body began to glow brightly, and pure essence sprayed from every pore. In an instant, the energy in her body exploded, and her cultivation level soared, breaking through to the integration stage. But it didn't stop there. As Bai Shox ate more, her cultivation continued to climb. When she finished the entire bag, her realm directly broke through to the Mahana stage. Hong Tiny was horrified. This. He stood there dumbfounded, his entire understanding of the world shattered by this scene. He suddenly realized he couldn't understand this world at all. It was too far beyond his imagination. The snack master gave me is so delicious. Bai Shoxi was still immersed in the flavor. When she came to her senses, she realized her realm had changed. It had risen just like that, without her knowing when. Bai Shox's eyes widened, her cute hamster face a little dazed. Chitter, how did I break through? Junlin was also very surprised. He didn't expect a bag of premium pet food to be so effective, going from early spirit transformation to early Mahana. In an instant. If she eats a few more bags, what then? Will she become an immortal? Li Wuji, who was studying his saber techniques, noticed the scene and dropped his saber. Senior sister Bei. This. Hong Tiny's eyes shot out a piercing light, staring intently at the bag Bai Shoxi was holding. His heart was in turmoil. It must be that bag of food. It's truly puzzling. What kind of treasure does this Junlin possess that he can constantly pull out such astonishing things? A strong desire rose in Hong Tiny's heart. If not for the thought that he couldn't beat Junlin, he would have snatched a bag for himself. Shoxi, do you want more? Junlin asked. Bai Shox's eyes lit up, and she nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. So good. Chitter wants more. Junlin took out 4 more bags of pet food. He wanted to see if Bai Shoxi could continue to break through. Seeing the 4 full bags, Bai Shoxi was overjoyed. She quickly took them, opened one, sniffed it happily, and then began stuffing the food into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Then, Junlin took out another bag of premium pet food and called to the giant beast lying at his feet, Kun, you've worked hard recently. This is a snack for you. A bag of premium pet food flew through the air, glowing brightly, and landed in front of the Kunpang. The Kunpang was delighted, opening its mouth wide and swallowing it whole. In theory, this small amount wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth, but this system rewarded food was special. Its quality was in the release of energy, which could correspondingly satisfy its appetite. After eating the bag, the Kunpang glowed with a sparkling blue light. Perhaps because of its purest divine beast bloodline, its cultivation soared from early Mahana to Mahana perfection. The Kunpang let out a happy cry, sending joyful mental waves to Junlin, as happy as a child receiving a reward from its parents. Li Wuji almost lost his mind, his eyes wide enough to pop out. My God, just eating a little snack and his realm rises like child's play. Master is truly profound and unfathomable. Li Wuji looked at the silver-haired young man with even greater admiration. Ong Tiny was first stunned, then revealed a look of indignation. Is this way of improving cultivation a mockery of those who work hard to cultivate? I must condemn this from a moral standpoint. Most importantly, this must have side effects. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't eat it. Ye Junlin silently observed Bai Xiaoxi and found that after she finished the third bag, her cultivation only soared to the integration stage. Ye Junlin now understood, eating it continuously would greatly reduce its effectiveness. It would become more difficult later on, and eventually, one would have to accumulate a large quantity to improve. But Ye Junlin didn't mind. To him, it was just a type of pet food. Although Hong Tanya thought that way, his eyes were still fixed on the bag of food in Bai Xiaoxi's hand. He secretly moved behind a maple tree near the palace and transmitted his voice, "Xiaoxi, come here for a moment." Bai Xiaoxi was startled and looked in the direction of the voice, seeing Hong Tanya looking at her. She took short steps and ran over excitedly. "Senior brother Hong, did you call? Is something wrong?" Hong Tanya looked at Bai Xiaoxi's cute, foolish face and sneered inwardly. This stupid mouse. He coughed a few times with a serious expression. "I want to tell you, the food master gave you is poisonous." Bai Xiaoxi was stunned, then shook her head frantically. "Impossible, master would never harm Chitter Chitter. Besides, after eating it, my cultivation even soared." Hong Tiny spoke in a tone of educating a youth. Everything has two sides. Even cultivation pills will leave medicinal residues in the body that need to be refined. Otherwise, it will affect one's foundation." Bai Xiaoxi was stunned, her chewing motion stopping. She swallowed with difficulty and said weakly, "But master gave it to me to eat. This proves the food is fine." Hong Tiny continued to intimidate her. Therefore, most cultivators who rely on pills to advance have very weak foundations. The food you ate seems to lead to rapid breakthroughs, but in reality, it's just forcing a young plant to grow. It's not certain that toxins aren't accumulating in your body. Eating more would be like slow suicide. "Senior brother Hong, you must have misunderstood," Bai Xiaoxi said. "And Chitter Chitter doesn't feel anything. My body doesn't feel any discomfort at all." Hearing this, Hong Tiny frowned. He placed his hand on Bai Xiaoxi's head and closed his eyes to feel. Upon inspecting her, he found that all of Bai Xiaoxi's meridians were perfect, her foundation extremely solid, and there were even currents of pure immortal energy, with no trace of accumulated toxins. Hong Tiny was shocked. There are really no side effects. This is even more effective than using medicine. Seeing Hong Tiny say nothing, Bai Xiaoxi smiled. "Senior brother Hong, is Chitter Chitter okay? If there's no problem, I'll go now." At this moment, all of Hong Tiny's previous perceptions were overturned. He stared at the bag of food in Bai Xiaoxi's hand, his eyes flashing with an unconcealable greedy light. Being stared at like this made Bai Xiaoxi feel very uncomfortable. She said carefully, "Senior brother, if there's nothing else, Chitter Chitter will take my leave." Hong Tiny's imposing aura pressed down on her as he stared straight into her eyes. "Leave the snack." Bai Xiaoxi looked at the bag of food in her hand, reluctant to part with it. She said in a small voice, "Senior brother Hong, Chitter Chitter hasn't had enough yet." "Hurry up," Hong Tiny urged. "I am your senior brother. You must listen to me." "But this is what master gave to Chitter Chitter," Bai Xiaoxi replied. Seeing this mouse defy his orders, driven by his desire to raise his cultivation, anger surged in Hong Tiny's heart. He sneered maliciously and snatched the bag of food. "Give it to me." Bai Xiaoxi stood frozen, staring at the stolen bag of food, clear tears welling up in her eyes. Hong Tiny held the bag and looked sternly at the pitiful Bai Xiaoxi, shouting, "What are you crying for? Shut up. And don't tell master about this, you hear me?" Hong Tiny's powerful aura made Bai Xiaoxi shrink back and reply weakly, "Yes." Seeing this foolish mouse made him even angrier. Hong Tiny said impatiently, "What are you still doing here? Get out of my sight." Bai Xiaoxi tried to hold back her tears, turned and ran away sobbing, "Big brother stole Chitter Chitter's food." Chitter Chitter's heart hurt so much. Watching her panicked figure flee, Hong Tiny revealed a contemptuous smile, and muttered to himself, "Little she, this venerable one has you easily wrapped around my finger." He looked down at the bag of food in his hand, his eyes gleaming with insight. Next is the moment to break through to the tribulation stage. Fearing another incident, Hong Tiny didn't hesitate, and immediately poured the entire bag of food into his mouth. The sweet, milky flavor was delicious, melting in his mouth. After eating, Hong Tiny frowned, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "What's going on? Why does my stomach feel so bloated and uncomfortable?" Hong Tiny didn't know that this was food specifically for pets. If a human ate it, it would cause a rejection reaction, having no effect whatsoever on increasing cultivation. At this moment, the essence energy in Hong Tiny's stomach was running rampant. His face paled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Not good. If I let this energy run wild, my body will be ruined. I have to find a way to resolve this quickly." While thinking, Hong Tiny immediately began to circulate his power to guide the energy in his stomach. His fair face gradually turned as red as an apple, and large beads of sweat poured down. His breathing became rapid. Poof! A loud fart echoed. A powerful stream of energy erupted from behind him. At this time on the back of the Kunpang, besides the palace that Junlin had moved, there were also pavilions, small bridges, courtyards, and plants, looking like a small resort island from a distance. The sound of this fart was like a bomb exploding, sending dust and sand flying everywhere, and the trees rustled. Hong Tiny only felt an invisible force explode from under his bottom, lifting his body into the air. Junlin asked in surprise, "Huh? What was that? Little Hom, why are you flying up there?" Li Wuji, standing beside him, also looked up. "Why is there a sweet milky smell in the wind?" Junlin glanced at the dejected Bai Shaoxi standing behind him and asked in surprise, "Shaoxi, what's wrong with you?" Ever since her food was stolen, Bai Shaox had been feeling down. He thought, this Shaoxi is usually never sad, always full of life. Why is she so listless now? Thinking of this, Junlin seemed to understand what the problem was. Bai Shaoxi wanted to speak, but thinking of the consequences, she swallowed her words. Her heart itched, but she couldn't say it. She felt that if she told Master would definitely punish senior brother Hom, and then he would hate her even more. Junlin gritted his teeth in anger and looked towards the distant Hong Tiny, muttering, "So that's what happened." He raised his hand, emitting a terrifying suction force that directly pulled Hong Tiny from thousands of meters away. Hong Tiny stumbled and fell to the ground, his exquisite face flushed and bleeding with shame. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The dignified head of the demonic sect had just farted, and a loud one at that. He clutched his stomach, his face pale and sweaty, coughing a few times. Junlin coughed and looked at Hong Tiny with a serious expression. "Little Hom, tell me, what exactly happened?" He stood solemnly, waiting for an answer. But after a long while, Hong Tiny said nothing. The once imposing Hong Tiny had now dissolved into nervousness and anxiety, stammering and unable to speak. Junlin's gaze was like lightning as he roared, his powerful aura crashing down like heavenly might. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." Hong Tiny's mental defenses completely collapsed. He unconsciously knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and cried out, "Disciple knows my fault. Please spare me, Master." He knew that the person before him loved that stupid mouse the most. If the matter of stealing her food was discovered, he would be skinned alive if not killed. Junlin roared angrily, "Tell me, why did you steal Shaoxi's food, you queer?" Bai Shaoxi, standing on the side, scratched her head and smiled. "That's right. Chitter Chitter gave it to senior brother. He said he wanted to taste it too." Junlin sneered. He immediately guessed that Hong Tiny must have seen the premium pet food and had ill intentions, snatching it from Bai Shaoxi. The result was that the pet food, meant only for animals, was unsuitable for humans, leading to the current situation. Moreover, stealing from his junior sister was truly strange. "It seems I have to teach him a lesson." Junlin raised his hand and said, "I know you will do anything to improve your cultivation, but Shaoxi is your junior sister." Hong Tiny, terrified, quickly said, "Master, disciple is guilty. I beg Master to spare my life." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that strange, uncomfortable feeling in his body again. Finally unable to hold it in, Hong Tiny shot up into the sky like a rocket, kicking up a cloud of dust. Junlin waved and shouted, "Remember to come back for your punishment after you're done farting." At this moment, Hong Tiny was gritting his teeth, still trying to control the energy in his stomach, which was continuously jetting out from behind him, helping him fly over mountains and seas, chasing after the direction the Kunpang had disappeared. His face was contorted in discomfort, and his heart was filled with regret. Thank goodness this scene wasn't witnessed by my old enemies, or I would truly have no face left to live in this world. In a village not far away, named Jiba Village, the villagers all looked up and saw Hong Tiny flying overhead, cheering excitedly, "Whoa, look, a beautiful fairy." There was a strange sound. A man cupped his ear to listen to the poot-poot sounds, his eyes wide with surprise. A young coward said in amazement, "Why does that sound like farting?" The old village chief hit the coward on the head with his staff and scolded, "Nonsense, how could such a beautiful fairy possibly fart?" He then looked at the beautiful red figure in the sky and exclaimed excitedly, "This is a fairy descending, bringing us blessings and spiritual energy. Villagers, quickly absorb the spiritual energy. Quickly, saw. This is spiritual energy. No wonder I find it so fragrant. Quick, 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 absorb the spiritual energy." The entire Jiba village was in an uproar, one after another chasing in Hong Tiny's direction, sniffing the air with expressions of pure ecstasy, as if the more they inhale, the greater the benefit. This incident would later become a legend in the village. It was said that on a sunny morning, a beautiful fairy in red accidentally passed by Jiba village. Seeing that the people here were simple and kind, she specially descended and bestowed upon them a wonderful spiritual energy. From then on, the people of this place all benefited, becoming strong and walking as if flying. After who knows how long, Hong Tiny finally finished farting. He flew down onto the Kunpang's back and knelt before Ye Junlin, sighing, "Master, disciple has purified the energy in my body. Please forgive me." Ye Junlin stood with his hands behind his back and replied, "I know you have a high sense of self-respect, but in this case, Bai Shoxi must be prioritized. For the next 3 months, you must do everything Shoxi tells you to do to atone for your mistake. Do you hear me clearly?" Hearing this, Hong Tiny thought to himself, "I never thought I would become a servant to this damn mouse." Then, he replied aloud, "Disciple has heard. Thank you for your grace, Master." 3 months later, under the scorching sun and amidst billowing clouds, a luxurious treasure ship was flying through the air currents towards a certain destination. On top of it looked like a large resort, with many cultivators from all directions present. Some were drinking and discussing the Tao, some were discussing trivial matters, some were bragging about their status, and some were eating and drinking happily. "I really want to get to the Martial continent quickly. I heard the Medicine King Valley is about to open, and I don't want to miss this rare opportunity. Oh, the competition will surely be fierce. Then, look, this entire ship is filled with people heading to the Martial continent. That's right. I heard that the VIP rooms of the Heaven tier are all occupied by soul formation experts. We, as little foundation establishment fish, can only stand outside and enjoy the breeze. That's nothing. I heard that in the even more premium VIP section, there are more than a dozen heavenly monarchs from immortal lineages. Those are integration stage old monsters." The Medicine King Valley had always been shrouded in legend in the eastern region. It was a magical place full of opportunities. Legend has it that the Medicine King Valley was originally created by a divine doctor called the Medicine Venerable. He had extremely high medical skills and was praised by all cultivators in the ancient era. He planted all kinds of famous medicines in the valley and also set up a super large spirit gathering array that directly drew the spiritual energy of half the Martial continent to nurture them. Any ordinary treasure plant thrown out from there could cause a storm. A place like this would surely be coveted by various forces, but the Medicine King Valley was able to remain independent, not only because the Medicine Venerable knew how to heal and save people, making many friends, but more importantly, his own strength was also terrifying, his cultivation profound and unfathomable. Later, the Medicine Venerable used medicine to prove his Tao, underwent tribulation to become an immortal, and used his great divine powers to transform the Medicine King Valley, setting up all kinds of formations. After finishing, he freely ascended, leaving behind countless legends. Since then, the Medicine King Valley opens once every 100,000 years, and the opening time is limited, as is the number of people who can enter. Moreover, anyone who causes trouble or damages the scenery inside will be destroyed by the power left behind by the Medicine Venerable. He did this on one hand to bless sentient beings and give future generations a chance to change their destiny, and on the other hand, to maintain the normal operation of the Medicine King Valley and prevent the precious medicines inside from being wasted. And in recent days, it was time for the Medicine King Valley to open again. Therefore, countless cultivators who heard the news rushed to the Martial continent, eagerly waiting for the opening. For ordinary cultivators, this was an absolute opportunity to change their fate. For famous figures, it was naturally a chance to advance their cultivation further. Aboard the treasure ship, the clamor was incessant. Just then a cold, old voice suddenly came, carrying an undeniable dominance. "Stop for this old man." Immediately, a person in a long robe with a face like jade shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent. "What's going on? Why did we stop? Even a fool has a bit of a temper, let alone these cultivators who could command the wind and rain." The treasure ship being suddenly stopped made many of them dissatisfied, looking for a place to vent their anger. From the front, the old voice continued, "Fellow Taoists, please hand over the valuable things in your hands. Don't force this old man to act." A commotion immediately broke out inside the treasure ship. "What? A robbery?" The ship's owner walked to the bow and asked respectfully, as if to confirm his suspicion, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" From a distance, a man in a black robe embroidered with gold stood with one hand behind his back, the other stroking his messy silver hair and beard. His eyes were like lightning as he said calmly, "Profound Sky Sect, Ye Junlin." Beside him stood 3 figures, a tall girl in a red dress with skin as white as jade, her arms crossed over her full chest, looking very arrogant, a tall man wearing a conical hat, his hand on the hilt of his saber at his waist, his eyes sharp, looking as if he would draw his saber at the slightest disagreement, and a short figure who, despite having a male appearance, wore a pink cheongsam and a silver helmet that obscured his face. These figures were identical to the 4 famous figures of legend. Damn, so it's the fake team, brothers. Ha ha ha, the next episode will be fun to watch. Remember to subscribe to the channel to catch the next episode, especially the silver-haired old man. When he openly stated his identity, the ship's owner was scared witless. As soon as these words were spoken, the killing intent of the angry customers was instantly doused with ice water. They couldn't help but shiver, their bodies trembling. their eyes filled with fear as they looked forward. As for the treasure ship, the Heaven tier rooms, and even the Now tier rooms, immediately retracted their killing intent as if nothing had happened. Everyone was trembling, regretting their earlier words. That person was the infamous white-haired slaughter god of the eastern region. He had stained his hands with the blood of tens of thousands of cultivators, trampled on the face of the feathered immortal gate, and even killed the giant Sun Void immortal from the Tiat family's celebratory banquet who had just broken through to the tribulation stage and came looking for trouble. It was at that moment that many people learned that Junlin of the Profound Sky sect was not just a venerable, but a true void immortal. And now, this figure dared to rob them in broad daylight. The people there immediately started buzzing. Is it really him? I feel like this person wouldn't do such a thing. It must be a fake. Are you blind? Don't you see the people next to him? They look exactly like the ones in the legends. Exactly, that woman is Fairy Hom, that man is the Saber Devil Li Wuji, and the shortest one is the guard of the white-haired slaughter god. With this lineup, you still think it's a fake? I'm really impressed by your intelligence. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Seeing this scene, the white-haired old man smiled meaningfully, coughed a few times to appear serious, and said, Li Wuji. The man in the conical hat replied respectfully, Master, disciple is here. The fake Junlin continued, Go and receive the kindness of our friends. The fake Li Wuji replied, Yes. He then turned, a wicked smile on his face, drew his saber, and charged onto the treasure ship like a ferocious robber, roaring, If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables, don't make this old master cut someone. The cultivators on deck could only be angry but dared not speak. One by one, they took out their storage rings. The fake Li Wuji walked around arrogantly, his eyes cruel. Everyone he passed dared not look at him directly. It was said that the Saber Devil Li Wuji had chased and slashed the young master of the Tiat family at their banquet, a truly reckless and lawless act. At this moment, seeing the man in the conical hat's arrogant demeanor, everyone was even more convinced that this was the real deal. After collecting their storage rings, the fake Li Wuji went to each room, kicking the doors and cursing, Damn it, are you dead in there? All of you, get out for this old master. Very quickly, a group of soul formation experts came out of the Heaven tier rooms, and more than a dozen integration stage experts came out of the Now tier rooms. Their faces were grim as they obediently took out their valuables. The fake Li Wuji collected them easily. But one room remained silent, which made him even angrier. He went to the most luxurious room on the ship and was about to kick the door down when the captain rushed over, smiling, Old master, you absolutely can't. Inside are two distinguished guests from the Gom province. They are important figures, you see. The fake Li Wuji said with a fierce expression, no matter how important they are, they must give face to my master. If they don't know what's good for them, they should come out obediently. Otherwise, when my master acts, you will all die. Hearing this, the captain's face turned pale. Suddenly, a deep, steady voice came from within. Fellow Daoist, we are from the questioning Dao sect of the Gom province. Could you perhaps give us some face, and let this matter pass? We will personally visit the Profound Sky sect to pay our respects later. The fake Li Wuji was startled, his heart pounding. That was one of the 10 great immortal sects in the eastern region. It was rumored that in the ancient era, several immortals had emerged from there. Oh my god, this time I've really hit an iron plate. But then he thought, what am I afraid of? Right now, I am the Saber Devil Li Wuji, the disciple of the white-haired slaughter god Junlin. Is the questioning Dao sect that great? Just then, the door suddenly opened. Inside stood a middle-aged man in black and white robes with a goatee, his face grim, his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a Mahana expert. Beside him was a woman with skin as white as jade and a slender figure, wearing a yellow dress. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were wide, her pretty face filled with anger. The fake Li Wuji stood frozen, thinking in shock, there's a true venerable here. After a brief mental blank, he quickly regained his composure, pointed his saber at the middle-aged man, and said fiercely, you want to fight? Do you believe my master will kill you? The woman in yellow, truly having a young lady's temper, stood up, slammed the table, and looked as if she was about to attack. Behind her, an illusion of stars appeared, about to illuminate the space. A terrifying aura filled the entire room. Although young, she had already cultivated to the integration stage and possessed a special constitution, her future limitless. The fake Li Wuji's heart trembled, and he almost turned and ran. Thanks to his superb acting skills, he managed to maintain his composure and sneered, you damn brat, are you trying to resist this old master? The woman in yellow angrily clenched her fists, gathering a dazzling starlight, about to charge at him, shouting, who are you calling a damn brat? Just then, Fan Dehong seemed to have made a decision. With a pained expression, he took out a storage ring, and forced a smile. This is the storage ring I carry with me. Inside are about 100 million high-grade spirit stones and a few valuable spirit artifacts. I hope you will accept it and convey to Void Immortal Ye that this is a small token from our questioning Dao sect. The ring glowed brightly and flew into the fake Li Wuji's hand. He took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich. And Maui stomped her foot in anger, feeling this was a great loss of face. Uncle Fan, how could you do that? Fan Dehong sighed deeply and said in a low voice, fellow Daoist, are you satisfied? The fake Li Wuji pretended to be calm, took the ring, and snorted. Coldly. You know what's good for you. I will report back to my master. With that, he slung his saber over his shoulder and swaggered out of the room. The fake Ye Junlin, in his black robe, looked imposing and dignified, his sharp eyes like blades. He said slowly, it seems there are still people who give me, Ye Junlin, face. Let's go. Yes, master, the fake Li Wuji replied. A line of people rode away on cranes, gradually disappearing into the clouds. In the premium room, and Miaowei stood with her arms crossed, her pretty face full of anger. Uncle Fan, you've really disappointed me, she complained. Fan Dehong frowned slightly and sighed. Young miss, I did it to protect your safety. If we didn't yield, with Ye Junlin's cruel and bloodthirsty nature, he wouldn't hesitate to kill us all. Besides, you saw it too, his disciple didn't show any respect for our questioning Dao sect. If something happened to you, I would become a sinner of the sect. And Miaowei was still angry. Pouting. Like master, like disciple. This Ye Junlin is too outrageous. By what right can he act so lawlessly in the eastern region? Fan Dehong could only smile bitterly, not knowing how to reply. He shook his head in sight. Who can say anything when his cultivation is unfathomably deep? He even killed a void immortal from the feathered immortal gate recently. He should know, that person's title was Giant Son, the master of the feathered immortal gate's holy son. How pitiful. He rushed here from so far away, thinking he could kill Ye Junlin single-handedly, but it turns out that guy was deliberately hiding his cultivation. In the end, Giant Son was killed instead. Moreover, according to rumors, Ye Junlin is extremely protective of his people. After taking the Saber Devil Li Wuji as his disciple, he even forced the Tiat family's old ancestor to personally kill the Tiat family's second son. A man with such a vicious heart. Do you think I cannot be afraid? An unpredictable person like him, I feel it's normal for him to go on a robbing spree when the mood strikes. This great elder from the questioning Dao sect, usually revered and holding a high position in his sect, couldn't help but have his words filled with fear when talking about Ye Junlin's actions. And Miaowei was so angry her chest heaved up and down as she paced the room, gritting her teeth. Hateful, how can there be such an evil person in the world? Fan Dehong looked at the furious girl in yellow and seemed to want to say something. He said sternly, young miss, you must cultivate diligently. With your talent, you will sooner or later surpass the tribulation stage, and even prove the Tao to become an immortal. Don't forget, you are the possessor of the starlight immortal physique. This constitution is no less than the sun immortal physique of the feathered immortal gate's holy son. Hearing this, and Miaowei's eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, Uncle Fan. I will work hard on my cultivation. When my strength is sufficient, I will definitely eliminate demons and defend the Tao. I will personally destroy this kind of villain. On a distant mountain, a few figures were sitting cross-legged on the ground, sharing the spoils of their recent venture. Haha, the name Ye Junlin is really useful. These past few days, we succeeded in every robbery without exception. A short, dwarf-like figure took off his hat, revealing a cunning face, and jiggled. Damn, that just now scared me so much I almost blew my cover. Fortunately, that venerable from the questioning Dao sect, because of Ye Junlin's reputation, still had to submit obediently in the end. The fake Li Wuji said excitedly, that was a venerable. Someone usually high and mighty, yet he had to show me respect. Haha, this feeling is just too good. The woman in the red dress, who had a fiery figure, rolled her eyes and sneered, get over yourself. Do you really think he was respecting you? He was respecting the Saber Devil, Li Wuji. And who are you? Just a petty nobody. The fake Li Wuji glared at her angrily. Who are you calling a nobody? Aren't you just some common ride from the Phoenix Spring brothel? Have you forgotten how long you've worked there? Do you really think you're fairy Hom? They spit on you. The woman in red stood up in a rage, her chest heaving violently. I'm going to rip your mouth to shreds. The fake Li Wuji drew his saber with a menacing aura. Come on, I'll chop you to pieces, you cheap hen. Just then, a silver-haired old man with cold eyes shouted, both of you, shut up. An aura of peak soul formation erupted from him, instantly suppressing everyone present. Compared to these useless individuals, the old man's strength was undeniable. Moreover, he was the one who had single-handedly built this team. Most importantly, he possessed a technique to hide his cultivation, which was why every time they acted, they could give their targets the impression of unfathomable depth. The silver-haired old man sneered, haha, do you all think you're so capable now? You don't even know your own weight. Let me tell you, none of you are irreplaceable. It would be best for me to just kill you two and find suitable replacements. If you know what's good for you, be more careful. Faced with this cunning and audacious man, the fake Li Wuji, and the others were filled with awe and fell silent. The old man retracted his aura, a smile playing on his lips. An old saying goes, the strong live, the weak die. Cultivation relies not only on talent and effort but also on a vast amount of resources as support. As a raw cultivator, he had faced many hardships but had been stuck at peak soul formation for years. To achieve a breakthrough, he had to do something drastic. This trip to the Medicine King Valley was a golden opportunity. With the valley about to open, impersonating Junlin to cheat and rob was the perfect time to make a killing, as the flow of people was at its peak, yielding the highest profits. All they had to do was sit back and enjoy the spoils. Fortunately, Junlin had a fearsome reputation, and with his team, all their targets directly gave up resistance, obediently paying for their safety. They had already made a considerable fortune, which made the silver-haired old man inwardly praise his own brilliant strategy. As for the negative impact this would have on Junlin, he felt no remorse whatsoever. After all, compared to annihilating an army of 1,000,000 cultivators, this robbery was like a mosquito bite to a horse. The old man's eyes glinted as he sneered, after this last job, we'll all disperse. For now we're going to play even bigger. Suddenly, from the horizon, black clouds rolled in. A colossal body, tens of thousands of meters long, swept past, bringing with it a powerful downdraft. The terrifying pressure, even from a distance, made their hearts pound. The silver-haired old man's scalp went numb, and his entire body felt as if it had been plunged into an ice cellar. His eyes revealed utter horror. What is that? It's too terrifying. What kind of demonic beast is that? It was the divine beast Kunpang from Junlin's team, which had just flown by. They were lucky not to have been discovered, otherwise, the whole group would have been finished. The fake Li Wuji swallowed hard, his face pale. The woman in red trembled with fear, almost losing control. Only after the giant silhouette disappeared did the group breathe a sigh of relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, on the Kunpang, a massive protective Tarma shield was in place. Inside were rockeries, streams, pavilions, and beautiful, majestic landscapes, like a resort island. Junlin lay on a chair, a contemplative look on his face, enjoying himself. Beside him, Hong Tiny was holding Bai Xiaoxi and forcefully rubbing her head. Junlin spoke up, "Little Hong, your punishment period is almost over. Master will give you a wonderful gift. Xiaoxi, go get the chocolate ice cream that Master carefully prepared." Bai Xiaoxi, holding the freshly made treat, ran over excitedly. "Senior brother, here is the swirl ice cream you wanted. It's chocolate flavor." Just put it there," Junlin replied. At this moment, Hong Tiny stood up and looked at the ice cream Xiaoxi was holding, a faint smile on his lips. He shrugged, took the ice cream Bai Xiaoxi had made, and looked down at it with the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. This shit. It looks like a pile of crap. And it's black too." Hong Tiny stared at the object, his expression like he was constipated. "Is this even food?" Seeing Hong Tiny staring and hesitating, Junlin asked, "Little Hong, are you not satisfied with the reward Master has given you?" Finally, Hong Tiny managed to suppress his discomfort, scooped up a piece with a spoon, and put it in his mouth. In that instant, his eyes lit up, and he no longer resisted. The cold sweetness melted on his tongue. Hong Tiny's face beamed. "So this is ice cream. It's actually delicious, Master." Li Wuji ran over excitedly to report, "Master, we have arrived in the Martial Continent. I heard the Medicine King Valley is opening in a few days." His gaze immediately shifted to Hong Tiny, who was eating the black ice cream beside him, a strange look on his face. "Oh, senior brother Hong looks like he's actually enjoying it. It's really hard to believe he would pretend to enjoy something so much." Just then, Junlin raised an eyebrow and asked Li Wuji, "What is the Medicine King Valley?" "It is a land of many heavenly treasures, with all kinds of natural wonders and precious spirit medicines," Li Wuji replied. Right at that moment, the system's voice sounded in Junlin's mind. "Ding. Detected that the host has entered the Martial Continent. The check-in location has been specially refreshed. Please complete the check-in at the Medicine King Valley to receive a great benefit." Hearing the notification, Junlin said, "Since we're here, let's make a trip to the Medicine King Valley. After all, if there are benefits, we might as well take them." In Tianling City, due to the imminent opening of the Medicine King Valley, the place was crowded with cultivators from all directions. Whether it was inns or taverns, they were all packed to the brim. On the streets, it was common to see a foundation establishment cultivator every 5 steps, and a golden core cultivator every 10. Although conflicts occasionally broke out, they were quickly suppressed, as many powerful figures were hidden here, and one feared accidentally offending someone and ending up dead on the street. The Dragon Gate Inn was bustling with people. 4 figures in cloaks stood before the inn, looking at the sign. Li Wuji said respectfully, "Master, this is the largest inn within 100 miles. We can stay here for a few days and wait for the Medicine King Valley to officially open before going in." The leader of the group was tall, his thick silver hair hidden under a hat. Beneath the brim was a handsome face with eyes that sparkled like stars. Junlin nodded. All right, this is the place. Although they could stay on the Kunpang, it was getting a bit boring. Moving into an inn would allow them to experience the local customs and hear about recent interesting events. When the four of them entered, a waiter greeted them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. Junlin and the others stepped into the inn. Because their cloaks concealed their faces, the surrounding customers didn't pay them much mind. The reason for this was to avoid disrupting the order. After all, in the current cultivation world of the eastern region, Junlin's group of four was too famous. Gathering together would easily attract attention. Tiny followed behind, hesitating for a long time before daring to speak. Master, why must we hide like this? In the eyes of this demonic sect's leader, all of them possessed absolute strength. Why should they care about the opinions of outsiders? If anyone dared to talk nonsense, just kill them. Junlin sighed. Alice, my fame is so great now. There are surely many crazed fans. If my identity were revealed, they would flock to me for autographs, and that would be a great hassle for me. Hearing this, Tiny felt choked, his facial muscles twitching. He had thought of countless reasons along the way, but never this one. As expected, one shouldn't use a normal person's way of thinking to guess his intentions. Tiny took a deep breath, his face full of self-reproach, and mentally prepared himself again. I was wrong, very wrong. Junlin chose a seat on the second floor and gently tapped the table. Waiter, are there any dishes worth trying here? The waiter quickly ran over, smiling. Esteemed guest, you've asked the right person. I will introduce you to some of our specialties, guaranteed to be delicious. He then opened the menu and introduced, look at this, braised lion's head. The lion's head here was from a nascent soul stage wild lion. Its head was chopped off by the chef and grilled repeatedly over a fire. The outer skin is crispy, and the meat inside is fresh, tender, and juicy. And this sweet and sour carp. This carp is no ordinary creature, it contains a trace of a true dragon's bloodline. It's absolutely delicious. And this spicy stir-fried beef. The ingredients are from a soul formation stage azure sky ox. Eating it will fill you with strength, and enhance your blood and chi. As the waiter introduced these specialties, he secretly observed Junlin's expression. Because these dishes were quite expensive, although there were many customers these days, basically no cultivator could afford to eat at the inn. They were usually scared off by the prices on the menu. But this time, it seemed a bit different. Junlin was not fazed by the prices. He had seen many grand scenes. After all, at the Great Shu State Banquet, every dish was worth a fortune. Even the scrambled eggs with tomatoes used the eggs of an 8th-grade Pratina eagle. The dishes the waiter introduced were just a bit novel, but not overly exaggerated. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxi pointed to a dish on the menu called Jade-like Snow. What about this one? Chitter thinks this one looks appealing. The waiter smiled. Esteemed guest, you have a discerning eye. The ingredient for this dish is the Arctic ice mouse. The Arctic ice mouse lives in the frigid northern regions and loves to burrow into the ice and snow. After professional processing by our chef, its meat becomes very tender and fatty. Each slice is as transparent as snow, hence the name. I recommend preparing a hot pot to dip the meat in. Bai Xiaoxi, who still had some appetite left, was so scared by the cruel description that she almost fainted. The waiter asked, esteemed guest, would you like this dish? Xiaoxi shook her head repeatedly, her voice carrying a hint of tears. No more, Chitter doesn't want it anymore. The waiter's expression was strange. Oh, why is this little girl's reaction so strong? Wait a minute. Why does she look like a furry hamster? Junlin took out a storage ring, a display of his vast wealth, and placed it firmly on the table. Except for the snowflake jade meat, I want everything you just mentioned, one of each. The waiter was startled. His divine sense penetrated the ring and saw it was filled with high-grade spirit stones. His mouth went dry, and his heart pounded. He thought to himself, whoa, a real big shot. The waiter was so scared he stammered and quickly left the scene. Yes, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I will immediately inform the kitchen to prepare. Bai Xiaoxi held her head, tears streaming down her face, mourning the fate of her kind. Oh, Xiaoxi is so cute. Why do they have to eat Xiaoxi? Junlin patted her head, finding it amusing. Li Wuji crossed his arms, remarking with his extensive experience, in this disciple's opinion, that chef's skills are excellent. The dishes came out fast, strong, and precise. But just now, his aura was a bit unstable, probably because he was in too much of a hurry. He was a culinary cultivator, and a very passionate one at that. Tiny's eyes narrowed slightly. Jet, listen. It seems someone is talking about us. Junlin pretended to be calm but in reality pricked up his ears. My fans are usually numerous. The discussions in the inn buzzed, focusing on one topic. How pitiful, I ran into that detestable Junlin, and all the spirit stones I worked hard to save my entire life were robbed by him. What? Me too. Not just spirit stones, but also 6 7th grade treasures, 30 profound grade talismans, and 5 choice grade pills, all snatched away by that beast. Oh, it seems all of you have been robbed too. I thought I was the only unlucky one to be caught by that fake dog. Sigh. Seeing that my fellow Doists have also suffered, I don't know why, but I feel much better. Fierce discussions filled the surroundings. In the entire Dragon Gate Inn, it seemed 8 out of 10 people were victims, standing up to condemn Ye Junlin as a shameless, despicable villain. It was like a huge protest. Everyone was cursing Ye Junlin in unison, their anger overflowing. In their mouths, Ye Junlin was an unforgivable criminal who deserved divine punishment, to have his bones ground to dust and to be cast into the 18 levels of hell, never to be reborn. Tiny lowered his head, his shoulders shaking as if trying to suppress his laughter. At this moment, the demonic sect leader was overjoyed. Hearing the customers furiously cursing and condemning Ye Junlin, he felt that the heavens had eyes and retribution was swift. Every pore on his body seemed to open up, and even his soul felt like it was about to float out. Hearing these people angrily cursing Ye Junlin, he felt a deep sense of empathy. It was a truly refreshing and comfortable expression. Haha, these heroes are cursing so well, they've said everything that was in my heart. Ye Junlin, you too have a day when you are cursed by thousands. See, this is the will of the people. You've also suffered a loss. Li Wuji was completely shocked, not expecting this situation at all. In his impression, his master was not someone who would do such things. Immediately, his face was replaced by killing intent. His right hand gripped the hilt of his saber, and he stood up, about to draw it and kill, muttering, "Insulting my master, die." At that moment, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder, forcefully holding him back. Li Wuji's eyes showed surprise. "My master, you." Ye Junlin shook his head. "Don't be rash." Listening to them, it was clear that someone was impersonating him to cheat people. Being cursed for no reason, who wouldn't be annoyed? It was truly a case of sitting at home, disaster falls from the sky. Ye Junlin tried to remain calm, his face a little grim. He glanced at his eldest disciple, who was bowing his head beside him, and said with deep meaning, "Little Hom, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in." Hearing this, Tiny suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He quickly adjusted his state. When he looked up again, his face was full of anger, his eyes about to spit fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, these insects deserve to die. Master, just give the order, and this disciple will act immediately, leaving no one alive." Haha. Ye Junlin knew full well that with Tiny's cunning personality, he was surely laughing inwardly at seeing him being cursed. It's just that he hadn't shown it openly. Otherwise, he would have probably been too excited and joined in the fun. Another person said, "I heard that Tiny has a nation-toppling beauty and an unparalleled cold temperament, making countless men admire her. But when I saw her with my own eyes, she didn't seem like the rumors at all. Although her looks are decent, for some reason, she exudes the scent of a brothel courtesan." "You're right. With my years of experience, Tiny only deserves to be ranked as average at best. I don't understand why the rumors outside are so exaggerated." Seeing is believing, indeed. Another man chimed in, his face full of lechery. "Fellow Taoist, you're being too objective. To be honest, the first time I saw Tiny, I almost drooled. That place. It's so vast and magnificent. Just looking at it makes you want to reach out and give it a squeeze." Ha ha ha. The whole group burst into laughter. The previous anger dissipated, and the atmosphere became much livelier. The male cultivators, though not speaking, exchanged knowing glances. Hearing this, Tiny's face stiffened. The smile from just now instantly vanished, replaced by a raging anger that surged like a sea of fire. His whole body trembled with rage, his teeth grinding, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat them all alive. Li Wuji, sitting next to him, heard these dirty remarks and his expression became strange. His eyes unintentionally glanced at Tiny's flat chest. This small gesture immediately struck a sensitive nerve in Tiny, causing the anger in his heart to erupt violently. This small glance at his senior brother's flat chest struck a sensitive nerve, causing his anger to nearly explode. Tiny smiled a terrifying smile that would make one shiver without being cold. "Junior brother Li, what are you looking at?" The hair on Li Wuji's entire body stood on end, feeling as if he were being stared at by a great demon king. He rubbed his eyes, pretending not to have seen anything. His clumsy acting and excuse making Tiny feel his intelligence was being insulted. "Senior brother actually, a grain of sand flew into my eye. Please don't misunderstand." As Tiny continued to press him, Ye Junlin pretended to cough a few times, his tone mocking, "Little be a little more generous. Besides, they are discussing the impostor, who is a woman. Are you a woman? You're a man, so why are you getting so worked up?" Tiny felt like he had swallowed a fly. His face was grim, his eyes twitching violently. Even if he had 10,000 words to retort, he couldn't fight against the cruel truth. Logically, these people were cursing a female impostor. What did it have to do with him, a man? Nothing at all. Ong Tiny, have you accepted the title of Fairy Hong? Junlin asked. Why are you reacting so strongly? Ong Tiny's face stiffened, and he quickly shook his head, affirming, I have not. Really not? Junlin asked again. Ong Tiny was so agitated he was about to jump up, vehemently denying it. I really have not. At this moment, the waiter brought the food. Esteemed guests, here are your dishes. The waiter smiled obsequiously. A table full of delicious food was served, the fragrant aroma tantalizing. Bai Shoxi, who wasn't hungry, saw this, her nose twitched, and her eyes lit up. Whoa, it smells so good. She picked up her chopsticks and quickly began to eat, her face beaming with joy. The waiter backed away. Esteemed guests, please enjoy your meal. I will leave now. If you need anything, please just call. Come on, eat up. Junlin urged everyone. The imposters will reveal themselves sooner or later. On his way out, the waiter glanced back at Junlin's room and muttered, huh. Why do these people look so familiar? On the other side, on the corridor, two people were eating. A slender woman in a yellow dress sneered, Uncle Fan, do you hear that? Everyone is cursing Junlin. The people's hearts are with us. Fan Dehong sighed, young miss, they are just talking. For experts of that level, they won't be moved by rumors, no matter if 1,000 people criticize them. And Miaowei stomped her foot angrily. Uncle Fan, why do you always have to defend that scoundrel? Fan Dehong smiled bitterly. Alright, I won't say any more. Young miss, see if there's anything else you need in the room. I'll ask the owner to buy more. Soon, the sumptuous meal was over. Bai Shoxi was extremely satisfied, while the other three were extremely annoyed. Stepping out of the dining room, Junlin and the others happened to pass by Fan Dehong and Miaowei. Fan Dehong watched their retreating backs, an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. And Miaowei looked up and asked, Uncle Fan, what are you looking at? Fan Dehong's face was serious as he said in a low voice, I sense that those few people have profound martial arts, especially the one in the lead. He gives me a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of my heart. And Miaowei's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the great elder of the questioning Dao sect, his cultivation having reached the peak Mahana stage, and he possessed several ancient secret techniques of the sect. His strength was terrifying. Yet even someone like him was wary of those few people, especially the one in the lead, and even felt a sense of powerlessness. Just how strong was that person? And Miaowei swallowed and asked, could it be a void immortal? Fan Dehong smiled bitterly. Young miss, you should be careful when you're out. The Medicine King Valley is about to open, and this inn is surely full of powerful cultivators. It's normal for there to be people stronger than me. Outside the inn, a few strange figures appeared. In a dark corner of the Dragon Gate Inn, more than a dozen strange figures of the snake demon race appeared. Their pupils were black slits, their forked tongues flickered, and they exuded an evil aura. They looked towards the inn with eyes full of fierce killing intent. A subordinate asked respectfully, Venerable High Priest, are we certain to act now? The one called Jialingyu wore a silver-mouthed hat and a magnificent robe symbolizing the earth. He held a scepter inlaid with an emerald that glowed with a mysterious green light in the night. He flickered his tongue, his eyes cruel and vicious, his voice cold and low as if from hell. Weaken the human race's resistance. Tonight, I will begin the great slaughter plan from this inn. All for the holy war of the Nether Abyss. Jialingyu said coldly, the illusory dream great formation is an extremely ancient formation. There are almost no records of it in the outside world, but our snake demon race has preserved it intact. This formation can make people fall into a deep sleep and enter a dreamscape created by their desires until their spirit is destroyed, leaving only a husk of a soul. This process must not be interrupted, or it will fail. More than a dozen snake demons dispersed, occupying various positions in the Dragon Gate Inn. They cut their hands with knives, and purple blood flowed out, drawing ancient, dark patterns on the ground. The patterns gradually took shape, emitting a ghostly aura and a strange purple light. An invisible, strange, and mysterious power enveloped the Dragon Gate Inn. The dozen or so snake demons maintained the formation, not daring to be careless, concentrating fully, afraid of making a mistake. A single mistake would create a loophole, waking the sleeping cultivators and ruining the entire plan. Jialyugu's magical power boiled violently, madly pouring into the scepter. The emerald glowed with a dazzling, soul-shaking light. He was confident that with his Mahana cultivation, plus more than a dozen of his clan's core integration stage members, the full power of the illusory dream great formation was enough to ensnare all creatures below the tribulation stage. Many cultivators in the inn began to fall asleep without knowing it. Some lay face down on the table, drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. Some remained in a sitting posture, but their minds had already sunk into a dream. Ong Tiny, Bai Xiaoxi, and Li Wuji were now sound asleep, lost in beautiful dreams, fulfilling their deepest desires. On a ruined battlefield, the cultivators of the Kunlun realm looked on in despair as the demon army massacred them indiscriminately. The scene was tragic, like the apocalypse. A white-haired old man cried out in anguish, "Oh, heaven wants to destroy my Kunlun realm." The demon army, like locusts, brought devastation wherever they went. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were everywhere. Just then, a sky-shattering saber aura, like a divine punishment, descended, striking the middle of the demon army, creating a destructive impact. Countless demons screamed tragically as their primordial spirits were annihilated. A demon general cried out in fear, "Which expert has acted?" A majestic voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. "It is I." High in the sky stood a great figure with disheveled hair, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He held a 40-meter-long great saber, his posture domineering. Countless people cried tears of joy. It's him, the saber god, Li Wuji, the savior of the Kunlun realm has appeared." The demon general was so shocked he nearly tore his throat screaming, "Saber god. You are the saber god. You are known as the strongest saber cultivator in the Kunlun realm, the #1 person in the history of the saber Dao." Li Wuji's eyes were like lightning, his voice firm. "Those who invade Kunlun will die." With that, he swung his 40-meter-long great saber. With one slash, the heavens and the earth were severed, the universe darkened, and even the great Dao was destroyed. The demons screamed as they were buried by the earth-shattering saber aura, turning into nothingness. Throughout the Kunlun realm, cheers erupted. Everyone knelt on the ground, kowtowing, moved to tears. "Saber god Li Wuji, you are our hero." Li Wuji, with a serious face, raised his 40-meter-long great saber and declared in the strongest voice, "I will protect the Kunlun realm." In another illusion, on a high throne, sat a slender figure with arrogant eyes. All the experts under the heavens knelt on the ground like slaves, not daring to speak. Tiny lifted his chin, a wicked smile on his lips. "Now that my old enemies have been eliminated, no one in this world is my match." This venerable one declares that the era of the fire-worship demon sect's rule has begun. His fervent voice echoed throughout the Kunlun realm like a divine decree, lingering on. Millions of fanatical followers shouted, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. "Sect Master's magical power is boundless." Ha. Hong Tiny, sitting on the highest throne, threw his head back and laughed in satisfaction. In another development, this was a dream world filled with sweets. The streams flowed not with water, but with delicious, fragrant butter. Every blooming flower represented a different kind of fruit candy. The ground was chocolate, and the rocks were actually cakes. Roasted chickens flew about, and pearl milk tea ran and jumped. Flying birds and running beasts were all ready to eat dishes. With a wave of a hand, they would obediently come to be eaten. Many colorful little sprites held hands and laughed happily. There was no killing, no deception, no conflict. The air was filled with peace and harmony. Bai Shoxi blissfully enjoyed the delicacies, traveling through mountains and fields. Whenever she got bored, she would change dishes, each time discovering new and strange foods that suddenly sprouted from the ground. She fell onto a soft cloud, incredibly comfortable. Ba Jacques smiled sweetly. "After eating my fill, I'll have a good sleep. Lying here in my dream is so comfortable. It's so nice here." In the inn, people murmured in their sleep, lost in their own dreamscapes, unable to control themselves. But there was one exception. At this moment, Junlin looked at the bright moon outside the window, remembering how he had been slandered for no reason, and felt annoyed. Originally, thanks to his looks and strength, he had built a glorious reputation in the martial continent with countless fans. He never expected them all to be anti-fans. A treacherous villain was stirring up trouble, borrowing his name to frame, cheat, and tarnish his righteous, perfect, and heroic image. Junlin sighed, "Alas, these are truly chaotic times. People's hearts have changed." The system's reminder sounded. "Ding. It is detected that the host has not checked in for 2 months. Would you like to complete the check-in?" "Yes," Junlin replied. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 million supreme grade spirit stones." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 top-tier venerable grade flame treasure talismans." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 bags of premium pet food." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the flute of all heavens and myriad realms longevity. All check-in rewards have been automatically stored in the system space." Junlin raised an eyebrow. "Longevity flute. System, what grade is this thing?" The system replied, "Dang, it has no grade. The power of the flute depends entirely on the host's flute-playing skills and cultivation." Junlin suddenly remembered that his flute-playing skills were at the highest level. Feeling the long night and recalling the day's turmoil, he wanted to play a tune to relieve his boredom. With a flash of white light, a green flute appeared in his hand, its entire body emitting a mysterious, ancient green light. It was the longevity flute. Junlin brought the flute to his lips and began to play. The clear, melodious sound of the flute carried a mystical, agile quality. Junlin didn't use his cultivation, relying only on his feeling for the flute, yet it still produced miraculous ripples that resonated with the heavens and the earth. A wind rose in the room, and Junlin's silver-white hair fluttered, his pupils bright, his temperament transcendent, like an immortal from the 9 heavens playing the flute. The dozen or so snake demon creatures changed their expressions. What is that sound? Fearing someone was disrupting the formation, they were strangely unharmed. It seemed to be just a simple, particularly soothing melody. A clan member flickered his tongue, his body uncontrollably twisting and dancing to the music. This music is wonderful. It reminds me of my childhood life in the tribe. Jalugyu noticed the abnormality and shouted, "You fool, what are you doing?" But the clan member ignored him, still dancing to the flute. Perhaps due to their snake-like nature, their bodies were very flexible. Before long, the snake demon clan members, one by one, gave up maintaining the illusory dream formation, lost in their own worlds. They forgot everything, writhing and shaking their hips, a truly grotesque sight. Jalugyu was shocked, having never seen such a strange scene. You all. Immediately. He realized everything was caused by that mysterious flute. The sound stimulated their snake-like nature, making them dance. Jalugyu's face was ferocious, his sharp fangs glinting. Who is it? Show yourself. The flute's influence grew, the melody becoming more melodious with a stronger rhythm, its tremor spreading. Suddenly, his pupils lost focus. He clasped his hands into a flower shape above his head, imagining himself as a sunflower, his body swaying with the wind, a blissful smile on his lips. As they danced, the illusory dream formation ceased to operate. In the Dragon Gate Inn, Fan Dehong suddenly woke up, feeling a sudden fear. I was just trapped in an illusion. Fan Dehong was a high-level cultivator, he wouldn't fall into a dreamscape for no reason. There must be a dark hand manipulating things from behind. He thought of something and exclaimed, "Not good." His figure vanished and entered the room next door. Before him, and Maoi sat cross-legged, her expression calm, her eyes closed, not yet awake. A small smile played on her lips, she was clearly having a beautiful dream. Fan Dehong formed a seal, and shot a stream of light into the woman's forehead. "Young miss, wake up," and Maoi's body trembled, her eyelashes fluttering. Her beautiful eyes opened, revealing a look of confusion. "Uncle Fan. We've fallen into a trap," Fan Dehong said grimly. And Maoi wrinkled her nose, seeming to think of something, her heart pounding. "A trap." Fan Dehong's face was solemn. "No wonder I didn't want to wake up. The more I indulged, the more tired I became. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy has set up an illusory dream formation. It is one of the most ancient and evil formations in legend, capable of making people unknowingly fall asleep until they die in their dreams." Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. He was secretly glad. Even a peak Mahayana expert like him found it hard to control himself. If it had gone on longer, his life would have been lost here, without a trace. To die so silently. And Maoi couldn't believe it. How vicious. What do they want to do? Kill and rob. "Young miss, don't wander off." "I'll go out and check the situation," Fan Dehong said in a low voice. His figure flickered and vanished, reappearing outside on the roof of the inn. His pupils contracted. Creatures of the nether abyss. At the same time, Jalugyu and the others stopped dancing as the flute abruptly fell silent. They regained their senses, their expressions, full of suspicion and uncertainty. A clan member, his scalp numb, asked worriedly, "High priest, what about that strange phenomenon just now? Can we still continue with the plan?" Jalugyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "Although we were interrupted just now, most of the human cultivators, because of the beautiful dreams, will choose to continue sleeping. As long as we act in time, there's still a chance." An angry shout rang out. "Stop!" Fan Dehong's figure flashed, his eyes like lightning as he shouted angrily, "You nether abyss Fens, you dare to act against our human race." Jalugyu's eyes showed contempt as he replied coldly, "So what? My nether abyss army will surely sweep through the eastern region. Killing you, and these cultivators first doesn't matter." Fan Dehong waved his hand, and a Dharma sword appeared, its blade glinting, emitting the sacred aura of a Mahayana stage weapon. "You are too arrogant. This is the territory of our race." Although Jalugyu was 2 minor realms lower, he was still very strong and showed no fear. "Human, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'll kill you all without exception, then pickle you in wine for my brothers in the eastern region to enjoy." From a distance, Li Wuji, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's, appeared, holding his long saber menacingly. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's you Fins from the nether abyss." Just then, a voice as cold as ice rang out. "Just a lowly, filthy creature like you dares to plot against this venerable one." Ong Tiny appeared with his hands clasped. This demonic sect leader's face was flawlessly beautiful, but it was covered in killing intent. His phoenix eyes glowed with a golden light, as if wanting to burn all creation. His aura was overwhelming. "Two more Mahasad experts. Elgu and his ordnance broke out in a cold sweat." Fan Dehong's eyes twitched. Both the middle-aged man with the sabre and the woman in red made him feel immense pressure. More importantly, he had a strange sense of familiarity. Where have I seen these two before? Tiny and Li Wuji had obviously also realized they had been tricked by the formation. Escaping the illusion, they were furious, both hating the enemy for using such a tactic and regretting that their beautiful dreams had been destroyed, returning them to the cruel reality. So, they directed all their anger at Jialuge. The high priest's subordinates trembled. The enemy had 3 Mahayana stage experts. Jialuge was initially scared, but he quickly calmed down and said in a low voice, "All of you, transfer all your power to me. Quick." His subordinates immediately complied. "Yes, my lord." Surging power poured into Jialuge. His eyes looked like they were about to split, and his body radiated a thick killing intent. He raised his scepter, and the emerald on top vibrated violently before cracking. A giant, dark green ball of light shot out, enveloping him and his subordinates. Jialuge felt a bone-deep pain, knowing his most precious weapon was destroyed, but he could exchange it for a chance to survive, which was worth it. Fan Dehong's expression changed, and he swung his sword to attack. "Not good, they're trying to escape." Tiny and Li Wuji blocked their path. Jialuge said smugly, "It's useless. This scepter was given to me by the clan chief. Even a tribulation stage expert would find it hard to hold me back, let alone you." The dark green ball of light was about to vanish into the void. At this critical moment, the sound of the flute rang out again. But this time, the melodious rhythm contained an irresistible Taoist principle. The 3 of them, Tiny, Li Wuji, and Fan Dehong, involuntarily stopped, their faces filled with astonishment. Jialuge realized something, and his smug smile vanished, replaced by despair. "No," Li Wuji touched his nose, feeling uneasy. "Why does this flute sound make me want to dance?" Jialuge frowned, instinctively thinking of the source of the flute's sound. His gaze shifted forward, and he seemed to see a certain scene, his eyes twitching. What is this?" At that moment, the dark green ball of light dissipated, revealing more than a dozen beautiful figures. These half-human, half-snake creatures were writhing their bodies, swaying their waists, their forked tongues flicking in their mouths as if lost in a wild revelry. Jialuge was even more outrageous. He planted his scepter in the ground and danced wildly, sometimes spinning, sometimes performing difficult moves, as if he were holding not a scepter but a steel pole. Li Wuji showed a look of disgust, gripping his sabre tighter. "Damn it, is this a provocation?" Tiny got goosebumps watching the snakes dance. He felt he needed to wash his eyes immediately. Fan Dehong was stunned, then reacted. "It's the flute sound." His heart trembled. The melodious flute resonated with the great Tao, yet contained a profound artistic conception. Listening to it made it hard for one to escape. The most terrifying thing was that it didn't require any cultivation, relying entirely on secret musical notes to communicate with all things. Who could do this? What level has their technique reached? Perhaps it has dominated the world, worthy of being revered by all the musicians of the eastern region. Fan Dehong knew that without this senior, the cultivators in the Dragon Gate Inn would be in danger. He sighed in admiration. As expected, this inn hides many masters. In her room, and Miaoi's eyes lit up, and she tilted her head to listen, surprised. Who is playing the flute here? The flute sound was deep and melodious, very gentle. The more Miaoi listened, the more she liked it, feeling that the person playing this music must be very interesting. On the other side, Junlin, playing the flute, paused midway to change his style, adjusting his mood effectively. He murmured, "Not bad. Playing the flute is relaxing for both body and mind." As for the matters outside, he knew, but he was too lazy to manage them. He had 2 disciples to take care of it. A moment later, Junlin finished playing. Seeming to sense something, he stepped outside and opened the door. Before him was a beautiful woman in a yellow dress, her skin fair, pretty, and touching. And Miaoi, immersed in the flute's sound, saw the door open and took a few steps back, her hands trembling, her large round, sparkling eyes reflecting the figure of the silver-haired young man, whose romantic and otherworldly temperament was like an immortal descended to earth. And Miaoi's heart pounded. She never expected the musician to be so handsome. She stammered, "Senior, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. I actually want to." Seeing Miaoi open the door and step in, Junlin thought curiously, has my identity been exposed? For someone to come all the way here to ask for an autograph. His eyes lit up and he immediately pulled her in and closed the door. The two looked at each other. Junlin urged, "Hurry up, let me see the picture." And Miaoi suspected she had misheard. Her mind blanked. Junlin looked anxious, reaching out as if to grab something. "Can you hurry up and give it to me?" And Miaoi's pretty face flushed, her mind reeling. As the daughter of the questioning Dao sect's master, she had met countless talented young men who tried to win her favor with all sorts of schemes and tricks, but they only received her superficial pleasure. But a man as direct as this, who got straight to the point. She had never met one before. although she was attracted by the sound of his flute and somewhat moved by his handsome appearance to make such a request right after meeting. And Maui felt it was too blunt, even losing all her good feelings. Lost in thought, she pushed the silver-haired young man away and shook her head. "Sir, please have some respect. I am not that kind of woman." This time, it was Ye Junlin's turn to be dumbfounded. He asked tentatively, "What do you mean?" "I just need a pen for an autograph." "Do you need to be so serious?" "Miss, you surely don't want my autograph pen, do you?" And Maui was stunned, her mind racing. Only then did she realize she had misunderstood. Immediately, her face turned even redder, like a ripe red apple. But she quickly adjusted her expression and asked suspiciously, "Why would I need your autograph pen? Are you that famous in the eastern region?" Ye Junlin was speechless. "So this girl doesn't know me," and Maui explained, "Your flute sound is very nice. You are obviously a famous musician in your hometown. But I have never met you before. I was just attracted by the sound of the flute, so I dared to come and inquire." Ye Junlin was a little embarrassed. "So that's how it is. It was I who was abrupt. It is fate that we met." And Maui was naturally generous. She cupped her hands politely, and said, "I am Maui, a native of the Gom province. May I ask for the young master's great name?" Ye Junlin paused for a moment and then said, "Miss N, my name is Ya. If An, from the desolate continent." He had a premonition that this time, with the Medicine King Valley gathering heroes from all over the world, the imposters would definitely take the opportunity to cause a huge mess, so he thought it best to hide his real identity first to avoid trouble. And Maoi's beautiful eyes widened, and she gently covered her soft lips. "You are from the desolate continent." She elaborated, "Young master, yeah, actually, my impression of the desolate continent used to be very bad. The elders also said it is a poor and backward land, the poorest continent in the eastern region. It's difficult for even a soul formation expert to appear there." Ye Junlin wasn't angry, and nodded slightly. Indeed, in the past, even nascent soul cultivators could walk around arrogantly in the desolate continent, let alone soul formation. Once. But now, and Maui said, "The appearance of the profound sky sect has changed my perception of the desolate continent. I suddenly realize it is a severely underestimated place." Ye Junlin smiled. "So now you have a better impression of the desolate continent." And Maui crossed her arms and said angrily, "No, it's even worse." Hearing this, Ye Junlin was stunned. "What?" And Maui continued, "The peak lord of Misty Peak of the profound sky sect, Ye Junlin, relies on his profound cultivation to do evil. Recently, he even led his disciples to the martial continent to rob cultivators from all over. Even Uncle Fan and I were victims. Avoid a mortal of the tribulation stage doing such a despicable thing. It's a disgrace to the cultivation world of the eastern region." Ahem, Ye Junlin coughed a few times and said sternly, "Miss N, I think there must be some misunderstanding. In the eyes of us people from the desolate continent, Ye Junlin is a perfect man who almost doesn't exist. Not only is his strength great, and his character good, but he is also so handsome he could make the world explode. Even I, a man, was almost charmed. Tell me, how could such an outstanding man do such a shameful thing?" Hearing this, and Maui had a strange expression, staring at the silver-haired young man before her. Impossible. If she hadn't seen the fake Ye Junlin with her own eyes before, she would have really been swayed. As for his great strength, she definitely believed it, but as for his good character and handsome looks, she didn't believe it at all. And Maui's beautiful eyes sparkled, her voice sincere. "Young Master Yai, there is no one else here. You can tell me the truth. You don't have to worry that talking will expose you and lead to revenge from that white-haired old man." Ye Junlin's mouth twitched, and he sighed. "Miss Anne, your imagination is very rich." And Maui continued, "Looking at young Master Yai's expression is enough to prove how many crimes that white-haired old man has committed. He uses brutal methods to oppress you people of the desolate continent. You lie because you are actually afraid of him to the bone. You usually live a very hard life, right?" And Maui clenched her fist, a look of righteous indignation on her face. "Don't be afraid. Justice will eventually triumph over evil. I will work hard to become stronger, then go and kill that white-haired old man and save the suffering people of the desolate continent." Ye Junlin could see that this woman hated Ye Junlin but sympathized with him. And Maui frowned. "Young Master Yai, am I wrong in what is said?" Ye Junlin raised his thumb. Right, go for it. I have high hopes for you." Defeating Ye Junlin, and Maui nodded vigorously, completely missing the sarcasm in his words. "Right," she continued, "Young Master Yai, you must be careful. This in." She hadn't finished her sentence when she sensed something, decisively opened the door, and went out. "Uncle Fan, I am here." Fan Dehung appeared, looking serious. "Young miss, why did you come here?" "I told you to wait in the room." And Maui touched her cheek, a little embarrassed. "I heard the flute sound just now and thought it was very nice, so I went to find the source." Fan Dehung's eyes lit up. "Wait, You said you found the person who played the flute. This is a true master who can resolve all the crises of the inn, and Maui pulled Ye Junlin over to introduce him. Yes, he's here. His name is Ye Fan, young master Ye. Fan Dehong's expression changed, and he cupped his hands. I admire your methods. For some reason, seeing Ye Junlin's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. Ye Junlin smiled. It's nothing, just a few tricks up my sleeve. Seeing Uncle Fan being so flattering, and Maui found it a bit strange. At this moment, Hong Tiny and Li Wuji landed beside Ye Junlin. Greetings, fellow Daoists. Fan Dehong didn't dare to be disrespectful. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying strength of these two. Hong Tiny was about to call him master but suddenly heard a secret voice transmission and swallowed his words. With a strange expression he said, Brother, yeah, the matter outside has been resolved. Ye Junlin smiled and nodded. And Maoi's eyes widened, her gaze seemingly fixed on Hong Tiny, admiring her beauty and temperament. So beautiful, like a fairy. And these two are? Ye Junlin answered honestly, the one in red is named Wan Kuihua, and the one with the saber is named Li Titan. Hong Tiny's eyes widened in disbelief. This bastard, what is he making up now? Wan Kuihua. This venerable one does not have such a name, but when he met Ye Junlin's deep gaze, the once majestic demonic sect leader felt like he had been struck by lightning. He bowed his head and said with difficulty, It is I. My name is Wan Kuihua. Saying this name, Hong Tiny suddenly felt ashamed, and his dissatisfaction with Ye Junlin grew by another level. Li Wuji scratched his head. Right, my name is Li Titan. He didn't mind at all. As long as it was his master's order, he would absolutely obey without any complaint. And Maui nodded. Greetings, fellow Daoists. Especially towards Hong Tiny, seeing that her name didn't match her image, she was startled. So beautiful, yet her name is Wan Kuihua. What a pity. Next, they exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then Maui was pulled away by Fan Dehong. Li Wuji asked tentatively, Master just now. Ye Junlin put his hands behind his back, held the flute in his other hand, and coughed a few times sternly. I think the impostors might still be active these next few days. It's best not to let the wind out, to prevent the snake from being alerted. Master is wise, Li Wuji flattered. Hong Tiny complained silently in his heart. Even so, why did I have to be named Wan Kuihua? Are you the devil of naming? On the other side, Fan Dehong said with emotion, that young master Ye is truly extraordinary. Tonight, he didn't even appear but used his flute to defeat the enemy, and resolve the crisis, controlling those 7 nether abyss creatures as if in the palm of his hand. I am truly impressed. And Maui said in surprise, Uncle Fan, is it necessary to exaggerate so much? Besides, I see those two always implicitly address him with respect. This makes me even more convinced of young master Ye's great strength. Fan Dehong's gaze was even deeper. Furthermore, for some reason, these few people gathered together give me an inexplicably familiar feeling. And Maui said, Uncle Fan, don't overthink it. Young master Ye, and the others are all good people. When the Medicine King Valley opens, we can befriend them and travel together. Fan Dehong said seriously, Young miss, you know the face but not the heart. You've been in the questioning Dao sect for too long and don't know how dangerous the outside world is. To me, those few people seem strange. We should still be careful. Early in the morning, everyone in the inn woke up one after another, completely unaware of what had happened last night. They even felt that their dreams last night had been very satisfying. Just then, 100 miles from Tianling City, a valley protected by a mysterious formation suddenly erupted with a loud noise. Dazzling rays of light shot into the sky, and countless talismans, like tadpoles, flew through the air. The entire valley radiated an oppressive aura. Immediately, the cultivators who were paying attention to the commotion changed their expressions, their eyes full of surprise and joy. A cry of shock echoed through the heavens and the earth. The Medicine King Valley is open. The Medicine King Valley is open. This news quickly spread to Tianling City. The city suddenly became chaotic. Whether in the big streets or small alleys, inns, taverns, or even brothels, cultivators could be seen quickly setting off, riding their flying swords. Sharp sounds of tearing wind filled the air as countless cultivators rushed towards the Medicine King Valley, leaving countless colorful and strange trails behind them. And Maui looked at the countless figures of cultivators in the sky and stuck out her tongue. It didn't match the predicted time. This time it opened so suddenly. Fan Dehong, with a serious expression, grabbed a Maui and vanished. A moment later, the two were 10,000 meters away. Hong Tiny and Li Wuji appeared and said in a low voice, Master, we should set off. Ye Junlin leisurely finished his bowl of porridge, held by Shoxi's hand, and walked out of the room, heading towards the Medicine King Valley. At this time, the valley was still shrouded in a mysterious mist. The rich scent of medicine spread everywhere, seeping deep into one's being. Countless cultivators had ecstatic expressions, inhaling deeply, as if a few more breaths would cause their cultivation to soar. Ha ha ha, I can feel it, there. are countless treasures and heavenly materials inside waiting for me. If I can get a supreme grade treasure medicine, I can definitely break through to the Mahana stage, become a venerable, have a lifespan of 50,000 years and roam the heavens and earth freely. A supreme grade treasure medicine. Fellow Taoist is truly brave to think so. I would be satisfied with just an ordinary treasure medicine. So this is the famous Medicine King Valley. Not only are there rare treasure medicines, but there must also be medicine kings. If I could get a medicine king, breaking through to the tribulation stage would be a piece of cake. You're talking about a medicine king. That kind of extremely rare spirit medicine. I'm afraid even tribulation stage old monsters would fight to the death for it. How can a small figure like us even dream of it? The crowd was noisy and incessant. Looking around the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, it was packed with people on the ground and in the sky. Cultivators from all over were extremely excited, their minds filled with the thought of obtaining the greatest opportunity. And Miaowei looked around in surprise. Uncle Fan, the Medicine King Valley only allows a certain number of people in at a time. The competition is too fierce. According to records, the valley had limits on the number of people and the time. Furthermore, if a cultivator's life was in danger, they would be teleported out by the valley's formation. Fan Dehong clasped his hands behind his back, his face full of emotion and respect for the methods of the ancient sage. Overall, the medicine venerables arrangements back then were very thoughtful. We, as descendants, are blessed to enjoy this favor. It's truly hard to repay. And Miaowei smiled. Grandpa Medicine Venerable must be a good person. After all, the valley only opened once every 100,000 years. That was a long, long time. Even for long-lived cultivators, it was hard to imagine. Even Mahayana stage experts, known as Supremes, only lived for 50,000 years. If they missed one opening, they wouldn't live to see the next. Therefore, to witness this opportunity was extremely lucky for many cultivators. In the crowd, many people held extravagant dreams, hoping to obtain as many treasure medicines as possible. Some even aimed for the Medicine King. Everyone knew that medicinal materials were divided into different categories: spirit medicine, treasure medicine, medicine king, great medicine king, and immortal medicine. Within each category, they were further divided into grades from low to supreme. In the cultivation world, spirit medicines were mainly used. Once a material reached the level of a treasure medicine, it would be auctioned at major events, attracting various forces to compete. Casually throwing one out would be enough to make people empty their pockets. A medicine king was even rare. In the eastern region, news of a medicine king had been scarce for tens of thousands of years. Let alone Mahayana stage experts, even tribulation stage cultivators would covet it. Suddenly Fan Dehong sensed something and, on high alert, glanced around the vast sea of people, his eyes full of vigilance. And Miaowei asked curiously, "Uncle Fan, what's wrong?" "Young miss," Fan Dehong said grimly, "just as you said, the competition this time will be extremely fierce. When we get inside later, you must not act on your own. You must always stay by my side." He had just sensed at least a dozen powerful auras no weaker than his own, a peak Mahayana cultivator. Among them were even many hidden tribulation stage experts. One could only say that the allure of the Medicine King Valley this time was too great. At this moment, a group of monks in casas were chanting under a tree, their bodies glowing with the golden light of the Buddha, filled with an air of tranquility and harmony. At their head was a thin old monk with a white beard and hair, so long it nearly reached his neck. He stood with his hands clasped before his chest, his eyes closed in meditation, as still as a stone statue. Unlike the other monks, his back was not covered by the Buddha's light, he was very ordinary. However, the attitude of the monks behind him was extremely respectful towards him, because they knew his cultivation was profound and unfathomable. He was one of the highest-ranking senior monks of the Void Temple. A plump monk said, "Amitabha. With Master Randeng leading us this time, we will surely be able to obtain many precious spirit medicines." A companion said in admiration, "Of course. There was a rumor in the Void Temple that 100,000 years ago, Master Randeng entered the Medicine King Valley alone and obtained a great opportunity, his strength soaring." The group looked at each other and laughed. "Excellent. With Master Randeng acting, the Medicine King Valley will surely belong to our Void Temple." These monks were communicating via voice transmission, obviously wanting to hide it from the old monk. Suddenly, Master Randeng opened his eyes, a look of helplessness in their depths, a barely perceptible bitter smile on his lips. Everyone in the Void Temple knew that he had entered the Medicine King Valley 100,000 years ago. After coming out, he went into seclusion, and his cultivation broke through. Everyone thought he had obtained a great opportunity from inside, but that was not the case. The Medicine King Valley was not as simple as it appeared, it hid unimaginable secrets. That year, many cultivators, after coming out, nearly had their Tao hearts collapse. They refused to reveal what they had encountered inside, life or death. They had a tacit understanding to keep the truth of the valley a secret. Among them were some good-hearted people who, after time passed, still couldn't bear it and wanted to reveal their experiences to warn future generations to be cautious. As a result, those who knew were all killed by people who came to their doors. Obviously, this was a case of I have suffered, so you must suffer too. Several figures turned into streaks of light and landed. Li Wuji said excitedly, Master, this is the Medicine King Valley. I heard that countless heavenly treasures and rare medicines that are hard to find in the outside world are grown in this valley. If we can refine a few treasure medicines, breaking through will be much easier. Ong Tiny's eyes flashed, showing great interest in this valley. Interesting. A region like this, even if placed in the Central Plains, would cause a fierce struggle between the great immortal sects. After all, no cultivation force would refuse more cultivation resources for itself. Junlin shrugged. He was only here to complete the system's check-in mission. No matter how rare the medicinal materials were, they were worthless to him, because he didn't need to rely on them to enhance his strength or breakthrough. Just then, a strange change occurred at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley. A giant vortex quickly condensed and began to expand continuously. The crowd of cultivators went mad, rushing into the vortex. Hurry, get in, charge. Fan Dehong grabbed in Maui with one hand, his Mahayana stage aura erupting, sweeping away many cultivators blocking the path, and rushed in without fear. Young miss, let's go. Master Ran Deng Sai. This was a nightmare he could not forget, but now he had to face it again. If he didn't fail this time, his future would surely be to attain the Tao, and become an immoral. After making his arrangements, he led his people into the Medicine King Valley. If you stay behind as support. The rest, follow this old monkin. The remaining group replied, yes, my lord. On the other side, Ye Junlin, with a calm expression, gently floated into the vortex with his few disciples. In a flash, the world spun around them, and countless strange talismans flashed. Very quickly, they appeared on an open land of blooming flowers and singing birds. The 4 seasons here were like spring, the sunlight was bright, the plants were lush, and the spiritual energy was unbelievably dense. Ye Junlin and the others stood on a mountainside, looking into the distance. The mountain range snaked like a sleeping dragon, shrouded in mist, looking like a fairyland. The inside of the Medicine King Valley was truly magnificent. Ong Tiny was initially stunned, then his brow furrowed, and his expression changed drastically. He cried out, what is this? Me realm. He was shocked to find that his peak Mahayana cultivation had, at some point, dropped to the initial Kei refinement stage. Moreover, he was stuck at the 9th level of Kei refinement. Li Wuji reacted with fear. Me too. For a Mahayana stage expert, having their cultivation drop to the Kei refinement stage was hard to accept. It was like a wealthy merchant suddenly becoming penniless, no different from a beggar on the street. Ye Junlin couldn't believe it. His mid-tribulation stage cultivation had also dropped to the 9th level of Kei refinement. This was the result of so many years of hard work. Acknowledging that was a bit of an overstatement, his expression quickly returned to normal. He didn't feel any heartache at all. To him, the realm was just a number. As long as he faced a tribulation stage expert, his cultivation could instantly recover. Moreover, the drop in cultivation was definitely related to the Medicine King Valley. Ye Junlin stroked his chin. This is interesting. It seems that Medicine Venerable is playing a trick. He looked around and said, he wants to forcibly suppress our cultivation, and then let us fight in this valley. At only the 9th level of Kei refinement, the destructive power is quite small. Even if everyone fought desperately, it wouldn't affect this valley. However, going from a master to a chick, becking at each other. It's hard to avoid. Feeling uncomfortable. The old Medicine Venerable understands the greater good. He must be fair and just to do this. Now that everyone is at the 9th level of Kei refinement, there is no disparity in cultivation, and magic treasures to suppress each other. Li Wuji shook his head and sighed. But then my sword is useless. Because the realm difference is too great, I can't use my sword. It's a 9th grade spirit artifact. At the Kei refinement stage, I basically can't use it. A very old-looking saber appeared in his hand, but from the faint spiritual energy ripples, one could tell it was a Dharma artifact. Li Wuji was secretly glad. Fortunately, I still have this. Ye Junlin was curious. You still keep this most ordinary type of Dharma artifact to this day. Dharma artifacts were the lowest level of magic treasures, followed by treasure artifacts, spirit artifacts, profound artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Li Wuji said embarrassedly, Master, to be honest, this was the first Dharma artifact I obtained when I stepped onto the path of cultivation. This saber has been with me from my weakest moments until now. I still keep it. He reached out and gently stroked the old saber's body, his eyes full of nostalgia, muttering, Old partner, I never thought we could fight together again. A sword cultivator without a sword, what can he do? Only with a weapon in hand can one exert their strength. Without a sword, it's like cutting off your own hand. So that's the reason. Ye Junlin nodded. The system's reminder sounded. Ding, detected that the host has arrived at the Medicine King Valley. Do you wish to check in? Check in, Ye Junlin thought. Dang, congratulations to the host for receiving a pot of supreme grade enlightenment tea. It can be brewed and drunk in your spare time. When a cultivator drinks supreme grade enlightenment tea, their cultivation and cultivation techniques will increase dramatically. Ye Junlin shook his head. Useless to me. Forget it. It's good for quenching thirst. At this moment, Hong Tiny narrowed his eyes and stared at the silver-haired young man, secretly circulating his internal energy in his sleeve. Before, he had to be wary of the other's cultivation, but now, everyone was at the 9th level of Kai refinement, which was very fair. As long as he found the right opportunity to strike with all his might, could he not win? Hong Tiny had already thought of ways to torture this person, such as tying him to a tree and whipping him, or burning his lips with fire. But Li Wuji's next words ruined his plan. Oh, right, I heard that if a cultivator is in mortal danger while fighting in the Medicine King Valley, they will be automatically teleported out. He held his saber, a satisfied look on his face. So we don't need to worry. We can just fight with all our might. Hong Tiny's mouth twitched. If that's the case, I will definitely be settled with after I get out. After the painful lesson before, if he wasn't absolutely certain, he wouldn't dare to risk showing his face. Ye Junlin glanced at his eldest disciple, who seemed unusual, and sneered inwardly, knowing what he was thinking. Let him keep scheming. Suddenly, a small sound came from the bushes. Bai Xiaox discovered it and raised her hand, a surprised look on her face. Ah, look quickly. In the bushes grew a myriad of lively medicinal materials. There were long-leafed plants, the light of the river of stars reflecting on their tangled roots that crawled everywhere. There were flowers that looked like sunflowers, glowing brightly with a pressing aura. There were foxtail grasses swaying gently. They all contained the essence of medicinal power, enough to prove they were the purest of treasure medicines. One must know that spirit herbs with sentience were relatively common, but treasure medicines that had gained intelligence could think for themselves and even move freely. Li Wuji laughed heartily. Haha, the heavens are helping me. So many treasure medicines have come to our door. Hong Tiny frowned. These low-grade treasure medicines. We are all at the 9th level of Kai refinement. The Kai refinement realm has 10 levels. They were not surprised that treasure medicines had cultivation. Treasure medicines that gained intelligence naturally cultivated as well. But even so, their innate combat power was weaker than human cultivators because medicinal materials were not suited for combat. Their advantage was their long lifespan. As long as they could slowly outlast the cultivators who desired them. This was also a major reason why collecting treasure medicines was so difficult. Seeing this, Li Wuji and Hong Tiny rushed forward. Whoa, I'm going to get drunk on spirit medicine again, Li Wuji exclaimed. Hong Tiny flew right behind him and quickly reminded, don't be careless. These spirit herbs have gained intelligence, and our cultivation has been completely suppressed. We can't underestimate them. A few mushrooms revealed evil smiles, their cackling laughter eerie. I want to strip them naked and make them run around the valley. Ha ha, another foxtail grass trembled with excitement. What's so great about that? I want to make them run backward, to let these humans taste humiliation in the Medicine King Valley. These arrogant words startled Ye Junlin and the others. Li Wuji's face was strange. What? Even treasure medicines dare to be so arrogant. Normally, they all hide, afraid of being caught and refined by human cultivators. How could they have the guts to be so arrogant? They truly don't know life from death, Hong Tiny sneered. He casually waved his hand and a ball of purple fire flew out, trailing a dazzling light. The foxtail grass shot out countless sharp wind blades. The wind blades and fire collided, creating a strong energy fluctuation. Hong Tiny was a little surprised. What? Fearing he would burn them to ashes, he had only used 40% of his power, but the power was still strong enough to subdue most Kai refinement cultivators. Yet it was blocked by a foxtail grass. Li Wuji was startled and exclaimed in surprise at this. He almost thought he was hallucinating. Even he would have to do his best to block that move, yet it was so easily neutralized. These treasure medicines of the Medicine King Valley were not simple. The foxtail grass angrily transmitted its thoughts. You stinking woman, you dare to attack me, I will strip you naked and hang you from a tree to be whipped. Hearing this, a vein bulged on Hong Tiny's forehead. He said coldly, you're looking to die. Just a mere treasure medicine dares to be so insolent with me. What a joke. This time, he used his magical power to strike out with a powerful red flame, its power astonishing. The foxtail grass swayed crazily, shooting out countless sharp wind blades that tore up the ground, and shouted, stinking woman, you're still coming at me. I won't go easy on you. The scene was incredibly horrifying. It was hard to believe this was a battle between cultivators at the 9th level of Kai refinement. Hong Tiny felt it was absurd that he was in a stalemate with a treasure medicine. As he attacked more fiercely, the foxtail grass couldn't hold on and retreated continuously, being burned by the fire and crying out, what are you all standing there for? Help me, I am about to be burned to death by this stinking woman. The other dozen or so treasure medicines jiggled as if watching a show, but since they were on the same side, they couldn't just watch it die. They attacked Hom Tiny together. Several powerful streams of energy shot out, and the powerful flame was immediately blocked. Hom Tiny's face was grim. With his current low realm, many of his techniques were unusable, and his advantage was weakened. Li Wuji held his saber and unleashed the chaotic sky saber art, exclaiming, "Senior brother Hom, I'll help you." Although the power was weak, at the Kai refinement stage, Li Wuji was still very strong. The battle situation changed. With Li Wuji joining, Hom Tiny was able to fight more freely, continuously striking out with fire attribute Dharma seals, suppressing the treasure medicines. Go senior brother Hom, go junior brother Li Bashaki cheered. Junlin marveled, interesting. The Medicine King Valley is truly extraordinary. He knew that with the aptitude of Hom Tiny and Li Wuji, even if their cultivation dropped to the 9th level of Kai refinement, they could easily sweep through Foundation establishment cultivators when working together. Yet they couldn't immediately subdue these treasure medicines. It wasn't because their strength was weak, but because the treasure medicines were strange. Each of these treasure medicines was a heavenly treasure that could crush most human cultivators. The fact that they could unleash such terrifying power just by attacking was unbelievable. Medicinal materials were not naturally good at fighting, they could only hide. But now they were displaying extraordinary combat aptitude. It was too much. Junlin suddenly thought of something. He looked up at the Medicine King Valley and saw faint golden ripples flashing. If I'm not mistaken, the reason these treasure medicines can display such strength is thanks to a formation. And the one who set up the formation is the Medicine Venerable. The truth is clear. It's all that old man's trick. Junlin stroked his chin. The Medicine Venerable suppressed our cultivation and enhanced the strength of the herbs. What exactly does he want to do? Suppressing everyone's cultivation for a fair competition is understandable, but enhancing the strength of the herbs to let them run wild over the cultivators is too much. This is an act of favoritism. Junlin began to understand that the Medicine Venerable opened the valley every 100,000 years to attract a group of people for the herbs to abuse. The strange thing was that no one had ever revealed the truth before. It seemed they had a tacit understanding, deliberately harming those who came after them. It turned out that because they had suffered, they also wanted others to suffer. At that moment, the battle was about to end. The dozen or so treasure medicines had been beaten to a pulp, each one having lost its sentience, lying tattered on the ground. The foxtail grass was burned black, and a strong medicinal scent wafted up. Its arrogant look was replaced by desperate pleas. "Don't burn me, don't burn me. Fairy sister, please spare me." Hearing that, the killing intent on Hom Tiny's face grew even thicker. A brilliant flame shot out from his hand, burning the foxtail grass to ashes. Another sunflower-like treasure plant, witnessing this, shrieked, "You old hag, you will face retribution." Hom Tiny was so angry he laughed. A terrifying firework appeared in his hand, and he rushed forward, striking down hard. The sunflower shot out a dazzling golden light, powerful enough to tear the earth and break mountains, but it was still no match for Hom Tiny. "Ah!" the sunflower screamed as its body was smashed to pieces, scattering in the forest. Li Wuji's movements were swift. His saber spun like lightning, neatly chopping the treasure medicines into pieces. Very quickly, Junlin said, "It's all done. Clean it up, and we'll make soup later." "Yes, master," Li Wuji replied. "Ah, this one is still alive," Bai Shox exclaimed. She then squatted down and looked at a severed, dry vine that was still struggling like a snake. She poked it with a branch. The dry vine, as if understanding its despair, used its last bit of strength to bloom a small flower and then shot out a dazzling silver ball of light. With a boom, the silver ball of light exploded in the sky, revealing the image of a white axe. After that, the dry vine fell limply, no longer moving. Li Wuji frowned. This Looking at the image of the white axe, Junlin had a strange expression. Could this be the distress signal of the axe gang? He realized that the sentient treasure medicines that had lived in the Medicine King Valley for a long time also knew how to form factions. The dry vine just now was clearly calling for help. In other words, they were about to face a siege from a pile of treasure medicines. Hom Tiny sneered. "Is this a good thing or a bad thing? No matter how many more come, I will burn them all." Li Wuji coughed a few times. "Senior brother Hom, restrain yourself a little. These are all treasure medicines. I think it's better to cook them." Hom Tiny turned his face away. "Depends on my mood." Junlin smiled. "You must have discovered something during the fight." The two nodded. "Master, these are not ordinary herbs. Following this trend, they will become stronger later on. Most of the cultivators who enter the Medicine King Valley, I'm afraid." Li Wuji paused, but his meaning was clear. Even they had to expend effort to suppress them. How many cultivators could deal with them? There would surely be many casualties, humiliated by the treasure medicines. Hom Tiny said, "I suspect the Medicine Venerable did this on purpose. How can this be the work of a human sage?" He despised the Medicine Venerable's methods, which clearly favored the treasure medicines, opening the valley every 100,000 years to show generosity to the outside world. It turns out to be a trap. Just because he's a true immortal. Li Wuji frowned. Impossible. It is rumored that the medicine venerable did good deeds, and his medical skills were so high he could bring the dead back to life. In the ancient era, he was famous as a great power praised by the eastern region. I don't think he would go so far as to set a trap. It must be to protect the treasure medicines that he favors them. Ong Tani retorted sharply, "Ha, do you know what you're saying? If he really wanted to protect the treasure medicines, why open the valley at all? Just close it forever. And this carrot? It's just deceitful, Li Wuji couldn't refute it because his explanation didn't hold water. Alright, let's take it one step at a time. Junlin waved his hand. He didn't feel any danger, on the contrary, he found it novel. Since he was here, he might as well see how strong the treasure medicines in the Medicine King Valley were. In another place, deep in the Medicine King Valley on a throne made of vines, sat a creature that looked like a large, hand-sized ginseng. Its whole body was like gold, radiating a powerful life force. It was a golden ginseng, a being that far surpassed treasure medicine. Is a true medicine king. This level of existence was coveted even by tribulation stage experts because it was very useful to them. At this moment, the golden ginseng sat high on its throne, its tone majestic. Just now, a member sent a distress signal, right? A subordinate said, reporting to the ginseng king. Yes. The golden ginseng said coldly, Humph, who dares to provoke my axe king? Could it be a force from outside the Medicine King Valley? Impossible. It has been peaceful for so many years. Who would dare to attack our axe gang? A cotton-like treasure flower wondered, could it be the humans? Today is when the Medicine King Valley opens. Impossible. The humans are weak. How could they threaten our noble medicine race? That's right, every time the humans come in, we beat them to a pulp, and they still want to eat us. How foolish. The other treasure medicines also raised questions, all believing the humans were too weak to threaten them. A powerful spiritual thought swept through. Silence. For this king, the treasure medicines fell silent. The golden ginseng moved, its roots like legs, standing up straight. In any case, the Medicine King Valley has opened. We might as well catch a few humans to play with. Let's see who dares to touch the axe gang. It took out a silver axe, clearly a cultivator's Dharma artifact, raised it high, and shouted, move out. At this time, many cultivators who had entered the Medicine King Valley had gone from initial excitement and hope to now doubting their existence in despair. In just half a day, they had not expected their cultivation to be suppressed to the 9th level of Kai refinement, and even less expected the herbs here to be so perversely strong. Bang, bang, bang. A willow tree spirit used its branches to whip cultivators to the ground, their bodies covered in injuries. It then moved on. A giant treasure medicine, like a pumpkin, exuding the aura of the 12th level of Kai refinement, smashed a middle-aged man to the ground, forcing him to crawl like a dog. The middle-aged man was extremely humiliated. He was once a soul formation cultivator. Several beautiful female cultivators were stripped naked, weeping tragically amidst a crowd of excited treasure medicines. Everywhere was a scene of strangeness and absurdity. Everything was reversed. The human race, a powerful force in the outside world, had become the weak group in the Medicine King Valley, to be arbitrarily insulted. Cries for help, sobs, and groans echoed throughout the valley. Stop hitting me. I beg you, run. The Medicine King Valley is a conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. None of the seniors ever said the truth about the Medicine King Valley, about how strong these treasure medicines are. I was once a top 10 prodigy in my sect, and now I can't even beat a blade of grass. Is this normal? This experience would surely leave an indelible psychological shadow on them. Amidst the chaos of most cultivators, the group of monks from the Void Temple appeared calm and adept in the Medicine King Valley. A deep, resonant chime echoed as a massive, glistening golden bell materialized. Its entire body was engraved with intricate patterns, radiating an aura of unbreakable stability. Great Master Ran Deng, employing the golden bell guard, effortlessly blocked the treasure herb's attack. Then, with a light wave of his crystal-clear hand, his figure flickered and appeared near several treasure herbs. Boom, boom, boom. As if struck by lightning, several treasure herbs crashed to the ground. Silence. A disciple hurried over, his face beaming with joy, and began stuffing the fallen herbs into a storage bag. Great Master Ran Deng is truly formidable, he exclaimed while gathering them. With you leading us, we will certainly return victorious. The other monks from Kong Temple were ecstatic, looking at Great Master Ran Deng with eyes full of admiration, as if he were a deity. Initially, upon entering the Medicine King Valley, they had been terrified, discovering their cultivation realms were suppressed to the 9th level of Ki refining. Meanwhile, the treasure herbs they encountered were overwhelmingly powerful, and could easily defeat them. However, the highly respected elder of Kong Temple quickly dispelled their fears with his immense strength. In just a short time, he had subdued dozens of treasure herbs. The monks were overjoyed. A single treasure herb was usually a rare find, yet they had harvested so many so quickly. This filled them with anticipation for the journey ahead. With the great master here, won't all the treasure herbs in the valley belong to us? They thought. We might even have a chance to conquer the Medicine King itself. That's right, it's all thanks to great master Ran Deng. They chattered excitedly. When we return to Xuan Kong Temple, we're sure to be handsomely rewarded. This trip was worth it. Amitabha, great master Ran Deng chanted, pressing his palms together. A glint of pride, difficult to notice, flashed in his eyes. My prior preparations were indeed worthwhile, he thought to himself. Last time, with my cultivation suppressed, my weaknesses were exposed, and I suffered greatly at the hands of these little sprites. But this time, I can finally hold my head high. Following this, great master Ran Deng's group continued forward. They witnessed scenes of other cultivators being bullied and brutalized by treasure herbs. Among the victims were imperial relatives, sect elders, and heads of cultivator families, all people of high status. More treasure herbs swarmed towards them, their aura ferocious. How dare you touch our treasure herb clan? They roared in unison. You old monk will regret this. A violent surge of energy kicked up a cloud of dust. Great master Ran Deng just smiled coldly and met the challenge. Excellent. Let this old monk see what you're truly made of. A moment later, he was locked in battle. Relying on his impenetrable golden bell guard, great master Ran Deng withstood their bizarre attacks, while simultaneously launching powerful fists, knocking down one treasure herb after another. This old monk is tough, the herb shouted. Don't give up, concentrate your attacks. In this Medicine King Valley, we are the masters. Soon the golden bell guard was covered in cracks and finally shattered. Seeing this, the treasure herbs grew even more excited, redoubling their assault, believing the old monk was about to fall. Strangely, Ran Deng remained unfazed. Instead, a deep smile spread across his lips. Boom. Within the blast of light, a lean figure still stood firm. The surrounding treasure herbs were stunned. How is this possible? A golden radiance coated great master Ran Deng's body, his very skin glowing as if it were forged by nature itself, impervious to any external force. From within the dust, his deep, aged voice echoed, to deal with you all, this old monk has spent countless years honing my martial arts to cover my weaknesses. I have traveled to famous mountains and great rivers, exhausting innumerable resources to temper my physical body. Today, my diamond indestructible body has reached the stage of great perfection, just one step away from the legendary realm. So what if my cultivation is suppressed to the K-refining realm? With my physical strength alone, you can do nothing to me. Great master Ran Deng stepped out of the dust, his eyes sharp. Relying on his diamond indestructible body, he blocked every attack while counter-attacking. Gradually, most of the treasure herbs were suppressed, with only a few managing to flee. The rescued cultivators leaped up, cheering, many so overjoyed they fell to their knees in tears. Thank you for saving our lives, great master. We will remember your kindness for generations. Your great virtue is a debt we can never repay. You have saved us from peril. You are truly a living Buddha. Meanwhile, two figures were fleeing desperately. The once majestic and dignified middle-aged man was now covered in dust, his robes torn, bearing no resemblance to the great elder of the profound Tao sect. The young woman in yellow, her skin as white as snow and her face beautiful, who was normally strong-willed, now looked as frightened as a rabbit. It was none other than Fan Dehen, and Imyoe. Fan Dehen couldn't believe the secret the Medicine King Valley held. Everyone's cultivation, regardless of their original level, was suppressed to the 9th level of K-refining. A great circle Mahana expert like himself was now no stronger than a K-refining disciple. It was like a tiger being reduced to a cat. Still, having weathered many storms, he could accept this change. He believed that even at the K-refining realm, as a former top prodigy of the profound Tao sect, he could still dominate. Young miss, I'm sorry, Fan Desheng said, his eyes red with self-blame. Uncle Fan is useless. I needed you to save me, and even implicated you. I am truly a burden. Seeing the respected great elder of the profound Tao sect in such a wretched state pained in Mioe. It's alright, Uncle Fan, don't blame yourself, she said softly. You led the sect here, so when we encounter trouble, it's my duty as a junior to protect you. Fan Dehen was moved to tears. Young miss. It's all this cursed place's fault. The herbs here are abnormally strong. And Miaoe punched the air in frustration. Heavens, I used to think the old medicine lord was a good person, but now it seems he was a vicious old man. Just as they were speaking, a vine shot out like a giant serpent, kicking up dust as it whipped towards Mioe. Faster than a lightning flash, it coiled around her ankle. Caught by surprise, Mioe reacted, her jade-white palm glowing as she struck at the vine. However, blue lightning sparked across the vine's surface, not only blocking her attack but also sending a paralyzing current through her body. Ah! Mioe cried out as electricity coursed through her, her hair standing on end. Powerless to resist, she was dragged away. Young miss, Fan Dehen yelled in panic. He formed a hand seal, conjuring several sharp sword kills that slashed at the vine, but they failed to leave a single mark. Frantic, he was about to attack again when another blue vine lashed out, striking him in the chest. A burst of lightning sent him flying backward. "Uncle Fan, save me. Please, save me," and Mei cried out, regaining her senses. Fan Dehen scrambled to his feet and gave chase, gritting his teeth. Damn it, what kind of herb is this? In a moment, the scene before him made his blood run cold. It was a colossal plant with a lush canopy, its trunk wrapped with over a dozen intertwining blue vines. The vines glowed with a faint blue light, covered in mystical patterns. Fan Dehen froze, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Could this be a 9 Tribulations lightning vine? It was clearly a mid-grade medicine king, its cultivation equivalent to the mid-stage of foundation establishment in the valley's ranking. This meant its power far surpassed that of ordinary treasure herbs. Fan Dehen's spirit broke. He could handle common treasure herbs, but how could he possibly face a medicine king? Let me go now," and Miaowei screamed in terror as several more vines, like snakes, tightened around her. A peal of thunder echoed. "Ah," and Miaowei shrieked in pain. Fan Dehen, disheveled and desperate, was filled with rage but felt utterly powerless. He could only beg. "Great medicine king, I implore you to be merciful and spare us. Please, release this child. I am willing to take her place." And Miaowei, slowly coming to, saw this and choked back a sob. "Uncle Fan." The 9 Tribulations lightning vine continued its assault. It wasn't easy to catch you. Do you really think I'd let you go? You humans are so naive. Watching this girl get electrocuted is quite amusing." Seeing this, Fan Dehen was so furious he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring daggers at the vine. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine, enjoying its game, sent more lightning bolts from its vines. "It seems you're not convinced." It was well practiced in this, having toyed with countless humans over the long years. "Ah," and Miaowei screamed again, her heart filled with pain and despair. Fan Dehen trembled with rage, having never been so humiliated. You. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine was ecstatic. So much fun, humans are the best toys. Just then, several figures approached. A voice belonging to Bai Xiaoxi chirped, "Master, I hear a girl screaming. She must be getting tortured by a herb. There's a big sister tied up over there. She looks like she's in a lot of pain." Junlin looked over and froze. Good heavens, what is this scene? In his eyes, Miaowei was tightly bound by vines, her soft figure accentuated an indescribable look of shame on her face. Every so often, the vines would discharge electricity, accompanied by her heart-wrenching screams. When Fan Dehen saw the newcomers, a glimmer of hope lit up his despairing eyes. For some reason, he felt they were trustworthy. "Fellow Taoists, please, lend us a hand. The profound Tao sect will surely reward you handsomely for this," he pleaded. Ong Tiny's eyes lit up. "Hey, that's a 9 Tribulations lightning vine. What a treasure. It's a mid-grade medicine king." Li Wuji gripped his large saber, his eyes burning with ambition. Whether they were saving someone or not, they wanted that medicine king for themselves. The benefits were too great. Junlin was indifferent, but since they were already here, he decided to let them test their skills. With a serious expression, Junlin commanded, "I have a connection with Miss N. I can't just stand by and watch." Go. It was the tone of a master summoning his pet beasts, directed at Wan Kuihua and Li Taiden. Ong Tiny's eye twitched. This guy. Does his family have no shame? Who orders people around like that? Li Wuji, however, seemed accustomed to it. He hefted his saber and charged forward, calling back, "Wan Kuihua, remember to support me." Ong Tiny's eyes widened in disbelief. "You damn dog. You've still got energy." Taking a deep breath, he yelled, "Li Taiden, I'm coming to help you." 2 streaks of light shot forward. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine saw the rescuers coming and, far from being angry, was delighted. "Haha, more new toys for me." Ong Tiny's eyes glinted with killing intent. "Let's see if you're still laughing after I burn you to a crisp." He formed a hand seal, shooting a blazing flame that could melt the hardest metals. A blue vine whipped through the air, crackling with lightning, and met the attack. Hiss, the vine turned black and charred. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine felt a surge of pain and roared in fury. "Damned human, you dare to harm me." It sent several more vines attacking at once, each crackling with heavenly lightning. Li Wuji unleashed his saber technique, a dazzling display of light that clashed with the vines. Ong Tiny seized the opportunity, conjuring several blue fireballs that slammed into the vines, encasing them in thick ice, slowing them down and inflicting frost damage. Enraged, the 9 Tribulations lightning vine released in Miaowei, clearly intending to go all out. During the chaos, Fan Dehen pulled in Miaowei back. Watching the 2 figures battle the medicine king, their hearts pounded like storm-tossed waves. And Miaowei was the most shocked of all. So strong, she thought, her heart trembling. We're at the same cultivation level, but the power difference is immense. She was the strongest prodigy of the profound Tao sect, praised and admired since childhood. Even when she met Hong Tiny and Li Wuji at the Dragon Gate Inn, she had attributed their strength to a higher cultivation realm. I thought if I reached their level, I might be even stronger than them. But the scene before her shattered her pride. All of them were at the 9th level of Kai refining, yet while she, with her spirit and mortal body, could barely handle a normal treasure herb, they were fighting a medicine king to a standstill. To not recognize this disparity was foolish. Uncle Fan, and Miaowei said, her voice weak with disappointment. You and father both lied to me. I am not the genius you said I was. Fan Dehen didn't know how to respond. He had called for help on a whim, never expecting Ye Junlin's 2 companions to push the 9 Tribulations lightning vine to such an extent. Their power and potential were terrifying. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine was furious. Living in the Medicine King Valley for so many years, it had never encountered such troublesome human cultivators. I swear I will bind you and electrocute you to death, it shrieked. A dozen vines shot out like vipers, weaving a cage of lightning around Hong Tiny and Li Wuji. Oh no, they're in trouble. Are they going to lose too? And Miaowei's heart pounded. Fan Dehin frowned in silence. Brother Hong and Brother Lei are in danger. Bai Shoxi chirped anxiously. Shit, I have to go save them. And with that, she dashed forward. Ye Junlin, who had been observing, was slightly surprised. Is she finally going to show her combat potential? Trapped by the vines, Hong Tiny and Li Wuji were in a precarious situation. Damn it, Li Wuji gritted his teeth. I underestimated the advantage a Medicine King has. I can't seem to inflict a fatal blow. He tried to activate his demonic seal bloodline, but there was no response, likely due to the cultivation suppression. Hong Tiny's face was pale. This was more infuriating than being bullied by that guy Ye Junlin. He was a chosen one, meant to dominate in fights, but now he was being controlled by a mere herb. Suddenly, he noticed something. That silly mouse. Why is she running over here? They, it's dangerous here, senior sister Bai, get back. Li Wuji shouted. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine sneered. Ah, a little thing like you dares to join the fun. Perhaps I should be gentle with you. It sent a lightning-wreathed vine lashing towards her. A brilliant golden light erupted from Bai Shoxi, radiating a holy aura. With her small, fair hand, she caught the terrifyingly powerful vine, gave a mighty tug, and shouted, you shouldn't underestimate Chit. Snap, the vine was torn apart, spraying green liquid. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine let out a powerful mental scream that echoed in everyone's minds, a cry of agony. Bai Shoxi glowed, her simple punches and kicks seeming to follow no structure, yet containing the profound rhythm of the great Tao. The once solid cage of lightning was shattered by the tiny mouse, its vine sent flying. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine shrieked in pain. Hong Tiny was dumbfounded. Is she faking it? This is the mouse that only knows how to follow people around, and eat good food. Li Wuji swallowed hard. Senior Sesarbe, there's this drum. He had originally thought of Bai Shox as little more than a mascot when he first joined. And Miaowei and Fan Dehen gasped, a chill running down their spines. Before their eyes, the tiny, cute mouse in a hat and short skirt was beating the 9 Tribulations lightning vine senseless. Ye Junlin nodded in approval. The strength of the number 1 immortal physique in all the heavens and myriad worlds is truly extraordinary. With her Grand Lu immortal physique and top-tier cultivation techniques, Bai Shoxi was unleashing her terrifying combat talent for the first time. With Bai Shoxi breaking the stalemate, Hong Tiny and Li Wuji fought with renewed vigor. Ferocious flames surged like waves, and saber light flashed as they unleashed a storm of attacks. The 9 Tribulations lightning vine, never expecting such a turn of events, was bombarded as Hong and Li shouted, damn you, damn your entire family. Its life force completely depleted, the vine went limp and collapsed. Yay, we won, Bai Shoxi cheered happily. The little girl ran up to Hong Tiny, hands clasped behind her back, standing on her tiptoes with an innocent and adorable expression, clearly seeking praise from her senior brother. Hong Tiny just snorted, flicked his sleeve, and walked away. Seeing this little mouse suddenly reveal such power, the arrogant young master of the demon sect felt a pang of irritation. Seeing her run over, clearly showing off, he couldn't bring himself to give her a pleasant look. Seeing her senior brother ignore her, Bai Shox's head drooped, her eyes welling with tears. Chit. Did I do something wrong? Ahem, Li Wuji faked a cough and said with a sincere expression, Senior Sister Bai, you were truly magnificent. For a long time, Li Wuji had just seen her as a mascot, he never expected this was just her facade. As expected, he thought, no one taken in by Master is ordinary. Hong Tiny finally frowned and begrudgingly praised her. Today, I am indeed quite impressed with you. Hearing his praise, Bai Shoxi was overjoyed, saying shyly, it was nothing, really. Chit just wanted to help. And Miaowei, having recovered, pulled the middle-aged man over. Uncle Fan, let's go thank them. She stepped forward. Thank you, fellow Daoists, for your assistance. Aoi is deeply grateful. You're welcome, miss. It was a small matter, Li Wuji said, cupping his hands. Tiny remained silent with a cold expression. And Aoi looked towards Bai Shoxi. The hat obscured her face, but Aoi guessed she must be an adorable little girl. May I ask this Daoist friend's name? Bai Shoxi, startled, pointed to herself. Big sister, are you talking to Chit Chit? Hearing this name, and Aoi found it amusing and smiled. Of course, Chit Chit. You are very powerful. I admire you greatly. Hearing this, Bai Shox jumped for joy, excitedly, shouting, Master, Master, did you hear that? This big sister admires Chit Chit. Chit Chit has an admirer too, Master. The word echoed in Fan Dehim's mind. His eyes shot towards the handsome, silver-haired young man, and a chill rose in his heart. He felt more and more that this group matched the rumors he'd heard. Fan Dehim's thoughts were in turmoil, his expression turning grim. Could our previous encounter have been a facade? Junlin smiled and walked over, patting Bai Shoxi's head. All right, look at you getting all proud. Hee, Bai Shoxi giggled, scratching her head. You are this girl's master. And Miaoi asked in surprise. What kind of existence must he be to have such a powerful disciple? Junlin adopted a serious expression. Indeed. I have painstakingly cultivated her, investing no small amount of effort. Tiny rolled his eyes. You have the nerve to say that. What kind of master lies around all day like a good-for-nothing, waiting for his disciples to cook delicious food and serve it to him? And what did you cultivate? Her supreme cooking skills. Bai Shoxi nodded vigorously, as if to affirm her master's words. Master is very good to Chit Chit, and Maoi's gaze swept over the four figures before her, a sense of familiarity washing over her. But her mind was still fuzzy from the lightning, and she couldn't connect the dots. Junlin sighed inwardly. This girl exudes an aura of intelligence from head to toe. Suddenly, a chaotic noise came from the distance. Jinsen King, there are humans here. The battle tremors just now must have been caused by them. Isn't this the Lightning King's territory? From the forest, countless small creatures rushed out, all with strange shapes, and emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Each one, if taken outside, could be sold for an astronomical price. Fan Dehim's face turned pale with horror. So many treasure herbs. In the past, he would have been ecstatic. But after his recent experience, the sight of them filled him with dread. It would likely take a long time for him to recover from this trauma. Junlin narrowed his eyes, sensing the powerful aura from this group of unusual treasure herbs. Soon, hundreds of them, led by a ginseng whose entire body was like solid gold, surrounded them. Its cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, much stronger than the 9 Tribulations lightning vine. The golden ginseng emitted a powerful, furious mental wave. You humans dared to kill my little Li. The little Li it mentioned was the 9 Tribulations lightning vine. They were clearly close. Tiny's eyes blazed with excitement. This place truly is a treasure trove. To encounter a medicine king of such quality, if I can obtain it, I might have a chance to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Li Wuji mused, this one is much stronger than the last one. I wonder if we can handle it. The golden ginseng, holding a silver axe, roared with fury. Insolent, lowly humans, you dare to covet this king. It decided it must use the harshest punishment to teach these unruly intruders a lesson. Seeing the silver axe, Junlin understood. So it's from the axe gang before. Get them for me. The golden ginseng bellowed. At the medicine king's command, the horde of treasure herbs charged. Fan Dehim's scalp tingled, and he trembled like a leaf. Junlin gave him a strange look. Here they come. The medicine is here. This Daoist friend's mental state is truly worrying. Li Wuji tentatively asked, Senior Sister Bai, can you help us? The golden ginseng swung its silver axe, letting out a bizarre cry as it charged forward with the ferocity of a bandit. Immediately, Tiny and Li Wuji moved to engage the horde. Plung, a clear, metallic sound rang out. The golden ginseng froze. Before it stood a tiny figure, like a mouse, whose small hand was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, looking indestructible. Your opponent is Chit Chit, Bai Shox said seriously. The golden ginseng roared, its powerful life force erupting as its body shone with a dazzling golden light. You think you're enough? An invisible force empowered the medicine king, making it incredibly formidable. It transformed into a streak of golden light, circling Bai Shox at incredible speed, launching vicious attacks. The silver axe swung relentlessly, kicking up dust and leaves. After blocking more than 10 strikes, Bai Shoxi began to stumble, her head spinning. She waved her hand weakly. No more fighting. Chit Chit won't fight anymore. I'm getting dizzy. I feel sick. The golden ginseng laughed coldly, gathering its power and swinging the axe at Bai Shoxi's neck. You want to fight this king? You're far too inexperienced. Clang. A deep metallic thud echoed. The golden ginseng suddenly stiffened, a primal fear seizing it. It felt as if it were facing an ancient beast. Before it, 2 fingers were gently pinching the blade of its axe. Crack, the axe shattered into countless pieces. Its prized weapon was destroyed. Junlin, holding up 2 fingers in a sign, smiled. "I say, for a ginseng, you're far too arrogant. It seems only by turning you into ginseng soup will you learn to behave." Bai Shaxi steadied herself and looked up at the silver-haired man, her voice full of disappointment. "Master, Chit-Chit has brought you shame." Junlin stroked her head and smiled. "Don't overthink it. Go help them. I'll handle things here." Like a wisp of smoke, Bai Shaxi zipped over to assist Hong Tiny and Li Wuji. And Miaowei was filled with anticipation. "Uncle Fan, young Master Yi is about to make his move." Fan De Him stared intently at the black-robed figure, his eyebrow twitching. This person gave him an unfathomable feeling. The golden ginseng screamed, "You human brat, still stinking of your mother's milk, you dare speak such arrogant words to this king. Let me teach you a lesson." It clenched its fists and shot forward like an arrow, its roots transforming into fists that rained down with dazzling golden light and world-shaking power. Boom! The air exploded with a terrifying sound. Just as Ye Junlin was about to move, the system's voice rang in his mind. "Dane, detected that the host is being attacked by a Peak Foundation establishment enemy. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Cultivation has been raised to the early stage of Golden Core." Instantly, Ye Junlin's cultivation, which had been suppressed to the 9th level of Kai refining, surged to the early Golden Core realm. He could only marvel, well now, this place works too. In the next second, Ye Junlin casually raised his hand. A palm print shot out like a soaring dragon, filled with surging power. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The golden ginseng was struck as if by lightning. Its deep-rooted body was sent flying back over a dozen meters, carving a deep trench in the ground. Fragrant liquid dripped from its body. Its mental waves fluctuated wildly with disbelief. Just as suddenly, Ye Junlin's cultivation dropped from early Golden Core back down to the 9th level of Kai refining, as if nothing had happened. And Miaowei's eyes went wide. "Uncle Fan," she whispered, "did young Master Ye's cultivation just break through to the Golden Core realm?" Fan Dahen was in a daze. It seemed so. The burst of Golden Core cultivation was so fleeting that even he wasn't sure if he had seen it correctly. The golden ginseng, readjusting itself, was filled with shock and suspicion. "Human, what trick did you just pull?" As the one who fought him directly, it was certain this silver-haired young man was abnormal. For a brief moment, his opponent's cultivation had skyrocketed to the early Golden Core realm, the peak level of power in the Medicine King Valley. It was bewildered. "I'm just a humble Kai refining cultivator right now," Ye Junlin said. "Sincerely. What tricks could I possibly play? It's obvious you're just too weak. If you don't believe me, try hitting me again." He wanted to test his theory. The golden ginseng felt deeply insulted. It immediately transformed its roots into fists, its body erupting with sharp golden light. "Insolent human, taste this king's golden fists." A barrage of golden fists shot forward like meteors, each carrying world-shaking power. Fan Dehem's face paled. So strong. By his estimation, the golden ginseng was powerful enough to sweep away any Kai refining cultivator. Facing the storm of fists, Ye Junlin stood calmly. The familiar system sound echoed in his mind again. "Dane, detected that the host is being attacked by a Peak Foundation establishment enemy. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Cultivation has been raised to the early stage of Golden Core." His cultivation once again soared. A smile touched Ye Junlin's lips as he unleashed the Human King. Seal. Just as I thought. Boom. A colossal phantom of an emperor appeared behind him, its terrifying pressure sweeping out like a tide. The dense barrage of golden fists disintegrated. The golden ginseng was struck by an invisible force and sent flying like a broken kite. At the same time, Ye Junlin's aura rapidly receded back to the Kai refining level. Fan Dehen was stunned, his entire worldview overturned. It's true, young Master Ye's cultivation really did reach the early Golden Core stage. How is that possible? And Miaowei's eyes sparkled. Could it be that he has a secret, exclusive technique? The golden ginseng lay on the ground, covered in its own blood, gasping for breath. "Treacherous human, you tricked me." Ye Junlin looked innocent, like a good man wrongly accused. "Heaven and earth are my witness. I am currently only at the Kai refining realm." The other treasure herbs, having witnessed their leader's defeat, panicked and fled. The ground was still littered with countless dazzling herbs. "What a great harvest." Li Wuji laughed, rushing forward to gather them. Just as Ye Junlin was about to call his disciples to check the spoils, the sound of rushing wind approached. A large group of cultivators arrived. "Look, so many treasure herbs on the ground. My heavens, who defeated all of these? Could there be another senior expert in the Medicine King Valley besides Great Master Randang?" Countless cultivators swarmed the scene. Their eyes burned with greed, but they quickly tempered it with awe. They understood the power of these herbs. Whoever defeated so many must be an unimaginably powerful figure. A monk from Xuancom Temple asked, Great Master Lo. Great Master Randeng's gaze swept across the battlefield, his eyes locking onto the golden ginseng. They lit up. That's a supreme grade medicine king. A gasp went through the crowd. Everyone knew the value of a medicine king. It was something even Tribulation Transcendence cultivators would covet. An elder from Xuancom Temple immediately dashed forward to claim the golden ginseng, but he was instantly struck by a sharp saber kai and sent flying back, bleeding. That's not yours, Li Wuji roared, his expression fierce. Get lost, Elder Hutong. The Xuancom Temple monks cried out in shock. They couldn't believe someone would dare attack one of their elders in broad daylight. Great Master Randeng checked Elder Hutong's injuries, a murderous glint in his murky eyes. The air grew cold. He pressed his palms together, his face grim as he looked at Li Wuji. Amitabha. Benefactor, do you know that you just struck a man of our Xuancom Temple? He intentionally emphasized the words Xuancom Temple. Li Wuji glanced at him disdainfully. So what if I know? Should I have gone easy on him just because he's one of you bald donkeys? Even before becoming a disciple, he was never one to hold back. Not slicing the man's head off was already showing restraint. Insolent, the Xuancom Temple monk shouted. Great Master Randeng narrowed his eyes, his killing intent palpable. Benefactor, your words are excessive. Li Wuji twirled the large saber in his hand. Old bald donkey, it seems you're not satisfied. How about we have a go? Before Randeng could speak, a disciple behind him stepped forward. Insolent fool. Do you know who you're talking to? This is a Tribulation Transcendence expert. Have you considered the consequences of offending him? The crowd erupted. A true transcendent immortal, no one dared to compare themselves to such an expert, a pinnacle of power in the Eastern domain. Even though their cultivation was suppressed here, they would eventually leave. Knowing Randeng's true power, no one dared to speak recklessly. Li Wuji was momentarily stunned, then Tribulation Transcendence. So what? Here or outside, I'd still cut you down all the same. The air went dead silent. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Is this man insane? Great Master Randeng, slightly suspicious, asked calmly, may I ask for the benefactor's name? Li Wuji laughed coldly. Listen up. My name is Li Tidan. The crowd looked at each other, murmuring. They had never heard of a powerful figure with such a name. Great Master Randeng, now certain this was just some ignorant junior, his face darkened. Benefactor, your killing intent is too heavy. Allow this old monk to enlighten you. He lunged forward, his hands forming a lotus flower that shot out like a cannonball. Li Wuji's excitement grew. Excellent, a chance to fight a Tribulation Transcendence expert is rare. His saber slashed horizontally, yin-yang saber kai erupting outwards. Randeng's pupils contracted as he felt immense pressure. Boom. Randeng was forced back 2 steps, his expression grim. Another flash of saber light, imbued with a tyrannical saber intent, shot towards him. Not daring to be careless, Randeng formed a hand seal and thrust out his palm, a golden Buddhist swastika shining brightly. The two clashed fiercely, evenly matched, stunning the onlookers. No one expected Li Tidan to be so strong as to fight Great Master Randeng head-on. Li Wuji's eyes gleamed with excitement. Refreshing, truly refreshing. His saber moved like a storm, seemingly chaotic but filled with subtle fineness. Great Master Randeng grew increasingly frustrated. With all his strength, he couldn't suppress this junior. He changed his tactics, his entire body glowing with a brilliant golden light as if cast from flawless metal. Clang. Li Wuji was shocked to find that no matter how much force he used, he couldn't break through his opponent's defense. The sharp slashes were all blocked by the golden light. Benefactor, don't waste your energy, Randeng said smugly. You could chop for 3 days and 3 nights and still not harm me. Li Wuji snorted and spat on the ground. Enraged and humiliated, Randeng threw a powerful punch. With his diamond indestructible body, he was indeed invincible, but he also couldn't defeat Li Wuji. The fight was a stalemate. The onlookers went from terrified to bored. Boom, the two figures retreated simultaneously. Li Wuji sneered, old bald donkey, are you a turtle? Randeng, annoyed but maintaining his composure, said, Benefactor, why must we do this? After all, our time here is temporary. The threat was clear, you may be my equal here, but just wait until we get outside. Just as Li Wuji was about to retort, a voice transmitted into his ear. He immediately fell silent and respectfully retreated to stand beside Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin flicked his finger nonchalantly. I've claimed this medicine king. Your people from Xuancom Temple tried to snatch it, so they deserve to be beaten. Randeng narrowed his eyes. Benefactor, since you made a move, the nature of this matter has changed. Besides, who made the rule that what falls on the ground belongs to you? In my opinion, only what is. in one's hand is truly one's own. He stepped forward, his body erupting with dazzling Buddhist light, and headed for the supreme grade Medicine King, clearly intending to use his powerful defense to simply take it. Ong Tiny's eyes blazed with anger. Old bald donkey, are you looking to die? Consider this Medicine King as compensation, Randang said calmly. Suddenly, a tall, elegant figure appeared before him. The figure clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy for 100 meters around converged, forming a faint golden halo behind him that exuded an ancient, profound aura. Old bald donkey, Ye Junlin sneered. Did you really think no one could handle you? Boom. Ye Junlin threw a punch that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, carrying an unstoppable force that could shatter the 9 heavens. This was the Battle Saint Fist. The punch made Great Master Randang tremble. He took a deep breath, frantically channeling his power, his body glowing like a sun. Ye Junlin's fist slammed directly into his chest. Dong, the sound was like a great bell being struck, sending a shockwave that made everyone's blood churn. Randang was pushed back, his feet carving 2 deep, steaming trenches in the ground. He finally stabilized himself, his aged face impassive. The scene fell silent. A monk from Xuan Kong Temple sneered, with just that little trick, you dare to show off in front of Great Master Randang. That's right, all thunder and no rain, another added. Ye Junlin stared at Randang, a mocking smile on his lips. How did that punch feel? After a long silence, Randang sighed. Amitabha. Benefactor, take care of yourself. With that, he turned and left decisively. His followers, bewildered, could only follow. The other cultivators looked at Ye Junlin's group with pity. They've angered a tribulation transcendence expert. They'll be dead once they leave the valley. They all distanced themselves, choosing to follow Randang for safety. Soon, the area was empty. He knows his place, that old bald donkey, Ye Junlin sneered. In truth, because his power was suppressed, the Battle Saint Fist had only unleashed a fraction of its true power. Far away, Randang's face was grim. He placed a hand on his chest, a flicker of pain in his eyes. Suddenly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. That single punch had made him feel a true sense of crisis. A few more, and he would have been utterly humiliated, if not dead. Retreat was the best option. But he was also bewildered. Who in the world is that person? How can he wield such power in the Medicine King Valley? A cold killing intent quickly replaced his confusion. Very well. Once we are out of here, this old monk will personally send you to your salvation. The news of Ye Junlin and Randang's appearance sent shockwaves through the Medicine King Valley. The Herb clan, who used to treat human visitors as toys, was now terrified. News spread that humans were sweeping through the valley, killing many of their kind. Even 2 renowned Medicine Kings, the Lightning King, and the Ginseng King, had fallen. What do we do? I'm scared they'll cook me into a soup. We have to hide. We have to wait until the valley closes and they're teleported out. The Herb clan was in chaos. Some argued for hiding, while others called for resistance. I refuse to hide. This is our territory, yelled a small, red crimson star herb. But these humans are too strong, cautioned a beautiful ice spirit lotus. Even our Medicine Kings can't beat them. They were at an impasse, unwilling to submit but fearful of the humans' power, especially the silver-haired young man who had defeated the Ginseng King with a single move. Perhaps we should ask him for help, one Medicine King finally suggested. Can we trust him? You know his personality. This is a matter of our survival. As the first successor of the Medicine Lord, he can't just ignore this. Let's go. We must persuade him. The Medicine King set off towards the deepest part of the valley, a long, narrow canyon. At the end of it, on an ancient stone pillar, grew a large, plain-looking black mushroom. This was the oldest living being in the valley, a being of supreme status. The Medicine King sent out powerful mental calls. Wake up, Great Demon King. Soon, the black mushroom stirred, releasing a terrifying pressure. The Medicine Kings bowed. Greetings, Great Demon King. We implore you to save our clan. The Great Demon King's consciousness returned, its aura incredibly powerful. But then, the terrifying pressure vanished. The mushroom trembled, and fell off the pillar. It scurried behind the pillar like a frightened rabbit, peeking out with half of its round cap. You all stay back, just talk from there, its timid, youthful mental voice stammered. The Medicine Kings were exasperated. After the Medicine Lord ascended, the Great Demon King had become the de facto ruler of the valley, but it was incredibly reclusive and afraid of contact. Great Demon King, they pleaded. Humans have invaded and are capturing our kin. Only you can save us. The mushroom peeked out again. How can that be? As long as they're in the valley, humans can't possibly defeat our Herb clan. The news terrified it. It wanted no part of this trouble. It's true, they insisted. Only you, the strongest among us, can lead us. The Great Demon King's head shook like a drum. No, I can't do it. I just want to be left alone. You should all just hide until the valley closes. The Crimson Star Herb had an idea. Great Demon King, you're being too naive. Do you think those cunning humans will spare you? You are the most ancient being here. They will surely hunt you down. This terrified the Great Demon King even more. The Crimson Star Herb continued, they'll capture you, study you, maybe even auction you off to countless other humans. The Great Demon King nearly collapsed, trembling. Don't say any more. The solution is simple, the herb pressed. Just help us suppress their few strong leaders, and we can handle the rest. After a long, silent deliberation, the Great Demon King reluctantly agreed. Alright. I will only deal with their strongest. The rest is up to you. The Medicine Kings were overjoyed, but their approach scared the mushroom back behind the pillar. Don't come near me, give me a moment to prepare myself. Elsewhere, Great Master Randeng and his followers moved with great authority. Other cultivators flocked to him, feeling safe under his protection. The treasure herbs fled at the sight of them. People started placing orders for rare herbs with him, seeing a golden opportunity. Just then, a horde of treasure herbs appeared, an ambush. Great Master Randeng, an ambush, a cultivator cried. Randeng sneered. Excellent. I was wondering how to find you all, and now you've delivered yourselves to me. Old bald donkey, don't get too cocky, a Medicine King roared. Randeng's eyes gleamed with greed. This is a gift from the Buddha. If I can subdue you all, it will be my greatest fortune. He unleashed his brilliant Buddhist light and charged. A chaotic battle ensued. A golden figure emerged from the dust cloud, completely unscathed. The Medicine Kings were shocked. Such powerful defense, Great Demon King, it's your turn, the Crimson Star Herb called out. Please, suppress this old monk. Hearing the name Great Demon King, the human cultivators felt a chill. Randeng was suspicious. But the fabled king was nowhere to be seen. He turned and saw the little mushroom trying to flee. The Crimson Star Herb had to physically push the Great Demon King out into the open. Please, don't let us down. The Great Demon King appeared, looking extremely reluctant. Seeing the crowd of humans, it trembled and nearly ran away again. The cultivators burst into laughter. It's just a mushroom. This is the legendary Great Demon King. The laughter only made the Great Demon King more flustered. But Great Master Randeng's expression changed from doubt to awe, and finally to ecstatic madness. He remembered a record in an ancient text from Xuankang Temple. It described an ancient herb that looked like a black mushroom, called the indestructible chaos ancient mushroom. Refining it granted immense power and a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. It could regenerate the body and, if consumed long-term, could allow one to approach the realm of an immortal. Randeng trembled with excitement, his breathing ragged. This is the greatest opportunity of my life. The Buddha has blessed me. Amitabha, he raised a hand, a giant golden palm descending from the sky to suppress the mushroom. This ancient herb has an affinity with Buddhism. This old monk will accept it. Bam! The golden palm shattered. The Great Demon King was both aggrieved and furious. How outrageous. Why did you pat me on the head? Its aura exploded, becoming terrifyingly powerful. Everyone was stunned. The mushroom's aura was that of a peak golden core expert. My heavens. This is a supreme grade Great Medicine King. A bad feeling rose in Randeng's heart. Demon, do not act so presumptuously. Great Demon King, he wants to capture you and auction you off. A Medicine King shouted. The Great Demon King's fury erupted. I will absolutely not let you succeed. It leaped into the air and crashed down on Randeng like Mount Tai, its power terrifying enough to make even a nascent soul cultivator tremble. Randeng tried to summon his power. This old monk has the diamond indestructible body. You cannot arch. Boom. The explosion shook the earth. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned. There, pinned under the Great Demon King's bow, was the white-browed old monk, coughing up blood, his face a mask of agony.